Showtime.
Let me come in here and I'll add this one on there. Save changes. Been ripping Facebook off. Just been ignoring Facebook just like altogether.
Yeah.
I just had an extra spot to stream to, right, yesterday, and I was like, oh, what the fuck? Why not? Right? I'll stream it to Facebook, and I streamed to Facebook, and then I just like shut it off and left.
Amazing.
Good thing the comments were popping up over here, because if the comments hadn't showed up, then then I probably wouldn't have even shown them or addressed them or even been aware that these comments were even up there. I could care less about Facebook, really. I don't even like Facebook. The only good thing about Facebook is the connections, the people that are on there. Yeah. Right, to find speakers and kind of what have you, right? But anything beyond that, right? I don't particularly like Facebook. It's a fucking CCP.
Pretty biased. It's a conduit of censorship. We'll just say that.
Yeah, that's
conduit.
All right. Yeah. It's a CCP communist fucking platform, and constantly.
Julie, hi, Julie.
Constantly suppressed on there, right? So if I could get away from Facebook and find contacts and speakers and such someplace else, believe me, I would delete my Facebook account
immediately,
right now, right?
Absolutely.
Like literally, I would just get rid of it right now. But the only positive thing that's come out of Facebook is the connection, all the friends that I've made on Facebook, and that's really the only positive thing.
Absolutely.
So we are live on all of our platforms, guys. I just checked them all out, and I've loaded them up so that we can monitor the chat rooms. So if you guys want to open up some on your end, that would be decent.
Absolutely. I flow through them as I cycle through them every time I click to YouTube. I cycle through all of them. So
yeah, every 5 minutes I do the same thing. I got them all lined up from left to right, and then I just go click, 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 click.
It's like OCD. It's like OCD. I'm telling you, it's terrible.
Yeah, it is. It is. Julie, welcome, Julie. Thank you very much for showing up. Miss you so much, Claire, and so good to see you.
Yay.
Yeah, everybody loves you. See, I don't know why you're in hiding.
That's true. I think it's because he's growing his beard to a glorious length. So he is trying to hide until it's absolutely at the point that he wants to show it, like it's ZZ Top type,
Moses
ZZ Top length.
Total divineness.
That's right.
Is oozing from Clarence Mitchell. Then he'll be like, okay. Whoa, I'm back.
Let's all take a sip of the coffee and we will plunge right into it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 5, the final installment of Total Disclosure. If you haven't learned anything by now, you haven't been listening. We have had an eclectic group of speakers. So much information has come out of these last 4 days that today is just a cherry on top, and we are going to have panels. Everything is going to be amazing today. We have an epic presentation by one of the creators, Omar, and we have Michael Feely coming back to he actually got a new headset so we can go ahead and have it streamed totally clickless, which is great. The messages, people were so adamant about hearing his message. They were so in tune with what he was saying that it only does justice to bring him back to do the entirety of his presentation again. And first and foremost, we would like to give shout outs to all of the people who are letting us stream to their platforms. We did that in the hopes of reaching as many people as possible and showing as many people as possible that we are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the disclosure. So thank you to Paul Wallace for letting us stream to his YouTube. Thank you to Alan Steinfeld for letting us go to new realities. Thank you to Neil Gower for Portals to Ascension. Thank you for Stephen and Evan Strong for Forgotten Origins. Thank you to Lyanne for letting us do the frequency as well. And thank you to myself and Omar for we are streaming on our platforms as well. And I give thanks for all the people that have subscribed and helped build this community that we are ultimately trying to create. So we have a space where we can have a dialogue, an intellectual conversation about the things that we see, the things that we experience, and the things that we want to basically discuss. So with that being said, I also want to give a tremendous, tremendous thank you to Paul Wallace and the Eden series for sponsoring this event. There is The Scars of Eden, Escaping from Eden. I mean, I'm speechless. These books are absolutely incredible. So go to paulanthonywallace.com, grab your copies because they are life changing at a fundamental level. Also, I would love to give thanks to Stephen and Evan Strong. They sponsored us with Forgotten Origins and Our Alien Ancestry. Both of those websites are theirs. Our Alien Ancestry goes through a chapter based disclosure from the things that they found coming out of Australia from man, artifacts, hieroglyphs, everything. If you are into history, this is the place to be, right? Forgotten Origins is the out of Australia theory as well. So we have forgottenorigins.com and ouralienancestry.com. Those are our two spots to go. .net, sorry, ourancestry.net. Those are the two places to go to find the amazing work that they do. And again, we have the Eden series, paulanthonywallace.com. And on top of it, we have Neil Gower and Portal to Ascension, the website as well. The website has thousands of hours of free content that you can pick up to enlighten yourself, to fulfill yourself, to raise your frequency, as well as many disclosures. So many different topics that go through Portal. Portalstoascension.org, correct?
Yep, that's Roger that.
Absolutely great. So, guys, we are here. We're ready to rock and roll. And I just want you all to come in, Omar and Clarence, and I'm going to start. And I want you to say something, but I'm going to give gratitude because to me, I can only show this gratitude to the people who are listening and the people who are going to listen, hopefully down the line. We're not just doing it for right now. It's going to be viewed hopefully later on as well. So if you're tuning into this stream and you're watching this last day, I want to say thank you. I love you. And I am with all of you always. And that's what I have to say.
Yeah, very quickly.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just going to say, very quickly. I just wanted to say thank you to everybody that's been here. The last 4 days has just been phenomenal. Today's going to be the best of all. And for anybody who hasn't caught it or, has a friend that may want to see it or whatever, please encourage them to go and watch all of the other episodes. We're never going to drop them. They'll be there forever on their platforms. And, these will be like the Dead Sea Scrolls, hopefully somebody will catch them and, get a lot out of them. So, a lot of information, a lot of great speakers and more to come. So just keep that going, and thank you everybody for tuning in and being with us. Fantastic.
Yeah, right on, man. Just want to, again, give a big shout out to my homie Neil Gore from Portal to Ascension. That's portaltoascension.org. Neil has tens of thousands of hours of revolutionary conscious-based content. Check that out. Sign up for portaltoascension.org to get notifications and newsletters and such for upcoming events, and also speakers and such. The new website should be released here pretty quick. You guys know how it is with really complex websites as the one that Neil has just built. It's very detailed, guys. Tags and individual speakers and bios and the things that they've spoken about, the events that they've been in, the interviews that they've done. It's just a very, very deep website. So it takes a little bit of time to, do the, what's that called? To tweak it, I guess. That's the word I'm looking for.
Work
to
out
tweak
the
it
bugs.
so that you guys have the absolute best experience that you can when you visit portaltoascension.org. So with that being said, much love to my brother Portal to Ascension, Neil Gore. Hopefully we'll see you soon, brother.
That's right. A brother from another mother. Absolutely.
Oh, absolutely. Neil is a mentor and a brother, a friend. If it weren't for really Neil, these events wouldn't be happening because Neil is the
grand master of it all.
pioneer. He's the pioneer in doing day events and like mega events like such as these. When I started off doing Watchers Talk, I was at the grassroots level of just doing interviews with authors and researchers and such. And then I came across Neil and I said, wow, what a great idea to do day events and multiple day events and such. So really it's because of Neil that this event is really even produced, right? The idea of it really came from him. So thank you very much to Neil. And guys, keep an eye open. Go and visit Portal to Ascension, the YouTube channel, and register for the channel or subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell because Neil is going live like almost on a daily basis. The other day we had 2 live streams going on Portal to Ascension. So that's a testament to Neil's dedication when it comes to disclosure and really releasing revolutionary and very controversial information too, because we know that when people hear things that go against the grain of their beliefs, they get pretty pissy. So it's pretty controversial stuff. So we are on our final day 5 of total disclosure. Rob Yox, Full Spectrum Universe, myself, Watchers Talk, Clarence Mitchell, Closer Encounters, and of course, Greg Bornstein of Open Loops.
Conversations that bend.
That's right, and the conversations have been bending here the last few days. So let's quickly go through the schedule for this morning. At 11 o'clock a.m., at 10 o'clock a.m., we have Michael Feely coming back. As Rob was saying, he's got a brand new mic. So we're not going to have that crackling issue, and we're really going to get a superb download from Michael Feely. Then at 12 o'clock, we have Roger Spur from the Mud Fossil University coming on. And then at 1 o'clock, we have Mr. John Cadman coming on. I'm really looking forward to that. It's like the water pump theory. He's the original thinker of that. So really looking forward to John's presentation. And then at 2 o'clock, we have the North American panel happening. On that panel, we're going to have Drs. JJ and Drs. Desiree Hurtalk. Then we're going to have Dr. Sam Osmanovic. We will have Joan of Angels, Dr. Joan of Angels. And as well, it's going to be us on that panel along with Alan Steinfeld. So that's going to be a superb panel. And that panel is really, we're going to dig into the disclosure and the information that we've been learning over the course of the last few days. And it's really a wrap up of the entire conference. And then at 3 o'clock, we have Rodney McGilvery coming on, and he's going to give us a download in alchemy. And then after that, we have Joel Ayala Ayapana coming on. I'm sorry, Joel, if I pronounced your name wrong. He's going to come on, and he's going to give us a download in ancient knowledge. And then at 6 o'clock, when we're going to be wrapping things up, we're going to have the Australia disclosure. And we're going to have the usual suspects for that one. I'm hoping that we can get Jerome Calvar into that. Still waiting to hear from him. We're going to have Stephen and Evan Strong, Leah Capitelli, Saul Rita Antaria, and I believe we are going to have Oli at the conference, or at the panel as well. And really, we split the day up like this because, one, because of the time difference, and second, we want to address both hemispheres of the world. I have a super good following in Australia. And there's a lot going on in Australia that people don't know about. We know that the Australian government likes to suppress information and they like to keep things quiet. But thankfully for these wanderers in Australia, they're really bringing the information out. So we thought we'd have a panel on that and discuss that and inform the world as to what's really going on in Australia. And then at 7 o'clock, about 7 o'clock, give or take a few minutes, we're going to start doing our closing. Now, we don't have any fireworks or anything like that for you guys, but the fireworks are going to be in the mind because the information that we're going to receive here today. And of course, at the end of the day, we will go through the list of all of our speakers so we can give them gratitude and thank you because, you know, if it weren't for them, this really wouldn't have happened because they are the ones that we've been waiting for. We are simply the people here facilitating them to make sure that their message gets out. Everyone plays a part, and this is our small role, and they're playing their role. So it's a team sport, and you guys are part of that that team as well. Because remember, you know, when we go to a hockey arena or a football arena or any type of sports venue or even a concert, you know, the players and the performers have always said that we get our energy from the crowd. Right, so you know, you guys are part of that game. You know, we pick your energy up through the chats and you know, through your questions. So thank you very much to you guys out there because you are true wanderers and you've made the contract to come here and help out humanity to help them, you know, navigate out of this paradigm shift that we're in, so that we can create a new reality for ourselves and lift the veil on the false reality.
This is the ultimate arena. The arena of reality, perception, and light. This is the biggest one there is. So we appreciate all of you.
So now that we've got all that out of the way, let's go through a couple of comments here really quick. Welcome, Sir Kev, from Facebook. We are streaming to Facebook. We're not monitoring Facebook, guys. So if you have any questions, they'll pop up here in the chat room, and we will try to get to them. But we're not going to guarantee that we'll be addressing any questions from Facebook. So if you guys want your questions addressed, please come to YouTube and come to Watchers Talk, Full Spectrum Universe, Portal to Ascension, New Realities, or the Paul Wallace channel, or FREAKWENCY, and I don't know the rest of Lyanne's YouTube channel. But you guys can come there, post your questions there, and we will address them from our YouTube channels. But again, we will not be addressing any questions that are coming off of Facebook. My apologies, but you know, Facebook likes to censor us, so we will censor Facebook.
Take that. Take that.
Payback time, bitches.
Get him, bud. Get him. Awesome.
So we've got Lindy Lou from YouTube. 5 days of fireworks. Yeah, exactly. We've had fireworks going off in our mind. And then Sir Kev, I will address Sir Kev because he's the man. Psychological force, absolutely. Wow, 5 days, morning all, yippee. Sir Kev is having himself a Guinness. The Barbie's epic. Miss you much, Clarence. And we're back to the top of our comments. And Rob, if you can, you know, in a little bit, we can grab some comments off of our YouTube channels and paste them here in our studio so that we can put them up on screen. Absolutely. And that's pretty much it. So I'm going to lead the day off today. I've been looking forward to this, so I'll be talking about constitutional law and in particular the Commonwealth countries around the world. I believe there's about 25 or 26 of them. So we will be discussing that and the designations that these people have given us and how they have you know, controlled and robbed us of our rights because of these designations that they've given us. You guys will be surprised at the you know, towards the end of this presentation, and you'll be asking yourself, why am I giving myself this designation? Because I was in that very same boat. So with that being said, I'm going to bring my presentation up.
Yes, I've been guys, and I'm just gonna let you know that I've been looking forward to this one because I got to glimpse at it a little bit. And I've been looking forward to Omar actually giving his presentation because It is pivotal information, guys. Pivotal information that you can use on a daily basis to better your situations. This is so important, and he is a star for putting it out there like that, Omar. So I commend you on that, sir, and I will leave the stage so you can do your thing.
Yeah, thanks, Omi. Not so fast. Okay.
I can come back in a flash. No worries. No worries. I'm still here, bud.
Yeah, no worries. I just want to make sure that everything is fine and dandy. I actually wanted to start off the conference with this particular presentation because I felt that this is part of absolute disclosure and the type of information that some people know, but most are not aware of. But, guests come first, and I thought Eleanor would be a better fit to start off the conference, which it was because you guys absolutely loved Eleanor. And for the next 2 days, you guys were telling people to go back to day one and watch Eleanor and then come back and talk to them. So that was pretty cool. So I will bring my presentation up, guys. Rob, let me know if you can see this, and let me know if it moves.
Yep, you're good to go. Moving.
All right, cool. I will bring my speaker notes up. All right, cool, guys. So you guys are aware of who I am. My name is Omar, and I am the host here at Watchers Talk, based out of British Columbia, Canada. This was Total Disclosure, organized by Rob Yox and myself in cooperation with Clarence Mitchell and Greg Bornstein of Closer Encounters and Open Loops. So in this conversation and in this talk, I'm going to be talking about the constitutional law, the Constitution in itself of Canada, and as well the human rights and the international treaties and covenants, which majority of the governments around the world are signatory to. So if you're not part, I want to just like to clear this up because it's a little bit important. If you're not part of the Commonwealth countries, this presentation still applies to you because you are, I guess, you're tied to your constitution, which is the supreme law of your land, and the highest law that there can be, and that cannot be abridged or hijacked or overtaken. And the things that I talk about in this still apply to you as well. And, I'm just using Canada because that's where I am and that's where I'm living, and part of the Constitution. So I thought I would use these laws to make an example. So in this discussion, I'm going to be talking about fundamental rights and freedoms, international covenants on civil and political rights, Universal Declaration on Human Rights, International Covenants on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, Natural Law, Natural Rights, Natural Human Rights, and Designations. Let me just come over here, make sure everything is cool. Yeah. Okay, back to this. The governments where we reside owe us an obligation. They must respect our natural rights, our fundamental rights, and freedoms. Since 1976, there has been a direct duty that rests upon these governments to allow us as individuals to experience our rights and freedoms, and not to take actions aimed at the destruction of these fundamental rights and freedoms. This exposition is me expressing my understanding and standing on human rights and fundamental freedoms as it pertains to Canada and the Commonwealth states. This material will help you to better understand your present position in domestic law and how the executive powers have limited or abridged your fundamental rights and freedoms through domestic law. This research represents many years and hours of studying in order to better understand how the state party has limited and abridged our rights and freedoms. Now, when I say abridged, guys, what that means is that Like here in Canada, we have the legislature, and through the legislature, the laws are created, and those laws are gone before the Senate, and then the Senate agrees on those laws, and then they become laws. Now, abridging means is that what they're trying to do is that if you have a constitutional right, and these guys come along and they create a law that supersedes the law of the Constitution, that means abridging a law, because they're trying to overpower the constitutional law, which is the supreme law of the land. So nothing can supersede the constitutional law. So when they try to abridge a law, that law really has no power or any superseding executive powers when it comes to your constitution and to your rights, especially the position that we find ourselves today. I'm sure that these guys are going to go around creating laws to force us to do things that we don't want to do, and they're going to try to pass it off as the fact that it is a law, and in fact it's not. You cannot abridge the constitution of any country. All of us have individual rights and freedoms that belong to us simply because we are who we are, human beings, men, women, and children. There are principles and laws that are in operation which are there for the benefit and protection of the individual. These laws exist and operate independent of law that exists for the public and for society. Right now, most of us in this room are being governed and controlled by laws which have been created by the governments. These laws have been created under the presumption that the society must be governed and that these laws are for the public good. Law, the regime that orders human activities and relations through systematic application of the force of politically organized society or through social pressure backed by force in such a society. The legal system must respect and obey the law. Within the law, we find the following principles. Now, as I was just saying a couple of minutes ago, they're going to try to abridge some laws to the Constitution and try to force us to agree with them and to follow their narrative, which is against the law, guys. They cannot do that because they are signatories to some very special documents. And if they abridge those, then that country is in violation of international treaties and international laws and can be held accountable. So within the justice system, we find natural law, a physical law of nature, a philosophical system of legal and moral principles purportedly deriving from a universalized conception of human nature or divine justice rather than form of legislative or judicial action. So natural law means is that you're born and you're born to the laws of God, if that's what you want to call it, or consciousness, or the earth consciousness, the laws that are within the earth. Natural right, a right that is conceived as part of natural law and that there is therefore thought to exist independently of rights created by governments or society, such as the right to live, liberty, and poverty. Now, this such as right to life, right? These guys are especially in the United States with abortion and stuff, they're trying to violate those rights with abortion and kind of what have you, and trying to take that right away from the women and dictating to them what they can and cannot do. And that's something the governments cannot do. So you can actually take them to human rights court and fight them there. There are natural human rights and freedoms that are in operation for all of us to exercise and stand under. These rights and freedoms are not created by the governments, but they are recognized by the government. Many of us are not aware of the fact that there are rights and freedoms that exist for us to stand under, which are not given or created for us by the government bodies. These are natural rights provided by the infinite consciousness or God. Here in Canada and other state players within the Commonwealth countries and other countries, you were never taught your fundamental human rights and freedoms, even though Canada had an international obligations to teach you these rights and freedoms. Now, this part goes for every single country in the world that has signed up or is a signatory to the human rights. Now, within the human rights, it states that all state parties that are signatory to this treaty, to these Bill of Rights, that they need to be taught in schools, beginning in the primary school, and to teach children these laws so that they understand what their rights are. But of course, the governments around the world have not done that, and I don't think they will do that, because the information provided within these rights go principally against the rights of the government, because the right of the government is that they want to control you. That's what they think their right is. So if you knew what your rights were, they wouldn't be able to control you. And hence, that's why they have not taught us or our children or our parents these laws that they must and should have been teaching. So far, we have seen that in law, there is natural law which produces natural rights, and these rights are ineligible and absolute. They cannot be surrendered and belong to everybody. Where am I? They cannot be surrendered or belong to every human being. These rights are better known as fundamental human rights and freedoms. Regulation, the active process of controlling by rule or restriction. These are the legislative laws that they've created. Enactment, the action or process of making into law, enactment of a legislative bill, as I'd mentioned earlier. Legislative, or of or relating to law, making or to the power to enact laws. As I said, these guys create laws within the legislative. It goes before the Senate. The Senate either says yay or nay. And then if they say yay, it becomes a law. If not, then it doesn't become a law. It goes for a revote. They'll try to fix it and try to word it differently, but the same type of principle to it, and then try to pass that again. In most cases, they end up doing so. Now, the legislative branch is the branch of government responsible for enacting laws. We have fundamental rights and freedoms that we can exercise that are not created by the government but must be respected. Then we have enactments and regulations which are created by the government and forced upon us. Now, what that means is that we have rights and freedoms that we're born with as a human being. And then there are other laws which are legislative laws which have been man-made, and they're trying to abridge the supreme law, the fundamental law of our right to life, right to freedom, right to eat, right to shelter, right to education, and right to liberty and happiness. They always try and abridge those laws because they don't want us in that state. They want us in a consistent state of fear and acquiescence, which means unwillingly doing something that you don't want to do. Some of us sitting in this room today are Canadian citizens and citizens of other nations. We have been designated and even designated ourselves citizens, but most people really don't understand what the word citizen is. They proudly go around saying that I'm a proud citizen, and I am guilty of that as well, because I used to run around say the very same thing, that I'm a proud Canadian citizen. But once I found out what a citizen really is, I am not a proud citizen anymore. In fact, I'm a very sad citizen. Well, what does it actually mean to be, for me, a Canadian citizen? When I ask individuals this question, the majority of the time it is responded to by using the definition of freedom. Now, in reality, it could not be further from the truth. Citizenship is not freedom. When we look into Canadian domestic law, we find the following oath that a Canadian citizen must take. Now, I'm sure this is the same, a little bit of different wording, but pretty much all around the same in all of the Commonwealth countries around the world. And when you become a citizen of other countries that are not part of the Commonwealth, you are taking an oath on the Constitution and to the Bible. So then you are tied to that Constitution and to that certain governmentship. In Canada, we take an oath, and in the Commonwealth countries, we take an oath to Elizabeth Mountbatten II. Citizenship enactment oath, or, excuse me guys, just gotta grab a drink. Citizenship enactment oath or affirmation of citizenship. I swear or affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Elizabeth Mountbatten II, the Queen of Canada, because I hate calling her that, her heirs and successors, and that I will faithfully observe the laws of Canada and will fulfill my duties as a Canadian citizen. Now, you see, it comes with duties and it comes with jobs and kind of what have you, so that's not really freedom now, is it? Allegiance, a citizen or a subject obligation of fidelity and obedience to the government or sovereign in return for the benefits of the protection of the state. So if you're not a citizen, you don't get no protection. You have to take that oath and you have to say that I'm a citizen in order to get protection from the state, or otherwise you're up shit creek without a paddle. Subject, one who owes allegiance to a sovereign and is governed by the sovereign's law, the monarchy's subjects. So in the Commonwealth countries, we are actually subjects. We are citizens and subjects of Elizabeth Mountbatten. As we can see, to be designated a Canadian citizen means that we will be faithful and owe true allegiance to Her Majesty the Queen, and that we promise to obey the laws of Canada. This is a true characteristics of a citizen. Every individual who claims to be a Canadian citizen or any other citizen is being held under the oath of servitude and bondage. Now that means that you are a slave, Neil. When you allow yourself to be recognized as a Canadian citizen, or you have or are assumed to have sworn allegiances to Her Majesty, and that you have promised to obey the laws of Canada, you are operating as a subject and servant of Her Majesty and are under obligation to obey her laws. Now, I thought citizen means being freedom. That's what people are saying when I ask them, hey, what do you think about being a citizen? Hey, I'm free, I have freedom. But you really can't, be free if you're a servant or if you're a subject of someone, right? Oath, a solemn declaration accompanied by a swearing to God or a revered person or thing that one statement is true or that one will be bound to a promise. The person making the oath implicitly invites punishment if the statement is untrue or the promise is broken. Now, if you were free, you wouldn't be getting punished now, would you? This is a true and real situation that many individuals are under. Right now, they are being treated as if they have tacitly or otherwise accepted to be designated a Canadian citizen. As a citizen, we have given Her Majesty, Queen Mountbatten, our allegiance, and we have promised to obey the laws of Canada. The famous words of William Wallace come to mind. I don't remember swearing an oath to this lady. This is a real mechanism, the operation of law, that is being used to try and control individuals and force them into obeying an enactment and regulations of Canada. You took an oath, or so it is declared, and you have bound yourself. If you fail to obey the laws, you shall be punished. Doesn't sound like freedom, does it? When we look into domestic laws, the laws of Canada, we find that it is actually Her Majesty Elizabeth Mountbatten that has the executive power in Canada. She is ruling power, and that is why a citizen must swear allegiances to her. Just give me one sec, guys. I gotta close the window. I've got a big garbage truck out back. Okay, my apologies for that. That was a bit rude, that garbage truck. The executive government and authority of and over Canada is hereby declared to continue and be vested in the Queen of England. Executive, the branch of government responsible for effecting and enforcing laws, the person or persons who constitute this branch. Notice it didn't say citizen or everyone or a human being. It said person or persons. We'll get into that here in a little bit. We are seeing that the executive powers of and over Canada remains the Queen's, which, when I say Canada, guys, just include all of the Commonwealth countries within that, because we all belong to the same union. She is the authority over Canada. When we look further into the Constitution Act, we find that this executive power is transferred or operated by the governor and the lieutenant governor general. Now, if you guys are not familiar with the Commonwealth or the way the English Queen system works, the Governor General is the executive, almost like pretty much like the CEO of Canada, and she's the right-hand man, or he is the right-hand man of the Queen, and they carry out all of the provisions for the Queen within the territory of Canada. For instance, if Canada, let's say, declares a war on someone, Canada is actually not allowed to use their military, and that goes along with the entire Commonwealth. In order for Canada to use their military in a hostile way or in a peaceful manner, they have to go before the Lieutenant Governor and ask the Lieutenant Governor General or the Governor General for permission to use Queen Elizabeth Mountbatten's military, because it's not Canada's military, it's her military. And if they say, yep, go ahead, you can use the army, then Canada is allowed to use that military. But if she says no, then Canada will not be allowed to use that military. The power is transferred and operated by the Governor and the Lieutenant Governor General. It is clear that these offices of the Governor General are carrying on their duties and responsibilities on behalf of Elizabeth Mountbatten. The Constitution Act. Now, Canada has two constitutions, guys. It had to be changed, and I'm glad it did. The first constitution was written in 1867. It's kind of like the Magna Carta of England, and then the second constitution was in 1976, I believe, or 1982. It's one of those two. I can't remember. There's lots of notes here, but we'll get into it. The Constitution Act 1867, Article 10, the provisions of this act referring to the Governor General extend and apply to the Governor General for the time being of Canada or other Chief Executive Officer or Administrator for the time being carrying on the Government of Canada on behalf in the name of Elizabeth Mountbatten by whatever title he or she is designated. So she pretty much saying is that the Governor General is the right-hand man of Elizabeth, and that their power is supreme power within Canada, regardless of their title. It could be a prime minister, it could be, the opposition leader, or it could be really anything. It just depends on the title that they give themselves. Queen Elizabeth, man, I hate saying that, transfers or delegates her control and power to the Governor General of Canada. This office of the Governor General operates on behalf and in the name of Elizabeth Mountbatten. Elizabeth Mountbatten retains her powers and authority, and when she is present in Canada, the Governor General is not officially operating in any capacity. Because the head of state is on the territory of Canada, the Governor General is rendered useless, because now the head of state can make all the decisions, and when she leaves, then the Governor General is back in power. Actually, the Governor General has more power than the Prime Minister of Canada, because the Prime Minister of Canada has to go to the Governor General to ask the Governor General if he can dissolve the government and hold elections, if he can or she can use the military for domestic purposes or international purposes. So the Prime Minister really is a puppet figurehead, and beyond that really has no power. And that goes along with all of the other Commonwealth countries around the world. Your prime minister has no power, is a puppet. Oh, I almost said it again. Elizabeth Mountbatten retains her power and authority, and when she is present in Canada, the Governor-General is not officially operating in any capacity. Here in Canada, there are many laws that are governing the actions of individuals. These laws, which have been created through the legislators, given royal assent by Her Majesty, and which are now in operation on this territory, and the authority that Canada uses against individuals. Many of us are being governed and controlled by these laws, which are better known as enactments or regulations. What is a regulation? The act or process of controlling by rule or restriction. Enactment, the action or process of making into law. Enactment of a legislative bill. Thou shalt not spit on your yard, or you will get $100 fine. That is enactment. We just saw that in the executive powers, Her Majesty, which creates these laws in Canada, executive, the branch of government responsible for affecting and enforcing laws. The state party Canada is using enactments and regulations to try and control individuals on their territory. These enactments are given force of law through an operation of law that is called royal assent. The representative of the government, called legislators, are creating enactments here in Canada, enforcing individuals to obey these laws through their oath of allegiance. Now, when you take an oath, you're making a promise that you're going to follow their laws and their whatever it is that they want. If they said, if you jaywalked, your foot will be cut off, you have already agreed to that, because under their assumption, you have taken an oath and that you've agreed to be punished if you break those laws. We have enactments that control the drivers. We have enactments that control property. We have enactments that control healthcare, and so forth. And it is being said or held over us that we have promised to obey these laws. The Queen, Mountbatten, who is the sovereign of Canada, must give these enactments royal assent. This is how these enactments have force of law in Canada. You will find in the enactments itself a written proclamation that the Queen has enacted the following laws. Now, therefore, Her Majesty, and by and with the advice and consent of the Senate and the House of Commons of Canada, enacts as follows. If this declaration is not present at the start of the enactment, then the enactment does not have force of law in Canada because it needs the royal assent. This is the mechanism that is being used against every individual here in Canada and the Commonwealth. I have to state that. And not only in Canada, but the entire world, guys. Every single country, I think there's like 180 of them, every single country operates in this manner. The government official, the executive powers, automatically assume that you have accepted to be designated as citizen. And by doing so, you have subjected to yourself to this mechanism of authority, as you have seen so far. So these guys are assuming that you have taken an oath. Even if you're born within your respective countries, they still think that you have taken an oath. Now, when you're born, how the fuck are you going to take an oath? Right? They don't give you that option. They just automatically assume, and then they give you that designation, and then they glorify that designation, and then we fall in love with that designation like a citizen. I'm a proud citizen. I'm a proud Canadian citizen. I'm a proud American citizen. I'm a proud English citizen. Right? They've in Canada, we used to have Tim Hortons commercials about coffee and donuts, and they were saying proud Canadians, and that was really pushing home the message that we are proud slaves and that we are proud subjects of Elizabeth Mountbatten. The mechanism of control goes deeper than what we have seen so far. Many of us sitting in this room have a license or permit of one right or another. Now, I guess it's not a right, right, because you bought it. For example, many are carrying around a driver's license in their wallet right now or in their purse, and maybe some of you also have a hunting, a fishing, pilot, or a motorcycle license or any other license. In Canadian domestic law, it is being declared that in order for us as citizens to exercise any of the rights, such as traveling, feeding ourselves through hunting or fishing, using a gun for protection, we must pay Elizabeth Mountbatten for this. The citizen who is her subject and servant must pay for rights and privileges that are given to her subjects through license or permits. Now, that sounds more like a privilege and not a right, because you pay for it, then they say, okay, well, you can go ahead, go to that lake and you can fish, but you're only allowed 3 fishes, and if you want any more than that, you're going to have to pay us more, right? So it's not a right, and that and the licensing is actually abridging your fundamental human rights, such as to feed yourself, to house yourself, to protect yourself. So these the licenses are in fact illegal. And let me just make one thing clear about driver's licenses as well. With the driver's license, you actually don't need a driver's license to operate a vehicle. A driver's license is only needed if you're within what it says in the law is that you only need a driver's license when you're operating in a monetary action on a highway. So if you're involved in making money on the highway, then you will require a motor operator's license. But if you're moving your property and if you're just enjoying your property, then you do not need a driver's license to operate that vehicle. But they've made it look like that that you actually need a driver's license to drive a vehicle. As long as you're registered and insured, you don't need a driver's license because you're protected with insurance. And if you're making money on the highway, then yeah, you need money. And it's only a highway, guys. It's not a freeway. A highway, because the language is very clear, and these guys are very clear with us when we go to court or when they approach us with their laws. They say, oh, well, it says right here, word for word for word, so we can turn those words out against them as well. We just need to have a spine, and that's all. Article 19.1, the governor and council may, on the recommendation of the Treasury Board, a regulation prescribes the fees or charges to be paid for a right or privilege conferred by or on behalf of Elizabeth Mountbatten in right of Canada by means of a license, permit, or other authorization by the persons or classes of persons on whom the right or privilege is conferred. Now you notice it says person or persons. Right? It is not a right, and nor is it a privilege. They have made it look like that it's a right and a privilege. How is it a right or a privilege to go to a lake to grab a fish to feed your family? How is it a right or a privilege to go and gun down a moose so that you can feed your family for the rest of winter? That is a basic principal right of your natural right to feed yourself and to house yourself. So this license that these guys are trying to give us is actually an abridged law that goes against our fundamental human rights, and they cannot do that. This is how law is being used and applied against us, against an individual when they are acting under the designation or capacity of citizen. In law, there are many different designations that an individual can operate under. Every designation that an individual plays or operates under brings different responsibilities or duties. A citizen is a designation under law also. A citizen, there are responsibilities and obligations that must be performed as we have seen. The citizen must obey the laws of Canada, which Queen Her Majesty creates as executive power. The good news is we do not have to stay or remain under the designation or of citizen. There is another capacity that we can stand under. You and I were not born citizens. A citizen must be under oath, and this denotes that the one taking such oath must be of legal age or at least an age of accountability. Lastly, I checked the designation that we were born to human beings. We are born human beings, and as human beings, we have natural, fundamental rights and freedoms. Many of us are unaware just what these natural rights are or what this even means. A natural right is a right that is not created by the government but must be recognized by the government. Natural right. A right that is conceived as part of natural law and that is therefore thought to exist independently of rights created by governments or society, such as the right to life, liberty, and property, like the rights that the infinite consciousness or God has given you. A right that cannot be transferred or surrendered. A natural right such as the right to own property. Absolute right, a right that belongs to every human being, such as the right of personal liberty, is a natural right, and that's something that they cannot take away from you. But if you designate yourself as a citizen, then you no longer have those natural rights. And if you ask for natural rights, you'll be punished because you're breaking your oath. So every one of us as individuals have natural rights and freedoms. These rights and freedoms were not created by the government enactments. The question that remains, Canada and Her Majesty have obligations to my individual rights. Canada is aware that you have these rights and freedoms, and actually they are accountable and to protect and respect these rights. Canada came together under the Constitution Act of 1867, and this Constitution was the ground law, the fundamental law of the nation at the time. The executive power belonged to the Queen and were uncontestable here in Canada because at that time she was the supreme power. These powers of the Queen were the only ruling powers in operation in Canada from 1867 until 1976, so just a little over 100 years. In 1976, the International Bill on Human Rights came into existence, and a few things changed here in Canada. Many things changed because the International Bill recognized many of our individual fundamentals as human beings, and any nation signing to this bill would also now have the responsibility to recognize these rights and freedoms when they were exercised. So like I was mentioning earlier, if you're not part of the Commonwealth and you're a country like the United States, then these rights do apply to you. Any nation that wanted to become a signatory to this international bill on human rights, and Canada did indeed sign and is indeed a signatory to the International Bill on Human Rights. This also will include the international covenants. Now, I'm not sure if you know that there are international covenants which protect us, but we will talk about those. Canada became a signatory and agreed to all the provisions enumerated and listed with the covenants. For a solid witness to the fact that Canada is a signatory, we can look into a domestic law, an enactment titled Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, Article 3.3. The enactment complies with international human rights instruments to which Canada is signatory. So as you can see, Canada is aware that it is a signatory to the international human rights instruments, along with all the Commonwealth countries and all countries of the world. What does this mean to me and you, and how does this affect our interactions with Canada and Commonwealth countries and other countries around the world? Well, I should actually make that clear. If you're a signatory to these covenants and human rights bills, then you are protected. If not, then those countries have no obligations to these human rights. Well, there are many rights and freedoms that are enumerated and brought forth within the international covenants. The covenants are an expression of natural, fundamental human rights and freedoms. However, the covenants are also an expression of law in a domestic society, in a democratic society. the rights and freedoms that are brought forth in the international covenants had to be expressed in domestic law, because that is the international law, because they have agreed to it. This was an obligation placed upon any signatory to the covenants. This obligation was stated and disclosed within the covenant itself, and all potential signatories had the chance to read and understand what they were signing on to. That's why Canada has two constitutions, because when the Human Rights Bill came out in 1976, the rights that were given to individuals within the human rights were actually not within the Magna Carta or the Constitution of Canada. Imagine that, how barbaric it must have been back then. So they had to change the Constitution, which was led by Pierre Elliott Trudeau, who was the Prime Minister of Canada at the time, and they rewrote the Constitution to make sure that all the rights and privileges and what have you that is within the covenants and the human rights bills is expressed within the Constitution of Canada. Now, these human rights and covenants that Canada is a signatory to is actually a part of the Constitution of Canada. Just because it's not written on the Constitution doesn't mean that it's not part of the Constitution, but in fact, it is part of the Constitution, and it is a law, and that goes same with every other country around the world that is not under the tyranny of Elizabeth Mountbatten, such as countries like the United States, who are subjects of their constitution and of their government. So your government, your constitution has in part these covenants and the human rights that I am speaking of. International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, Article 2, where not already provided for by existing legislative or other measures, each state party to the present covenant undertakes to take the necessary steps in accordance with the constitutional process and with the provisions of the present covenant to adopt such laws or other measures as may be necessary to give effect to the rights recognized in the present covenant. The obligation brought forth here and placed upon Her Majesty were as follows. If the rights and freedoms that were listed in the covenants were not already expressed in domestic law of the nation, then a new Constitution Act was to be created. This Constitution was to give effect to the rights listed in the covenants. Canada was under obligation to adopt laws or other measures to make sure the rights expressed in the covenants found their operations in domestic law. And these guys also agreed to teach children this information when they begin school. It is part of the human rights and these covenants. But of course, they have neglected to do so. That's why we continue to run around and say that we are proud citizens. Because a citizen is a slave. A citizen is someone who is under servitude or under bondage to an individual or a thing. A thing can be an institution like a government or a constitution. The international covenants are the guiding force, the controlling mechanism concerning how Canada can create laws. Whatever the covenants say must transpire. Canada must fulfill this obligation, because if they don't, then they are breaking the international law and can be held accountable. This power operates against the executive powers of Canada. It confines their actions when they deal with us on an individual level. They are now under obligation to respect the Constitution, which brings forth the rights and freedoms guaranteed and expressed in the covenant legislation. Enactments will be presumed to conform to international law. If the enactments do not conform to international law, then Canada is in violation of their international obligations and ensure our rights. So now you can take them to court if these guys do not fulfill their obligations to you. You can take them to your provincial court or state court. You can take them to Supreme Court. And if the Supreme Court doesn't work, then you can take them to the Commonwealth Court. And if the Commonwealth Court doesn't work, then you can take them to the United States, or not United States, but the United Nations, and charge them for violating their international obligations to you. which you are under the right to do so. This obligation that rests upon Canada to fill its international obligation becomes more clear when we look into a judgment from the Court of Canada. This is the Royal versus Hape SCC. The Constitution Act has brought forth the rights and freedoms guaranteed and expressed in the Covenant in accordance with the provision of the Covenant, paragraph 53. It is a well-established principle of statutory interpretation that legislation will be presumed to conform to international law. The presumption of conformity is based on the rule of judicial policy that, as a matter of law, courts will strive to avoid constructions and domestic law pursuance to which the state would be in violation of its international obligations. Did you guys catch that? These guys must, they have no choice, they must, but they break the law every day and don't conform to the international treaties and laws and treat us, in the accordance as they had between 1867 and 1976. They haven't gotten off of that boat yet. Right, and they're breaking the law every single day when they interact with us, and when they legislate laws, and when they abridge laws. Right now, here in this paragraph 53, in the courts, they've already said that they can't do that, but they're going to court and they're creating these legislative laws and they're abridging these laws to force us to do things that we don't want to do. For example, the current situation that we are in. They're trying to force us to do something that we don't want to by abridging laws, but they're not telling us our natural right that we don't have to acquiesce, we don't have to conform to their narrative or to their principles because it does not supersede the Constitution of our countries. No one shall be held in servitude. What is servitude? A servitude is someone who is a slave. You are being held in bondage, in handcuffs, and in shackles. That is what a servitude means. Designation of human beings, citizen, person, individual, persons, people, peoples, everyone. Forgot to put in there, but you see how all the designations that are in play here? These subjects are classed according to the benefits and privileges that have been conferred upon them through Her Majesty's enactments. There is a distinction between different subjects or actors in operation within the law, and the distinction is not only in wording and text, but in the rights, duties, and obligations that attach to each subject. So when we're up here saying, citizen, person, individual, persons, people, peoples, everyone, every single one of those have different consequences and different privileges. So, you have to be careful as to what you want to designate yourself as. Remember, I said that the international covenants now created obligations against Her Majesty, and she must fulfill those obligations. Well, let's look at the issue of servitude and being held in allegiance to Her Majesty under that oath. Now, that oath goes for everyone around the world. If you've taken an oath to become a citizen of a certain country, and there's no state of head besides the government or the constitution of that country, you are bound to that particular thing, and you are being subjected to become in servitude to that thing. Now in Canada, that thing is Elizabeth Mountbatten and her heirs, and in the United States, the thing is the Constitution of the United States. So your Constitution is actually working against you. It's tied you, in chains to particular paragraphs and words within that Constitution. So you're in servitude to that Constitution. International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, Article 16, it states that everyone has the right to recognition everywhere as a person before the law. One of the first problems that we are confronted with and which we must face is the fact that we as individuals are being held in servitude to a sovereign. This is completely against natural law and our inalienable rights. No one can force another unto servitude unless the one in servitude accepts such a position. Remember, as it stands now, we are being held under an oath of alliance or allegiance and servitude to Elizabeth Mountbatten and her heirs. Since we are being designated Canadian citizens, we are being held in servitude through the oath of allegiance. As you can see, the covenant states that no one shall be held in servitude. That is a right that must be expressed in domestic law. Canada must recognize this right, provide a measure for the individual to exercise the right, and also must never perform an act aimed at the destruction of this right. They must never perform an act aimed at the destruction of this right, meaning that they can't legislate a law and abridge it to the Constitution and take the right away from you of your natural rights. They cannot do that, but they do that on a daily basis. We know that. So these guys are not, walking the talk. In Canada, a citizen is a person who was willfully, whether tacitly or expressly, given their allegiance to the Queen and has promised to obey the laws of Canada. The position of Canadian citizen is one of subject and servant to the Queen. And that goes for all Commonwealth countries around the world and our friends down in Australia. When you stand under the designation of citizen, you are standing in a position that renders you a subject and servant to Elizabeth Mountbatten. When you look further into Canadian law, you will find that all enactments and regulations that are given force of law that have become law in Canada will be enacted by the Queen. As a citizen, you are under an oath to Elizabeth Mountbatten to obey the laws, and she enacts the laws that are applied against her subjects, her slaves. The citizen is in servitude, and it cannot exercise the right not to be held in servitude. The right not to be held in servitude is incompatible with the nature of the artificial being, the citizen. So when you say that you're a proud citizen and that you're a citizen, you can undo it. They haven't told you that, but as a citizen, you can't go around claiming that you have rights. I heard that, many, many, many times. I'm an American citizen, I have rights. I'm a Canadian citizen, I have rights. No, you don't have any rights because you're giving yourself a designation of a citizen, someone under servitude, someone is as a slave. A slave has no rights. So when you're going around saying that I am a proud citizen of this country and I have rights, I have the right not to do that. No, you actually don't, because you've given yourself that designation and you've taken away those rights from yourself. No one else has taken those rights away from you. You've taken those rights away from your very self by just simply giving yourself that artificial designation of a citizen. A citizen is an artificial person under law, and this person has been created by law and given certain rights and duties of a human being. The key being, it is given certain rights and freedoms. One of the rights that it is not charged with or able to operate is the right to be held in servitude. The right not to be held in servitude is only for a human being. When you say that you are a human being, you have rights. But when you say that you are a citizen or a person, you do not have any rights. Because if you notice that even if you look at your driver's license or your birth certificate or any document that comes from the government, your name is written in capital letters. They're written in capital letters because they're looking at you as a person or as an entity or a corporation, so you're limited to your rights. Have a look at any document or pull out your driver's license and have a boo at it, and you'll notice that it's all written in capital letters, and they cannot undo that in the bureaucratic offices of these government buildings, because that is the default text. Even if they wanted to use lowercase letters after capital letters, they're not able to do so because the default is capital, because they have assumed and believe that you are a slave, Neo, that you are a subject and a citizen of Mountbatten or to your constitution or to your president. A human being is free and cannot be held in servitude. The right that we find expressed in the International Covenant Article 8.2, no one should be held in servitude, is a natural right that only applies to a human being. This is why if you allow yourself to become a designated citizen, you no longer can exercise the right not to be held in servitude. This is also why, when you look for the fulfillment of this right in domestic law, you will find that the right only attaches itself to the human being and never to the artificial person. Sorry, guys, let me just check this. I believe my next guest is in the house. Michael Feely's in the house. All right, so I will.
Yes, he is in the back.
This up in a few minutes, guys. And if I have some time over the course of the day, I'll come back and I'll try to finish it for you guys.
He actually just dropped out, Omar, so keep going.
Pardon me?
He just dropped out from the backstage area, so he's probably some connection issue or seeing if everything's working. So just keep going.
Okay. Constitution Act of Canada, 1982, Article 7. Everyone has the right to life, liberty, and security of the person, and the right to be deprived, therefore, except in accordance with the principles of fundamental justice. Now, I'm sure this sounds familiar to our American friends. It sounds familiar because that is from the treaties and the covenants and the rights that the United States is a signer to. SEC Thompson Newspaper Limited versus Canada at page 1004. Everyone has the right to life, liberty, and security of the person serves to underline the human element involved. Only human beings can enjoy these rights. Everyone, then, must be read in light of the rest of this section and defined to exclude corporations and other artificial entities incapable of enjoying life, liberty, and security of the person, and include only human beings, because it is only human beings that can enjoy life. A corporation can't enjoy life. A false entity or a fake entity cannot enjoy life. So everyone then therefore must be looked at as a human being. The designation of everyone. One is the key there because of the source one which is recognized within the human rights. As you can see, the courts are aware that these rights can only be exercised by a human being. And when you look at the nature of the rights, in Article 7 of the Constitution Act, you find one in particular as being designated as liberty. Liberty is the opposite of slavery and servitude, and it is only a human being that can exercise their right to liberty and not be held in servitude. When a human being takes recognition as a Canadian citizen, he or she has been stripped of certain fundamental rights and freedoms that are available to the human being. So again, if you say that you're a citizen, you're taking away rights from yourself. It's not Elizabeth Mountbatten that's taking your rights away from you. It's you yourself who is doing it when you say, I am a proud citizen of this country. When you say that, you're essentially saying that I am a proud slave of this particular country. What you have seen is the operation of law that are being used against us and the operation of law that binds Canada's interactions with us. Now, when I say Canada, I really mean the Commonwealth, the entire Commonwealth, and all of the countries in the world that are signatory to these covenants and to the human rights, because it is fundamentally part of the constitution of your respective countries, and they must be recognized by your government. Canada is under obligation to transfer our fundamental human rights and freedoms into domestic law through the primary means of the Constitution Act of 1982. Now, remember I was saying that Canada has two constitutions, because the one from 1867 to 1976, and then when Canada became a signatory to the human rights, they had to rewrite the Constitution because of the rights that were granted to human beings that were not being granted between 1867 and 1976. That's why a lot of massacres of Aboriginal peoples happened in Canada and Australia. Canada is under obligation to transfer our, okay, I read that. The Constitution and the Covenant is what offers individual protection and power against the actions of the executive power. Because we know the executive power is going to try to abuse their powers and lie to you and try to control you. Hence, that's why they have not carried out their obligation to teach us this type of information in schools as a program so that we understand and know what our fundamental rights are. So when we're interacting with the executive power, we know what to do, but we don't. The rights and freedoms contained in the covenants are the principles of fundamental justice. It is important to always remain under the designation of human being, for by doing so, you reserve your right to operate and exercise your fundamental human rights and freedoms, your natural rights and freedoms. When standing under your natural designation of human being and not allowing yourself to be placed in the capacity of an artificial person, that is subject and servant of Elizabeth Mountbatten, you force the liability on Canada or the Commonwealth or your government to respect your fundamental rights and freedoms as a human being. When you are born, the government requires that our parents fill out a live birth record, a registration of birth. After this, we are issued a document that is called a birth certificate. The live birth registration of birth is bringing forth the fact that you are a living, breathing human being, and as such, Canada has obligations towards your natural rights and your fundamental human rights and freedoms. The birth certificate is issued to the subject and a servant of Elizabeth Mountbatten. This document represents the artificial person in law, the one who is a subject and a servant of Elizabeth Mountbatten. Now in Canada, they don't give you the live birth record because they don't want to keep that record. They want to make sure that you are a corporate entity, or that you're a false entity, or that you're a fake entity, or that you are a corporation. So then they give you a birth certificate that has a registration number on it. That registration number is your corporate number. Not only is it that your corporate number, but what these guys do is that they take all of the people that are born in a particular year and that registration number, and they take it to the Rothschilds or the Rockefellers or anyone that owns these major banks, and they go to these banks and they say, okay, we had 200,000 births in our country, and here's all of these registrations and birth certificates of these corporations. We would like to borrow $2 billion from you, and in 18 years, when these people begin to work, we'll start paying that debt off to you. So when you're born, Neo, they've automatically put you into debt. The birth certificate is the document that we use to acquire all subsequent pieces of identification, whether it be a social insurance card, social security card, a medical card, or a driver's license, a fishing license, a marriage license, whatever. All these pieces of identification designate an individual as an artificial person, a subject and servant of Elizabeth Mountbatten, who is under an oath to obey these laws. The only document that we can have access to which identifies us as a human being is our live registration of birth, which we are never given a copy of, nor are our parents given a copy of. We underestimated their sneakiness now, didn't we? They keep that document and they say, no, here's the birth certificate. That's all you need. And you can go and get the rest of your IDs so that you become a full-blown person, a fake entity. And we're not going to give you your live birth because to us, you were not born as a human being. And it does really make sense. When you look at the archonic force that's operating on this planet, they're an extraterrestrial being that's occupying our planet. So therefore, they really don't see us as human beings. They see us more as a source of food. As you learn and become more aware of your fundamental rights and freedoms, you will begin to see that you have been stripped of these rights and freedoms, or the majority of them. The next step will be to decide if you want to take actions on your behalf to exercise these rights and freedoms. An individual first action is to notify the executive power concerning what you have come to understand about your individual positions on the state party's territory. So when you're filling out a government document, what that means, and on there, you only have one option. It says citizenship. It doesn't ask you what other designations you have. It just says citizenship other. Now, if you put down citizenship of Canada, then you're saying, yep, I'm a slave. I serve Mountbatten. If you, you know, uh, you get it. We take away our own rights, guys. When you click the other and you say, no, 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 I'm a Chinese citizen, or I'm a Japanese citizen, or I'm a Brazilian citizen, then you're telling them again that you're a slave of that country and that you want to become a slave of this country. So the best thing to do is not to check that box that says Canadian citizen, American citizen, British citizen, French citizen. You don't check that. Underneath it, you write human being. That will really confuse the system, and that really will notify the executive power that you're on ball and that you are aware of what you are and who you are, and that you can no longer be controlled and to be used as a slave. Because they use us as slaves, because we've designated ourselves to be slaves, so they see us as slaves. So once we tell them that, no, we're not slaves, I'm a human being. I'm not a citizen, I'm not a person, I am a human being, and you must respect that. But they don't. Because like I said, we have an archonic force that's working against us, and we're a source of food to these people, or to these things. I'll close it off here, guys, on 32. Now let me ask you, how many here are citizens or would consider themselves a citizen? I myself used to accept that and was even proud to designate myself a citizen. It was not until I went looking into Canada's laws that I found out what being a Canadian citizen really meant to my life. What we are seeing here is that we as human beings have given away our freedom and have entered into an oath of allegiance to serve Elizabeth Mountbatten and to obey her laws. A citizen or a subject's obligation of fidelity and obedience to the government or sovereign in return for the benefits of the protection of the state. A person born within the dominion of a monarchy. One who owes allegiance to a sovereign and is governed by that sovereign's law. What we are seeing here is that when we as human beings have given away our freedoms and have entered into an oath of allegiance to serve Elizabeth Mountbatten and to obey her laws, we're simply saying that we are slaves. That's a mentality that we are under. We've been browbeaten. We've been beaten into a position for us to think that we are slaves. That's why we feel like that about ourselves, because this is something that's been hammered into our minds since we were born. And because we're not equipped with the tools that have been given to us, like for instance education or information for us to understand what our rights are and what we should be and what we should be designating ourselves with, we continue to operate under this false idea or the narrative of being a citizen, because we think that it is something good, or that it is something that is worthwhile keeping. But as I just explained to you guys, a citizen is someone who's under the servitude, I guess. I really don't like that word because slave sounds a little bit better. When we give away when we say that we're a citizen, we're giving away our rights. I've said that a number of times now. So guys, I hope that you guys reconsider the designation that you've given yourself, of a citizen or of a human being. We need to get away from that, because we're in this paradigm now. We're in this shift now, where we have all this information now that we're equipped with. So we need to start making better informed decisions for ourselves. Instead of being a slave, Neil, I can be free. I can be a human being for the first time in my life, because now I know that I'm a human being. And I have to make sure that the executive power within Canada knows and understands that. So now when I see what citizenship are you on a document, I don't fill that out. Underneath it, I write human being. And that's something that they have to address. And guess what? All of those applications that I've put in, none of them have ever come back. Right? They've probably thrown them away because even the clerical staff are not aware of these designations, and they say, "Oh, look, this guy, made a mistake on his document, so I can't process it because the computer doesn't have the option of a human being. So I can't process this. Oh, it goes into the shredder, and out it goes, and that's it." So they try to force you into saying that you are a citizen. Tricky.
They're loving it out there. We have one question from the poll. I mean, you did such a thorough job that everybody was just like, thank you. There's some super pertinent information to what's going on right now. But we have the one question here.
Bring yourself on screen, Rob.
From Frogsy is, where is the source? I'm coming in hot. Where is the source of this info? Where can one go to locate this information for our own edification and dig into the nuance of this corporate fictitious system?
Very easy. Go to the United Nations website and download the human rights documents. It's about that thick. Read it, go through it. Then download all of the international treaties and the covenants, which are there. They're listed there for you to educate yourself with and to download that information. Go through that, and then go through your domestic laws of your country. Right? Compare the human rights and the covenants and the international treaties that your governments are signatory to, and then look at your domestic law, and then see in your domestic law as to how they're abridging the legislative laws and overriding the supreme law of your country, which is the Constitution. So all of this information is widely available, and you can message me if you like, or you can email me. It's on my YouTube channel, and I'll be more than happy to respond back to you. I have about a 55-page thesis written on this, and I'd be more than happy to share that with you guys so that you can read that of the research that I've done into it, and maybe you can expand on that and come back and let me know the information that I myself don't know. So with that being said, thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate it. Very happy to share this information with everyone. And I think it's a very fundamental part of the disclosure, because a lot of people don't understand this. So I thought I would put this out there to let you guys know that being a citizen is not the coolest thing out there.
That presentation was everything I hoped for and so much more. Like, that information is so important. And, we get caught up in a lot of the nuances of what we're doing here with disclosure and figuring things out and, trying to bridge gaps to our past and things like that. This is our present. This is the now. And this is where we can ultimately and fundamentally make these changes to make sure that our children, for the future as well, are so much better off than we are in the system right now, because it took us a while to figure this out, right?
Yeah.
To figure this information out. Now that we have, communities far into the future will not suffer the same fate that we are at right now. That is why this is so huge. And I was waiting for it, and I was sitting here, and I'm just like, I was sharing stuff out on Facebook, and I had to stop because it was drilling into my brain how important this actually is and how fundamental people really need to take a look at this, because we need to help for our children.
Only if we apply this information into our day-to-day lives will this make a difference in the future. But if we continue to run with the narrative of being a proud citizen, right? I'm a proud citizen. How proud are you of being a slave, Rob?
I'm not proud at all. And,
Not proud at all. So,
the
how about
freedoms
you,
that
Mike?
we think that we have are an illusion. They're an illusion to keep you in a box. That's one of the reasons why you call it observing from outside of the cube, because we're not holding ourselves to these same edicts that are parents did or our grandparents did, because they were conceptually caught up within that lie.
Yeah. Well, you have to
So
remember our grandparents, most of our grandparents were born before 1976, right? So they were under the tyranny of the English monarchy from 1867, a little bit earlier than that, because they landed here. I believe, it was like the 1400s. They landed in Canada, in Quebec. And Quebec City is the oldest city in North
Quebec.
America. It's like 450 years old, right? But they're born under that mentality, right, of royalty and kind of what have you. And these guys were in love with royalty and still are here in Canada. Anytime any of the Mountbattens show up here, people are lined up on the streets, fainting and just
it's
going
sickening.
senile in their mind when they should really understand that what they're looking at is a reptile, and it's just vibrating and shape shifting to look like us, but in reality, they're not a human being at all. Like I was saying earlier, so our grandparents, it's not their fault. It's no one's fault.
No.
We just got duped. And now we're at a point where we're beginning to dig all this information out. And even myself, Rob, like I said, I used to run around and say I'm a proud citizen when there was a Stanley Cup game on or something, and then I found this out, and then I realized that I'm not so proud after all, and that I'm going to designate myself as a human being. Next time you fill out a government document, keep an eye out for citizenship and other. And click the other and put human being in it and see what happens. You watch, the government's not going to respond to you because they're going to think, they don't want to deal with that, right? They're going to say, oh, sorry, you didn't fill out the document correctly. And they'll send it back to you and hoping that you'll check that citizenship card again and send it in, because that's what they want. They'll do that again and again and again and again and again. I even had the opportunity to speak with someone on the telephone, and they asked me my citizenship, and I said human being, and they said, oh, well, that's not part of the options here. And
You
I was
bet
like,
your
well, I
ass
don't
it is.
care if it's part of the options. This is my designation. And also in Canada, let me just quickly say this before we bring Mike on. Within the Constitution of Canada, there's the Fourth Amendment, and the Fourth Amendment says that you have the right to, well, I'm not going to say verbatim because I can't remember. You have the right to choose to participate within the political party. Now, what that's saying is that if you choose to interact with the political party of Canada, anyone, that you are a citizen. Now, you have the obligation of having the right to not participate within the political system of Canada. Now, when you don't participate as in the political party of Canada, then you've designated yourself as a human being, right? Because you're not participating in their game. In order for you to participate in their game, you have to take their designation.
It's like giving
Right.
consent to be a part of it, essentially.
That's right. In order to play, let's say,
Stratego.
yeah,
We've got to
let's say
get
if
the
you want
dice out.
to play on a football team, and your name is Tom Brady, and you play with, I don't know, the Buccaneers, then
Oh, yeah.
you have to say that you're a Buccaneer in order to be a quarterback for that team, right? You can't say that you're a
Patriot
Seahawk.
still.
I'm a Seahawk, but I'm a Buccaneer tossing the ball, right? You can't do that. So the same thing is happening within the political system of Canada, the Commonwealth countries, and all the other countries of the world, because majority of the countries of the world are signed on to these treaties and covenants and such, right? Anyways, we can talk about this like all day
One more
long.
thing before we stop. One more thing. And, it seems now that you're saying this, that there is social designations, right? And like formal designations, right? So
Yeah.
the social designations would be, I'm gay, straight, I'm male, female. That's sort of a biological one. But then it goes into, I'm citizen, I'm human, whatever the
Yeah.
case may be. So they're literally breaking down that construct to finite it even further and further and further. And now that seems to be the ultimate goal, to divide and conquer. Really great stuff, man.
Yep, it is. It is. It very much is, man. And when you you have to play their game. They say, right? They say that you have to play their games, and this construct that they're having by breaking us down into categories, and a lot of people are going with that. I'm asexual, I'm bisexual, I'm homosexual, I'm straight, I'm this, I'm that, I'm this, and I'm that. When
You're
you do
human.
that, when you label yourself, you're limiting infinite consciousness. How can you limit infinite consciousness? Because that's what you are. You're an expression of the infinite consciousness. So when you limit yourself to a label, even the label of a human being, right? You're labeling yourself as to a limit. This is my limit, and that's all I am, and that is it. Right? When you say I'm a human being, that you're limiting yourself because you know you are acting as a human being in this time, but that's not what you are. You are an expression of the infinite consciousness. You're a unique signature within that infinite consciousness, that God energy, the Christ consciousness, whatever it is that you want to call it. That's your natural state, right? Not a human being or any of these labels that we like to give ourselves. Right? Wonderful conversation, Rob. Let's bring our main man on, Michael Feely. Thank you very much, Mike, for coming back. Really appreciate it. We were talking about you yesterday, and we were talking about you this AM, and we really wanted that download from you yesterday. So, thanks for rectifying the mic issue and coming back and sharing the wealth of information that that you have. And thank you, brother.
It's an absolute pleasure. For yesterday's, obviously, technical things do happen. So,
is Mike freezing up? Oh no, he's moving now. He's moving. Okay, let's see what happens, Mike. We read your bio yesterday, so I don't really think we need to read it today. I'll just say it out loud. I know you pretty well. Michael Feely is an independent researcher, and he is an author, a former police officer of the United Kingdom, and he decided to focus his attention on esoteric knowledge to help all of us from digging into old stories such as the Bible and other characters within that Bible. And Michael's idea on that is that that's all they are, is that they are characters, and that in fact what they're talking about within these holy books are metaphors of higher consciousness and the Christ consciousness. Michael also lives in the UK and has many books. I have them on my shelf over there, a lot of them. And Michael is the code breaker of the real Da Vinci code breaker of the planet. And he has some super groundbreaking work. He just recently shot a documentary and a series with David Icke on the Iconic channel. So go to the Iconic channel, check that out. And I believe that there is a premiere of Michael's documentary coming up on the Iconic channel on YouTube here pretty quick. That is being run for free. So go and check that out and sign up for Iconic TV. That's David Icke's baby. And go and follow Mike there. Check out Michael's website at michael-feely.com. I will put all of that into the comments, guys. I don't want to take any more time away from Mike. So, Michael, thank you. I will toss this on to the screen. I will give you the stage, and it's all yours, brother.
Thank you, Alma. Can you confirm that you can see my slideshow?
I can see your slideshow, and I can hear you as well.
Absolutely
I'll
wonderful.
put your slideshow on full screen, so anyone that is watching on their telephone can see it a little bit better. There you go, Mike. I'm going to mute myself, and if you need anything from me, just do a shout out to myself, Robert Clarence, and we will jump right in.
That's lovely, guys. Thank you very much. I do apologise for the viewers whose technical problems with the microphone. Hopefully, this will fix. So, planet Earth is a temple of initiation. I'm going to speak a lot about initiates and initiation during this talk because it's really a deep esoteric knowledge that's been hidden from us. So I think it's quite important to re-emerge that and bring it back into the public forum. Our life generally, especially when we're on the spiritual path, reflects the ceremonies of initiation in two different degrees. we all contain within us the halls of records, which is the frequency of knowledge. And the physical body of the initiate is the heavenly Jerusalem microcosm. And Jerusalem doesn't just mean a physical. Some of these initiates are able to put themselves in what is known as a jinn state. And obviously the jinns are quite prominent in Islam. But it's a jinn state, which is really a suprasensible world, which means that it is beyond the experience of the material world. It is beyond the five senses of humanity. So the jinn are people who have actually transitioned beyond the five senses. An everyday person really has little concern about anything beyond his circle of friends, his family, his job. To him, nothing else matters other than his soap, his TV, a certain program that he watches on a certain evening. This, of course, as Amar was saying before I came on, this leads to the imprisonment, the enslavement of a system that the everyday man does not understand, leading him open to be deceived and tricked and manipulated by those who do understand the system. The everyday man is hypnotized in many ways by TV, by all kinds of things. He's in a state of hypnosis. It is really a coded world that the everyday man does not even understand or doesn't even give a moment's thought. So what is not in your awareness, and the idea of talks like this and the idea of conferences like this is to actually put this kind of information into people's awareness so that it can be known to them. Because
Hey,
we
Mike.
live. Yeah.
Hey, Mike. Sorry to interrupt, brother, but people on the Paul Wallace channel, a couple of them are saying that they're having a difficult time hearing you. And you know what I think, brother? What the problem is? I don't think the mic is the problem. I believe that it is the gifts in your presentation, and the computing power of your computer is not syncing. It's just using too much memory to run the GIFs. So I was wondering if you can just shut the GIFs off and just give us like just a total, just like a lecture style. Let's try that. See if that works.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. So we live in a world that is a grid that has been overlaid over our normal grid, and our reality is not what we expect our reality to be. It is something false. This reality keeps us in a cycle, in a wheel. And the Egyptians, when they put the Jed pillar of Osiris at a 23.5-degree tilt, this is what they were telling us, that we were stuck in a cycle, because the moon keeps the Earth in a 23.5-degree tilt, which keeps us in the cycle. Now, people are always kept into the future. You know, tomorrow this may happen, next week you will do this, next month you will win the lottery. But by sending people back into the future or keeping them in the future, it is like the donkey and the carrot. You're always controlling them. People walk around with fashion items that they have no idea as to where these things are coming from. But when you look at the ancient world, you'll see that they also carried fashion items like the modern day handbag. When you look at the Royal Ark of Freemasonry, that is where they actually got the Royal Ark from. That is what the mysterious handbags of the ancient world really depict. They depict the first 6 signs of the zodiac, which is really the dome of heaven. And at the top, you will see Cancer, which is the gateway of life, and it relates to the etheric realms, to the material world. It is the arch of heaven, which is really is given star positions in terms of the heaven itself, and it marks, as I say, the first 6 signs of the zodiac. It also depicts man from consciousness to exaltation in flesh. In other words, the supernatural, unlimited consciousness of man. When we see the domes around the world, we see that it is time and space anchored into this. You can see that in football stadiums, in church archways. Now, of course, at the bottom of the arch, you get the Capricorn, you get the horned goat, you get the winter. The devil takes things in the winter because the winter is predominantly where things go. So, do you really want to know? When we look at the likes of the anchor or the Egyptian ankh or the human bone, the ankle, it is really depicting stopping us from drifting away, stopping us from swaying. It is the divine wisdom that stops the soul drifting away from the spiritual shore. To rise above the water, as did Jesus, or allegedly, and I'll get into who Jesus was in just a moment, to rise above the water is to rise again. The word soul derives from a word that means the act of breathing. Now it says that Jesus is the breath of life and also the anchor of the soul. So therefore Jesus is the soul, it is the divine flame, the divine mind that each and every one of us possess. Jesus was never an individual person. And the soul, of course, rises after physical death. So when the likes of Socrates and ancient people tell us to know thyself, it is, of course, self contains the word El, which originally meant God. So in other words, within the self, there is the supreme deity of the God. When you understand this kind of information, it increases your bandwidth. Now, a dimension that we all exist in really is a means of organizing different planes of existence according to a vibratory rate of that which everything exists within that dimension. Each dimension has its own set of laws and principles specific to the frequency of a dimension. But all dimensions interpenetrate and exist in the same space. Some of that multidimensional consciousness gets projected into a physical body so that it can identify with matter. Now I'm just going to do a little brief talk about the Nazca lines because it's quite interesting, quite famous. Not only in Nazca, but here we see them in Canada as well. These petroglyphs and all kinds of glyphs that appear around the world. What they are is the convergence of sound and drawing. It is known as a cross-modality information transfer and the convergence of auditory information. In layman's terms, the convergence of auditory information means language, and it is language by the combination of sounds and images. Now, when we see the likes of the Chilanadi plate on YouTube and others where you put sand onto a vibrating pad and introduce different frequencies, and it actually changes the shape and creates a pattern on the vibrating pad. It is sound that also, when done as a gestation technique, elongates the human skull. So a cross-modality information transfer is when acoustic signals upon acoustic hotspots are transformed into symbolic visual representations. Symbolic thinking shows a higher intelligence. To think of things that are not physically present sets us apart from other Earth species. It is some kind of initiation of communication, and the ability to symbolically think came to us about 100,000 years ago when we had a major genetic reorganization. So therefore the Nazca lines could potentially be at least 100,000 years old or up to. Some of them are magnificent. Some of them are 22-kilometer runways that are built into the mountains, and some of them are extraterrestrial pictures. They are telling passers-by that we are intelligent. If you are coming past us, then drop in, because we are intelligence. We are showing you we are intelligent by the pictures that we are putting on the land. We see the likes of insects and birds and all kinds of strange things, but they all correspond to different planets. The lion, for instance, is also a lion's gate. Ironically, we had the lion's gate just yesterday. But the Sphinx represents also the lion's gate, but it is also our spiritual nature, which is the fire, which is Leo, ruled by the sun. And it is a prophetic vision of the original lion, which is Leo and Aquarius, the head of the woman and the body of the lion amalgamated. And my view of reality is somewhat warped. It's very different, and I see things very, very differently. Now, in 2009, I kept getting showed a golden key in my mind's eye and couldn't really work out what it was for some time. But the key is significant because it goes all the way into the ancient past, and it is the worthiness to receive knowledge. So when you look at the like of the Chi-Rho, which is the XP symbol of Christ, it comes from the Orion Nebula and the way in which the stars are aligned. It is really the lost key of Solomon, the key of Solomon, which is Orion. It is a cosmic signpost and the way to the secret of where we came from. Now, when you come through the silver gate of Orion, which is just above the arm of Orion, that is where the souls are believed to come into this reality, into this realm, through the silver gate above Orion. We come into this, and we come into the 9 months of physical gestation, which are represented by the 9 pyramids of Giza Plateau. It is really the 9 months of gestation, which are depicted in the 9 pyramids of Giza. And we come out of the Sphinx, which is to the golden ratio, to the Vesica Piscis, which is really the Yoni, which is the Holy Grail, which is the vessel of God, where we come into this matrix. It is a spiritual journey through human birth into Homo Luminous, which is the man of light. And it is the higher man born of a spiritual soul, the Christ. We come into this matrix, and our world is a vast ashram. Ashram simply means a temple, a place of initiation, and it's in which our life reflects, as I said before, the ceremonies of that initiation, where we walk through the fires of initiation. Initiation is at the soul level, and it is a spiritual awakening. Now, the ancients all over the world have created Earth as a mirror of the skies, as above, so below. Even when we look at the Holy Bible, it is really the Giza Plateau. The whole of religion, the whole of Christianity, the Bible comes from the Giza Plateau. For argument's sake, Noah's Ark is really the Great Pyramid. So when we see the likes of Egyptians crossing their hands over their heart, not only does it represent Orion once again, and the cross of the church is also Orion, and when 2 energies pass and touch, there is a manifestation, and when that manifestation is spiritual and material, it equals the human being. But the crossing of the hands and the likes of Egyptian mummies is also there to salute the guardians of the heart temple. So the heart is the sacred temple of the internal master. The internal master is the silent speaker. It is the voice of silence. It is your intuition. Now, the cross of initiation is received in the temple of the heart. When we look at Orion and the pyramids, we can see that the 3 major pyramids are in alignment with the belt of Orion. But also the smaller 6 Queen's pyramids are also Orion markers at different times. They are horizontal and perpendicular alignments, which is minimum and maximum culmination. It's really an astronomical clock and a geostellar fingerprint. It marks Orion, or the belt of Orion, in different times of the year. What is also significant is when you're on the surface of Mars and you look at Earth, Venus and Jupiter, it also gives you the same layout as the belt of Orion. And that is important because the word Cairo is Al-Kahira, which means the place or the camp of Mars. When we look at the famous face on Mars, which has been geometrically mapped and proven to be correct, you see that the face of Mars, the Sphinx of Egypt, and when you overlay them both, it is an exact mathematical match. There are also the likes of 5-sided pyramids, pentagrams on Mars. We have obelisks on Phobos. We have statues, Egyptian statues on Mars. We have a map overlay between the Sidonian city on Mars and Avebury in Wiltshire in the UK. And when we have the little mound at the bottom of that picture, which is Silbury Hill, it represents the altar of witness and Silbury Hill in Wiltshire in the UK. It is an exact replica. Even when we take the whole of the Sidonian city of Mars and we put a map overlay of the Pleiades, you can see that the 3 solar stars, the solar trinity, which I'll go into in just a moment, marks out the Sidonian city on Mars as well. The solar trinity is a trine around the Pleiades star system. There are pyramids on Venus. There are obelisks on the moon. And when you take the coordinates of the obelisk on the moon and you put those coordinates onto Earth, it relates to Egypt, which is no coincidence. There are pyramids on the moon in some of the craters. There's clearly an attempt, or there's clearly an interaction between worlds. I don't mention it in this talk, but I've mentioned it in others, but there are also many longitude and latitude coordinates of mathematic numbers. There are a navigation system between the planet and off-planet monuments. For argument's sake, the face on Mars in its longitude and latitude coordinates tells you how to find Stonehenge. Stonehenge tells you how to find the face on Mars. The Great Pyramid tells you how to find Sardinia City on Mars, and vice versa, and so on and so on, and this is replicated all around the world. Now, going back to the 6 small pyramids, the horizontal alignment, which is the minimum culmination, the lowest point of the Queen's Pyramid, indicates the year 10,500 BCE, which is the end of the last ice age that Leo, the Sphinx, took us out of. Now, when you look at the perpendicular alignment, which is the maximum culmination of the small 6 pyramids, it relates to the year 2500 CE, which as yet is an unknown event. So what is it warning us of? There is no blueprint anywhere for Giza or the Giza Plateau, and that is because the blueprint is in the sky. Now, when you enter the Grand Gallery of the Great Pyramid, you'll see the steps that appear to be descending, but you'll also see a bright light that appears like a tower above. Now, that bright light is replicated in the likes of Stonehenge, in the likes of certain layouts around the world, especially in America. Now, the solar trinity, the Ra symbol, is at 33 degrees arc from the Washington monument, the obelisks of Washington. So it's marking the star of the gods, the Ra star, which is exactly the same shape as the obelisks which all around the world, which again are the stars of the gods. They are target star markers. You can see that the Vatican City also replicates the solar trinity, the 3 soul stars, and you can see they have marked that by obelisks. Even Rome itself, the Vatican City itself, resembles a key. And when you have the gate of God, which is the Golden Gate, and you also have the gate of man, which is the Silver Gate, which is above the Orion constellation. And that is why it's no coincidence that we have the likes of the Golden Gate Bridge in America. So when the human, the female element, is purified from all earthly pollutions, and it begins vibrating in unison with the male element, you then start to get the heavenly man. Now, the whole of Orion, the whole of the pyramid, the whole of the Giza Plateau tells us this as well. Now, the Orion constellation is the holy grail of the sky. The holy grail of the earth is the uterus, is the womb, but whatever is on earth is replicated and mirrored in the sky, and the Orion constellation is the chalice, the holy grail of the heavens. When you look at the likes of Holy Communion, and we talk about the holy grail of earth, which is the womb, the wine that Christ drank is the menstrual blood of the uterus of the womb. Now, originally, Holy Communion was the drinking of the elixirs of life, the fluids of life, which was semen and menstrual blood. So we see as above, so below in the likes of Egypt, which gives us the Tau cross above the pyramid. It gives us the Key of Solomon, which is the Orion Nebula. It gives us the womb of Egyptian god Nuit, which again is the womb. And it also gives us the funnel of knowledge, which is the hourglass. Now, when you look at the likes of Egyptian hieroglyphs and other hieroglyphs, people make the mistake that they just look at them and think there's some secret. There is, it's sacred. But what you need to do is touch them. When you touch these hieroglyphs, it is really the codes of the ancient creators. And when you touch them, there is a soul connection between yourself and the message of the hieroglyphs. It is knowledge buried within us for thousands of years that comes out when we remember. Now, part of initiation is known as the Lion's Path, which again relates to the Sphinx. And it was said by a priest that I am the priest knowledgeable of the mystery, whose chest never lets go of what he has seen. In other words, this is secret information. The Egyptians had an initiation, which was called the Bes or the Besu, which is where an initiate sees the hidden image of the deity's face. This triggers a secret experience known as the secret of secrets. I can say that this has happened to me, hence why I say that my life has reflected the ceremonies of initiation. Now, the 4th initiation is known as the sacrifice, and this is symbolized by Christ on the cross. So when man comes into this world, it becomes the cubical city. The man is the cross, and there are 6 parts to that cube, the cube of the Kabbalah. The number 6 is the number. So when man has outstretched arms and straight bodies and straight legs, he forms the cross. Now when we come into this world, we come into the 5 senses, which are the 5 wounds of Christ, which relate to the shape of the pentagram. Now the pentagram is microcosmic man. So when we have the birth of Christ, this is when the soul takes control of the life of the aspirant, he who aspires to be a greater person on earth. Now the crucifixion is the final surrender of all that we have in this world. It is the cross of initiation. It is the graduation from the mutable cross, which is the unawakened, to the cross of initiation, which is the fixed cross. Now the fixed cross, the Christian cross, is composed of the 4 great energies, which are Scorpio, sometimes associated with the eagle, Aquarius, Leo, and Taurus. Now, I've taken the first letters of each of those 4 great energies, and they spell out salt. Salt gives us the word salvation, so therefore the fixed cross is our salvation. It is the cross that we must bear, and when Simon Shimon to hear carried the cross of Christ, it is the initiation symbol. It is the shortest path to nirvana. Now when we see the likes of Egyptian lion people walking around in their carvings, it relates to the mystery school of the masters. It is those who are God realized, and they are masters on the earth. It also gives us Judah, or the tribe of Judah. And from the tribe of Judah, we are told that Christ emerges. But the Christ, as I've said, is the divine mind. It is knowledge, it is wisdom, it is the soul, it is the initiation of the soul. And it is said that the Lion of Judah shall break every chain. Now when you see the royal crest, you will see that it has the Lion of Judah, and it has a unicorn, and the unicorn's chain has been broken. Now the unicorn, or certainly the horn of the unicorn, represents the energy of your pineal gland, of your third eye. It is the connection from this world to other higher planes of existence. So when we look at the Lord's Prayer, which is also again a symbolic metaphor for a deeper understanding, our Father who art in heaven means the knowledge inside our head, inside our mind. So just taking the main salient points of the Lord's Prayer, I've already said our Father who art in heaven is the knowledge of the mind. Hallowed be thy name relates to sexual alchemy, the sexual urges on our way to enlightenment, which are controlled by breath. The word name means breath, and breath controls the sexual energy, which then takes us into sexual alchemy. Now a church spire is a phallic symbol, but the word spire again means breath. So Lord means bread, the bread giver. So we have the Lord, the bread, etc. It all relates to the same thing. Give us this day, which means Yom, which is a period of light. And the period of light tells us that we're not in ignorance, we're not in darkness, but we are enlightened enough to see. And our daily bread, again, as I said, is breath. So forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Trespass means asham, which means to sin. Sin means to fall short of sacred knowledge. And forgive means to uplift or to atone, at one. Atone means at one. In other words, we must lift those who lack the knowledge. That is what that phrase means. Deliver us from evil. Evil are the forces of devolution. The forces of good are the forces of evolution. Amen is Amun-Ra, who is the Egyptian god associated with that word again, breath. It all relates to a deeper understanding of self and this initiation process. Now, when bread, the yeast of bread, takes in oxygen, it mimics the respiratory system of the body. Hence, Jesus is the bread, Jesus is the breath of life. When we see the ancient H blocks, that also is symbolic of the breath of life. The hieroglyph for initiation is the triangle or the pyramid shape. It is a scene of initiation. Now, the Giza Plateau stands upon an 8x8 grid. 8 times 8 is 64. It is the 64 keys of Enoch. Now, when you look at the phoenix, which represents the rebirth from the ashes, the fire, the rebirth of self, phoenix in Egyptian is Parhanok. Parhanok means the house of Enoch. So the 64 keys of Enoch are really sound keys that can be activated. Now, when you reach the 64th note, which becomes the hemi, demi, semi quaver, it activates the Stargate of Giza. And when you look at the whole beat, is number 4. When you divide 4 by 64, it gives you a fraction of 1/16, which in Egyptian fractions relates to the here. So you hear tones, you hear sounds. That is what it relates to. It is the opening of the stargates. It is the key to higher knowledge. Now, the shadow alls open to the initiate, the one who is awakened of the soul, who walks the star way. It opens the mind's eye to starlight. That is why you have the shafts of the pyramids pointing towards certain significant stars. It is opening the mind's eye to the significant starlight. I've looked into the ancient world. I've looked into Egypt. I have looked into the mystery school of Osiris I, which is the teaching of the secrets of Earth. The secrets of Earth are contained within the Great Pyramid. I've looked into the mystery school of Isis I, the secrets of the afterlife and heaven, which is really, again, the heavens, the sky. I've looked into religion. I've revealed some of their secrets. When you look at the likes of one story in particular, the story of Moses, the story of Moses is a metaphor. It never happened. When you look at, when we're told by the Bible that it took 40 years to take this route, to take a route that Moses took, it really should have taken 6 days when you take the route that we are told biblically that he took. What is the meaning of the open sea? Well, the open sea in initiations is really the path of least resistance from the root chakra, which is captivity, to the crown chakra, which is the promised land, the land promised, which is enlightenment. So the open sea, or as Moses parted the Red Sea, is the path of least resistance of Gnostic symbology. The burning bush relates to the fire that has awakened our higher mind. And here we see on the Sphinx that there is a gap at the top of the head, which also relates to the crown chakra, the cosmic connection. So Moses, drawn from the water, is really from the mother's waters, the waters of birth. And when you look at why it was 40 days and 40 nights, the number 40 in Hebrew gives us water, gives us mem, which relates to the number 40. It is really born from the waters of the womb, where the child was destined to be saved. The child is the young initiate. It is a spiritual journey through human birth. 2, the land of milk and honey. The land of milk and honey is the colour of the secretions of the pineal gland. It is also what the ancients fed their children. When we look at Egypt and we see the word for honey is given 3 letters, which is THB, and those 3 letters are always used in parallel with another 3 letters, which is WRH. So in other words, those 2 letters combined means honeymoon. So when we get married, that is the union of opposites, and following the union of opposites, we have heaven on earth, which is Zion, which is the honeymoon. We see that the Qliphoth, the abyss, is the Kabbalah Sedefot, which tells you Egypt to the Keter, the crown, which is the path of resistance again. So the true exodus of Moses is the completion of the 7 chakras, from root, from captivity, to the promised land, which is the crown chakra. By knowing the divine power within, your life becomes suffused with Ananda, which is really sublime joy, which is the higher spiritual state. Now, in the New Age, the name for Jesus is Sananda. So if you are suffused to Ananda, you are Sananda. I've looked into the ancient world, but when you get to that level of understanding, you realize that the gods are insignificant. The only thing that matters is your journey, not gods, not masters, not anybody else, because we have everything that we could possibly need within our fingertips. Society, humanity, is generally completely and utter brainwashed. Now, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. But the Word is the circle, is the order, and it is the door or the der, which is order in Hebrew. Now, words are an ordered sequence of letters. When we misuse words, we are misusing the fifth chakra, which is the throat chakra. Within the throat chakra, you have the Adam's apple. So when you curse and you swear and when you say nasty things to people, you are misusing the Adam's apple. It is the fall of man in Eden, which is the body. We are fallen man because of our actions, because of what we do and what we say. In geometric terms, the golden fruits of knowledge are from the Vesica Piscis, the almond of the Vesica Piscis, which is the knowledge of the apple. So when we are told that for by him all things were created in heaven and on earth, visible and invisible, it relates not only to visible and invisible, which is dark matter and light matter, but him relates to sound. It is the sound of the universe, which is why we have certain constellations and stars and planets at perfect distance away from each other, because it was introduced by sound. Now, when you look at the Egyptian was scepter, you will see a tuning fork at the bottom of the was scepter, which was only allowed to be carried by the masters of sound. Now, that tuning fork, they used to hit certain rocks and stones, and they were able to levitate them by sound. Universe itself means one verse, and a verse is a metrical rhythm. So there we're amalgamating sound and mathematics. It is the monochord, it is the singularity, it is the one, it is the creator. Now the mystics say that sound creates matter and that the world is a reflection of infinite combination of sound patterns. This is exactly what we have with crop circles. Now a lot of crop circles are pulsating signals from the rings of Saturn, which are taken by the crystalline aerial that is Stonehenge. That is why the majority of crop circles are in the region of the Stonehenge monument. We see, if this was a GIF, you would be able to see a crop circle actually being formed by these two orbs of light, which were known in the ancient world as firebirds. The white horses that are around England and other places in the world represent the firebirds. So therefore, they are indicating the crop circle phenomena could at least be 3,000 years old. Even when we see lightning in a storm, that lightning is created by sonoluminescence, which is sound. It is the sound that creates the light. When we look at black noise of the universe, that represents silence. When we look at the unseen dark energy, it forms 68% of the universe and the rest of it is 32%. And that is significant because when you just juggle those numbers, it becomes Jesus Christ. So in other words, for him, by him, it is the universe, it is the mathematics within the universe. Now, when it says in Romans 8:10 that Christ is in you, that is literal. Because look at Jesus Christ, which is Jesus 73, Christ is 37. When you add the mathematics, it becomes 2,701, which is the numerical value of all words in Genesis, which is the phrase about creation. In the beginning, God created the earth and the heavens. That is 2,701, which relates to Christ. Christ also relates numerically to the protons and neutrons. He relates to the side chain code of DNA. It relates to the 5 kinds of atoms, which also gives you the numerical value of Christ. It relates to the factorization sum of Fibonacci, which also relates to the numerical value of Christ. The Fibonacci sequence is related to the golden ratio, which again numerically relates to Christ. Christ, and that phase of Romans is talking about genetics, so Christ literally is within us. Now, when you take that to the Anunnaki, and you look at that, the little star, and what people believe is the early universe, the early solar system with the sun in the middle and the 11 planets around the outside, that really relates to the nucleus of DNA, the hexagram 11, which is Anu, man, and it depicts the nuclear explosion inside. It is the nuclear power within us, which is the basis of who we are. Now, when you look at the likes of Enki and Enlil, the Snake Brothers, It relates to the double helix of DNA, the two serpents of positive and negative twist. Even in Babylonia, they have the same story, but spelt in a different way. It is said that Jesus is an incarnation of Enki, the Sumerian god, but it is really just telling us the same thing in different ways, which is divinity within our own text. The serpent man, the Anunnaki, Anu in Egyptian is man, Naki is snake, relates to the wise adept, which is the sign of initiation, which is telling you that the serpent within them has been risen. Even when we see other pyramids around the world, and again you would see this on the GIF, but as a picture, when the sun shines on this pyramid, it gives you the serpent down the stairs, which is really the descent of grace, which is the Kundalini energy. We all have our roots in the stars. We are all star seeds. We are all star stuff. We are divine man from the sky. Our DNA was programmed in the stars, and our physical body came from the Orion Nebula. Everything is a microcosm of the macrocosm, and everything is a perfect life within. We just have to come out of the underworld of ignorance to see what is going on. Now, every spiritual master knows that there are those born with the calling and those who are not. An initiate in the birth and death cycle continues in this life where he left off during the last incarnation. Now, our two physical eyes represent the soul strength of the twins, the metaphysical development and the approach of divine ascension. It is the chemical mallees that I spoke about previously. These twin souls are connected by the heart chakra. That is why the heart of a mummy was never removed, because he talks about the connection of the twins between the heart energy. Now, when you see Egyptian statues, predominantly they will have their left foot forward. That is indicating that the heart is predominantly on the left-hand side, and again, it is the temple of the heart, the sacred temple of the internal master. Now, when we write in the Western world, we write from left to right, which is taking us away from the heart. It is taking us away from our spiritual master, our spiritual temple within. But when the Hebrews write, they write from right to left, which is taking them towards their spiritual center, their sacred temple. Now, when we look at the Torah, which is the 5 books of Moses, most people would read them from Genesis to Deuteronomy. But the mistake is you shouldn't read it from left to right. You should read it from right to left. You should read it from Deuteronomy to Genesis. Then you get a completely different interpretation. The dilated pupils of the human eye are the gateway to the soul. That is why we have the likes of the Greeks, where they had naked statues of women and women holding babies. It has been scientifically proven that when a man sees a woman's body, his pupils will dilate. It has been scientifically proven that when a woman sees another woman carrying a child, her pupils will dilate. In other words, they are accessing the soul. Soul, the entity, the quantum entity that exists within all of us, it is the Christ. Now, when we see lots and lots of celebrities covering one eye, bearing in mind that the two eyes represent the divine ascension, the twins. When celebrities, etc., cover the one eye, it is really mockery of divine ascension. It is mockery of the Christ within us, which is that divine ascension. And a lot of it comes from the priesthoods who are opposed to the divine ascension of the internal Christ. We have Set in Egypt who killed Osiris, and we have Set in Egypt who chopped up the eye of Horus into 6 pieces. So in Egyptian, Set or Seth means to dazzle, which means to become blind. Now, when Jesus cured the blind, in other words, he's curing ignorance. He's showing people the way to this divine ascension. The alchemical marriage, the twin souls, are represented by Isis and Osiris. From this alchemical marriage comes Horus, who is the ascension of light, the rising sun. Now, in Sanskrit, arca means sun. So the ark is a piece of the sun, which is the piece of God. The Ark of the Covenant is the sarcophagus within the Great Pyramid. Now, biblically, we are told that the dimensions of in the Bible the dimensions of the Ark of the Covenant is 2.5 cubits by 1.5 cubits by 1.5 cubits, which is 45 inches by 27 inches by 27 inches, which ironically is the exact volume of the stone chest or the sarcophagus in the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid. In Hebrew, Ark means chest. So this is probably what the Ark of the Covenant, the sarcophagus, may well have looked like originally. The gold, the higher headland. Now, initiation of the initiates within the pyramid changed the molecular structure of the body so that candidates could handle the higher voltage of the ark. It was the granite which contained the higher solar voltage. So not only does the obelisk around the world signify a star marker, but it also signifies the lost sons of Isis and Osiris, which is the male aspect of woman and the female aspect of man. In other words, the split duality, which is maintained by the old ones of Set. In other words, they wish to keep us separated and they wish to focus on what makes us different instead of unifying us. So it is the woman in chains and the man kept split. They are trying to prevent the age of ascension, the age of light, the age of knowledge, and they are intending to keep us in duality, in separation. We have these kind of symbols, which is really telling us that the concealment of sacred knowledge. They are keeping that knowledge hidden, and they are reminding us of that fact in every significant place in the world. Here we can see the Vatican, Paris, Washington DC, and London. The main control centers of the world are reminding us that we are being kept in the split. They are trying to keep us separate. So the Egyptians spoke a lot in their monuments about invisible twins. So the Great Pyramid, when you look at the solar trinity, becomes the hourglass. And the hourglass, the sand of the hourglass, empties into the desert of Giza. It is the hourglass which is the beginning and the end. Now, as stated, that solar trinity is represented by Rome, but it is also represented by Jerusalem. So he who controls Jerusalem controls the gate of heaven because it is directly aligned to the silver gate of Orion. It is taken us from Babylon, which is confusion, to Jerusalem, which is the higher mind. Now, the full extension of pi is 2,400 royal cubits, and it gives us a circle, which is the Great Giza Circle. Now, the astronomical unit between Polaris A, the North Pole, and Polaris B, the invisible twin, is 2,400 astronomical units. Now, taking that concentric circle design, you can translate that into Atlantis. Now, Atlantis, the island of Atlas, is the 33rd vertebrae of the spine, the jet pillar of Osiris. In Egyptian, the jet pillar of Osiris means the shining one, the enlightened one. Now, at the top of that, we have the human brain. And in the human brain, we have the pineal gland. The pineal gland is the island, the lost city of Atlantis. And here we can see a human head overlaid over the Great Pyramid, which represents the endocrine system of consciousness. So where you see the most famous and pinnacle chambers is a position of the pineal gland, the pituitary gland, etc. It is said that Zeus cast a curse on Atlantis. But when you look at the Suez Canal, which is Zeus backwards, it is right next to Egypt. So this is the canal of the pharaohs. It is talking about the Suez Canal and Egypt, which is Atlantis. Zeus is Jupiter, which also gives us Jesus, which gives us the word Jesus. Most of the Greek philosophers were mystery school initiates of ancient Egypt, hence the reason there's lots and lots of correlation between the two lands. So the Egyptian god Shu was known as Atlas, and as I've just said, Atlantis means the island of Atlas. It is connected to Egypt. Ancient Egypt, the Giza Plateau, the pyramids are Atlantis. Atlantis is a state of mind, it is a state of existence, it is a state of consciousness. Now, when you look at the Great Pyramid juxtaposed as an inverted image, it gives you the Star of David, which is also related to the Bible, and the Giza Plateau is the original Bible. Now, when we start putting all of these images together, we get this image, which is the Star of Venus. The Star of Venus is also a pinnacle in the baptismal font of the church, and it is also the Queen of Heaven, which is Lucifer, which is Diana, which is Mother Mary, Ishtar, Isis in the heavens. It's important that this knowledge never disappears. Even our modern day calendar has been changed by the Church of Rome, so it misleads us and takes us away from true star dates, true codes. And for argument's sake, October means 8, so therefore, why is it the 10th month? December means 10, so why is it the 12th month? The Church of Rome has altered our calendar, so we get confused by star dates. So in other words, a lot of the codes, a lot of the ancient codes from Egypt that went through the Jewish mystics into star codes that were hidden in the Dead Sea Scrolls can never be deciphered because we have the wrong timeline. We must unbind ourselves to continue the cosmic dance so that humanity can become whole and free once again. This is the age of ascension. So when Isis put the 14 pieces of Osiris back together, it made him whole again. But it is also the 14 days of lunary darkness, which ends when the sun and the moon unite within Orion. As I said earlier, the 1/16 fraction relates to the ear. All of these fractions of the Egyptian eye, the eye of Horus that was cut into 6 pieces, which relates to the infinite expanse, the pupil, and also the 5 senses, it gives you a mathematical formula of 63/64, which means 9. When we see a lot of Egyptian pictures, they will have 2 hands or 2 feet, the same, 2 left hands, 2 right hands, 2 left feet, 2 right feet. It is telling you of the time before separation, the time before duality, before we came left and right, etc., which is dualistic. Dualism is the permanent separation. Non-dualism tells you of no separation. So if I say I saw a tree, that is saying that the I and the tree are in the same awareness. Therefore, it is non-dualistic. Where there is no difference between what is seen as you and what is seen as not you, you become non-dualistic, you become unified. When all appears in the same awareness, there is no you, there is no other, that is oneness, that is singularity. So to the mind of the Creator, to the observation of the Creator, everything is within the same awareness. Therefore, to the Creator, there is only one. We must prevent ourselves from being split. We must prevent ourselves from permanently being split by the forces of devolution that wish to stop us from ascending. I don't mean ascending as in leaving the body and going to the heavens. I mean the divine ascension, which is the re-emergence of your sacred knowledge. The word remember, re, is the perpetual cycle of existence, and a member is to be a part of. So therefore, remember that you are a part of eternal existence. Thank you very much for your time, and I'll be free to take any questions if there are any.
That was incredible. As always, Michael, incredible.
That was a wonderful presentation, Mike. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I will leave you here with Rob, and I'm going to go cruise through the chat rooms, and I'm going to find some questions to toss them up into the chat here. Guys, if you have any questions for Michael Feely, please feel free to post them in the comments. If you can cap lock your questions, that would be fantastic. Then we can address these questions to Michael. That goes for Portal to Ascension, New Realities, Watchers Talk, Full Spectrum Universe, and Portal to Ascension. So thank you. I will stop my cam, but I'll still be on screen, and I will shoot you guys questions. So go ahead, guys.
Excellent, excellent. So you didn't disappoint. Everybody was chatting up during the while the presentation was going on, and they were elated by this information. And one of the things that they kept stating in the chats was this stuff has to get out. It is imperative that we put all these connections together and get out there for everybody to digest, because if we don't, we're essentially leaving some behind, because there are certain people with this knowledge. What's your thoughts on that, Mike?
Absolutely, as I said in the presentation, and it's not in your awareness, you can. So if you put these things into people's awareness, then they do know, and in those terms, they make an informed decision whether or not wish to be left behind or lost, or the phrase you wish to use. So it's important that we have platforms like this. It's important that we have this kind of information about people. People always taught worship as an icon, something to them. All the ancient texts, when you look at all the sacred message we are being left, it tells you about the self. It tells you that the important part of this is you and everything. So if you are always looking at external sources to come and save you, it doesn't matter. It's an external force that you are always looking for. And when you are always looking for something, that is always into the future. It's taking you away from the sacred moment, which is now. That is by pure design. So we need to stop worshipping things outside of ourselves. You know,
You seem to be breaking up a little bit, Mike.
Yeah, I'm frozen now, Mike.
Let me see if this helps. If I just leave you on camera, does that help it? Well, it seems like it did.
It did. Good job. Good job, Rob.
Well, we tried. So we have a question here. It says, what do you think is the long-term agenda of the Orion ETs in regard to Earth humanity? What is Orion's relation to Mars and Cydonia complex?
Right. When you go into the subject of ETs, there's a lot of them that are trying to help us, and I can assure you that there is a lot of help energetically. There's a lot of help with incarnations. There's a lot of help with putting information into genetics that will help future generations. When you look at the malevolent ones, you look at how humanity is completely imprisoned. When you look at how humanity is completely snuffed out, how humanity is kept in the dark, it's never told its truth, told truly what it is. It's never told true science. It's never told the true meaning and the nature of the universe. It's never told that if you answer a mystery, you need to look at the mystery itself. It's never told that if you want to understand the universe and nature, you have to understand yourself, because you are a mixture of those things. So the agenda of the extraterrestrials from Orion and other places is to completely captivate and imprison every aspect of society. But because they can't come into, a lot of the time, they can't come into this reality, to this existence, use puppets in this to do that work for them, and that is the likes of your leaders, your royal families, your politicians, they are using these people as stooges because they can't the timeline themselves, and they're using them as in many respects to come here. But they're in a nutshell, their overall agenda is the complete captivation of every aspect of human life: DNA, the mind, thoughts, body. They control, the air. They control the water. They control food. They control everything that we require to live. And if you can do that, then you have a complete control of that civilization, of that humanity, of the people on that particular planet, and that's exactly what they're doing. How does the Sidonian city and Orion and everything correlate? That is clearly either the travel of one civilization between the two places, or there are multiple civilizations who clearly have a deeper connection between them. Every single monument on Earth, every single civilization on Earth are all saying the same things in different ways. Now, when you start looking at how they all relate to Mars, It is my belief that the layout of Earth's monuments were planned from planet Mars. And that's why we have the Sidonian city. Again, the longitude and latitudes of the face tell you how to find Stonehenge and so on and so on. Orion is important because that's where we come into this reality. Orion is important because it correlates to the pyramids. Orion is important because of its metaphorical and star-like sort of consciousness. Everything is correlated on all of the planets: the Pleiades, Sirius, Orion, Earth, Mars. You know, we even have Venus and the Moon that is incorporated into this as well. Everything is all a series of breadcrumbs in order for us to follow, in order for us to advance. And if you imagine that, you know, you get to first base, and when you get to first base, it gives you the instructions of how to get to second base. When you get to there, it tells you how to get to the third, and so on and so on. We are being lifted out of this current timeline. If you imagine our timeline and our existence wasn't meant to be this, it was meant to be something else. But something somewhere in this computerized system has hacked where we should be. And if you imagine that our grid, our timeline was put in place, and then something has come across within the matrix, someone has come across and actually put their grid and overlaid it on the grid that was already there and already created for us. That has hacked the system. That has created false bubbles of light when people say, I'm going to, you know, follow the light. When you pass on, follow the light. Well, that is a false bubble of light to deceive you back into the birth and death cycle. So we are completely captivated and imprisoned by interdimensional travelers that are using Earth stooges to carry out their dirty work. Now, little do these Earth stooges know that when they've done what they needed to do, they are completely disposable, and they will be.
Incredible. Great answer. We have another question from Brad Britton, and it says, can you also talk about the great selection of souls in the rainbow body, the seraphim?
Okay. The rainbow represents obviously the 7 colours, which is the spectrum that we exist within. Now, these 7 colours also relate to the chakra system. So that then goes into the biblical story of Noah. So Noah, which is Nuach, relates to the Sabbath. The Shabbath relates to the 7. So the 7, the Noah, the arcane knowledge, the knowledge that is kept for the few, relates to the process of the 7 chakras and the spiritual journey of those 7 chakras. Now, above the Noah's Ark, you will always see a rainbow. So when souls are closely connected to each other in the spiritual realms, although not by the physical eyes, there will be a rainbow of connection between the chakras of those 2 souls that are connecting. So we are looking at colors which are a vibrational frequency. Different ones are of a higher frequency. We are relating to the chakras. We are relating to, again, the root chakra to the crown chakra, which takes into Noah, which takes into Moses. So we're talking about the spiritual journey, a spiritual journey of enlightenment, a spiritual journey that activates the Christ within. And all of these different sort of stories are multiple ways of saying the same thing. So in relation to that, you are talking about a spiritual journey born through human. And that is what we are at the moment, and that relates to the chakras, to the body, to the rainbow bodies.
Excellent. Excellent. So we have another question. Let's see. We've got another one from Brad Britton. We've asked one of his already. I think we have another one a little bit further down from Karek Koppler. Do you have any insight on the ancient civilizations of southern Africa?
Yeah, all of the ancient civilizations, regardless of where they are in the world, it doesn't matter too much. It is said that the human race, I mean, it is said by science that the human race began in Africa, and that would be consistent with the Orion, with the 9 pyramids representing the gestation out of the womb, which is the yoni that is in the sacred geometry of the face of the Sphinx. So regardless of where the civilizations are, they are all saying the same thing. Now, there's the Americas, the South Americas, Europe, everywhere you can look at, they're all saying the same. Now, their monuments and monoliths may be a different shape, but they are all saying the same thing. It is a ritual initiation to transmute the body, to transmute the soul, to transmute this vessel that finds itself in a third dimensional temple of initiation. And that is exactly what every single civilization, we've already mentioned Stonehenge, the Great Pyramid, the Nazca Lines, crop circles, all of these different things, and they are all over the world, in Africa and everywhere else. They all tell you the same thing, which is about enlightenment and consciousness and awakening. Awakening really is remembering. Once you remember the knowledge that is stored within you, that has been buried within you, sometimes through genetic lineage, when you remember this, you become enlightened. You remember what you already know. And each and every one of us who are on this journey of discovery, the Elohim, which basically means God beyond the horizon, the God is the power within, and beyond the horizon is to the unknown. So we are all the biblical Elohim, are those who go beyond the horizon. So we are trying to transmute ourselves into a higher vessel in order to communicate with the divine mind, which is the creator of the universe. So really, regardless of whether it's Africa or Germany or England or Canada, it matters not. It is all saying the same thing, which is the commutation of this human vessel.
Excellent. Excellent. We have another question here from Desire Alof. So, if the soul is breath, what happened when I stopped breathing but could see myself spirit?
The word soul relates to breath. Now, when you look at all the different things that relate to breath, when you look at spire, aspire, conspire, expire, the bread of life, the breath of life, Amun Ra, who is the god of breath, God breathed into man to create man. The soul comes from a word that means breath. It is the sacred breath. When the physical body expires, in other words, it stops breathing, the soul will leave that body and it will go back into whatever dimension it needs to go back in. It came from 0 dimension, it came into for argument's sake, in numerology, the number 10 is quite significant, and it's quite significant in esoteric circles, because the number 10 represents the union of something and nothing. So something is one and nothing is obviously nothing. So we have the union of something and nothing, the number 10. But when your soul leaves your body, it doesn't expire, because it is the animation of your body. It leaves and it goes elsewhere and it does other things. So when people are leaving this body, they sometimes are looking back. I've had many instances where I have felt that I am that my consciousness has gone into something else, and I'm actually looking through my own eyes, but as a separate entity, looking through my eyes. That is the soul looking through the physical eyes into this reality. So the soul knows it can never die. It goes elsewhere when the physical body expires and stops breathing.
Another excellent answer, Michael. I feel like I can ask you anything, but we're going to let everybody else ask it first, and then I'll ask a few questions myself. So we have Rick Keefe here. Says, it seems that the Earth and humanity has been seen as a resource planet by the malevolent ETs looking for gold, fresh water, and slave labor. Is this why all our leaders have left Earth in such a mess?
When you look at if you say that Earth humans are creating this mess, if you say that it is human beings that are making a mess of the planet, that are killing the planet, that are killing people, that are creating famine and poverty and homelessness, it makes no sense, because you can turn around and say, well, they have to live here as well. So why on earth would they kill their host? But when you realise that it's actually being driven by non-human entities, then it makes a little bit more sense, because then you can see why. If you want the complete control of humanity, and they believe that there are too many of us to do that, if you want complete control of a particular race, and you can't actually enter that timeline, that dimension yourself, then you have things put into that. It's just like the Matrix film. You know, when you have Agent Smith and you have Neo and all of these different people going into this matrix, because the architect couldn't do that himself, so he had agents to do that for him. And that really is the same kind of scenario. So when you look at it as humans killing the planet, it makes no sense. But when you look at it as benevolent ETs wishing to control humanity, then it makes perfect sense. And we are in a mess. We are in a mess that we didn't need to be in. We are in a mess because we've been led astray. You know, the captains have steered us wrong. But a lot of these captains are influenced, or they are hosts for the non-human entities that wish to control us. When you look at it in those terms, then it makes perfect sense as to why the Earth is in such a mess.
Excellent, excellent. We have another one from Brad Britton, and it says, can you explain the relationship between the root of David opening the 7 seals and the etheric body, protoplasmic body?
David really relates to the skin, and the skin really relates to light. So what we have in David is a relationship to God clothed man. In other words, the clothes of man are the skin, which is light. So David relates to our light body. When you start looking at 7 seals, again, you are looking at a chakra system. Excuse me. And that chakra system are the 7 seals. Now, when you look at the Bible where it says that Jesus cleansed the 7 unclean spirits, again, it is talking about the cleansing of each and every one of our chakras. Because when we cleanse those chakras, we leave a perfect vessel, a perfect tunnel, in order to achieve this ascension, this consciousness ascension. So 7 seals, David is talking about light. It's talking about the awakening of the sacred energy centers of the body, which are the 7 chakras. And how does that relate to the etheric realm? We are in multiple places at once. We are multiple levels at once. We are the etheric realm, but we are in a physical 3rd-dimensional realm. We cannot see, because of our visible electromagnetic spectrum, we cannot see every aspect of ourselves. We cannot see every aspect that is around us. We can see very, very little. But when we start to develop ourselves, and when we start to balance ourselves, and when we start to create almost open doorways for the sacred serpent to rise, then we become an enlightened, remembered being. And that connects us to the etheric realm. It connects us to the 7 chakras. It connects us to the skin, because it is the light of the body. It is Homo luminous, which is man as a lighted being. Now, when you look at some of the ancient rituals, likes of Stonehenge, etc., they were transmuting themselves with the use of piezoelectric methods. They were transmuting magnetic energy from the ley lines of Earth, and they were transmuting that into electric light energy. Now, science doesn't tell this, but when you look into the sun, it's an electric generator. So when you transmute yourself from magnetic energy to light energy, you are transmuting your body into a body of light, a Homo luminous, and that was enabling them to travel the etheric realms, to go to certain star systems, to travel through the gateways. It enabled them to meditate, to be given passwords and codes in order to enter these places. So we are looking, in a nutshell, we are looking at the transmutation of self in the likes of David, in the likes of the Star of David, in the likes of the 7 seals, the 7 chakras, the 7 colors of the rainbow. It is all connected to the same thing.
Incredible. Incredible. We actually have a lot of questions that just came through too. So we have Laura Adkerson. A question: were the Anunnaki malevolent or benevolent beings?
Like any race, you're going to have a mixture of both of those things, and that's the same in the human race and any single race. My opinion of the Anunnaki is it is largely relating to humanity. So when you start analysing the different meanings of the different words of the Anunnaki story, you start to realise that it is talking about genetic potential, and that genetic potential is talking about the human genetic potential. So as I say, the word Anu in Egyptian means man. Naki means serpent. So when you talk about the serpent man, you are talking about the man who has gone through some kind of transmutation, some kind of metamorphosis, like a snake does when it sheds its skin. So the walking serpent, the Anunnaki, the snake man, talks of the initiate who within him has risen the serpent, the Kundalini energy of the divine. So for me, there are extraterrestrial races. The Anunnaki would fit into that. You know, you have the reptilians, you have the Anunnaki, they have the Syrians, the Sautatians. It's really endless in the amount of extraterrestrials that are here, and have been here for a long, long time, trying to help or not. There will be a mixture of benevolence and benevolence in any particular race. The ones who are controlling the earth are quite obviously benevolent beings that wish to basically crush us and control us. So there is a mixture of both good and bad in all what you deem to be good and bad within this race. If you look into it deeper, when you look into the Anunnaki themselves, they felt as if they were abandoned by the Creator, so they began to create other timelines. They began to create a separation between themselves and the creative force. So there is a mixture of those who are for us and those who are against us, but predominantly the Anunnaki is talking about humanity and its potential.
Awesome. This is a bit of a personal question, but I would like to know this as well. Have you ever joined a mystery school?
No, I've not joined a mystery school. However, I know that I'm being initiated, and I know I'm being initiated without the need to go to mystery schools. If you believe in past lives, I believe it certainly is a strong possibility. I've been told by people who I trust that in a past life I was a high priest of Egypt. So in those terms, yes, but not in this life. But when you realise to Leanne, yes, that's significant. But when you realise that you carry on where you left off, when you realise that this planet Earth is a gigantic temple, that where your life reflects the ceremonies of initiation, and there's many parts of my life that I can attribute to what the candidates, what the aspirants, what the initiates would have gone through, but I'm going through it naturally as part of my journey in a human form. So no, I haven't been in a mystery school, not in this lifetime, but I have deep memories of initiations. I have deep memories of sacred temples. I have visions. I have dreams that I'm in sacred temples of Egypt, and I see things and I get shown that I shouldn't know. So in those terms, I am being initiated. My soul is being initiated, and I am getting the sacred information that the initiates of the temple and the mystery schools would have had to have known.
I agree with that. You have incredible information, and you know, at the end of it, I'm going to ask one last question, and it's going to be my question. But we have other questions right now that still need to be addressed. We have Kelly. And Kelly asks, I've read that things like fluoride in the water and other food additives are deliberate to diminish the strength of our pineal gland. Any truth to that?
Yes. When as part of completely controlling humanity, you have to control what we require as a life essence. So we require food, we require water, we require air, stroke oxygen. So if you can control those three essential things for human life, you can control human life. The one thing that a control system does not want is for people to realize that it is being controlled, for people to realize that actually I have the power, not you. They don't want people to realize their potential power. Now, if you look at the fact that our genetics was programmed outside of Earth in sometimes in other galaxies that came here through galactic winds and different things, when you look at the fact that our human body was created from an exploding star that created through a triple alpha process the oxygen and carbon that gives us this body, that gives us this human life, we are all star seeds. We are not from this planet. So we are infinite potential. Now, that's no good for people who wish to control you when you know that, because all of a sudden they no longer control you. What they have to do is keep you in their reality. They have to keep you in their vibrational reality, which is a negative, low vibration. Anybody that raises their vibration, they will escape the tentacles of these controllers. So they try everything to keep you within the dimensional vibration. And a part of that is fluoride in water, GMOs in food, which genetically modify you. It is not really food. The food-like stuff that we're eating now has a zero vibration. It is dead. So when it goes into a vibratory body, it really is contradictory to where you should be, because it is stopping you from raising your vibrations. So yes, Kelly, they are putting stuff into the water to affect pineal glands, to affect consciousness, that affects vibration, that affects food, that affects the atmosphere with all the positive clusters, the chemtrails, which become a degenerative disease when we breathe them in. So that they are targeting every avenue that is essential to human life to control human life.
Absolutely. And, there's ways to decalcify the pineal gland. And if people need help with that, I can help you. Just email me at robyox2525.com. I'll send you a website where they have items that can decalcify it for you. And what happens is you feel stupid for like 2 weeks while it's decalcifying. And then it's just this moment of clarity. And you're like, okay, well, this is the way it's supposed to be. You'll understand when it happens. So we have Omar asking, can you please explain the semen and menstrual blood drinking?
Yes, Alma, that is really the Holy Communion. It is the fluids of life. It is the elixir of life.
That question is actually not from me because
okay.
I've listened to you and I understand what you're saying by the semen and the menstrual blood drinking. But I was just seeing comments on the Paul Wallace's channel, and people there were a little bit confused about that. So I thought that maybe ask you to elaborate on that to lift that confusion.
I thought maybe you were doing it to put a point on something. That's why I said it might have been you. I know you've heard all of this stuff, so I was like, oh, he's trying to point something out. But go ahead, Mike.
No, not today, brother.
No, of course. When you look at the Holy Communion, the origin of Holy Communion, it is a sacred initiation, a sacred ritual in the temples. Now, there are many rituals involving sex and sexual energy within the temples, within the churches, within all of these things. Even the word charity. When we give money to charity, we are paying for the services of prostitutes within the temple. That's where the word charity comes from, the charities. So if you give money to charity, you are paying for sexual services within the church. That's really where it comes from. So we have a lot of sacred rituals within sacred alchemy. Now, sexual alchemy takes you into the ninth sphere, which is why you have that funny shaped eye statue at the Vatican City that looks like an eye and a pupil. That is the ninth sphere, which relates to sex and sexual energy. The old mystics, the ancient priests, used to drink the fluids of life, which was semen and menstrual blood. Now, the ladies would also drink semen through certain sexual acts, and it is really the good chrism, which is really the oil, the fluids of life, and that is where we get certain sexual acts coming between male and female. So the original Holy Communion was the drinking of the elixir of life, which is the fluids of life, which is menstrual blood. Quite clearly, the menstrual blood is the birth of the child through his mother's womb, the holy grail, the red wine of the chalice is the menstrual blood. It is lunar blood. It has lunar energy. It is the divine feminine. When you look at the male fluid of life, it is the semen, and they used to drink these elixirs of life because they believed that it gave them immortality. So your Holy Communion is the drinking of the holy fluids of life, and that really is where your semen and menstrual blood drinking, the soma of the mystics is what it was called, the drink of the mystics, and that is where it originates. So when you go to a modern day church and you are celebrating the body and the blood of Christ, you are really replicating the drinking of semen and menstrual blood.
Incredible. We have Let's see. We have another one here, and it's kind of like a reiteration of what we're looking at, but it says, Bob Kenter, are the Anunnaki trustworthy? Wouldn't trust them as far as I can throw them, in my view, but in a nutshell, they are both good and bad as always.
My agreement, Bob, is that I wouldn't trust anything. Like I said in the talk, you know, when you realise that this journey is for you, you know, this knowledge is for you, the way in which you amalgamate things and the way in which you transmute yourself is a journey for you. You know, when you start looking at all these icons that have been given to us as saviors, all these icons that have been given to us as objects of worship, that is keeping you external to yourself. Now, when they keep you external to yourself, you are not going through this individual process of learning, this individual process of reawakening. So no, I wouldn't trust anybody. I wouldn't trust anyone that said they came in peace. I wouldn't trust any government that discloses things to me. I wouldn't trust anything because I don't need people to tell me what I already know exists. I've seen I've seen ETs face to face. I've seen dimensional portals open. I've seen every single shape of UFO you can think of. All of these things that I've seen personally that I don't need to be acknowledged by my government to tell me that they exist. I wouldn't trust the Anunnaki. I wouldn't trust anybody. The only person that I would trust is yourself. And that is a perfect, should we say, discernment. And if you go in with that discernment, then I personally think that you're right, and I would agree with you, and I wouldn't trust them either.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So we have another question. It says, who is Jesus Christ?
Jesus Christ is the soul and the divine mind within each and every one of us. It is the potential to awaken the Christ within. So Jesus is a metaphor, the same as all of the biblical characters. They are metaphors that hide a secret message. That secret message is that we are all Jesus Christ. We are all Mary Magdalene. We are all Noah. We are all Moses. We are all Jonah. They are multiple ways of saying the same metaphor. So Jesus Christ is the divine mind. It is the divine fire. It is the soul, which is the anchor to heaven. So that is what Jesus Christ really is. It is a metaphor for your inner potential.
Incredible. There is another one here. I thought I saw it. Let's see. Oh, there it is. It's coming up. Brad Bitten. It says, Can you please explain the Ark of the Covenant and the relationship with Solomon's seal and also the spiritual representation?
Okay. The Ark of the Covenant is the sarcophagus within the Great Pyramid. Now, when you look at the sarcophagus, which is in the King's Chamber, when like me, you put a map overlay of the human head over the Great Pyramid, you'll see that the King's Chamber is in the position of the pineal gland. So the Ark of the Covenant is the connection, the electrical transmitter and receiver, which is not only the pineal gland, but it is also the sarcophagus, the crystalline granite sort of energy encompassing granite sarcophagus in the Great Pyramid. So the connection is the mind and the sarcophagus, which takes us to God and the Creator and the divine mind. If you wish to speak to a divine mathematical mind, you have to speak in divine mathematical terms. So the Ark of the Covenant is the sarcophagus of the Great Pyramid, but it also relates to the electrical relay system, which is the brain, which is the consciousness within that brain. The Seal of Solomon, when you look at Solomon, it contains free, and Solomon is the sun in 3 languages. So when you look at the Ark of the Covenant, and in Sanskrit, Ark is the sun. So when you have the Ark of the Covenant, you have the peace of the sun, which is the peace of God. So Solomon is the sun. The Ark of the Covenant relates to the sun. The sun relates to enlightenment. It relates to the truth. The reason that you have straight sides of a pyramid is because the straight line is seen as the path of least resistance of truth. It is A and B. And that is why you have the phrase, I can never get a straight answer, because light is seen as truth, because it enables us to see. And that is why you have the lines that formulate the shape of a pyramid. It is the direct line to light. So Solomon is the sun. It relates to the light. The Ark of the Covenant relates to the light. The pineal gland relates to light, and it all relates to enlightenment and consciousness between the electrical circuit of the mind to the cosmos.
Incredible, incredible, Mike. And I think we're about ready to bring on the next guest. That was just a diatribe of so much information. I'm gonna have, like I always tell you all the time, I have to go back, watch it 3, maybe 4 times, make sure I could absorb all that I possibly can, because as well, this is pertinent information. I always tell everybody, to know where you're going is to know where you come from, and we need to work on those things and make sure that we have explanations for what has happened, so we can explain some of the events that are to come. And it's a full circle.
Yeah, that was awesome. I read Mike's a few times now.
It's a cycle.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that was really good. I don't know if we have a lag here or not, but I think we do. That was amazing, Mike. Thank you very much. Mike's knowledge is way and far beyond. It's some pretty high level stuff, and to fully understand it, you have to read his books, and not only once, but you have to read his books several times. I've got a few of Mike's books, and I've read them several times, and even after that, I'm still trying to absorb that information in about the 100 hours that Mike and I have even spoken. So it's very high level information, very controversial information as well, because we've been programmed to think one thing, and that narrative has been passed on as the truth. And thankfully for Mike to decipher this information and to decode it and bring it to us in the manner and the fashion that he does is really, that is disclosure, right? To open your mind up to new possibilities and to new stories and to new interpretations. And that is all part of disclosure. So thank you very much, Michael. Really appreciate it, brother. Appreciate the fact that you came back today. Lots of people were asking for you to come back yesterday, and I'm happy that you did. So before we let you go, do you have any final words for our audience?
Yeah, my final words are, thanks for watching and time out to watch. The fact that you are is now indication that you're ready for this. You remembered your starting that was inside you is now becoming unburied, starting to learn, worship idol gods external to yourself. Don't believe anything unless you validated it yourself, and that relates to disclosure. That relates to anything that anybody says. If that is for you to validate and not to live.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Appreciate it, brother. You guys can find more of Michael's work at michael-feely.com, and head on over to Mike's YouTube channel. Just the address is scrolling on the bottom. Walk into the light one, or just go into the search bar and enter Michael Feely, and his YouTube will come up. Lots of great videos on there. And also go to Watchers Talk. There's a whole playlist with Michael Feely going back a number of years, talking about his previous books leading up to his newest book. Well, not the newest book, but the latest one anyways. Another book is in the process, coming up here pretty quick. So you guys check that out. Lots of great information. Clarence, do you have any final words for Mike?
No, I just wanted to thank him again for being on. I always love his presentations, as always. They're just fantastic. And just to let him know, Mike, we're going to have to get together and talk numbers, my friend.
Okay, I've just answered the question for Leanne on the chat in relation to YouTube. It's a fascinating subject and one I enjoy.
Awesome, Mike. Thank you. And with that being said, that was badass. And now we are going to bring on another badass man. I'm sure you guys know who he is. Roger Spur. He is from the Mud Fossil University. And Roger has some pretty wild work. He has the Mud Fossil University. It's a mega channel. And I've seen a lot of comments from you guys in regards to the Devil's Tower, is it down in the Grand Canyon or something? Well, people are saying that that's an ancient petrified tree. Other fossilized remnants of beings, dragons. It's incredible. He has chemistry behind his work, genetic information behind his work, but unfortunately, as we all know, the mainstream is not on board with this, and Roger has been trying to talk some sense into their heads for a very long time now. But of course, they're stuck with their own narrative, and that's something. This information they don't want coming out, because if it does, then they're going to have to rewrite history, and I don't think that they want to do that. But we will write our own history, and we will bring Roger Spur on for a download. And guys, if you have any questions for Roger, please post them in the comments. We're monitoring all of the chat rooms, and I please ask again, if you can cap lock your questions so that they stand out from the rest of the conversation, it helps us a great deal to highlight those questions and bring them onto the screen. So thank you guys, and let's get ready for Roger. Roger, the stage is all yours, brother. Just let me know when you're ready to take questions.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir.
I am heard. Fantastic. No, this is good. This is really important. Now, I'm not good at this stuff. I do research, so the rest this is like high tech to me here. So, what I want to
back, brother.
What's that?
I got your back, brother.
Okay, good enough. I'll just start spieling out what I have to say. Because I did discover mud fossils about 10 years ago or so, just by accident. And I realized what they were. It was virtually no doubt about it. And I tried to approach the people that you would approach. Went to Yale. And I said, you take a look at this stuff. Nope, don't bring it here. We don't want to see it. I said, well, it's obviously what it is. It's a bone. That's a bone. You can't see that's a bone? And he said, no, it's a rock. I said, no. I said, well, you got to be kidding me. And he went on and on. I mean, that's a goose's head. You see that? This is feathers on his head. So, I just like science. I understand it pretty good. And I had to go back to how all this could possibly happen. It doesn't seem to be what they're telling me. So, hold on one second. Let me just go back to my screen here and see if I can pull up some shots. Like I say, give me time. I'm not good. This takes a while to load up. Well, fast. I'm going to just show you some. What's that?
All good, Roger. We've got about an hour and 15 minutes. And also, if you can just turn your camera so that we can see your screen, that'd be wonderful.
Oh, you can't. Can I share my screen so that I don't have to do the camera thing?
Yeah, you can share your screen. Absolutely.
So how do I do that? Just go.
You go down and right at the bottom. I see it. It says share.
Oh yeah. Okay. Share.
And then go to share screen. And then just click OK. And then OK. No, go to window. You'll see it in the middle up top there where it says entire screen.
Yeah.
And then window. Right. And that's where all of your stuff is, I believe, that you're trying to share.
Okay. So can I just have my screen show up for everything?
I think so. Click that and I'll toss it up here and then we'll see.
Choose what to share. Let's go with this one here. Wait a second. All right, downloads. That's what I want. Can you see that?
Right there, Roger?
Can you see that screen? Tendons and all this stuff?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, good. Here's what we're going to do. I'm just going to give you the whole enchilada starting out, because after being denied reality, I said, no, it does not work for me. So I figured out, like I say, I have a background in a couple of different things. So the chemistry was obvious. It's blood. It's iron. All of these things were iron. And they solidify in a process that I figured out is called nucleophilic substitution. I know it's a big word. It's very simple. It just means that the tissue that would normally rot got invaded by salty, wet mud. As simple as that. I did it myself. Very simple to do. Now, I came across something else I sent to Omar that I knew about long ago, but I forgot about it. Velikovsky wrote about Venus being ejected from the feared god Jupiter. And it came real close to the Earth, and it didn't hit the Earth, but it would have an extreme magnetic interaction, which would be just absolutely phenomenal. And it did. And it actually had enough radiation that the oceans boiled, he says. Let me just see something. No, never mind. I'll go back to this. Whoops. What happened? Did I do something wrong? Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you. I still see your screen, but the image that you just clicked is not coming up. So maybe go back into share screen and go to your window, and it should be there.
Oh, can you see the tendons and all that stuff? Whoops. That's what I mean. I didn't do this right.
Roger, maybe the best thing we should do is just stop sharing the screen and just point the camera to your screen. Yeah, and just turn the camera slightly to your screen.
All right.
Or your monitor. Yeah, there we go. It's a bit of a better view.
Hold on. Whoops. Now, if I open this up, it's not going to work.
Yeah, no, just stop sharing screen altogether, Roger. Yeah, stop share screen. Just hit X. Just hit X up there and just stop sharing screen altogether. And then now what you were going to show us, your previous screen that you had on screen, just bring that up.
See, I told you I'm an idiot at this. Hold on.
No one's an idiot.
Oh, you are not wise, my friend.
Just bring up the picture that on your screen that you were going to show us, Roger.
When I do that, you see what it does?
No, just stop sharing screen altogether.
I can't seem to get to that spot.
It says right there, it says stop. Yeah.
Here.
Stop screen.
Not on mine. I can see mute, stop cam, camera, mic, and
I don't
share.
know what window you're in. Can you exit out of there altogether?
The only way is if I hit share and then I hit share screen again. Then it brings me back to don't show these tips again.
Okay, yeah, click that. Just highlight that box and then go share screen.
Well, it says share screen. So I click don't show these tips.
That message again. Here, hit share screen.
All right.
Yeah, and then now go to window. See up top where it's highlighted blue.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah.
Window, and then the image that you're trying to share is going to be in there somewhere. Because I see you have 6 windows open. Scroll down a little bit.
What if I just click on this one? Because I want it coming out of my downloads. But when I'm in downloads, I want to be able to click to a picture and another picture and another picture.
It doesn't work like that. You have to share each one.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not going to work.
So
You know
that's
what?
why you just keep
Hey,
it
that's
pointed to
okay.
the camera.
Yeah, just cancel that, and then the images that you want to share, just bring them up on your monitor, and then you can just flip through those because we can see them.
Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I just did a video. I didn't put it up yet. And it just got, I got dragons too. All right, here we go. It's going to be the giant stone balls. Can you see my screen now?
I can.
And you see number one is 01.mod.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
All right, now, can you?
Okay,
can
you-
it's Roger
Right.
once again. Today, speaking about the giant stone balls, they're everywhere around Earth. They're not just found in Costa Rica. You know, they're everywhere. Siberia, Bosnia, virtually everywhere on Earth these are. And I know what they are. I know exactly what they are. And you will very shortly. And you will understand these little spots here that some of them have, not all of them. It depends on what specific type of biology created them. And I am going to show you the biology that did create these stone spheres. And they come in a variety of ways. And I have hundreds of pictures. Well, maybe not hundreds, but dozens at least, to show you and prove to you precisely what they are. They can be tested. This is not a mystery.
All right, did that go through okay? Omar.
It did, Roger.
Oh, okay, good. This might work. All right, I don't know. Like I say, I put these together after I'm done, so I don't know how this is going to come out. But as we go through them, I'll just, the first ones were about light. I mean, you know, that last guy that was on, I think it was Michael was his name. He was good.
Yeah, Michael Feely, he's excellent.
Yeah, I learned some stuff. That's very nice. I appreciate that. All right, and I appreciate his presentation. He's got some stuff going on. Now, I just did the first one. Let me go to this one here.
Okay, my friends, I am showing you right now a biological mud fossil. Look at this round circle here, these little striped bits that are broken off, this little flap, which is basically glued with this, which is glue to this bone.
You know, I'll just cut in and talk to you about it. What I'm pointing at right there is where the bone attaches. That little circle in the center is from a ball that's inserted inside of the muscle or shoulder or whatever it was. And then it glues to a little tendon flappy thing. And then that goes into muscle. And then the muscle breaks off. You see these little clumps? Those are what they call, well, I call them abrupt transitions. This is all bloody up in here. Now, let me just, I don't want to bore you with all this stuff. Well, let me just finish it off and then I'll show you the next one.
Hard to see, but I'm going to show you when it first came out of the ground.
All right, there. Now, that is after about 10 years of sitting around. And iron has a tendency to oxidize. And oxidize just means it has extra oxygen molecules, and then they change their, you know, it turns red to sort of just muddy looking. And then it erodes. Oxidation turns to flesh eroding. Now, let's see. Let me go to the next one here. Again, I don't know what particular order we're going through.
All right, this was when I first took this stone, and I'm going to show you in 1 second out of the ground. But at this point, I could still see very clearly the red patches of fleshy, wet, bloody tissue.
All right, so now I remember. The ball down here was way, well, you can't see my finger, I don't think. Way down here was where the ball was, which is the shoulder, whatever it was. It's called a ligament. And then this is the tendon, and you look it up in any anatomical, you can't miss it. These are the connective tissues. These are what connects bones and shoulders and joints and knees and toes and everything. Tendon is tension. They hold tension, and they have to be serviced with blood, just like everything in your body. Every single cell in your body is unstable at this moment. If it's stable, it's like a screw or something, isn't it? That just isn't, it doesn't do anything. But all of the rest of your body has to produce byproducts of, just living. So it has to take things in and give things up. And that's where you come into the membranes. And I will probably talk about that. I think I did in this one. But you see way out here? Whoops. You see way out here? This is what it's called an abrupt transition. And that's where the muscles or tendons, they all do it. They change their biological nature to abruptly transition into more or less mineralization. I hope that made sense.
Now, pay close attention to details. The details is what you have to look at. It's not just a piece of sandstone. It was layered because some ran off here and ran off there. No.
I do want to say something. It's talking about sandstone. Something that really destroyed our research from basically day one was the head that was from Jim Burchell down in Kentucky. Completely fossilized, perfectly preserved head. The nose was all splayed over and it was caved in the forehead. And it had ferrous oxides, black and red ferrous oxides. Scott Walters looked at it on TV and in 20 seconds said, no question whatsoever, in that, he said, I'm certain, I think was his words, that's just a sandstone head with a little staining of ferrous oxides. That's blood. And I confronted him with it, and we went back and forth, and finally anyway, that's some bad water under a bad dam. All right, so anyway, here we go.
These are bundles, these are separations, striations, connective tissue, iron oxides. And now we're also going to be talking about tendons and the bone emplacements, because that circular spot I showed you before was similar to this. This is what's called a ligament attachment. And if you can see inside there.
All right, let me just get this where it's for.
Which I hope you can. You should be able to see. There's all these little tiny holes.
No, you can see. You see the little hole. Inside that cavity was a ball, and you'll be seeing them. I know. I can remember now what I did here. And coming out of that is another bone that's just locked right up on top of it, touching, just rubbing right against it. But there's synovial sheaths and cartilage and all that stuff, which I think I will explain. Well, I know I will explain, actually. Let me just let myself explain it.
Inside this. You see those little bitty holes? What happens is there's a ball that goes in there, and it has all bumps all over the outside. And they grow into all around those bumps. You can't pull that out of there. That's a ligament. It won't come out. You could break your tendons, but very rarely does a ligament detach.
All right, so I hope everybody is. Am I doing all right? Everybody's still with me?
Yeah, we're good, Roger.
Oh, okay. Is this making sense to you?
It is, and I just wanted to say that I really like that saying, "There's bad water under a bad dam."
Sometimes it happens. I got to tell you something. I got attacked. I'm going to go into this in a second. I got attacked by a friend. She's a friend. We've been Facebook friends for years, really. And I know she semi-supports me. She's an academic, though. And she said, I should be ashamed of myself attacking them. I said, well, what do I do? What do I do? Just go in the woods and cry? They won't listen to me for 10 years. I'm not going to do that. I said they should be the ones that are ashamed. But anyway, that's some more water in the same place. Here we go.
I always say, what do you want me to do? Break out in assholes and shit all over myself?
I tell you,
Yeah,
once
not
they get
happening.
here's the thing, just like Michael was talking about, they have gotten control of us. We are literally a slave class now. If you're not an academic, and they're the ones I'm after, if you're not an academic, you're one of the slaves. Now, there's some good academics, yeah, absolutely, but they are also a product of the slave culture. If they speak up while they're in that occupation, they're destroyed. I don't care. Look at what happened to Velikovsky. I was working with Omar a little bit talking about Velikovsky. And he plays right into the mud fossil theory as well. Because if you, yeah, well, you know Omar.
Yeah, I read the book.
Yeah. Now, just so everybody else can have a quick understanding of mud fossils, and this is actually a revelation. It came about not too long ago for me. I knew that this stuff turned into stones. I mean, they're there. You can't stop that. And you can see the blood. Blood actually literally runs out of these things. I have them with blood that leaked on my counter. I'm not kidding. So, where was I going with this? But, anyway, let's get back to Velikovsky. He said, and this is why the mud fossils bothered me a little bit, why they were so perfect but I did make them. I made them myself and it worked fine. But I used electricity. I used a little bit of electricity because there is what's called telluric currents.
Mhm.
You know what they are?
I'm not totally familiar with them. I've watched your work and I'm kind of familiar, but not fully.
Well,
Please-
it's almost, all you got to do is think of the magnetic field. You just look at the magnetic field that surrounds the Earth.
the torus.
Yeah, those little lines that go around the Earth, basically, they're conduction of electricity. And the Earth, I got a lot on that too about that's another deep well, but we'll get there. Now, let's get back to this and finish up some of this. The bones and all of the joints in the body, if you could see way over here, that is the ball that I showed. Well, let me see. I think I explained it. This goes on for like 5 minutes, so I'm sure I get somewhere in there. Here goes.
Showed you before, that ball in the one I had was here, and there was those little fibers sticking out, and then it went into the muscle. We're talking about bones, all right? This is all about bones, the skeleton, how they interact with each other, how they attach to each other with ligaments. And I'm going to show you this in extremely deep detail and explain all of these giant stone spheres. No question what they are, and they can be tested. Now, joints have all kinds of different places in your body, and they do different things, but they all have similarities. And one of them is the synovial membrane. A membrane is anything that wraps something else, like a plastic bag. Wraps the cartilage. That's cartilage. So there's a synovial membrane wrapping that cartilage, which gives you synovial fluids. Such membrane contains the synovial fluid or the synovia. So it's literally oil. The fluid reduces friction between the touching surfaces. You know how much reduction there is? It's 4 times less friction than Teflon on Teflon. I'm not kidding you. The touching surfaces act as a lubricant in facilitating the movement. Also, fibrous cuff called joint capsules, which insert from both sides on the edges of the cartilage, contains inside, then it gets crazy. You don't have to even know all that stuff. But this is what we're talking about here. I just showed you. You see these little straps? I don't know if you can see them from as far away, but you have different types of bone. You have spongy bone, and it can flex a little bit. And then you have compact bone, it's not supposed to flex. And this is the type of bones you have, and long bones and short bones and all that stuff. And they come together and they have to move. And you have this synovial sheath or synovial fluids in between them. And I'll show you something right now. Hold on. I was reading this, I read this all the time, the periodic table. But you get over here, coefficients of friction. Look at this. Synovial joints in humans is 0.01. .003 in the kinetic version. That means Teflon on Teflon is .04. It's .04. I mean, it's so much difference in how slippery it is in your joints. Now, I think this would be a good time to talk about bacteria. And, you know, that guy was, Michael, excuse me, was talking about they were drinking menstrual blood and doing all that kind of crazy stuff. Well, everybody, oh man, went down the wrong way. Every part of your body has to be serviced with bacteria that lives in the membranes, and every single thing that's in your body has a membrane surrounding it. And in that synovial sac is where the bacteria live there. It's called interstitium now. And they never even realized it was there until 3 or 4 years ago. Look it up, interstitium. And it's now considered an organ system. And in those little pockets, those little holes, that I could show you some of them, and I think I do show them in here, but I'm not sure. They'll knock your socks off. They're just absolutely gigantic. All those gigantic stone balls are nothing more than skin tags and interstitium locks. And the interstitium coats all your organs, all of your everything in your body. And to us, it's microscopic. You're never going to see them. They're little tiny balls. You're going to see this stuff as a ball. But that's not what we're talking about. The balls I'm talking about, and I'm sure I show them here somewhere. Let me just let myself keep going. So, but you have to have certain dietary things that allow. Oh, I remember what I want to say. The bacteria is the stuff that lives in the menstrual blood is absolutely guaranteed to be different than the blood that's in the rest of your body. No question whatsoever. The same thing with when a baby is born and the vaginal canal is saturated with bacteria. That's its natural state, and its normal state of goodness is with, you know, certain species of bacteria. There are bacteria that are not good. Absolutely, yeast and all that stuff, and you know, who else knows what kind of nonsense. But anyway, there are babies that are born. They call them stone babies, and they're born as a child. They have no immune system whatsoever. They have no digestive system whatsoever when they're originally born. None. And so everything they get is coming out of that vaginal canal. Feces, everything should be all over them. And then we're programmed to react to that stuff immediately and say, whoa, this is where we got to live. Yikes. and then you respond. That's called your innate immune system. That's just almost instantly happens when you're a baby. But when you get to be 50, 60 years old, it says, oh man, this is too much. Anyway, you don't hit with the immunities quick enough and you die. That's what's happening to these people with COVID. Their normal immune system cannot react quick enough to the invasion. And why are they being invaded? Because there's no bacteria living in these mucous membranes. They've killed them with antibiotics. And guess what? Put in your little computer NIH and probiotics on COVID treatment, and just put in the COVID treatment with antibiotics.
Roger.
Institute.
We're trying to stay away from talking about that a little bit because of the censorship,
Okay,
and it's so heavy. I apologize for breaking in like that.
Yeah, no. I agree. I won't say another word about it. But anyway, let's get back to this. And thank you, because sometimes I do get carried away on nonsense things. I'm not saying it is nonsense, but some people regard things all kinds of different ways, and I should respect that. All right, now I got Pfizer. All right, here we go. You to keep the. Now here's the tendon emplacement.
that I'm showing, and we're talking about all the little tendon fibrils. Now, let me keep going on this.
Those fluids working correctly, and you also have to have bacteria in these membranes. Membranes have what's called membrane-bound bacteria. They live there. That's where they live. Nobody ever knew this about this before. It's just very, very new research. And it boils down to the fact that in every single membrane, and there's nothing but membranes in your body, you're 100% membranes coat every single separation of every single organ in your skin and everything, every place. All your everything. They all have their own membranes. And that membrane keeps them protected. And sometimes there's synovial fluids in them for slipperiness. Sometimes they're just isolated from things that might hurt them, like your kidneys, bile, and all that stuff. That floats around your body. All these things do. So the certain membranes only allow things in. Membranes have things that can come in and things that have to go out. So what does that mean? That means that the things coming in cannot damage you. And who decides? Who decides what comes in? Bacteria. Bacteria have different chemical propensities. A propensity means they want to do certain things to other chemistry. And they know what chemistry is allowed in and what chemistry isn't. Case closed. That's about as simple as it gets. Now, they have to discharge wastes. Absolutely. You're going to have problems building up in there. You're going to have all kinds of things happening inside these membranes that has to be dealt with by the bacteria. So let's just get past that. What we want to look at now is these giant stone balls. I know I keep floating this way and floating that way. I'm a floater. I can't help it.
See that? I even admitted it in it beforehand. Okay, here we go. Like I said, I don't know what's coming up, so.
All right. I'm sure I showed you this before, which is where there was a ball locked in here. Now you can see these little fibers. Listen, they're not hard to understand. These are ligament fibers, and they were attached. They hold in, but they don't just stop there. There's a bunch of little balls that they attach to.
Wait a minute, let me come back here.
And they were attached. They hold in, but they.
You see that, Rob? Well, it's hard for you to lock in on it, but there was a shoulder or a knee or something that was attached to something else. I don't know if it was a knee or not, but I can't remember. A doctor told me what oh, yeah, I know what that is. And I forget. But this round ball, you know, I've been doing this a long time, and I got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of things. And a lot of them are, well, three of them are DNA certified, human. I say certified because that's exactly what they are. They're validated. There's nobody just said, "Ooh, no." This was done with a good lab, 2 labs actually. And so anyway, that's the ball. Ooh, that worked out good. You can see it easy now. You see that little stalk in the center? Well, this holds one bone against another bone. So to me, I think this was a shoulder. And this outer skin, this is literally skin. Sandstone, what do they call it? Feldspar and sandstone is layers of tissue that now they call interstitium, or it's skin. Skin is if it's on the outside meeting the rest of the world. And on the inside, if it's meeting another biological system, they call it interstitium or membranes. Everything has to be separated from everything else. You see all these little tiny fibers up in here? Those fibers are not just there for nothing. Every one of us is attached to one of these balls. And I think I go through, well, I know I do. Let me just let this one play out. All right, you ready?
All right. I'm sure I showed you this before, which is where there was a ball locked in here. Now you can see these little fibers. They're not hard to understand. These are ligament fibers, and they were attached. They hold in, but they don't just stop there. There's a bunch of little balls that they attach to. And these are the balls. So what are we looking at here? This is all about tendons and ligaments. And what does it mean to be a tendon or to be a ligament? A ligament is what attaches bones to other bones. Hold on.
I remember this. I couldn't find the bone.
Well, I don't know where it is now. But it has the, I think I showed it to you already anyway. I tell you, I can lose stuff faster than anybody. But it has a hole in one bone, and then another bone locks up against it. And the hole that's in this bone has a ball in it, and that ball has bumps sticking out of it like this. And every ball in that lump has a fiber coming out. See all the fibers coming out? Well, they don't just go and attach to the outside of the bone. They go to the inside of that and attach to balls. These are the balls that are all over the earth.
You know, Sam Oswego, well, they're all over the earth. I mean, they're Costa Rica, they're everywhere. And I'm sure I talk about that too, but I forget.
Now, there's other styles, which are these that attach into flesh and so forth, which are not exactly the same. They have mats and all kinds of different things. But the key to remembering this is there's going to be different anatomy in different balls. Some of them are going to attach inside these bigger balls, and some of them are just going to be sort of floating around, interstitium and all that stuff, which is just, and your muscles can pull this way and that way, and your skin can move this way and that way, and it will come back to wherever these balls were attached to. And they have loose connective tissue running all through them. So they can pull this way and pull that way, but they always come back. You know, until you get real old and then nothing comes back. But this is the deal. And this is what I tried to show for 10 years. And I see every day, big mystery about these stone balls. Well, nobody can get their eyes open big enough to see what the earth was really like at one time. And until you can deal with mud fossils, you're just walking around in circles. Because this is what they're seeing all over the earth. Costa Rica, people who go down there apparently, and a lot of them, they're all over the place down there. Now, that's the other thing about mud fossils. They don't preserve the same way in every place. You don't find exactly the same type of mud fossil here as you do in another country.
Now, I just want to explain something at this point. Everything can turn into almost anything. It depends on the chemistry that attacked it. If you want to look into deep, look up nucleophilic substitution. All right, because I have bones here. Well, I have not bones. I have all kinds of. Well, I have bones too. But everything I have in multitudes of different types of stone, but they're the same organ, like lungs. I have lungs that are every single state of decay, and the common component is they're all heavily loaded with iron. And then the scaffolding of them, which everything has a scaffold in your body, is made of collagens. All right, collagens are the fabric of your life. And they coat everything in your body, and they make everything up. And there's like 28 different actual collagen types, and they all have different characteristics. Two characteristics of interstitium is that it can pull and stretch and pull this way and stretch that way. This would be like interstitium. You see, it's going basically into the skin. These are locking bones to bones. These are just floating through your skin so your skin can come back, and every now and then something stalks out of there. Think of it that way. Now, the key is that all of these things are made out of certain chemistry. And if the chemistry is not right, you're in trouble. And the bacteria, in my mind, is what makes the chemistry right. So let's just keep going. And again, the bacteria surrounds these different joints and things with these different. Every species of bacteria creates a different byproduct just by its living. I don't know whether it does it on purpose. I think it must, because if you don't have the right bacteria in the right places, you get invaded. And plus, they do a lot of good stuff. Anyway, let's just go on with this.
Real old, and nothing comes back. But this is the deal, and this is what I tried to show for 10 years. And I see every day, oh, big mystery about these stone walls. Well, nobody can get their eyes open big enough to see what the Earth was really like at one time. And until you can deal with mud fossils, you're just walking around in circles. Because this is what they're seeing all over the Earth. Costa Rica, people who go down there apparently, and a lot of them, they're all over the place down there. Now, that's the other thing about mud fossils. They don't preserve the same way in every place. You don't find exactly the same type of mud fossil here as you do in another country. It's called nucleophilic substitution. And whenever biology, which is 100% unstable, in your body, it's always changing. When you die or a creature dies, that stability has to either rot and turn into all kinds of debris, or it gets invaded and the unstable molecules become transitioned using transition metal attachments, and they bring them into where they become stable, and then they are rock.
Oh, a bit of a do-over, but that's okay. Here we go now.
All right, by the way, I did find a bone, and that is the ligament attachment. That's one of these. It sits in there, and it has little bumps sticking out of it all over the place, even though they don't show it that way here. They show one of them here, but they're all over inside here. And so they sort of lump around in a big lump. But additionally, each one of these balls attaches to one of these. And these are the abrupt transitions. They show them in everywhere. They all have abrupt transitions. And I'm going to show you one right now. All right, there's a quick abrupt transition right there. It goes from the bone or wherever it's in place out through these little fibers, and then the muscle comes, just like that. And then,
remember I showed the thing laying down flat, and it had the round shoulder, which I said a shoulder, and there was a little flap sticking out, and I said that's where it attaches to the muscle. Well, these have different characteristics, let's put it that way, when they dry out. Tendons have so little, they don't have much blood in them. You can see that. They're very, very heavy collagen. Not a lot of biology going on in them. That's just the nature of them. They have to be very, 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 very tough. And so there's a whole difference in biology. And what happens is the muscle doesn't really even shrink in the mud fossils. It just stabilizes. It's in these wet conditions, but there's so many other molecules around it that are so similar to what should be there, with salty waters and blood and all kinds of biology. Now, it changes the muscle to be, sometimes it'll turn to marble, basalt, all kinds of different things can happen. And the same thing with tendon, but that's all about the place that it was entombed in. Let's call it that way. Here goes.
And about out here, there's another transition and another transition. It gets less and less mineralized. Now, tendons also have their own abrupt transitions, but they're way down here. All right, this is one type of tendon ball, tendon enthesis. And this is where they break off. This is the attachment spot. Now, not all of them will have this. The interstitial balls, I don't see this exactly the same way, but in some of them, they break right here and it leaves like a little round spot where it almost looks like skin peeled off. Now, this is, a lot of them have two different entries going in, which apparently serviced the balls with some kind of nutrition or whatever it did. I don't know.
All right, now I have to explain something. There are some that don't appear to have much intrusion whatsoever, but they do have something, because let me just get it out. You will find they will always have some tiniest degree of attachment to something. They're not just laying in there for nothing. So it is going to be attached. Some of them are attached like as strong as you can possibly imagine. Some of them are just sort of floating around and they're attached to this really pulley, floppy tissue, and they're anchors, and that's the interstitial. Then other ones pull your muscles. That's the kind basically that we're looking at here. And this might be one of those balls that are inside of one of the bigger balls. Or it might just be one of the big balls and the other little balls are inside of this big ball. I don't know. Let's see here. There's no research done on this. Absolutely nothing.
But I do see that regularly. And, this just needs to be fleshed out. A little humor there.
Maybe not. Here we go.
All right, here's the kind of problem we have with our teachers. This is Sam Osmagowicz, I think you pronounce his name, and he says it's a stone sphere that is likely just a geological formation called a concretion. There's the little thing. Remember I showed you the one that had the ball and then the strap attached coming out? That's what that is. Now, it says, although the giant rock sphere looming out of the forest dirt undergrowth appears to be man-made to the untrained eye, this monolith is likely not any specific sign of a lost civilization, although archaeologist Samir Osmagowicz, known as the Bosnian Indiana Jones, says a 3-meter wide stone ball found in the forest of Visco Valley in Bosnia was made by an unknown civilization. Well, that's not right either, Sam. They used to live in the area over 1,000 years ago, but there are many reasons to cast doubt on this outlandish claim. It is precisely the description archaeologist Samir that the brown and red color, which is iron, of the ball point to very high content of iron. That leads experts to believe this is a naturally occurring spherical rock called a concretion, because they see them all over the world and they just call them concretions. They have no clue what they are. Many concretions are iron-rich, so they take on a reddish appearance. That's because they're made from biology, which is loaded with iron, called blood.
A little emphasis on that one there. Hold on, here we go. Oh, I don't know. I think that was it for that. Let me just see if I got any. Whoop, dragons. Hold on. Let me just show you something. We got to start right from the scratch again. Einstein was wrong. They were all wrong, 100% wrong. I mean, I know, this guy's a big shot. I don't want to be a big shot. I just want truth. And I hear from kids, and they say, I can see what you're telling me. Watch.
Okay, I told you I'll show you a muon and electron showers, and muon and neutrino, electron, neutrino. Well, here they are. That's a black ball, that's a white ball. When they concuss, the black ball doesn't change. The muon stays exactly the same. The electron explodes because it's an explosive particle. The muon is an attractor. This is a spreader.
The muon is gravity. That's all it does. That's all it wants to do is pull back the white particles. But when the white particles are interacting from this white ball, which was previously attached to this black ball, just as you would expect, like it's a bar magnet, and two of them back to back make up what we call a photon. They normally don't divide, but we divided them. Very simple. It only costs a couple $100 to do the whole thing. And we divided these photons into their separate components, into actual muons and electron showers.
When it hits into a cloud of electrons, they just go flying. And here is the proof of that, because we put it through a Venturi, which shows that Einstein was totally wrong. Hold on, we'll get here. Here it is. This is light accelerating. The particles, the black muons, are separated, and the white shower is exactly what I just showed you. Now,
Whoops. Let me see something here.
white shower is exactly what.
All right, here's the deal. The particles came in here. At this point, they are starting to radiate. Anytime you have push to shove of anything, I don't care what it is, you're going to create energy. This is all it is. You push to shove and you get energy. You scrape yourself on the floor, you get energy. You scrub your hands together, you got energy. If you pull apart molecules, you get energy. Well, guess what we did? We took that original photon, which in this case was red laser, pulsed red laser, and put, if you can see my cursor, like two round pins here. And that forced the magnetic fields, because the particle is way back in the beam, and the field that precedes it is its magnetic signature, because it is pushing to shove. You see way out here? This is the magnetic signature of a particle way back here. That's why the particle creates a wave. That's a particle wave duality. And I show this so obvious, it's 10-year-old.
I just showed you. Now, how did they start? All right, they started back here with a particle creating a wave in front of it.
All right, right there, Einstein's totally wrong. If you can accelerate light, that means light has no speed. It certainly doesn't have an upper limit speed. We know it can slow down, but if you can accelerate it, I don't care if it's in a vacuum or if it's in the toilet. Einstein was wrong. This is like going faster than the speed of sound, only you were with light. Now, consider this. At the Venturi, I just showed you the particles that are the little box of particles. I don't know if I showed you that yet, but they're 2-bar magnets back to back, basically. And I showed you the black balls got away from the white, which created the showers. That is atomic fission. That's what it is. Fission means you divided it. This is subatomic fission. This is like photonic fission. All right, whoops, what did I do?
Okay, I show you a muon and electron showers and particles. Then it explodes.
Here it is. Okay.
This is faster than light. That means Einstein was wrong. He was wrong about, a lot. I don't want to get nasty, but, people won't listen to truth. They don't care about truth anymore. They don't care about truth whatsoever. I guess fine.
Just like that guy Michael was saying. And he's right, absolutely 100%. Look what happened to Velikovsky. Destroyed him. Absolutely destroyed him. His book was on the bestseller list for, I think it was 11 weeks in a row. And it was so popular that the academics forced the publisher to take it away from the bookstores. Take them down, take it out, or they would never buy any books from them again. Now that sounds like racketeering to me. And it's going on today. And to me, it's, I get kind of, I say I don't want to get nasty, but yes, I do. As far as I'm concerned, it's a criminal organization at this point. It's no fiduciary. Yeah. Okay.
We do have to get nasty, brother, because up until now, we've held our tongues, we've bit our tongues, we've been attacked, ridiculed, careers lost, lives destroyed because of these people. So we do have to get nasty, because we're at that point in time now where we're at that paradigm shift now. It's either do or die, right? So we have to do what we have to do to get our message out and to get the truth out and to battle these people. So, brother, if you want to get nasty, I encourage you to get nasty.
I have a tendency to get a little on a pushy side, but what do? How do you react to somebody that just refuses to engage? I mean, which when I went to Yale, I was stunned. I was absolutely stunned. No, don't
Yeah, it's like when if you corner an animal in the corner, right? What are they going to do? They're going to come out swinging, and I feel that our community and our genre and the things that we've been talking about in this arena has been cornered into a corner, and we don't have a choice now but to just come out swinging and fight for what is right.
Yeah, well, I would think people should contact Derek Briggs at Yale University, New Haven, Connecticut. He's only 20 miles away. And I have all this stuff laying in my yard. And I had it DNA tested. I had things CAT scanned. You know all that.
Yeah, maybe after your lecture, Roger, maybe you can post his email in the comments.
All you got to
do is we'll put that across the board and see if we can't bombard his email.
Yeah, just put in Derek Briggs, Yale University. Can't miss him. He comes on. He I follow all these guys to see what they're saying. Obviously, I don't come blind. I don't come out and just start running my mouth. So I looked up to see about him 10 years ago because that's when I started to try to interact with him. He still, to this very day, refuses. So, and he's supposed to be, he has a big page about fantastic fossils because he was supposed to be the world's leading expert. So I said, that's where I want to go. Well, that was a big mistake. So I run into all kinds of trouble with him, and it had turned into a fight. And I mean, a fight. And what's that?
Roger, I got Rob looking up that guy's name. Can you say his name again so Rob can type that in?
Yeah, Derek, D-E-R-E-K, Briggs, B-R-I-G-G-S, I believe. Yale University.
Like from Lethal Weapon. You remember those movies?
He's an Irish paleontologist, correct?
Yeah, at Yale University.
Okay, cool. Rob's on it. Rob, once you have his email, let's post that in the comments and get people to bombard his email. And
I just wonder why, to try to be respectful. Here's the deal. I understand what these people are up against. Because if he comes out and makes statements, I don't know, even tenure won't protect you anymore. If you're tenured, it just means that they can't just dismiss you for no reason. Now, if you're tenured, you still may not be able to talk about this stuff because they would call it false and misleading. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know how it works, but they don't come out.
Yeah, that's the narrative. If you don't agree with them, then this is pseudoscience or it's misinformation or any host of those words that they can use to discredit information, right? So I'm not asking people to believe or not to believe. Just use your own judgment and look at the evidence that's being presented and then make your own judgment.
Well, listen to this now. Briggs gets on his, where I was going before, was Briggs gets on his channel on, I guess it's a YouTube channel or wherever. And he comes out and he's going to give his class. You can go to any class you want, online for free. They post most of these. You don't get any credit for it, but who the hell cares about that? I don't care. Anyway, if you can go into an employer and say, I went to Yale. And he said, where's your degree? I said, I didn't get a degree. I went and I took the classes. I know what I'm talking about. What do you want to know? And, you go in for what you are capable of doing and you just confront your employer. I think that's better than going in and saying, yeah, they took advantage of me. I owe them $120,000 and you're going to have to pay me a ton of freaking money. And I can't say anything that they didn't tell me to say. That's not right. Anyway, let's get back to this. Now, here's the particles. You see these particles right here? Can you see that, the black and white?
Yeah, a little bit.
All right, let me just explain to you what's going to happen. I think I start talking about this. This is where I see light suck through the venturi.
No care about truth whatsoever. I guess fine.
All right, now what you're looking at there is light coming in here on the left, and they look like little Oreo cookies. And then as they begin to stack up at the venturi, which is down here, you can see my cursor, right?
Yep.
Okay, so here's the deal. As they begin to concuss, and like I said before, every single thing there is that's energy is push to shove. And it just means I'm pushing you, you're shoving me back. How hard will I push you? How hard are you going to push back? Are you a solid object, or can I move you out of the way? Well, as light goes through the air, it creates a big wave in front of it from the magnetic field these particles possess. They're just nothing but two little bar magnets back to back. So everything in front of them has to get the hell out of the way. They're magnetic fields. And their magnetic fields are absolutely enormous. Look up hydrogen 21 centimeter line. One hydrogen atom, which is the smallest atom that exists, and it's not one proton and one electron, it's 1,839 of these electrons, and this is 2 electrons. And a single electron, if there's just nothing but single electrons, they're not in the form of light, they're in the form of electricity. They'll kill you because they want to invade you. They want to go and attach to something. Light is something a little bit different. And it's already got a pretty good solid attachment to these black particles. They don't want to let go of those white guys. So they bounce. And the bounce you get back is dependent upon a variety of things. The beginning mass of the particle, what it impacts with, the frequency, all kind of stuff. But anyway, you see the particles, and you see how there's spikes coming up from the top and the bottom. And just as they impact at the venturi over here, they just lose it. The black particles, as you saw before, they just go out of the way, and the white ones create the showers, identical to what CERN has seen and has no clue where it came from. When they do their experiments, they're using these huge particle accelerators, and when they're running particles, they're running particles. We're using light. So instead of this, they've got 100 billion of those. I'm serious. 100 billion of them coming head on to each other so that they can crush their fields into each other, which we just did very easy by putting a venturi. So when they crush their fields, they see these particles, but they have no idea where they come from. It's just like vacuuming up your entire house and then taking it apart and saying, well, I wonder where this came from, what that is. Well, how did it get here? Well, it's just all debris. Let me see, here we go. All right, so where did I go? Let me go back to here where you can see what happens when they split apart. There they are, right there. You saw the box with black and white particles together. Well, they ain't together no more. And when they went through there, that's identical to what CERN shows for the electron neutrino and the muon neutrino, which are the particles touching back to back, just like I showed you, which is light. They don't know it's light. And then it becomes the electron showers, which obviously, and the muon didn't change. I'm sure I showed you that, but I do lose track. Whoops.
Okay, I told you I showed
there it
you
is right there.
an electron shower.
Manifest destiny, baby. All right, so here we are accelerating the light. If you can contest that, I just want to know where you live. And I can tell you what, that is atomic fission. We increased the energetic value, which is nothing. Energy means you just created energy. And that's creation of energy right there. We increased the value of that particle at least, I would say, 200 times. And they do agree with that. So I'm going to go with their 200. I won't argue that one. But I can tell you what, If you could see the reverse field coming all the way back, I don't know if you can see it in this shot. It may become a little more obvious shortly, but you see these are more light particles. They all have fields in front of them, just like that one did. And it just happens to be that one's in the center and it's quite more obvious, but their fields are being forced to go through this Venturi. And when they do, it's lights up, not lights out. And the reverse concussion wave is so phenomenal. You can see it way back here. And it's like, I don't know how many zillion times bigger than it was coming in. And we can see that by how it's affronting the other waves, which are nothing more than light particles. And the particles way back here. But this is, you never see them. The only reason we see this is because it's right into the Venturi. And Rod Warren did these experiments. And a very talented guy. And I got so much stuff on this. We go back. I showed these 6 years ago. I'm going to tell you another thing. I went to not CERN. I went to University of Geneva. I took particle physics there. And that's another thing. You can go to any school you want, basically, through Coursera, which is nothing more than like an outlet for academia. And every school you go, I've gone to a lot of them. And I went to the University of Geneva, and I showed them all this. This was 6 years ago. And
Hey, Roger, let me hit you up with a question from Rick Keefe from our Watchers Talk channel, and I think this will put context to understand a little bit deeper into what you're talking about. Rick Keefe asks, do these rocks that Roger is analyzing possibly represent fossilized giant humans that were captured in mud and then fossilized? I'm trying to understand the focus on tendons and blood and rock specimens.
okay, yeah, like I say, I drift a lot. And no question whatsoever that at this point, I can prove that everything there is biological. Mars is biological. Earth is 100% biological. Those tendon balls were tendon balls, those gigantic stone balls. And I think I showed those. Do you want me to get off the light stuff and nobody's interested in this?
No, just keep going. I thought I'd toss that question up from Rick to just get better context in what you're talking about. Because this information is pretty new for a lot of people. So, a lot of people are having a hard time understanding because, the idea behind it is that, geologists, if they say it's a rock, then it must be a rock, right? But, we're trying to look beyond that and trying to help people understand why is it that this fossilized specimens that look like rocks. So I'm just trying to get clarification on that.
I got you. I go back to trying to understand how everything works, because if you can't get like light and electricity and these, how are these stones made? Did you see all the different things I showed in the beginning, the goose head and all that stuff that we showed?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, how did they get that way? They're not right about anything. They're not right about anything. Einstein was wrong about light, and this is the problem. Even Max Planck, he says science advances one funeral at a time. The guy's got to die off, or you're going to have to say exactly what he says, or you're going to have to leave that business. So if you want to be successful, you repeat exactly what you were told. And the closer you are to the exact statements that you were told to say, the more successful you will be in that medium. I was like 10 minutes in there and I was gone. I had my own business. I was successful. I didn't need them. And I've been this way my whole life. But you can't win. You just can't win. And even when you have this kind of evidence, you can't win. But anyway, going back, because I got the atomic evidence that protons aren't one big gigantic proton. They're not. They're made out of 1,839 of these little electrons I'm just showing you. So That's why they can explode into these particles here. What they tell us is just insanity. But you have to say the same things they say.
Then the particle itself just accelerated past the speed of light, because light is light. So if this was the speed of light, this is faster than light. That means Einstein was wrong. He was wrong about, a lot. I don't want to get nasty, but people won't listen to truth. They don't care about truth anymore. No care about truth whatsoever. Right? It's fine. And this is the particle as it starts to concuss. You don't even ever see it until it begins to concuss. Then it starts to display the black and white. Then it turns into a box with the black and white particles. Then it explodes at the Venturi. That's what I just showed you. That is the electron neutrino, and that is the muon neutrino. When they explode over here, they turn into, the muon doesn't change the black ball, but the white turns into electron showers.
All right, there they are right there. So,
Hey, Roger.
yes.
Just to give you a 5 minutes heads up, I've got about 10 minutes left, and going to bring our next speaker on in about 10 minutes.
Okay. You want to just I would like to show the mud fossils more, but
Yes, please go ahead.
Can you see my screen still now?
I do.
Now let me just ask you. If I click on a picture, will you still be able to see it?
I believe I will be. Let's bring it up and see if we can.
Can you see that?
Yeah, it's all white. Can you turn your camera or your screen just a little bit?
Oh, yeah. See, that's not. I wanted to be able to show it right off of my screen.
The image did come up, but it was it just looked really white because of the reflection.
How about this?
There you go. I see that. Yep.
All right. These are all the tendon balls that are all over the earth. But they're gigantic. They're everywhere. And they are rolling around all over the place. They have no clue what they are, so they call them concretions. They're heavily mineralized, mostly with blood. Now, let me see. Well, let me just run through the stone walls. I got so much stuff on this. All right, you can see that one? Can you see that one, Omar?
I can, Roger. Sorry, I was muted. I can. The two spheres there.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to run right down. Those are stone balls, and let me just. These little pieces in the back here are broken ones. They're all over the place, and that's because there's hundreds of them in every ligament and every tendon. Some of them are layered like this. All right, and that's one type of tendon. They're all over your body. They're different types. Some of them have like geometric patterns in them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and they usually fracture around the outside. They usually have that outside coating that will come off.
What are they? Are those turtles or?
No. These are the tendon balls.
Oh, okay. I got you now.
These are the tendon balls that I showed you on straps. They're everywhere. The Earth is a creature.
Oh wow! Look at that, eh?
They're everywhere. The Earth is a creature. See?
Oh wow!
Oh, you haven't seen anything yet, brother. All right. Now, this is where chemistry comes in. It was probably near a kidney or heart or something where it had a lot of copper. And they layer up like that quite a bit. And then you have them like this. Now that I think is like in a shoulder joint or something. And this creates chert.
Can you zoom in a little bit, Roger? There we go.
Better? Okay. You see this is real tough, scrappy stuff. And then you have this central core. And then you have them like this, where they're fed.
Oh, hey, look at that.
Well, they fracture in the middle, and the top fell off. But see, they're all over the place, and there's a zillion of them together.
Amazing.
Now, this one has 2 stalks going up into it. Same type of thing. I don't know. I showed one time. I showed somewhere in here about the 2-stalk one. Now, here's where these kids are playing. Remember, I showed you. Well, maybe I didn't show you that, but some of them have little pockets in them with squares, or not squares, shapes. You see this shape right here where I'm going?
Yep.
Very similar to that, and they're like cellular, and they can probably distort. That's what I'm thinking is what that's going on, and those kids are playing on it. That could be a tendon ball right there.
Can you zoom that?
This is Chaco Canyon. You see this outside wall? I think this is probably built on a tendon ball. These are all tendons over here. Those are tendons over here. These were creatures. The Earth is a biological entity. There's a house right there. These are more tendon balls. Yeah. The size of the van.
Mm-hmm.
They're everywhere. And they're not just in one country or another. They're everywhere in the whole world. That is I believe this is
huge. Looks like an eye.
It is, I believe. I started to think this was just a tendon ball, but it has many, many, many 2 layers. You see how many layers are there?
Yeah.
That's a lens. This was a lens, and that's an eye.
Wow.
And you can see it's shaped over on both sides. You think that eye is big? You got no idea, brother.
Yeah, look at the size of that eye compared to the person that's standing there. Wow. That's huge.
Yeah. Here's a tendon ball right here. That's one that has a center that has a hole in it. And they pour out sand. They're filled with like a sandy substance, after the nucleophilic invasion.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the type that I said has these little pockets in them. The kids were playing on it and they were falling apart. This one eroded a different way. This was attacked by some other type of sea. And, all the seas are different. There's different chemistry in all the seas because, different body parts in the seas. The Great Lakes are organs. That's a tendon ball right there. You saw one I just showed you that had all the little pockets in it. It's the same thing. There's some blood right there.
Let me just bring that up.
You see it?
Yeah.
Anytime you see things growing green or lichen, it's growing on something that had blood. All right, this is my buddy sent me this, Lee Simpson. This is another one. That's a tendon ball eroded in a different way. This was next to probably a kidney or a liver or a bile duct or something.
Mm-hmm. All right, cool, Roger. Thank you very much.
Okay, buddy.
I truly appreciate your knowledge, brother. I thought to have you part of this disclosure conference is par with what we're doing because of the information that you're sharing with the world doesn't understand, right? And that's the that's the hurdle that we have to overcome. I've come across many comments, many posts where people are talking about the mud fossils and the Mud Fossil University and trying to understand your research, but the programming, right? The programming is so intense and so deep that we can't get beyond that. So, I thought to have you on here and come on and explain your research, should, would have been good. And it is good. A lot of people have resonated with your presentation, and there are others out there who are a bit confused about it, but I'm sure, as their level of awareness and consciousness increases, then they too will begin to understand what you're talking about. So Rob, come on the screen. Clarence, if you're around, hop on in.
Okay, I guess that's it.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Right on, Roger. Thank you. I really appreciate it, my brother. I will be
Incredible
in.
presentation.
Oh yeah, it's mind blowing every time. Roger's a brilliant, brilliant man, and I came across Roger. What was that? About 8 years ago, 7, 8 years ago, and I saw that, and I was like, "Hold up a minute, what's going on here?" And then
Hold up. Wait a minute.
yeah, we had a nice long conversation one day, about 4.5 hours on the phone, and then Roger explained to me, what he's talking about, and it rang, and it kind of stayed put. And I've always followed Roger after that, just keeping tabs on what he's doing, what new things he's discovered, and it's something. It's part of disclosure. This is something that people need to know and need to understand as well. And I understand that the programming is strong, but we too can overcome that. So thank you very much, Roger, my brother. I appreciate it, my friend, and I will be in contact with you soon.
One last word. Thank you also, my friends. It's been a pleasure, and this is, we have to get the truth out there. That's all it is.
Yeah.
And I do appreciate it. Thanks, Omar. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, my
Great.
brother. I
Thank
love
you,
you,
Roger.
and I will talk to you soon.
Thanks a lot. Okay, I'll be staying tuned.
Oh, where did he go?
Awesome. It'll be like, hold up, wait a minute. Roger put some knowledge in it. Get it, bud. We appreciate it.
Can you
Surprise.
imagine the size of something that, I mean, you're talking that ball is just a piece of like inside of your joint. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
yeah.
Can you imagine what's attached to the outside? And then, you know what I'm saying? That's just, wow.
Mega.
I'm
It's
like,
mega.
yeah, I mean, phew.
It's hard to fathom. Like, it's
Oh,
probably
my
so
Lord,
big,
yeah.
it's hard to fathom. Or,
Yeah.
when you look at humans as a species or animals as a species, there's only a few big ones, right? But even the 7 foot tall human or the elephant or, I mean, really, how many are there that are that big?
Yeah.
It's huge.
Or what
I
about
mean,
the creature
no, go ahead.
that? Sorry.
I was going to say, I got bones up here on my shelf. One of them I think is a whale bone, a vertebrae that's, this big around and about yay tall. And you think of whales as being giants and stuff, but compared to that, forget about it. A whale would be a guppy.
Can I say one last thing? Can I say one last thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely, Roger.
Yeah.
All right. I have in my own property right here, I have many samples, and two of them that are giants have been DNA certified as human mitochondrial DNA, which is the mother side, from a very expensive test. I extracted the samples. I sent them off. I know where to get them. I took them right from the blood supply, so they're literally blood. And they came back, and he stands behind the test. He says, but don't you tell anybody that I took the samples, or, that he took the samples. Because he said, I didn't see where you took the samples from. You could squirt your own blood on there. I said, well, have him come talk to me, but I'm going to say you did the test. I know he was assaulted, and nobody will do them now. You try to get somebody to do a DNA test on mud fossils, forget about it.
Yeah.
And mine, one of the bigger one, has a 3 foot long fingertip. The tip of the finger is 3 foot long, and you can see the fingernail absolutely flawless and well kept. And on the other side, I broke off a piece of the grip skin, which is your fingerprint. The fingerprint's perfect, just like yours. You could put it on a wall in a post office. They catch a guy in 15 minutes. It's flawless, and that's DNA tested. And then I had another one. I had a little addition put onto my house, and they dug out a little channel there, and they moved all the stuff into the woods. And I don't know, 10 years ago or so, I had to get up some rocks and stuff. And I go digging in there, and I find a 3 foot wide human hand. It's 3 feet wide. It's absolutely no way you can possibly deny it. And the fingers and the knuckles and all this stuff was there. But it was just all jumbled up because they dug it up and put it in a pile. So I took the blood out of that same thing. And then I found, I found so much stuff. And I found a human lung that is absolutely flawless. It has the depression of the heart. It's a left human lung, totally coated with the pleura. The little tip at the bottom saturated with blood. And I had that tested, all three of them, all human. So anyway, I'm going to let you guys go so I don't bust in on you. But
I could have sworn I saw John Cadman in the studio, and now he has disappeared. I wonder where he went.
maybe he's mad I busted in on you.
No.
Here, I'll let you go. I'll stay out of this. All right, I'll be quiet.
Okay, Roger. We'll talk to you soon, brother. Thank you. Okay, so we did have John Cadman in the house. Maybe he has to reboot his computer or something. We'll give him a few minutes to log back into the studio. I just tried to give him a call. I didn't get an answer. So hopefully he can come back in here soon. So while we're waiting for Mr. Cadman, let's talk about what's coming up next. Next, we have the North American Conscious Panel coming up, which is going to be with Alan Steinfeld, Drs. JJ and Desiree Hertog, Dr. Sam Osmanovic, and Dr. Joan of Angels. And then after that, we have Gauze, Stephen Cummins, coming back to give us a download. And then after that, we have Joel Ayapana. And then at 6 p.m., we have the Australia Disclosure Panel, which will feature Stephen and Evan Strong, Paul Wallace, Saul Rita Antaria, Leah Capitelli, and hopefully Jerome Calvar. So the rest of the afternoon is looking very, very good. And there is John. Woohoo! John's in the house. Right on. I am looking forward to this download for sure. A lot of people have been trying the weird, I was going to say the weird water pump, but the pyramid water pump. But John, I believe it's his original idea, or it began. I believe it was in like 1700s. I think that's when the pyramid pump or the water pump was spoken of. Let me just quickly go in here and have a quick look. Yep. It was invented in the 1700s. Hydraulic ram pumps are primitive but highly effective machines. These simple pumps incorporate only two moving parts used extensively around the world until the invention of electric water pumps. So 1700, this theory has been around, and John Cadman has really expanded on that and has actually built a, I believe, 1 to 48 size water pump on his property in the United States. So while we're waiting for John to come back on, it seems he's having a little bit of tech issue. So while he's trying to come back on, let me just quickly read a little bit of John Cadman's bio. Egyptology has been polarized into two primary factions. The Orthodox camp follows the standard vision of history that claims the Great Pyramids was utilized as a tomb by Khufu, yet no one has ever found any signs of a non-intrusive burial within any pyramid. The only sign that the Great Pyramid was even related to Khufu is the glyph in an upper chamber that was most likely forged by Pering. The entire subterranean section is a mistake, and believe the 1,500 square foot subterranean chamber was unfinished and left abandoned. The use of the Great Pyramid subterranean layout produces the best and most advanced hydraulic ram pump ever built. Is this more coincidences and that these parts can be used in some type of simple where did I go? That's simple yet sophisticated machine. What physical evidence supports this claim? We do find extensive water erosion patterns that exactly match the water flow of the machine. So that is pretty cool. John Cadman is still not in the house, so we're still waiting for him, guys. He's in and out. I just had him on the screen, and his screen was buffering, so hopefully he has that addressed and can come back on. In the meanwhile, let's let's talk some good stuff.
Let's talk shop.
Yeah, let's talk about this right here. Do these rocks that Roger? Okay, we went through that question. TV just joined, and I look at rocks the same at all. After finding his videos, there were giants. The Native Americans have many stories about redhead giants, but were cannibalistic. I believe Brad Olson touched on this a little bit yesterday, but we are not going to waste any more time on that because we have John Cadman in the house. Nice meeting you, John. Hi, how are you? It sounds like you're muted, my brother. Just go down down at the bottom of the screen. You'll see Cam and Mike with the gear.
It's not muted.
Yeah, click that. Go to your audio, and then you'll be able to find your mic in the in the options. Say something. Maybe we can hear you. No, still muted. What does this say? Daryl Perrier. Didn't Tallager, in his name, discover these bones in Africa, that they had energy that made the airline warning system go off? Yep, I had Michael Tallager on Watchers Talk a number of years ago, and he was transporting those rocks and went onto the airplane, and in fact, it did have a bit of an issue. And then he hasn't traveled with them since. Since then, he has built a museum on his property that highlights all of these mud fossils that he has discovered. And also, just to clarify, that the mud fossils that Michael Tallager is talking about is Roger Spur's work and is based off of Roger Spur's work. And being that Michael Tallager is a smart fella, he was able to go around South Africa and other parts of Africa and did find hearts and bones and ligaments and kind of what have you. So I just wanted to clear that up so that the credit goes where credit is due, and that is to Mr. Roger Spur. What else? Maybe Roger is saying that Gaia's minerals and rocks are all biological. Is that it? That's exactly what Roger is saying, Keith, Rick, that they are biological and they have just fossilized over the course of, tens and thousands, hundreds of thousands of years. In fact, there is one dragon in the desert of Africa, which Roger spoke of, and this dragon is literally a few hundred miles long. It is incredible. It shows evidence. You can actually go on Google Maps and notes. Let me hear again, John. I thought I heard something.
Yeah, I put on headphones, so
yeah. There we go. There we go. Here, let me edit your mic settings to turn up your volume.
Okay.
So that we can hear you.
Okay.
There we go. There we go. We got you. How you doing, John?
I'm good. There's a little bit of a time delay on this because my internet is DSL and it's a distance and it's terrible.
You sound okay right now. I did notice you were having a little bit of buffering problems earlier, but right now your video seems to come in good and your audio seems to be good. I've already read your bio, John, so we'll remove ourselves off of the screen and give you the stage, brother. We'll be in the background. We'll be in the background. Just shut your cameras off, guys, and we'll remain on the screen. So in case we have a question or if John has any concerns, we can promptly address that.
Hey, so okay. John? I was just going to say I had a lot of problems with setups on down at my. Well, I've got a research bungalow down by the pulse generator because I actually have that pulse generator that's built into a glacial boulder. It's like a 15-foot wide glacial boulder that was split, and so we built one of the models, the pulse generator models, into it, and we were trying to put up a copper pyramid, which we did, but I don't know how to get my camera out to watch it, and it's actually running right now. But constraint of tech, other than unless I could get like some fucking smartphone out to stare at the thing, I'm frustrated.
You can, yeah, if you want to use your phone, John, just use Chrome.
I don't know how to use the fucking things.
Shitty, man. It's okay. It's no worries. Maybe I can
You know how to use them? No, it ain't gonna work. It's too many apps to log into and stuff, and this is a live event, so we'll just continue. As long as I can share some screens, I can just run through some stuff, and that'll be fine for now. But let's get into Zen land.
It's all good, brother. Let's breathe.
Yeah, gotta see if brother can do some shit on this to figure out the phone stuff. Because I hate smartphones. I hate them with a passion. They're like dumbed down technology.
Oh, that's why you and Bruce are friends.
I hate the things. It's like because I run really good computer stuff. I mean, great stuff, and it's just idiot tech. What's it called? StreamYard. There's a link to it and stuff.
I know exactly what you mean when you're trying to run really high speed, all types of computer stuff, and then all of a sudden you have to downgrade, or you're somewhere and you can't use your actual stuff or somebody else's, and it ends up slowing you down. You're like, oh, it's a frustration. But like you said, Zen mode, get into it.
Yeah, it's all good because I'm on the third generation of the models, of the inkjet models, and so right now my brother and I are building the latest inkjet model for the sub-chamber flows. And this will be the first one which will actually be able to run with it, put ink injection in different colors into I'm probably jumping way ahead of myself because I haven't really even explained what I've done yet. What I've done is back in 1999, I came across this one engineer from the Depression era. It was Edward Kunkel. He described that the way that the Great Pyramid was built, his theory was that they used water locks. And it was kind of a bet during the Depression era for something or other. And then his work from the Pharaoh's Pump was published. That was the name of the book back in the 60s, real soft covered small book. And then in the 90s, Richard Noon had republished Edward Kunkel's work in his book 5-5-2000, which kind of end of the days, planetary alignment and doomsday book. But it most of it was really good. I was surprised the book was really good, but it had a catchy title. And he covered a lot of ancient Egypt, and he had Peter Tompkins' work on the Secrets of the Great Pyramid. He had endless amazing stuff on the Templars and all the different societies, lost civilizations. And so he did have the description of Edward Kunkel's pump. Now, I live on 10 acres above the city, and there was no power at that time, back in 99. I do have power now, but I have DSL for internet, which is, it might as well be dial-up. So I needed to move water from one part of the property to the other, and that particular powerless water pump assembly, high-tech water pump assembly, part of it made sense, part of it did not. Edward Kunkel actually described two specifically different pumps. This first one, which he called the construction pump, made sense for the most part, in that it just dealt with the subterranean chamber, which is 100 feet underneath the base of the bedrock of the Great Pyramid itself. and it's a room that's 27 feet by 46 feet by 11, about 11 feet high. It's got some fins in it, hydraulic fins, and a pit, and a lot of what Edward Kunkel had written about the lower assembly made sense. But then he went, and he just kind of delved on that briefly. And then he went into this really complex vacuum assembly in the upper part of in the actual building of the Great Pyramid, the building structure itself. And that stuff was, it wasn't great, to say the least. And there was a lot of there were some physics flaws in it, and as far as how high you can elevate with the vacuum, which is only like 32 feet, it's maximum elevation from vacuum, and so he didn't have that into it. But his lower part made sense. So I actually had built the model back in 1999 of what he had described as the construction pump, which would elevate water high enough to like do a water lock system to actually float and move the blocks into place. And I made it in June of '99, and it did not work. So, and I put hundreds of hours into this scale model, and the scale model, the scale I had used, I actually used I used a 1/4 inch to a foot, 1:48 scale. And that worked best for the shafts. Is one of the shafts going, the descending passage shaft is basically 4 foot by 4 foot. And when you start doing 1/4 inch to the foot, then you got a 1 inch square shaft. And then bottom shafts like a 3 foot by 3 foot. So that's 3/4 of an inch. And you use 3/4 inch square dowel or pipe or whatever you wanted to replicate the square shafts. So that was the reason I chose that scale. And it ended up with a really nice sized model, which was like the sub chamber itself being, it's like 11 inches by 7 inches. Pretty much, which is not a bad size considering the dynamics which are being incorporated into making this thing run. So I'd done that in June of '99. It didn't work, and I knew a lot of Kunkel's design was right on that part. The upper part's all wrong, and so that's also on the web. You'll see the pump.org, and his stuff is shit. Not a fan of his. And so actually on December 31st of 1999, the last hours of the millennia, the design came to me, and I figured out where the different shafts were supposed to go, and because there was down at the bottom of the subterranean chamber, there's a pit that's offset at an angle, a 45-degree angle, and it's offset again from the wall also by about the shaft itself about 4 feet off the wall. So those are actually indicators. Eventually I figured out those were the indicators of where that output shaft down the pit was going to be coming out. You can actually determine where it's coming out from the offset angle. It points directly to the output. And I got so many pictures and stuff. I don't even know if I can do a slideshow and stuff. I'm so disappointed because I have so much stuff. I've got 3D animated flows that, and this one guy, Kevin Baumer, did. He's a 3D animator. We did actually side profile scans of my silicon I have a silicone mold to actually make sub-chamber models for experimentation, so I don't have to rebuild this room.
John, if you want to share the video, any videos, when you come down here to where it says share and it says video file, you can just upload the video right to the studio, and I can put it on the screen, and you know, I can put it side by side so we can watch and you can explain whatever you like to do.
Okay, I'll see how this works. I think this is one of them. Let's see if this works. So it's showing the flow. I don't know if it's going to your screen or not, or.
Yeah, I see it, John. It's right here.
Okay, yeah, that's the. So that was our 3D animation of it actually running. Yeah, my internet's so slow. This has been. Now on the flows, the flow dynamics, because once I built the model, I built the first model, and it I figured out the design last day of 1999. Kind of came to me in weird vision. It actually changed. I had to redo a lot of what Edward Hunkel had said as far as the dynamics. Let's see. So once I rebuilt the whole thing, and it first one ran in April of 2000. Now in April of 2000, when it ran, I'd seen Chris Dunn's book in 1999 and had written to him. I wasn't sure how much of his, the Giza power plant theory was accurate, but I was really looking for more information on the subchamber itself. So what Chris had described, because it was very brief on the subchamber, but he said the subchamber housed the equipment which sent a pulse vertically to the King's chamber, which is the resonating chamber. It's a freestanding rose quartz granite tuned resonating chamber. And, if you don't know Chris Dunn's work, you should, and that's all I can say. So he said the subchamber had missing equipment that he thought there was like some sort of mechanical equipment which sent some sort of pulses up to the ceiling to basically prime the Great Pyramid to cause it to resonate with the Earth itself, the Earth's base frequency of 7 hertz. Or he said 104, we said 410 or 440 hertz or something, but really it's at the Schumann resonance, which I've actually done recordings down to 5 hertz, and I've done all the sound analysis of all the frequency down to 5 hertz, and actually have all that set up, but I can't broadcast it. I have everything actually running here, so the internet sharing thing sucks. Okay, after it ran, and within, say, 20 minutes of the first model running, it became obvious that Chris Dunn was right, that there was actually a pulse generator, that almost like a subwoofer that sent a compression wave or a shock wave, sound wave, whatever you want to call it, up to the core of the Great Pyramid. So I was writing to him back in 2000. And I've been right. Well, he's visited me twice in 2005 and then 2016 for this new model. And also the Godfather, really the most knowledgeable and most expertise person on hydraulic pulse generators in the world that actually has done all the designs on them was here, Dr. Jack Collet. And he said, yeah, that's a hydraulic pulse generator. And he uses them. He actually designed oh man. He uses hydraulic pulse generators in offshore oil drilling rigs. And he uses it for two functions. One's for look forward vision. So he actually sends pulses down 5,000 feet down the pipe, the drill pipe, down the seabed floor. And it's, you know how they use dynamite and stuff to check to try to figure out how deep the oil and stuff was. Well, he was using hydraulic pulses down the drill pipes, and then put sonophones in the silt down on the 5,000 feet down in the ocean, and that way, without pulling anything out of the pipes or anything, they just stop the drilling, send the pulses, they pick up, how deep the oil was by the pulses. That's just oil stuff, proven oil stuff, and that's his invention. And that's the dude that was up here. And so the Great Pyramid's the same thing. It's the same setup. You've got a pulse that goes 2,000 feet up a pipe, and this pulse is set off by a 4-foot square rock pipe. It would have either been a basalt, some sort of igneous rock basalt, or granite box would be sliding in this pipe, and water would shove it forward, it slam it shut, and that's like the old hydraulic hammer from the old pipes and old houses, which we all know about or might know about. That's why I'm talking to you. And where you get a near instantaneous stoppage of fluid within a pipe, and that because fluid's not really compressible, it compresses it a little bit, and then when it compresses it sends a shock wave which travels like straight up the pipe with a rarefaction wave right after. The rarefaction's equal and opposite to the high pressure shock wave. And these shock waves are massive. It's not to even be underestimated at how intense they actually are. And that's why they're always just trying to get rid of them in any sort of hydraulic system. So you try to delete them because they destroy things. Here, I have about 7 feet of water drop or water head, and 7 feet in a static pressure. It's like 0.42 pounds per foot of drop, and so 0.42 times 7 be a static pressure by 2.8 or maybe 3 psi, but from just the actual water drop. And I have a wastegate valve, and the wastegate valve is this is stupidly simple. All I'm using, I actually use a reversed upside down check valve. So I actually have it here, and all it does is this water's flowing by this check valve. It drags it to the closed position, and that causes a near instantaneous stoppage of the water flow, and that sends a huge shock wave. It's not just a pressure spike; it's a shock wave up the pipe. And water it conducts sound similar to like electricity in friggin' in wires and stuff. Whale songs are heard for 6,000 miles. This is not rocket science here. I'm not out on the edge at all. So it sends it up the pipe, the shock wave, And then sound waves, they bounce kind of like pool balls bounce. So things are redirected. If you hit at a 45, it's redirected vertically at a 90, so you've got a 90 degree, or if you're at an angle, it skips in a different direction, as opposed to fluid dynamics. And fluid dynamics are completely different, because if you're just looking at this model in fluid dynamics as opposed to fluid dynamics and actually more of a like compression waves, shock waves dynamics, fluid, when it strikes a surface, fans out perpendicular to where it impacts. That's completely different than a shock wave, which hits and then bounces straight back, or hits and bounces up. So when these people design this, hold on a second. Yes. Here's some models. I think it'd be nice if there was a little bit of funding to help for some of this stuff. It's just such bullshit. So here's the original. This is an inkjet model that I built. Now this is actually a scale model, quarter-inch scale model of the subterranean chamber that I built. And then it has on the sides, I actually put little tubes and of it's drip watering system is what I used for it, since you can't keep throwing money down the drain on stuff. And I actually put little places for the ink to come in at different locations, so I could actually determine how the water flows were within this room, and just by opening different jets. Now this is the old one, and I did this back in 2002 when I did the initial one. And the drip, water drip stuff, it's really chicky pokey. Did in the pinch, but they leak, and leaking out ink and stuff sucks. And so now the latest model actually going to have like higher tech ink injection, where you could actually, anybody that visits can do their own experimentation and do camera angles over the top, different places on it, so they can actually determine different parts of the ink flows within the room. These are hydraulic fins. This is the room, and it actually has hydraulic fins in it. So now when you look at the bottom of this, it's got this pit and as you see, it's offset from the wall, and it's at an angle. And you're going, okay, nobody has an explanation for it, well, except me, because when you're doing some sort of, if you're doing square shafts, and they do all square shafts in this thing, if you're going to reflect compression waves, shock waves, and you want it to not get all spread and messed up by doing a little round corner, you do a flat surface, and then that would reflect the sound waves from horizontal to vertical. And when you, if you put this shaft down the pit, that actually, man, this is bullshit, dudes. So anyways, that pit offset directs, you'd see, if you're doing vectors and matrices, if this was a ray, this would be going straight to the final destination location. So you could actually determine exactly where it goes out at. And it's a 45-degree offset. So a 45-degree offset actually puts it out as far as Sphinx Temple, which is only 2,000 feet away. And there's the the water department of the Egyptian whatever thing. They were doing testing for the water table at down in front of the Sphinx, and they drilled down. It's 100 feet in front of the Sphinx temple, down to where the old Nile was, and at that point they drilled down and they found ran into granite down. I think it was 50 feet below the sand, and there's no granite in that area, so there's got to be some sort of artifacts in that area, and that's the old Nile. Nile is only 2,000 feet away. That used to be the corner of Africa. And the water feed was from up the old Lake Morris, which was size of Lake Erie, is upstream of the Nile, and it's the old Fayum Oasis. They dug a channel to it, and it was dammed and stuff. This is all, I mean, this is just standard history. I'm not even making up shit. And there's a walled enclosure around all the pyramids, and that was the moat. And there's a feed shaft that was in front of the entrance door of the pyramid. And they called it the Charm, and it's measured. The depth is measured by in 1847 by, I think it was Petrie or Weiss, and they'd recorded it. And now since then it's been buried. But that was the water feed, gravity water feed from the Lake Morris. So there's just gravity water feed to it. And that's what I have set up in this boulder build. It's just gravity set up. I've got the whole reservoir set up at the correct height. It's got everything 2-dimension. And what came to be was I started just checking out the pressures, put a pressure gauge on it rather than just guess. And all these people writing books and shit like that, they're just guessing, and do some work, some real work on stuff. So I did experimental work, did put pressure gauges, did recording of pressure gauges at the valve itself, and especially since it was breaking PVC, different forms of PVC pipes and fittings, which are rated for 450 PSI. And this thing should have, the static pressure would be 7 feet, like 3 PSI. So there's water hammer is, multiplies it by at least a factor of 100. But the pressure at the valve itself is no less than 150 psi, because I've had the gauges spiking at that, and I know if you hit instantaneous, so you get closer to near instantaneous, like that's calculus stuff. Near instantaneous, then you're going to get a much higher spike. So the spike actually was directed at the roof from the water environment of the subchamber. And water doesn't have that much difference density from limestone, so then you have most of the transference from the water medium up into the ceiling, which is limestone, which isn't really a dense stone. And so it actually transfers most of the shock wave up, and it goes straight up. It's pointed right up to the King's and Queen's chamber, a little bit offset in the Grand Gallery. And Grand Gallery's tinned too. So all those things are tinned. Those two are. I don't know about the Queen's chamber. Queen's chamber is something different. Chris says it's where hydrogen gas was made. I noticed that with it being a slightly recessed floor and then a horizontal floor going to where the old well shaft dropped down, that's more of a percolating recycle for removing gases from the subchamber. Subchamber has to be completely water saturated, and the way they did all the water flows within it. Oh, the cool thing is they did a Fibonacci spiral 3D vortex. Pretty fucking cool. which I discovered. But they did that. So it's the most beautiful vortex within it, and it's truly designed with the water flows going into the room and redirected up the walls and redirected across the ceiling, and all the flows within the fins themselves. And I have pictures of all this stuff, and I was doing videos coming up of it actually running, pulsing. Those ink flows. Let's see. But the pressures, when you start looking at the pressures, I was having problems with the initial models because they would always shatter, or they flex, or it's epoxy and fiberglass models at first, and those would self-destruct, and the first models blew up and stuff. And I didn't really understand the amount of pressure that was going to be generated from all this stuff. But once you start figuring out the pressures, like in Great Pyramid, the pressure would be no less than, if you did a water output, be no less than 3,300 pounds per square inch. No less than that. That's really a conservative figure, which is great hydraulic pressure. If you want to spin something or whatever you want to do. But really the water output's secondary, or it's not even being used. I think they actually used, if they had it, if you change the water pressure by changing by opening or restricting the output pressure, it changes the density of the water and also changes the pulse rate and pulse frequency. So you'd actually be able to tune this, giant static machine just by opening and closing a little valve a little bit, and would be a really nice control thing for compensating for things like difference in atmospheric pressure or water temperature, both of which change the density and hence the shock wave velocity, and then that also changes the pulse frequency because velocity has to do with frequency, and so you have to be able to adjust that to some degree. So having a water output through what they call the dead end shaft, I think they had just a valve at the end of that that's hence been sealed up from thousands and thousands of years. But I hear I catch so much crap from various people about there's no just a dead end shaft. And so look, I run it in dead end shaft mode almost all the time. I just like to use it for pulse generator. I don't even have water output, so the dead end shaft in my model is actually dead end shaft. It runs beautifully all the time. It's the best and simplest machine I've ever built. And I was a chief engineer on king crab boats up in Alaska. I was a chief engineer, so I actually got to fix absolutely everything that broke, and everything broke. Every piece of hydraulic equipment, everything broke. And you got generators and pumps of every single form, and refrigeration equipment and all sorts of forms, and also got to deal with all sorts of, high voltage and triple phase, and so extreme exposure to all this stuff. I don't know where they're going with all this. So the last models I built super overkill on my first generation of models, which was in 2000. Made some errors on I didn't know about the reflective elbow at the bottom of the pit shaft, which I added in the next model. And Next model was the Boulder build. So I actually made I made a reflective elbow, 45-degree reflective elbow within some. I use Schedule 80 PVC conduit, which is as stout as stuff as you can get. So I actually cast reflective elbows. I have so many videos and pictures of this stuff, and this ain't gonna go well.
Hey, John.
Yeah.
And just to give you a heads up, in about 5 minutes, we'll jump in with some questions. Don't be disappointed, brother. I think I was talking to Rob. Actually, let's just jump on right now, Rob. Hop on in. Rob and I were just talking over chat, and thought that maybe in the next week or two, we can do a show with you, and then you can show us your images and videos and such. Because I'd love to see, brother. Because really, it puts a visual
Absolutely.
to what you're talking about, right? And this is the information that really needs to get out. So I'm thinking like maybe next week we can get together, and then you can show us the videos and images and what have you.
I would love that.
Yeah,
that'd be good because it's been running for over 20 years.
Yeah.
It has
I thought it was
21 years.
Because I was just telling Rob, I was like, he's got a machine on his property that he's built to, I think, like 1/48 scale, and this thing's been going hard for like 7 years. I didn't know it was 20 years. Wow.
Yeah, I don't even know why it hasn't been. I don't know why it hasn't even been out there much. I was on Ancient Aliens a few times, and been in a few books. I was in the Complete Pyramid Source book by Dr. John DeSalvo, with all sorts of notable people. So I had a chapter in that, and I was in 39,000 BCE, and then also Chris Dunn's doing a revision of the Giza power plant, and he's been here and he fully supports all this. It fits with his, but I didn't build it. It's separate research from his work, because there's other theories of what this pulse was used. So I'm the pulse generator subchamber guy, and somebody else has to prove the other stuff. I prove my stuff. That's how I feel. I put my thousands and thousands of hours of work into this. So somebody else has got to suck it up.
Oh yeah, for sure. I've had Chris Dunn on Watchers Talk here a couple of years ago, and what a fantastic talk that was. And I'm so happy to hear that he's doing a new reversion of the Giza power plant. That's exciting, because I read that book many, many, many years ago. And wow, that's great news. There's disclosure.
Well, that's it. Just think about it. Think about what this actually does once it's not, you're doing it to scale now. It's been running for 20 years. So now it's tried and true and tested. What technologies come out of that later on is essentially, it's all data. And that's what you're collecting is data. And it shows people that this is viable. Once it's viable, it's to the moon and back, really.
Yeah, it's blatantly obvious. It's like when you're doing proofs in physics and stuff, you do, proof of concept, or you do proofs, and this is, it's proven. And everybody that visits, here's the thing: when you visit, you see it pulses. It's aggressive too. It's not. You've got the stuff from Carmen Bolter, the pyramid source code and stuff. And I've seen a lot of people kind of, they're not giving her credit, but a lot of her stuff, the stuff that I've seen is from her work. But she talked about subtle energies. This is not subtle. It's as subtle as a sledgehammer to the skull. I mean, it's extremely aggressive. And when you get to the size of the Great Pyramid itself, you'd be able to pick up the pulses anywhere on the planet for sure. So, you got Tesla talking about, the Earth rings like a bell, and also Tellinger talks about that and stuff too. But this would ring the whole planet, and its major components are down subsonic. below 50 hertz. I mean, I don't think that's subsonic. Is that subsonic? Can't hear it. We can't hear it, but I use a microphone which is accurate and isolated down to 50 hertz. I mean, 5 hertz. 5 hertz.
We have a question here from somebody. It says, question,
Sure.
Can and how can the pulse generators be utilized as a free energy source for humanity?
That could be used. Well, everything's based on pulses. I'm doing something slightly different. I'm actually been playing more with like energy from the vacuum, and even in that sort of scenario in the Great Pyramid itself, you know, if the shape itself, the Moscow pyramids, you know, we know about Moscow pyramids. Yes, no, energy devices that in Moscow, 140 feet high.
I believe Dr. Valery Urov is building pyramids.
He has one. He has smaller ones down in. I think he's in Ukraine.
I think he's up in that area right now, building pyramids up there. We're actually supposed to have him on.
Isn't he in St. Petersburg or somewhere? Because I've talked to him.
He's in St. Petersburg.
Yeah, but Anatoly Golod and his brother did the pyramid outside Moscow, and they did. It's 144 feet high, and then they've shown the radar showing what effect above it is, and they've also done all the seed experimentations and all sorts of other experimentations inside the pyramid itself, because they used the right sort of materials. They used non-ferrous materials. This latest model I built, the first one I used a lot of steel reinforcements because it was blowing up, and I didn't think about the ferrous aspect, since the pyramid itself it's a magnetic machine, but it also affects gravitational stuff and other magnetic waves. But this last model, there's no ferrous in it, so I'll build you. And I've got a copper pyramid that's going above it, and be able to do shape effects, do a lot more experimentations. Since it's a electromagnetic machine, the pyramid itself, that's why it's aligned to different angles and directions. That this is a magnetic machine. Yeah, you don't want to have ferrous stuff in it anywhere. And so in Moscow, when they did their pyramid build for the shape effect stuff, they used like composite materials, no ferrous stuff. And so my latest stuff has no ferrous in it. And actually made it so I can actually, like, this is my silicone mold for doing casting. So I can actually do, you know, concrete castings. I have a form around it, and you put PVC pipes in the right places, and they just cast concrete over it, and then you automatically have input, output, everything aligned, and all the fins and all that good stuff. That was from, I don't know, 2016 when I did the last model. Once I got most of the fins and stuff right, it's probably 95% accurate.
I think it's pretty cool that you have a working and operating machine that you've built for 20 years. And that is just phenomenal. And it's still going hard.
It's running
Just
right now.
tried and tested. And I think that's like super cool. Now, with this pyramid pump, John, I want to ask, because one of the intentions of our event here is to be able to get information that we can use on a day-to-day basis. Now, with this pyramid pump technology that you figured out, how can we apply that technology day-to-day basis in our lives? Like, you know, it could be in a garden, or it could be on a farm, you know, a greenhouse, anything like that. Like, what advice do you have for people if they decide to build something like this?
Well, it's going to affect water just by flowing through it. Water and vortices. I think it's Dan Winters did the work on it. He does vortex affected water, and it affects plant growth quite dramatically. He's got he has a inline water thing, which does I think it does a vortex exploder, then an imploder, but he has magnets around it and stuff, and it increases yield by 30 to 50%. And this is a Fibonacci spiral, 3D Fibonacci spiral vortex, and so once you run it through that and you add the pulses and stuff, and this whole thing, once you get the shape and stuff above it too, which is a magnetic machine, which it actually focuses more like a vortex of the Earth's energy down straight below into the water itself. What that's going to do and there's sites on this. I've got tons of solid data on it, and it from non-alternate stuff.
Yeah, it almost sounds like what John Shaughnessy is talking about with the pyramid gravity force. Are you familiar with
I know his work.
with John's work?
Yeah, I think some of it's right.
Well, think about it. That's like the equation, and he has the answer, right? Like that's basically, John Shaughnessy was writing the program, and he implemented the application of it. So they work hand in hand, I would assume.
It's crazy.
It's hard to say, but I don't know all of his work. I know the basic concepts of it, so I can't talk about his work too much because I'm not that well versed. I know his main thing was the pyramid itself would direct gravity redirect into the Earth, and then on the far side of the planet you'd be looking for some sort of sign on the other side. That's kind of his proof of concept stuff.
Volcanism. Okay, awesome, John. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your time here, and I will be in contact with you tomorrow because today's our final day, and I'll be in touch with you tomorrow, and let's see if we can set up a time for like next week, and so that we can have a look at your videos and images and stuff, because I'd love to see that, brother. It's it would be fantastic if we can do that.
Yeah, I can. Let me put a link to my site, which has some of the stuff on it. I'm on Great Pyramid of Giza Research Association. I have a research article in there, which is gizapyramid.com, which also has the Russian pyramids on there. That's Dr.
Valerie Urlov?
Dr. John DeSalvo's website, but he was the first one that actually released the Russian research from Moscow on the shape. And it's not Valerie. I can't say
Urlov.
Yes,
Urlov, I believe.
I know his work. I know who he is.
It's hard to pronounce.
And I have Russian dogs. I should know how to say stuff. I import them from St. Petersburg and Moscow.
I am.
That's pretty awesome.
Anyways.
Right on, guys. Thank you very much, John. I really, really appreciate your time here this afternoon, brother. And I look forward to hearing more from you and learning more about your discoveries and the data that you've accumulated over the years. It sounds very fascinating and interesting, and I'd love to learn more about it. And with that being said, we are going to start our panel. The North America panel. We're going to talk about disclosure and consciousness, and how disclosure is related to consciousness, and how consciousness is related to disclosure. So let's bring our speakers on.
Hello, everybody.
Steinfeld and Dr. Sam. John, you're welcome to stay on the panel if you like. If not, no worries. We've got some wonderful people coming on here. We've got Dr. Joan of Angels. We had her on yesterday. That was a wonderful couple hours, and then we had Doctors JJ and Dr. Desiree Hertog give us an epic download yesterday. I'm still trying to get over that one.
Absolutely.
Excuse me. And then we have Dr. Sam Osmanovic, who was on yesterday as well. And wow, the information this man has to share is just incredible as well. And we are waiting for Alan Steinfeld. He should be back in the room. He was there, so I think he should be back right away. So guys, thank you very much for joining us here this afternoon on our closing day for Total Disclosure. Really appreciate it. We've learned a lot of things over the course of the last 5 days from you all. My mic is crackling. Okay. I'm not sure what to do with that, guys.
Just try and mute it and unmute it. Also, somebody has the speakers up a little bit. That's better.
Okay, cool. Okay, so I was saying that we've learned a lot over the course of the last 5 days from the people that we have been waiting for, because really we're facilitating this event, and our speakers, researchers, authors, documentary makers, these guys have been out in the field for like 40, 50, years, a long time. These guys have been putting together their information. Alan, I see you on the screen, but it looks like your device is not connected. Maybe check the camera and mic settings. That may help.
Camera to work.
Stream, and yeah, I got you by audio, but not by camera, Alan.
I'm trying to get my camera working. Why don't you start, and I'll jump in.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Alan. So, guys, we're going to talk about disclosure, consciousness, disclosure, because at the end of the day, everything is about consciousness. It doesn't matter whether we're looking at UFOs, or whether we're looking at extraterrestrials, or we're looking at pyramids, or anything like that. At the end of the day, it's all about consciousness, because if we observe it, it just will happen to be, and we don't really understand our consciousness. So that's why we have all these people here on our panel to really dig into that and disclose some information on disclosure. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn my camera off, and I will still be in the background with audio. I'm going to monitor the questions, and maybe what we will do is we'll start with Dr. Sam, and then we'll work our way around the speakers, and maybe we get like 5-10 minutes of your thoughts on this panel, and we'll do a second round. Then you can speak on what everyone else has said, and on the third round we will do your closing thoughts. So with that being said, Dr. Sam, go ahead, please.
Hello, guys. Especially JJ, Desiree, so good to see you again. Hello, guys. Yesterday I talked about... Great to see you. Yesterday I spoke about the Bosnian pyramid and the pyramid power and the purpose of the pyramid energy. Now we really live in the great times. Remember 1967, Erich von Däniken, he helped us to widen our horizons. 1990s, we have generations with people like Hancock, and John Anthony West, Schock, and the others who made another step forward. Of course, JJ and his research of Great Pyramid was very important to realize it's not only about the pharaohs, it was about the sound and the ultrasound and the vibrations. Starting 2005 and 2010, we have a new generations of the field explorers, people who are open-minded scientists, and they are not mainstream scientists, people who started discovering the pyramids, people like Dr. Danny Hillman in Indonesia, people like Michael Tellinger, Adam Scallender and Stone Circles in South Africa, Zimbabwe, Swaziland. People like Russian scientists, somebody mentioned them. Let me remind you on their names. Dr. Alexander Golod, who built 16 pyramids. Valery Uvarov, who built pyramids in Moscow, St. Petersburg, and Tomsk in Siberia. I was the first foreigner investigating those pyramids in Siberia. Then, of course, Professor Konstantin Korotko, who has developed different instruments to measure the pyramid energies. Mexican pyramids in Teotihuacan, pyramids in Egypt, and the Bosnian pyramids. And by the way, he said the Bosnian pyramids are still the strongest on the planet. And of course, our project, Bosnian Pyramid Project, which is the most open project in the world, interdisciplinary scientific project, proving that pyramids, four-sided pyramids, are the strongest energy amplifiers on our planet. We have proven that below the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, the largest, the oldest on the planet, we have iron ore. Iron generates electromagnetic field, the pyramid amplifies it. Below the pyramid, underground water flow, water releases negative ions, the pyramid amplify concentration of negative ions, very beneficial to us. How do we know that? Because we measure everything. A lot of quartz crystal that we discovered during our archaeological digging on the pyramids and in the tunnels, huge underground tunnel networks under the Bosnian pyramids, quartz crystal transfers the energy. So it was one form of the energy after another. Ultrasound, electromagnetic fields, electrical energy being going through the top of the pyramid, frequency of 28 kilohertz, which is in science called scalar waves. Of course, Tesla, brilliant mind from our area, Nikola Tesla, he has been investigating scalar waves that transfer the energy and information much quicker than the speed of light. So, now in a scientific way, we have proven the pyramids are energy machines. They affect communication as number one. Our health, they protect our health, number two. They improve the molecular structure of the water, number three. They improve molecular structure of the food. Food grows quicker, richer, healthier. They improve our auric field, bioenergy field. They bring our chakras back to the balance, open them up so energy can flow better. They lower our stress level. They improve the energy in our cells so we can fight diseases. They improve our immunity and so on. But also, they improve our spiritual abilities. Besides 5 physical senses, we have 30 spiritual senses. And they help us to see and feel beyond our physical dimensions. So, somebody built very complex pyramid structures in the past, and they would work on so many different levels. And today we have means to prove that. It's very unfortunate that Egyptologists, archaeologists, and geologists who've been researching pyramids in Egypt, Peru, Mauritius, China, Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, Belize, Bolivia, Australia, Gympie Pyramid, Kocher Pyramid in Cambodia, Indonesia, and so on, that they jealously guard those sites. They don't open them up to interdisciplinary scientific research, including spiritual scientists. Once they start doing that, they will realize that pyramid energy can help us in so many ways, including raising the consciousness.
Okay.
Actually, can we follow on?
Yeah, Dr.
Please, go ahead.
Yeah, please, Dr. Sartok, go ahead, and then afterwards we'll get Dr. Joan and then Alan.
Okay.
Okay.
I wanted to thank Dr. Sam for this great overview. We completely agree with his overview. And we've been privileged over the last 45 years to work in many of the pyramidal locations of the planet, including work with Russian scientists, Dr. John DeSalvo and others, But the most important aspect of the coming disclosure deals with the artifacts on Mars. And as many of you know, we published in 1973 the actual pictures from the NASA archives of the pyramidal structures in the Elysian Quadrangle. I'm holding the picture before the camera. It may be difficult to see the details, but you see here in this one exhibit major and minor pyramidal sets with the same mathematical distance between them. And of course, the magnification, the research that we did behind the scenes with NASA scientists really opened a chapter of curiosity that possibly at one time Earth and Mars shared the same biosphere. There was active intelligence between the two planets. And of course, our ongoing research with others has confirmed the fact that the coming disclosure will ultimately deal with the facts and figures, the artifacts that show at one time intelligent life on our sister planet Mars.
And so we've been with Dr. Sam in Bosnia to see his amazing work that he's doing on the Bosnian pyramids. And I say that plural because there's the large one and some others. And then also the tunnels. In fact, one of the times we were in the tunnel, there was actually a blue light that was photographed that people felt when we were there. So there's a lot of positive energy surrounding the Bosnian pyramids. I also want to add, going back to the previous speaker program that you had, John Cadman, that actually we've done a book, which Alan's familiar with. It's called Giza's Industrial Complex. And this is available, of course. And it's similar to what John was saying, with water being key to some of really the energy technology behind the Great Pyramid. Of course, we've done a lot of research in Egypt. We've also done a lot of research in Mexico. But going back to Egypt, I mean, it's amazing that a lot of the pyramids there, and also Chichen Itza, people don't realize that in Mexico, that there's water right underneath the pyramid. Now, why would you build a very heavy structure on top of water if it had nothing to do with the energy that was required? We do feel that the water is part of the technology, but of course it's also part of the energy and the consciousness. So we're really, this is extremely important, especially when we look at new energy technologies like hydrogen energy, green hydrogen, all saltwater batteries. These are all things that can be part of the pyramid structure, we believe, connected with the very, very pre-dynastic ancient Egyptians. And when we say pre-dynastic, we also have to throw in Bosnia because the dates on that go pre-dynastic as well.
So the Egyptians gave us a map, we believe, of contact with the other dimensions, but showing us the basics of architecture, environmental planning, hydraulics, and of course the unique situation of the distant relationships that they were able to mathematically put together, probably under some type of guidance from a cosmic civilization, particularly the south-south shaft that's pointing to the belt of Orion, specifically 1,400 light years away.
And why is the Queen Star shaft also pointing to Sirius? Why are these two constellations significant at all if there wasn't some level of contact? Now, yes, we believe that some of the pyramids were connected with Atlantean or Atlantis civilization, but ultimately I think the technology behind that had to be more cosmic. Alan?
Oh, is it me or Joan? Okay. Wait, Joan, unmute yourself. Unmute. I'll go.
You go.
Okay. Well, what we're seeing here and what a lot of the presentations have been about is as if we're sandwiched inside a null zone. There's the past, which had incredible technology that we have yet to figure out. And with pyramids, with structures, with light energy, with sound energy. And then we have the future. We're meeting these ETs who also have this phenomenal energy. This is what disclosure is pushing for. So they have an understanding of reality that far surpasses where we are today. So between this great past and this promise of the future, we're just finding our way in the dark with one theory of Newton alone. That is the second law of thermodynamics. You push one out, you put energy out that way, you put energy out this way. This is the combustion engine that Robert Fulton started with the steam engine. You burn fuel, that puts out heat or puts out motion energy, and the boat goes forward. Actually, the Greeks actually understood steam engines back in 400 or 500 BC, except they had no use for them. So we're using this one very basic linear law of Isaac Newton, which I think was it the 1700s? So we are now 400 or 500 years behind the time. I mean, what's the difference if you're burning wood in a ship or gas in a gas tank or jet fuel in a rocket? It's the same basic mechanisms, and we have not advanced. It's kind of embarrassing. Here we are. We're facing these technologies on two other ends of possibility. I mean, we don't know how these ships in the sky are being propelled, and we don't know how to get to another level. So here we are, stuck in the middle with you there, as I say. No, but here we are trying to find our ways through something new, something unknown, something possible. So what's the solution? I think the solution is quantum physics is a real key. Quantum physics is like using the right brain, which is the intuitive brain, which is the feminine, that's the receptive. And quantum physics is really the aspect of the observer effect. The observer creates reality. This world, this universe is a subjective reality. And if we could somehow, and this is where we're right at the border of understanding how to use quantum physics, quantum effects, how to use superposition, entanglement, the observer effect, the wave particle duality, where you can see that ships sometimes in the sky will be one whole ship and then they break into like 2 or 3 or 4. That's impossible with the physics, with the Newtonian physics. I mean, yes, Einstein was a great revolutionary, and all those people, Heidegger, not Heidegger, the Heisenberg, they all created new possibilities. What are you showing me, JJ? Anyway, let me just finish this thought for a second. So if we can use the power of our mind, if we can tap into what it really means to own subjective reality, how we actually do create the world out there, we're not an effect of it, but we are the cause of the external world. Somehow, you know, if we take that position, psychology says we're crazy. They say, but quantum physics says, no, the observer effect creates the reality. If you're looking at an experiment, it will be different, the double slit experiment, than not looking at it. So there's something about us and consciousness, and I think the ancients knew this. That's why they built these structures that don't really work for us today yet, because we don't have the consciousness of the people that built it. We're in a different mode of thinking. If we were to go back there, Dr. Sam, and understand the architects and the structures and what the energy they put into building those great pyramids, we would understand how to operate them as technological tools for the advancement of society. But we are stuck in this null zone where we are addicted to fossil fuels. It's like a drug addiction. You know, give me some more gasoline, give me some more oil. It's like we are stuck, even though hope of, like the Hertog says, hydrogen, solar, all this is on the horizon. But we are, I think it comes back to corporate greed. Corporations are paying off the politicians to look the other way and not fund renewable energy. And of course, this is the position we're in. And we need to demand a new physics, a new understanding. In my book, Making Contact, I talk about how the truth is that the universe is abundant with life. We've been isolated because of our warlike mentality, our primitive animalistic behavior. Stanton Friedman, my favorite line, I mean, Desiree and JJ know this. Stanton Friedman says no one wants to be friends with some people whose favorite pastime is tribal warfare. That's what we've been engaged in for 5,000 years. So we have to grow up. Arthur C. Clarke wrote the book Childhood's End. When these ETs come here, and lift humanity and get rid of prejudice and get rid of division, get rid of greed. And we need to come to the end of our childhood. We have to realize there's new ways that we could play with reality, that we can be the masters of consciousness if we're only taught the power of our brains, the power of our focus, the power of our intention. This is the creation of reality. So we are coming into this. I think disclosure is really disclosing the essence of who we are. That's what making contact is. It's making contact with ourselves, each other, the planet, and the others. So consciousness is the last and final word, and it's the first word too. So I have more to say, but Rob, you're shaking your head. Are you agreeing with me? Thanks. Okay.
Yes,
Alan,
I am.
if I may,
Yes, I am.
you mentioned
Yes.
Oops.
What's that, JJ? What are
We're
you
gonna let
showing
Jim
me?
go in a minute, but
I'm just
What's that?
showing something that validates what you just said about. We see here the photograph that we had from the military of Mexico in 2004. A series of spaceships appeared that could divide, subdivide, and reconnect. And so this is an illustration of one area of quantum physics that we need to know more about. So this is dealing with not the past so much, but the future of consciousness, the future science guided by consciousness, which brings all of these bits and pieces together.
in all, there were 13 spaceships seen at that time. It's like the Mexican concept of the Nimitz. But let's go on to Joan. I really want to hear what she has to say.
Okay.
I think this is so fascinating. I'm
Yeah.
so excited, like I'm here with you. Here's what I feel and what my guides are saying. We are on the verge of the most cutting edge developments in the history of humanity. Humanity in a collective, and this is exactly what all of us have come here to do, to wake up to this moment. And it's an amazing collective of really awakening. And my guides are reminding me that we have been here on the planet unaware of most of it because we only had our 3D senses. And everything we might have suspected was denied as truth. And so for humanity to learn the truth, and that's what's been disclosed, these 55 teachers, these few days, these learnings, but for this to have happened is an amazing opening in human consciousness to even allow this information through. And also in the people that have been controlling us, that there's been a shift of power that we can now, because look at, we even had to stop talking sometimes because of the C word, and the V word. There were things we wanted to say we still can't say. So knowing that, then we know that the tremendous energy that's being fueled right now for the age of Aquarius, for this new information to seep out through this kind of event, each and every one. So we're a collective, and we all have these different aspects, and this is really the right time and the right place. And, we're against the book burning again, which has always been, there's always been a power that's tried to strip us, rape us of our memory. And so all of what you're teaching is stuff that once we knew every day. We lived it, we breathed it, we knew it. And so that this is a call also that the awakening of humanity is actually happening far faster than we know, that we could even get 55 of us and a huge audience out there. And so I pulled a card, and it's from my Earth Warrior deck, which is the most amazing oracle deck, but it's a turquoise changing woman, and it's all about change. It's all about grabbing onto our hats, if we can even hold them on, and know that this is creating a huge awakening that's happening now. And so we are so much a part of it. So with consciousness, with the dimension, to have our own personal contact that each of us has with divine beings that gives us this wisdom to check it, and to go against a system which for thousands of years has enslaved us, is very powerful. And today is 8/9. It's the day after the roar of Leo. And I think that I don't come with all the science and facts. I get to travel in all the dimensions you're exploring and sharing, and I have a lot to learn, but my contribution is this energy that we are all feeling collectively now, that we can hold this prayer, that these messages go out to everyone, that it raises the frequency of everyone who is here and who will soon hear it, and gives them the wisdom to know that they're not crazy, number one. They are not crazy, that which they're hearing, that they've been told they were nuts for, is actually the truth. So of all the things we could say, that I could say the truth is being revealed. And for someone who's always been lied to her entire life, this is orgasmically, ecstatically exciting. Does that make sense? So the cutting edge of consciousness is right here. And we are on that cutting edge of change. And so that's my 1 million cents.
Well, thank you, Joan. Beautiful, beautiful. And we need
Great
art.
We do need art.
What were you going to say, Alan, about art?
I just said the visionaries, the artists, are the ones that are leading the way. It's like Terence McKenna said, if the artists can't find the way cannot be found. So here we are with the artists.
Right, and I love that. Yes, yeah. And so that's the downloads that we all received, the information. Right. And, 500 years ago, we would have all been subject to house arrest or off with our head. So the fact that we're meeting in this advanced technology, I still have to say, God bless. This is amazing.
Right. We're all getting downloads of inspiration. Sam saw this shape in the middle of these forests and these mountains. It's like, that's unusual. I'm going to go in. He followed his passion. JJ and Desiree, they are always where I know because I've lived with them. They are at it 24 hours a day. I don't know how they do it. They are following their passions and their guide and their mission. And their mission. We all
Each and every one of us. And that's the key to this exploration and consciousness. And the new is following that little, because, they didn't tell us their secrets. That's why these have been secrets. Right. But we followed clues, and that's kind of, and I can hear them I can hear them laughing. It's like those humans, okay, those select few who didn't get discouraged, who kept going, who uncovered the truth, they're like congratulating us for that.
Yeah.
For breaking free of that. So we need to be grateful for that.
Yeah, Greg, what were you going to say? Sorry.
No. I mean, this is all, look, all of you you've all been in this so much longer than I have. So I am honored to be here on this panel with you all, really. I think the thing that is interesting, and it really stuck with me, it's something that Paul Anthony Wallace said at the event we did a couple months ago, the Forgery Unmasked. He said, one of the ways you can really start to call this stuff into consciousness, because this is what I'm looking at, right? I'm looking at the idea of what is the difference between people in waking life, corporate culture, going to college, doing the things that, at least in the West, they tell us we're supposed to do, versus people who are dedicating their lives to exploring these realms. And how do you bridge the gap? That has always been my interest. It's whenever I have a guest on my show, it's often I go, so did you start this way? Were your parents hippies? What's the deal? Like, that's something that interests me because I'm always curious, how do you go from one side to the other? And something that Paul said that really resonates with me still is, ask the question casually, what's something that's happened in your life that you can't explain? Right. Just asking that question with a group of people. I've been doing it a lot recently, and all of a sudden it opens the door to a whole new realm. And sort of, that's what you were saying, Joan, this idea of following that little impulse. I mean, that's really what I've been doing. I denied it for a long time. I definitely, there was a point in my life where I said, well, this stuff is fun, but I don't know what to believe, that kind of doubting voice. And as I've started opening myself to going more all in with this, I'm going, my gosh, there is so much more here than I can even possibly imagine. So I guess, when it comes to disclosure, I don't think you have to necessarily have the tens and 20, 30, 40, 50 years, however long you've been doing this. I think it all starts with just asking yourself, is there anything that you can't explain in the world yet, and accepting that that is a part of your consciousness opens the door to really opening up your consciousness and bringing it to the next level. That's what I've taken away from all this.
Really great. That's exactly.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, Desiree.
So if we can continue a little bit with what Greg was saying, well, both of us have PhDs. In fact, Dr. Jack has two, one from the University of California, one from the University of Minnesota. But what's important here is the fact that you need to, and I think Dr. Sam, because we say doctor, probably also has a good degree, and you have to ask the questions. So that's the main thing. You have to ask the questions. And that's one of the things I don't want to purport too much, but Alan Steinfeld's new book, Making Contact, really says people who start asking the question start getting the answers. And I think that's the important thing. They start getting the answers to what they need. And that's the key thing. I mean, if Dr. Sam just drove by that pyramid and never really thought about it much, it wouldn't have been anything important, and the whole world would have missed it. And it's the
same. Lost PhD is permanent head damage. No. Everything I've learned that I published has come after my PhDs, because when you understand higher consciousness, you understand that traditional education is holding back the labor market 5 to 6 years. The reality is the experience of incarnation.
So I think there's an awakening now. We even talk about a great awakening taking place on the planet right now, where people are starting to get those insights that are telling them, hey, look a second time at this. It's something different, or getting that still small voice within themselves that are saying, go here, and then they go here and they see their best friend from 20 years ago or something. I mean, it's amazing what's happening to people. There's a synchronicity coming. And I think it's a new time, a new era when we're answering questions. I mean, the Keys of Enoch, which was Dr. Jack's initial book of his experience he had, actually just talks about how all these areas of science are going to change, and they have. We now, you can't go back and say humanity began 6,000 years ago. I mean, it's not even valid on any level anymore. And also look into the stars, places of star birth, star death, black holes. Black holes are not the end of it all. There's so much going on now, from DNA to AI, that we all have to start asking questions.
Right. Let's get Rob and Clarence into the conversation. Rob, what?
We're gonna have Clarence. We're gonna have Clarence go next, and then I'll go after Clarence.
Okay, Clarence.
Try and keep it in the order of the panel.
Oh, sure. Yeah, Clarence, what really stood out for you?
Well, mine's a little bit different than most everybody's. As a contactee, and I've stated this before on other shows and different things, I was invited into this by other entities. It wasn't that I went out looking for it. I didn't have a choice in this matter. Therefore, I had to change my whole life since I was a youngster. And it really made me develop this inquisitiveness, searching for the truth and the knowledge and all this, which brings me to here and now with everybody on these panels. And it's just such an uplift, to gather the stories and to hear the evidence and all of this and bring it out to the public, as we do, and which is what the disclosure movement is all about. It's not just about one thing, but many things as you put it all together. And you have to learn how to put the puzzle together and interlock everything. And once you do that, then you get the bigger picture. And that's basically how I want to proceed in this, as we keep going.
Well, what exactly shifted for you? I'm curious, in that contact experience. What was the fundamental way of thinking that changed?
Well, just knowing that there was something out there that was actually alive, as far as that's, can call it what you may. Because everybody always thinks of this image, say of God or something, in a religious aspect and whatever. But to me, that was proof that we are not alone, and that this has been going on for many, many, many millions and thousands of millions, billions of years, infinite, which is a hard concept for anybody to gather. Once you learn about infinite, then you may unlock the whole key to everything. and that's going to be a battle.
Great. Thank you. Yeah,
Excellent.
Rob.
I had to let Clarence go first because without Clarence, I wouldn't be sitting here right now. He introduced me to this sort of line of work a year ago, and to think that I would be sitting here a year later with with everybody that's on this panel is, I have to say, I didn't think that that was going to be a possibility just yet, but so here I am. And one of the things that stuck out to me, and I actually just saw it in the comments from Eleanor, and she said, you know, you have to raise your frequency, otherwise those exploring that ancient history and these pyramids and things like that, without your frequency being raised, you may not be able to access the fullness of what that in details basically to the consciousness and how we could utilize it towards the future. So we have to activate that DNA by raising our consciousness. So it's really the totality of it. It's a sense of understanding the history, learning from it, also learning the conscious side of it, raising our frequency. And when we raise that frequency, we're able to access all that should be accessed from that history. And what happens then? A man who knows where he came from when you don't know where you come from, you're lost. So when we go back and we explore that history also repeats itself. So it gives us somewhat of a roadmap to go further into the future. And one of the things that this that this specific event did was a lot of the people that may have been on the fence or just dunking their toe in the water, it threw them all the way into the fire on this one, or all the way into the lake. It really, everybody who took part in this or was in the audience was submerged in information. And I think that what happens from this is it's going to umbrella out, and it's going to, like glass shattering, it's going to keep going, and the lines are going to keep getting greater and greater. And hopefully we can reach as many people as possible, because this is the most important information out there at this moment. With censorship, with the powers that be that try and hunker it down, it is beyond the shadow of a doubt that what we're doing right now is the most important work on the planet, because without that consciousness or without that raising of the frequency, we are food for the archons, and that's just what it is.
You're right. You're right. We need those lessons that we learned here. There was one talk, and then Sam could jump in, I forgot the guy's name, by initiation. We are the initiates of the new time. Who was that guy again? Who spoke today? Who was that guy who spoke about initiation of the higher conscious? He had to do it twice. His microphone was cutting out, but anyway.
Oh, Michael Feely.
Yeah, Michael Feely, really key for me in understanding what the evolution of consciousness really looks like as we as a human race go through different levels of initiation. So thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Sam, where do we go from here? What were you going to say?
Let's define what the consciousness is. It is the state of understanding. We are very complex beings. We have three entities. The first one is our physical being, physical entity, with our emotional and intellectual part. Our physical body is for one use only, and we rely mostly on our physical senses. And this is how we understand our physical reality. Our second entity is our soul. It is very physical because it is here behind our chest. Our soul is almost forever. It goes through different experiences, including this one now. And through physical senses, it experiences our world. And then, with that memory, with that experience, it goes to another one and another one. Once it finishes with our world, it goes to another planet, another star system, another galaxy, and another universe. But eventually, it goes back to the Creator. So it goes through so many different experiences. And our third entity is our spirit, coming from the Creator. You know how they say Creator is all around us, but also inside us. So we have those three entities with three different levels of understanding. Alan, you mentioned very important expression, the mission in our life. And by the way, hello, Alan, it's been a long time since us two met. Now, I realized that my mission, besides, finding the Bosnian pyramids and discovering them, was also to investigate the humanity in the last few 100,000 years. Our history as humans is not linear. They are telling us 10, 20, or 50,000 years back, we were the primitive caveman level, Paleolithic people. But that's wrong. Our history is cycle after cycle after cycle. In the last 100,000 years, before this cycle, which started with, they are saying, Sumerians, then Babylon, Akkad, Assyria, Hittites, ancient Egypt, ancient India, ancient China, we had another one which ended approximately 12,000 years back with the end of the last ice age. Before that one, another one, 18,500 years back, a global catastrophe. Then 34,000 years, huge solar flares destroying our planet, 55,000, 75,000, huge earthquakes in Indonesia and so on. So in the last 100,000 years, we have 5 recorded global catastrophes, which would wipe off at least 99% of humanity. At the same time, in the last 400,000 years, since Homo sapiens is present on this planet, we have been having episodes. For example, Easter Island. All around, in all these other Pacific islands, you don't have similar heads, stone heads, or megalithic walls, or stone spheres, or rongo writing, like on this one small island in the middle of nowhere. It was like somebody landed there, stayed for a few decades, and then disappeared. We have Göbekli Tepe in eastern Turkey, which is not 11,600 like Wikipedia claims, but Dr. Klaus Schmidt told me before he died, it's between 15 and 18,000 years old. 100, at least 100 stone circles. Everyone is almost like Stonehenge. We have Yonaguni Monument on the bottom Pacific floor, more than 12,000 years old. We have Machu Picchu in eastern Peru, the first civilization. I'm not talking about the fourth one, the last one, the Incas, but the first one, 55,000 years. Egyptian pyramids, not 4,500 years, but much older. Turin King List goes back to 42,500 years. The kingdom of heaven, descending to kingdom of our planet and so on. Sumerians, of course, Sumerian King List, 273,000 years back. So that was one of my missions, to realize about the humanity, about the origin, about the pyramids being so complex energy machines, and what we can learn from them. And obviously, the pyramid energy can raise the consciousness, at least for our first entity, our physical body, our intellectual body. Some of you have been using the word vibration, and you are right. Everything in our life is about vibration via what we drink. We did a research with the Bosnian pyramid water. Besides conventional analysis, no viruses, no bacteria, pH excellent 7.45, which is pH of our blood, when late Dr. Masaru Emoto frozen our water and took the picture on an electronic microscope, he could notice hexagonal shape, perfect geometry, and crystal-like shape, meaning the pyramid energy raised the vibration of the water via what we drink, via what we eat, via what we think, via where we walk, and so on. So it tells us, when we hate, when we are violent, when we are jealous, we vibrate very low. And the opposite, when we have love for the whole world, we vibrate very high. So for the first entity, it is all about the vibration. And the vibration is about understanding of this world, and that is consciousness. And this is how we raise our consciousness.
Bravo.
Can we pick
That
that,
was
up,
incredible.
Alan? To
Yes,
Yeah.
please go ahead. JJ.
Well, one of the things we would say about it is the fact that these pyramids are not random. And I think that's really key, that they seem to be at certain places on the globe, mostly in alignment with what we would call portals or contact vortex areas. The Keys of Enoch talk about vortex areas. And strange things, as Dr. Sam was saying, do happen. I mean, there's a program that we were on called Deep Space, and the guy before us was talking about the fact of how he was meditating in the king's chamber and how the walls dropped away and he was feeling like he was sitting out in the stars. Well, the strange thing, Alan, you know, that actually happened to me. And then some years later, it happened to another friend. So I know 3 people now who have reported that. So these energies at these places, these key places, are really alternative or are shifting the consciousness of humanity. So I think that's one really important aspect of what we're talking about.
All life is vibration. We've been privileged with the permission of the INA government people in Mexico to do the musical studies of the pyramid vibrations, as well as in Egypt. And it's very, very clear that these were what I will call acoustical generators to raise consciousness very quickly, but also to understand that the pyramid itself is a future artifact. It is a symbol of unfoldment, consciousness unfoldment. It is a symbol also of what we would call a planetary grid system that works as an energy field. It is also a pointer or cipher for pyramidal societies in space, one of which was at one time on Mars. And again, I want to emphasize that coming disclosures will show more and more of the hidden aspects of what NASA scientists knew years ago, that intelligent life was on Mars. And we discussed this with Credo Mutwa, the famous shaman, a Zulu gentleman in South Africa years ago, and he said, yes, our ancestors believed that they came from the planet Mars when it was habitable. So we are at a cutting edge right now of seeing how past and future merge through the pyramid as a cipher of the past, but also a future artifact of the cosmic energy, of the human energy, of the musical energy, all of which converge through sacred geometry with the right consciousness, which has to be holistic.
And I'll throw in also a healing energy that really does also take place in the pyramid. This is, of course, what Professor Golag in Russia has shown, that even though he doesn't make his pyramids out of limestone or large stones or anything like that, just kind of wood and some other things, that people have gone in there and have found amazing energy, like Dr. Sam was saying, because it even changes the water molecule. We know that within ourselves, we're made up of somewhat like 70% water. So when we're absorbed in that energy and put in a vibroacoustic, we would add to that, or what's called archaeoacoustics, the sound resonant frequencies of some of these chambers, we're actually able to transform our body cell by cell and raise our consciousness.
So it shouldn't surprise us that there are paraphysical pyramidal shapes appearing over Moscow and over Washington, D.C. in December of 2018. We know the research behind the scenes to show that huge pyramidal shapes appeared momentarily over the skyline of the great...
at the Pentagon.
Yes.
And in 2009 over the Kremlin. And these are like really rotating tetrahedrons, and are similar to what Jeremy Corbell released from the most recent Navy releases of 2019.
So in the Keys of Enoch, which is a paraphysical textbook, we began with really a pyramid over Mother Earth. The symbolism, of course, is that when the pyramids reappear as capstones of knowledge, is something that brings together the platonic solids into the next link of cosmic language and communication. We begin to look within ourselves to realize this archaic symbol represents the tree of life, the quintessence of which is our direction of life from Mother Earth, from planetary Earth or human evolution into the higher evolution, into cosmic contact.
So even though UFOs can appear as cigar shapes or other types of forms, round shapes, every other kind, they also can appear as rotating tetrahedron, which is really pretty amazing.
Right. So, in essence, I think we've forgotten who we are. We are this consciousness, this evolving, incredible mind that is of some future calling. We've been dumbed down to think that we are just these small beings in these little bodies, but we are infinite, magical, miraculous. We have something, we're not different from the ancients who built these great monuments. We have the same core facility, but somehow we haven't been taught the correct way of using our minds. We've been taught to doubt ourselves, to doubt our intuition, to doubt the fact that we can do remote viewing, we can see non-locally. We have these superpowers, which are really just ordinary human development, but we have been taught to be afraid of our own mind, and that has corrupted society and kept us locked in a cage, basically. So these conferences are here so we can talk amongst ourselves, free us from the dogmas of the past, and we can create a new future which is full of hope, possibility, and miracles. This is the destiny of humanity, and that's what I'm so excited about being here with everyone on. So I appreciate that.
And the pyramid is aside from the carbon atom, which is the basic suit of our incarnation. So if you take any platonic solid, the pyramid would be the essential geometric form showing the evolutionary trigger.
And in fact, we are cosmic beings. We believe we exist also in the stars, in the heavens, and in cosmic dimensions. So we've just been limited, and this limitation is going away. This quarantine, as we've been saying, is going away.
Yeah. Yes, we have been quarantined. Yes, Joan, you were smiling a lot there. My last ranting. What? Unmute yourself. Unmute.
No, it wasn't a ranting, but of course, anytime I hear the word miracles, that we're unfolded. Listen, I still think this is okay. If we told our older selves from other lifetimes, which are listening to this right now, exactly what we were doing now, number one, they prophesized this gathering of heaven and earth. It was foretold that at some point we would wake up. But it's also like a very special seed was inseminated into certain genetics that allowed for a questioning human species, which is us, all right, as opposed to a major part of the population that's still what we might call in a sleep and are still easily programmable by this old paradigm. But, the 100 monkey theory, that is more of us wake up. I don't know, people tell me they see angels when they walk in my door, and they see them around me. But I believe that as that happens, it's because we're changing our frequency so high, it's changing the frequency around us. It gets back to, number one, personal gratitude for waking up. I swear that's one of the things this conference has opened me up to. It's like, oh my God, have I come so far? Remember that we come in and our memories are supposed to be wiped out, and then it's a race against time till we remember. Well, now we're getting the information, and we still have so much we can grow into. So that is my takeaway. We're in this new time, and consciousness is growing person by person by person. And those tools that we used to use, the telepathy, is coming back. The remote viewing, these are tools we've always had. They're coming back. Right. I know that I practice my oracle skills. It delights me. I would never have known I could tune into the higher realms like that. Very exciting. So that's my take on it. We're stepping into the miraculous every day now with this new material, new awareness.
Yes. Greg, what do you say to wrap up here?
Oh my gosh. I mean, I saw Omar pop in, so I wanted to see if Omar, do you want to take it? I don't know. I don't want to. You haven't spoken much on this, but since you brought all these people together, I know I want to let you have some of the final words here, given that you've invited me to be here with everybody. So I'm curious your thoughts.
Yeah, my apologies for being off screen. I had like 10 helicopters flying around my house, and the fire is about 10 or 12 kilometers from my house, and they just all came like rolling in the river right beside my house. So while they were coming in, grabbing some water and fallen over there. That's why I was on screen. I have to say that the angels that people seeing when they walk into your sanctuary, Dr. Joan, is yourself as well. And I would have to agree with Alan that our consciousness, it has come down, but we are guilty of that ourselves because we continue to doubt ourselves and we continue to put ourselves down. For instance, I hear a lot of people saying, I'm so stupid, dumb, things like that. Your avatar doesn't know the difference between that. So when you're saying that you're dumb and you're stupid, then that's going to really reflect upon your avatar. So for me, consciousness and disclosure for me is that what we need to do is reattach ourselves to nature because we've removed ourselves from nature. Because a lot of people say, I love nature, but they don't include themselves in it. And they say, oh, I hate people and I can't stand people, things like that. So I think we need to reattach with nature. And we need to do grounding every single day. We need to do conscious breathing every single day so that we can begin to train ourselves so that we can raise our vibration and our awareness. Because the more we raise our awareness, the higher our vibration and frequency goes. So I think that's the key. We can sit and read like 10,000 books and watch 100,000 videos, but if we're not putting the principles at practice, then none of that really matters. It's really a big, big waste of time. So I think people need to just, reflect upon themselves. And what's happened over the course of the last year and a half has really helped paradigm shift, in the shift that we're at, because people are really beginning to question their reality and what's happening around them. And that's a positive silver lining in something negative that's happened. So I think people are really beginning to get the idea and are beginning to understand that they need to look in within to reach outwards.
Right. Are you satisfied with this last 5 days, Omar?
I am. I'm more than satisfied. This is, more than I had thought. When Rob and I were putting this together, we had our speakers list come in, and as they were coming in, we were just numbering them. And then when we got together to put together our schedule, we just essentially, put a letter number for the first 5 people and just repeated that 5 times. And that's how we came up with the day schedules. And then when we looked at the day schedules and tweaked a little bit, to add a little person here and remove this person from there, and then having see it in application over the last 5 days, I would say that the universe is totally watching and the consciousness is with us, because every speaker that's come in has really complemented each other as we've gone forward. And all topics have really been on key when it comes to disclosure. When one person was talking about one thing, next person comes on, they talk about another thing, so they weren't bombarded with the same topic from 50 different angles. So, I'm more than thrilled, and a lot of gratitude for every single person that's spoken at this conference and everyone that's watched this conference as well.
Yes.
Huge, huge gratitude to every single person.
Yeah. You too, Rob.
Great.
Absolutely, I agree, and it's been a blessing, and I have such gratitude just to be a part of it, and and just have all the people listen and everything. It just came together. The universe did it, and it felt like it was just a natural thing. We were going through 5 days, and everybody was great, and it worked itself out. And one of the things that I want this conference to do is to spark those questions and to facilitate people to research. And it actually just happened for me because Dr. Sam was talking about the healing properties of the pyramid, and then Doctors JJ and Desiree Hertog said that they saw the basically the tetrahedron and also the pyramid-shaped UFOs over the Pentagon and over the White House. Were they trying to heal the planet because of what these specific symbols or these buildings represent to the detriment of the planet and the damage that they're causing? Is that what they were trying to do? And that's now something I'm going to write down and look into because I feel it's important.
Wow. Nice.
This is not going away. We are able to put real information on the.
Right, and we can also use our energies of intention, like right now. Omar, are you in Northern California or in a different state? You don't have to say the city.
Dr. Desiree, I'm in British Columbia. British Columbia. A little city.
Oh, okay. Well, I think it's important to send some positive energy. We've done this for many years to neutralize that which is around you, and we have a lot of power. I think Joan knows this too. We have the energy and the intention of transforming things. So don't feel you're ever at a loss. put the energy out there and let's neutralize that energy around
we
it.
give them
The
some
pyramid is
power.
the sign of body, mind, and spirit.
Well, let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's give Omar and his house and the fires that are threatening him, let's just push them back, put them out. Everyone watching online, just
We ask divine source and the Trinity sign bring body, mind, and spirit together for the unity of human relations, human creation, co-creation, and human destiny, as we understand the great opportunities we have to join with our cosmic family. The sign of the light, generally understood in the sacred geometries, with the sacred language, with the sacred music, open our heart, mind, and spirit to be in unity in this great leap of faith forward. As the late astronaut Gordon Cooper said, we need a leap of faith to understand cosmic intelligence. May it happen.
And realize that we have a power over nature with supernature. That's our inherent ability.
Great. Yes.
And so it is.
Thank you, Dr. JJ, and thank you, Dr. Desiree. Really appreciate that. So should we do our closing remarks? We'll start with Dr. Sam, then Drs. JJ and Drs. Desiree, and then Alan, and then Dr. Joan, and then Greg, Clarence, Rob Yachts, and we'll bring our next speaker on, Rodney McGilvery.
Gladly. Even before our soul agreed to the contract, before coming to this body, our soul was aware of the life situation it's going to face, including the Corona project. And bigger the challenges, quicker the progress and development. Of course, it would be nice for everyone to live in comfort zone all our life, but we would not learn, we would not progress. So now, in this time, when global challenges are around us, it's very important what options and what decisions we're going to choose and make. And every decision has a price. We need to make a right decision, even though we have to pay the price on a physical level.
Beautiful.
And I would add to that by saying that we are the contact generation. It's very important to recognize that the time locks are opening on our mind, the time doors are opening with human history. We're realizing the connection of past and present. Another way of saying it is the back door to the Old Testament is opening the front door to the New Testament, and all of the world scriptures are telling us that we are doomed to perfection. We are spiritual beings in human form. We are seeing the opportunity to make this leap of faith into the future in harmony and in unity. That is through the higher consciousness that brings us into this little incarnation of Mother Earth.
Right, and so it's very important that all of us begin to empower ourselves. We can, as Joan mentioned, use remote healing, remote viewing. We can empower our reality because we are, in our essence, cosmic divine beings, and we are stepping into who we are right now. In this time of great awakening, we need to accept our role and realize we are, as Dr. Sam said, here for a reason right now. And our moment of choice is every moment of our lives. We are in a world of duality. So that means every moment we have to choose between that dualistic system or stay balanced in the center, but empower ourselves for a greater future. That's what the ancients understood. I believe the pyramid is also a sign of going beyond the duality into the higher threefold and fourfold power.
The triple power, or the trinitization of body, mind, and spirit.
And so let us connect with our cosmic forces who are really waiting for us to grow up, to graduate, to become peacemakers with them among the stars. Thank you, Alan and Omar.
Thank you, JJ and Desiree. I want to just jump on what the Hertogs have said, because we travel a lot and talk together. But the thing that they inspired me to realize is that we are at the precipice of a new time. We're about to walk into a world that doesn't look like anything we have seen before. It's new technologies, a new mindset. It's a new heaven and a new earth as we go and realize that the environmental crisis is the number one issue for everyone on this planet. We need to create a new earth. And as we realize we're part of a bigger cosmos, that these beings are here and they're right here. They're right here, right around each one of us, is a new heaven, is a new realities that we are coming into. And what's in the way is the old way of thinking. It's the old self. It's trying to put things back in. It's like putting the toothpaste back in the toothpaste tube. It's already come out, or the cat back in the bag. I mean, it's already, nothing is normal anymore. Everything that we wanted to put into a neat little box, that is over. The last 2 years, it was a planetary awakening. We are one planet. There are no borders. Obviously, you could see that. And when we realize that we are actually a piece of the greater consciousness, we're like cells in a body. Each of us plays a part, and we're here for what Bruce Lipton calls the singularity of awareness. That singularity, when we all realize that we're sharing this awareness, then we come together as a oneness of being. And only when we are one, and that doesn't mean we're subjugated, that we're all free, creative, ongoing individuals of divine light. When we realize that each of us are part of that, as a oneness, as an aspect, we're a fractal of the one, and we can speak to other ones. It's like, that's the nature of evolution. Cells get together with other cells to form multicellular organisms that form communities, that form cities, that form planetary civilization. But as we come together as this planetary civilization, we will then be coherent, and coherencies take us to the next level of complexity. If we're not coherent, what happens in complexity theory, as the system gets more and more unstable, coherence has to come in or everything collapses. So the idea of systems theory is that the underlying structures need to be there in place so a new frequency, a new vibration can take hold of the planet in general. And this is the struggle that we're all moving into now. Like Sam said, we have to let go of that past to embrace a new future. We have to let go of being the caterpillar. You know, the caterpillar goes around and consumes everything, absolutely everything it can see, until it's like overstuffed itself. There's nothing more to eat, and it goes within. It completely dissolves, and the caterpillar doesn't know what it's going to become. Every cell in that caterpillar's body becomes liquid, and something magical happens. This being that it could never suspect, this little worm crawling around eating leaves, would never suspect that this beautiful creature of wings and flight would then be able to fly through the air. So this is the seed change, and this is the moment of change, the moment of choice. This is the moment where we're here to start making contact to that inner parts of ourselves that start the chrysalis in motion to start to dissolve all the structures that have been in the way, so we can be the new being, the Homo Luminanus, as JJ would say. Thank you. Thank you, Om.
Whoa, Alan. Okay, I love following you. I'm always going to follow you.
You can follow me wherever you want.
I'm always going to follow you. I'll be the wings that.
Okay.
And speaking of wings, so yeah, this is so exciting to kind of come back into consciousness and memory of who we are.
Right.
And come into an awareness that by remembering as humans what it's been like, we're like seeds that suddenly now can see the light and now can make sense of it all. We're in actually an amazing place that requires discernment. And I spoke about that a lot yesterday. The ability to hear clearly, the ability to trust your gut and know if this smells like SH, you know what? You know that it probably is. I mean, that took me years to realize that one concept this life, that if it feels like they're lying, they probably are. But, to get your head and your gut and your mind. So this is a time, we're multidimensional beings, but we're in these 3D bodies. We're living in a crazy 3D time, actually the most exciting time of ever, but we're in it to win it, is what I want to say. And discernment is the key, using your intuition. I teach a new class I have online about stepping into your intuition and using your superpowers. We're all superpower ninjas. I think the most wonderful thing about ET Contact was getting all my superpowers going. But the card I pulled, and I don't know why, I was just called to sum it up as the spiritual Joan of Angels today. Out of darkness, the light is born. So guys, feel that light inside us. Out of darkness.
Hold it up again, Joan. Hold the card up again.
Lakshmi is here and feeling that I can feel it. This has been so much energy coming through in this conference. Feel the energy out of darkness. We've all been in that darkness for centuries. And honestly, it's cracking open. Have compassion, use discernment. Know when you're being trapped again into the dark, because there's so much dark out there in our physical thing here, that you are the light. Wherever you go, remember that. Take the sun inside you with you. That is our blessings for now. We are through the lion's gate. Confidently roar all together that we are. We are free. We are free humans. We are on our path. So out of darkness into light. Was that amazing confirmation?
Beautiful, Joan. That's really beautiful. Thank you.
So great. Yeah.
Mwah.
It's
So much
amazing.
love. I could feel the vibration.
Yeah, my journey when I started last year is similar. When I started Open Loops with Greg Bornstein Conversations, that Ben, when I had this idea of doing this podcast, it was actually somebody encouraged me. They said, Greg, you have all these interests, but you're not doing anything with them. You're not talking about these things. You're not going out there. And rather than just sit in the knowledge and the content you're consuming and all the various things. I mean, I was studying esoteric stuff and hypnosis and magic and all these different things. They said, you know what, if you could package it together and actually talk about it to people, you're going to do something. People are going to want to hear that. People want to hear about this stuff. You just have to go out there. I have to tell you all, I had no idea it would lead to this. I had no idea that there was a community of people that were so engaged with these other topics that it resonates with people on so many different levels, with so many different backgrounds, demographics, all over the world, simply because I made the decision one day to turn on a microphone and talk about it and record it and put it out there. So that's what I would say to take away.
That's what happens. You make a decision and the world rearranges itself.
Yes. And that's what I would encourage. I mean, look, I've been seeing it in the chats all 5 days that there are people who are going, oh my gosh, a community of people that are talking about this, a community of people. Could you, who are out there watching this and listening, where in your life could you talk about this more and put it out there? Where could you disclose a part of yourself in waking reality, in your day-to-day life that's outside of your head, so that you can have a community that manifests like this one that I'm on right now, so that we can all, because that's the thing that interests me about this disclosure movement. It's that, all of you have dedicated your lives and are really putting this out there. How many people in the world still have what I had a year ago, which is it's all inside their heads still? they're just absorbing it. They're taking it in. And that's sort of what Omar was speaking to earlier, too. This idea of we can read all the books, we can watch the conferences. And I think that there are two steps here. One is the practices, the rituals, the meditation, the trances, the going to these sites and being there. But the other thing is putting it out there. Disclosure starts with conversation. And the idea that I can be in this panel and have this conversation with you, any of you out there, if you can have one conversation with someone about this stuff, if you're watching this, someone that you've never spoken to, that is going to raise this Earth's vibration. There is no question of it. So, I want to thank all of you for being part of this manifestation. And I want to thank all of you listening and watching for continuing to help me further my dreams. And I guess the dreams of this consciousness that is we are constantly awaking to in new ways that I believe is even surprising itself. I think that butterfly, we don't even know what the butterfly is going to look like at the end of this. And I think that's the most exciting part.
Right. Not if we're the caterpillar, we don't have any idea where we're going, but it is great and glorious.
We will manifest into something beautiful. That's what's going to happen. We will manifest into something beautiful, something artistic, something colorful, something energetic, and something with a very high form of consciousness. That's what we are going to become. We will be that butterfly, and we will have that butterfly effect across the world, where we're going to begin to wake up other people and put that ripple out there. And this is happening right now as we speak. Claire, so you, brother.
Yeah, like the phoenix, from the ashes out of the fire comes this great bird, right? Pretty awesome stuff. The one thing I want to just say to everybody, with all the speakers that we've had and the other ones that will be coming on, and to all the people that are listening and watching and everything like that, I myself, I can't wait to morphus into the next realm, because I know what I've had here, I know what I've learned here and gone through here, and I want the next cup of water. That's what I'm looking for. And it's go ahead,
Clarence, were you given a mission during your contact experience, or
not exactly? I was given a few gifts, and nothing that you would say that they said go out and do this or anything like that. That's not what that was about. I think what it was mostly was just to show me that there was something else other than this earthly realm, that we do come from a higher power, a higher vibration, and not to be scared of it, and to use the mechanics of it, to better yourself. And that's basically what it all amounts to, And I definitely look forward to the next step. I really do.
Thank you.
Excellent. I am just eternally grateful. I have such gratitude. I like I said before, if I would have pictured this a year ago, like Greg said, I wouldn't have even fathomed this. And through conferences like this, I get to walk amongst titans for 5 days, and you guys are all titans, and I'm a forever student, so I am that sponge in the middle of a gigantic ocean, and that ocean is the knowledge. And it's so amazing to be able to take part in this and be here for these conversations, because not only do I get to listen, but I get to engage too and actually ask questions and things like that, and that is a gift. So I am you, you are me, and that's one of the things we need to start living by. And with that last bit of information, I am with all of you always, and I can't wait to learn more and keep in contact with everybody here, and just keep going. And that's what thrills me, is that like Clarence said, just keep pursuing this and just keep moving in that direction. So thank you all for being a part of that, and I'm just so grateful.
Thank you, Rob. I really like. I am a projection of you, as you are a projection of me, because we are the projection of the same consciousness. We are one. And with that being said, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You are the ones that we've been waiting for, and all of the other 50 speakers that have been on this conference, they are the ones that we've been waiting for. You truly are titans, as Rob just said, and I am truly privileged to have spent the time in getting to know you guys, engaging with you guys, talk to you, asking you questions, so that I can gain awareness and understand who I am, what my mission is, because it's still foggy. But with the help of everyone on this call and everyone who has spoken at this conference, Neil's conferences, just all the conferences that are being held across the world. It's very good, and it helps elevate our awareness and consciousness. And many gratitudes to all of you. Like I said, you're the ones that we've been waiting for. We don't need to look any further.
Don't keep us waiting till next year, okay, Omar? We're not
No,
waiting.
we've already working on. Already working on a number of conferences, and we will keep everyone posted on that. So thank you everyone. I really, really appreciate your time. A lot of gratitude for you, and a lot of love and respect for every single person on this panel. With that being said, let's bring our next guest on, Rodney McGilvery, who is going to give us a download in alchemy. This man is he's a special and very amazing, and lots of information.
Okay.
Thank
Greg,
you.
an interview. Greg, Rob.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Anytime.
Everybody, yes.
Greg, I'm
Thank you,
going to
guys.
be
We definitely
interviewing
will.
some of you guys.
Okay.
Thank
I love
you.
it.
Ciao.
Joan,
So great
to
meeting
see
all of
Looking
you.
Good,
So
Joan.
great to see
Love you all.
See you. Thanks, Omar.
Thank you everyone. Lots of love, lots of respect. Thank you, Dr. Joan. I will text you later.
Yes.
Great tribe. Goodbye. You
Bye.
can't. Yeah, I'm still here. Love you.
Love you too.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, what happened? Did she jump out too fast?
No, let me bring Dr. Joan back on. Where'd she go?
She's
I
gone.
guess
She hit the buy button.
Yeah.
What's
I
going
guess
on, Rodney?
Hey, not much. How you guys doing?
Good to see you, man.
Fantastic.
Good to see you.
Clarence mentioned he was waiting for his next glass of water, but I'm here to bring the next glass of scotch to you guys.
Are you a tall glass of scotch? I hope so. Let's get
Yes,
it.
well, it was tall. It's about done now. But
Where's mine? Where's mine, brother?
come on over. I'll grab you one.
All right. I like the sounds of that.
I will leave you guys to it.
Cool, man. Cool. Thank you, Rob. That was a wonderful panel, and wow, the information everyone shared on there was amazing. I truly do appreciate it, and truly did enjoy it. Going to be going back and rewatching this panel and all the other speakers that have been on here today and the last 4 days, because it's just a lot of information to digest. So if you guys are enjoying this stream and our stream for the last 5 days, let's see some love in the comments. And while we're doing that, I'd like to introduce Rodney McGilvery, and I will read his bio very quickly, and then I'll toss the stage over to Rodney. Rodney, since we are running about 30 minutes over time, no pressure, brother. We'll bring our next guest on at 4:30. So, and then we'll try to fix that time as the day progresses. If not, then not. But we want to get the download from you. So Rodney McGilvery is an author and researcher, esoteric and alchemical alchemy philosophy. He has written papers about alchemy for the Carl Jung Institute in Zurich, Switzerland, and currently has his book Seeking the Gold Within, an alchemical. I have such a hard time with that. Alchemy Examination of Self in their library. Rodney is also a 32nd degree Scottish Rite Freemason in the Northern Masonic jurisdiction of North America and a 9th degree Knight Templar. He has recently written a paper on the acacia plant in regards to alchemy and immortality and has embarked on a lecture tour presenting said paper. You will find Rodney either in his alchemy laboratory or behind the pen and paper. Thank you very much, Rodney. I really appreciate your participation in this disclosure. The information that you have to share is very important, so I'm very, very glad and very happy that you accepted this invite to come on here today, brother. So I will shoot the stage over to you. And with about 10 minutes left, Rodney, I will give you a heads up, and then we'll take a couple of questions from the audience, and then we'll call it a day.
Thank you, Omar. It's a pleasure to be on again. It's been a little while, but and you had a wonderful panel. It seemed like every single guest that you had on the panel was tapping into some sort of alchemical philosophy. And it seems like there is an underlining consciousness and awareness of alchemy that we all have, but for the most part, we are unaware of it, but it is within ourselves. And with that in mind, I consider alchemy the one true religion. We are surrounded by nature, we live within nature, we are a part of nature, and nature is alchemy. And alchemy is the processes of nature and transformation, mainly the raising of consciousness and vibration. The great Nikola Tesla said it, for one to understand the universe around us, one needs to understand the frequency and vibration of everything. And we are slowly becoming aware of those frequencies and vibrations. And alchemy is just a term for transmutation and the rising of consciousness. So one is aware of who they are at their current state. Along with certain practices, they can start to raise their consciousness, raise their awareness, and start to evolve spiritually. One thing I've noticed with the Western society mainly is we've lost touch of who we are. We've lost the idea of who we are. There's so many weapons of mass distraction out there, like television, video games, various wanderings of nothingness that people are involved with, and mainly all entertainment as a whole is just a distraction to get you away from who you are. And various techniques, specifically meditation, can get you back to the awareness of who you really are. Like Omar said, I'm a 32nd degree Scottish Rite Mason and a Knight Templar. And I've come to realize through my studies of Masonry and all the esoteric emblems involved with Masonry that Masonry itself is just alchemy. We have the motto, making good men better. I consider that a transmutation. And there's various formulas within Freemasonry. We consider ourselves the rough ashlar, and we go through our life trying to better ourselves to eventually become the perfected stone. And that whole process is the great work of the alchemist of old. It's the magnum opus is to become the perfected stone. And it's kind of interesting that we're trying to go and become the perfected stone. And you can also create within alchemy the philosopher's stone. It kind of alludes to as above, so below. There's a physical stone that represents our spiritual stone as well, or ourselves. So without further ado, I'll give a short presentation on alchemy and what it generally is. The origins of alchemy come from Egypt, and the prefix al is just the English the, and the suffix chemia is just means the land of Egypt. So alchemy is the art from the land of Egypt, or the art of Egypt. It was brought to the land of Egypt through the god Thoth, which is the Egyptian god of nature, mathematics, and art. And then they were practicing alchemy for a long time. The Greek culture caught wind of it through the trade practices, and then they wanted to embark on the process of alchemy themselves. So they went up to Egypt, gathered the information of Thoth, brought it down to Greece, and then they utilized their own mythologies. They had the god Hermes, or Hermes Trismegistus, Hermes thrice the Great. He was the Greek god of math, science, and astrology. And at that time, all the information was compiled at the Library of Alexandria, where one could find the Corpus Hermetica, which is the alchemical Bible. And within that, the most important document of alchemy resided, which was the Emerald Tablet of Hermes, or the Emerald Tablet of Thoth. Thoth is also called Thoth the Atlantean, because some think that this knowledge also existed in Atlantis. There's a few different translations of the Emerald Tablet of Hermes throughout time. My favorite translation comes from Isaac Newton, the well-known physicist. I'm going to go ahead and read you his translation of the Emerald Tablet. "'Tis true without lying, certain and most true. That which is below is like that which is above, and that which is above is like that which is below, to do the miracle of the one thing. And as all things have been and arose from one by the mediation of one, so all things have their birth from this one thing by adaptation. The sun is its father, the moon its mother, the wind hath carried it in its belly, the earth is its nurse. The father of all perfection is the whole world, or the father of all perfection in the whole world is here. Its force or power is entire, if it be converted into earth. Separate thou the earth from the fire, the subtle from the gross, sweetly with great industry. It ascends from the earth to the heaven, and again it descends to the earth and receives the force of all things, superior and inferior. By this means you shall have the glory of the whole world, and thereby all obscurity shall fly from you. Its force is above all force, for it vanquishes every subtle thing and penetrates every solid thing. So was the world created. From this are and do come admirable adaptations, whereof the means is here in this. Hence I am called Hermes Trismegistus, having the three parts of the philosophy of the whole world. That which I have said of the operation of the sun is accomplished and ended. That is also why upon Jesus' resurrection, he says upon the cross, it is finished. The main, or I think the most important aspect of the Emerald Tablet of Hermes is the second line where it says, as above, so below, as within, so without. That also is mentioned in the Bible as well as an Egyptian proverb, and it's also my favorite Bible verse, the kingdom of heaven is within you. The universe is mirrored within ourselves, within our biology. I'll go further into detail in a little bit. Our bodies are an alchemical laboratory. You can become the philosopher's stone, you can be perfected, and you could be immortal. Above is the macrocosm. It's the heavenly abode, it's the invisible realm of God. Below is the microcosm. It's the earthly abode and physical manifestation. Within is the earth, and it's you. Without is the universe and the earth. As above, so below is a correspondence. It is to be in union with each other, to become one with everything, as all the guests on the panel just previously mentioned. We are just a fractal version of that one infinite source, which means we are infinite. It boils down to, alchemically, meaning we are God. Union just means two separate things that are actually one thing. We are living as that one thing as we speak. The alchemists work with a central material that is comprised within every single living thing. It's called the prima materia. It's all things. It's the thing that all things were created from, and it was by the one thing So the thing that everything is created from is also the thing that creates it. It's the first matter. It's the source of every living thing in life. It is life itself. And it is the prima material is expressed as three things, or the Trinity. Every main religion and every real philosophy really boils down to three principles. Like Christianity, you got Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, and those are just alchemical principles, or alchemical elements. It's expressed as such. It starts with the prima materia, which can be represented with the yin yang. You got the dark side and the light side coming together, or the maternal and paternal aspects of reality coming together. It splits off into two things: the celestial salt and the celestial niter. The celestial salts are fixed salts. The celestial niter is the volatile parts of the prima materia. And the fixed salts then separate into two elements, earth and water. The volatile parts of the prima materia also separate into two elements, which are air and fire. Earth and water combined is the alchemical salt. Water and air combined is the alchemical mercury. Air and fire combined is the alchemical sulfur. If you mix the alchemical salt, mercury, and sulfur together, you have the prima materia again, or the alchemical philosopher's stone. An alchemical principle is mainly a fundamental truth or proposition that serves as the foundation for a system of belief, or it's a behavior for a chain of reasoning. I'm going to separate the prima materia into those three elements and tell you exactly what each of those elements represent. The sulfur represents the soul, or the consciousness, and in its material form is oil. Mercury represents the spirit, or the mind, or its material form, alcohol. Cheers to that, everybody. Salt is the body, or thought. And in its physical material form, it's alkaline salts. Salt is the body. It's a material structure that embodies or gives concrete reality to something abstract. Making an idea become something that seems real. It's an idea being structured. The mercury, or the spirit, is the mind. The mind generates thoughts that give structure to abstract ideas. Mind is an inherent faculty of consciousness. And then sulfur is the soul. Soul is consciousness itself. It's the actuating cause of everything. It's what ignites that active thinking process. Consciousness inherently has the power to think. Thinking can be structured, and those thoughts can be embodied to give concrete reality or an appearance to that idea. The soul is prima materia. Alchemy is the understanding of the relationship between consciousness and matter. It is what gives meaning to everything around us and within us. Without that consciousness, we would not even be aware of anything. Nothing would exist. Mercury is the messenger of the gods. It's the bridge between that consciousness and matter. It's just like the Greek god Mercury. He was the messenger of the gods. He was bringing that consciousness to matter. Alchemy is a science of the mind. And for those who really are not aware, The kingdom of heaven is really within you. The alchemical laboratory is operating within you as we speak. Here is how you can become immortal in a physical sense. The pineal gland, which represents Joseph in the biblical mythos, secretes the milk. The pituitary gland, or Mary in biblical mythos, secretes the honey, both from the claustrum portion of the brain, the center of the brain. That is where the term Santa Claus originates from, the claustrum. These two sacred oils are secreted and then travel down into the solar plexus. It's created in the brain and then travels down into the solar plexus via the semilunar ganglion pneumogastric nerve. That's connected in the solar plexus from the brain. The psychophysical germ, or the fruit of the tree of life, is born in the solar plexus when those two oils sit within the solar plexus. The solar plexus is the manger of Christ in the Bible. The Ida, or red, and the Pingala, or the blue nerves, these two nerve fluids, where at the crossing of the medulla oblongata, or where the crucifixion takes place, these oils are crucified, or the germ that is created from the oils is crucified and rest for 2.5 days. Is that sounding a little familiar to you guys? After rest for 2.5 days, guess what? A resurrection occurs. These sacred oils return after the crossing or the crucifixion. It enters the cerebellum, back up to the skull, or Golgotha, the place of the skull. For those who are biblically aware, Golgotha is the place where Jesus was crucified. And then the fluid is created at Golgotha, which is called the Christ oil. This is where the term Christ consciousness comes from. And there at Golgotha, it gets refined 1,000-fold. And to raise that Christ oil back up into the cerebellum, one needs to practice a few things. One needs to be aware of their lifestyle. One should be living a pure life, a healthy life, and an awareness of life. One needs to practice certain techniques like prayer and meditation, which could be one and the same. What prayer and meditation does, it raises that vibration within your body, which starts to rise that oil. This is the Kundalini rising in Vedic terms. This is Christ consciousness. And our body is about 60% water. So if you look at water under a microscope, it is a crystalline form. So what that does is when you're meditating and in prayer and living a healthy lifestyle, also abstinence plays a key factor in this. That's why priests and monks of ancient times were abstinent, because they knew this technique and this science behind the body that will vibrate the water within yourself, which will raise that vibration because of the crystals. That's why a lot of people use crystals in their ritual work, because it raises vibration. The main practice of alchemy that I've been delving into the past 15 or so years is strictly using the vegetable kingdom. This is a technique called spagyrics. It's the alchemical process utilizing the material in the vegetable kingdom. I utilize the 3 alchemical elements within everything in life, including the vegetable kingdom. So everything, herbs, plants, flowers, everything in the vegetable kingdom that grows on the earth can be separated into sulfur, mercury, and salt. Sulfur is the essential oil of the plant. Mercury is ethanol alcohol that is derived from the plant. Salt is the plant's mineral body. And what the alchemists do is we separate all the elements, purify each element separately, then recombine. The alchemists call that solve et coagula, separate and combine. First, we want to separate the elements. So first we obtain the mercury, which is ethanol alcohol. That is, you can get ethanol alcohol by fermenting fruits and plants and vegetables through distillation. You would ferment the alcohol, let the plant sit for a long enough time where alcohol starts to be fermented. Take that alcohol, run it through a distillation train to purify the alcohol. Then you'll get pure ethanol alcohol, which will be clear. What I do is I have an alembic flask, which is an oblong looking flask, which has a big chamber that holds the alcohol or the fermented plant matter. And then it's got the condenser part of the alembic, and then another separate flask that collects the final purified product. So what you would do, you would take the alcohol, put it in the alembic, put it in a sand bath, turn the temperature of the sand bath up enough to where it starts to evaporate the alcohol from the plant itself. Then it turns into a vapor, condenses in the tube, and then starts to materialize again as pure ethanol alcohol. Once you have enough ethanol alcohol to fill I'd say a quart or I usually use a quart mason jar, fill it halfway with the ethanol alcohol, put the rest of the plant matter in that alcohol, and then it goes through a maceration process. And the mixture of the alcohol and the plant matter is called a menstruum. And the process of maceration goes through like a menstrual cycle, like what women deal with here on Earth. It's the alchemists thought that the moon affected the alcohol, and it would utilize the alcohol mixture with the plant and pull the essence from that plant. Just like all the oceans, the tides are affected by the moon. The body of women is affected by the moon. It's all menstrual. That maceration will sit in a dark cabinet for an alchemical month, which is 40 days. Next, we will purify. We will purify the dead plant matter through a process called calcination. The dead plant matter is also called, in alchemy terms, terra damnata, or the damned earth. We will obtain spiritualized salts from that damned earth. We will then distill the salts until they become pure as white, or pure as snow. So what you do is you take the dead plant matter from the maceration. So after 40 days, you take your maceration, which is the mixture of the alcohol in the plant body, strain the alcohol into another flask, and what's left over is the pure essence of the plant, as well as the leftover dead body of the plant. You'll take that dead body and put it into a cauldron for calcination, which is purifying by fire. This is the fire and brimstone the Bible speaks of. You will burn the plant, and it'll go through 3 different phases. The first phase will be black ash. and you'll burn it again until it becomes a gray ash. And finally, it'll be spiritualized salts, white salts. And then they become so spiritualized if you distill it enough. I have seen them physically float above the surface of the flask. They are floating in air at one point. They become spiritually elevated. After you get the salts at the most purified state they can become, you also have the alcohol that also has the essence of the plant through maceration. Now you want to recombine. The maceration also, or the alcohol from the maceration contains the oil of the plant, which is also the sulfur, the personality of the plant, all of its attributes, like its the properties of color, smell, its healing abilities and whatnot, its poisonous abilities. That's all within that oil. You'll recombine all those three elements once again. And when you combine the three elements of alchemy, you also get the prima materia again, the philosopher's stone, represented by the yin yang, which I mentioned. It is the spiritualized essence of the plant. It brings about a motto that I personally hold. God is mind. Mind is thought. I am thought. The kingdom of heaven is within you. As above, so below, as within, so without. All of this can also be explained through the Kabbalistic tree of life. The ancient Hebrews had this system called the tree of life, which is a perfect representation of manifestation and how something from nothing materialized into this material world. And then we, as a material being, find our way back up to that primary source, that one source. And it gives you a good map on how to follow. It's like if you're lost in the wilderness of reality, this is a good map, a good roadmap to find your way back to who you are. The Kabbalistic tree of life consists of 10 spheres or emanations of God, or different aspects of God, called the Sephiroth. And then above the top sphere is 3 layers of existence. The first layer being Ein, which is nothing. Then Ein Sof, which is light. Then Ein Sof Or is further light. And this is where materialism comes from. It's also described or explained through the process of Sophia in the Gnostic texts. Sophia comes out of the 13th aeon, which is Aeon, and makes her way down to the material realm and going through different experiences in each Sephiroth of the tree of life. And then she finds her way going back up the tree of life, finding herself once again, finding her true self. And the true self is you are God. You are everything. Also, this has to do with the prima materia. In alchemy, the prima materia is represented also as the purified manifestation, which happens in Malkut. In the Kabbalah and the ancient Hebrews, they called that the Shekinah. And the Shekinah, or earth, comes from Yesod, the 9th sphere. Malkut, or earth, is the 10th sphere, or the last sphere, manifestation. That's where manifestation occurs. Yesod is attributed to the moon, or the womb. That is the womb that we come from. And also, it's number 9. You got 9. It's a perfect representation because you got 9 months of gestation, or the woman does, So that makes perfect sense why the ancient Hebrews used the number 9 as the womb representing the moon, and that's where our birth originated from. There's a practice within the Tree of Life that different groups that I used to belong in. I used to be a member of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn prior to becoming a Freemason. We practiced a ritual called the middle pillar, where we would bring down the divine light of Ein Sof, or through our bodies, all the way down to number 10. Number 1 represents the crown, or Keter. You bring that down to your solar plexus. Number 6 of the Kabbalah, or the Tree of Life, also represents Christ. And then that is where that germ from that is created from those 2 oils of the brain come down. So this is also represents, if you know the inner workings of the mind and then the body in pure physical biology, if you lay that information upon the Tree of Life, this also is a good diagram to use for creating a philosopher's stone within your body. And then once we go and bring the light down through number 6, we bring the light down through the Yesod, or the womb, and we bring the light down finally to the number 10th Sephiroth of Earth, pure manifestation. That is how we ground ourselves spiritually. Earth is represented at our feet. It's our grounding aspect of reality. And once that light fully descends upon our feet, then we can circulate that like a mummy wrap of light and build up our body of light. This is a great way to raise your vibration and raise your frequency. This is also why different auras are highlighted with different colors. In Hebrew, the word mom is represented with the letters Aleph and Mem. Mem in Hebrew means water. Aleph in Hebrew means the beginning. In the Bible, it mentions in Genesis that God created the earth out of water. From the face of the deep, everything is created from. And the last tarot of the major arcana is the universe card, featuring a woman orchestrating the 4 elements of earth. This woman of the universe card is the Holy Shekinah, the prima materia. The prima materia in alchemy is the creative force. It is a feminine aspect of reality, which is, I think, it makes perfect sense that God would be represented as a woman, the creative force of everything. The universe card is also represented by the Hebrew Tav, which is the last letter of the Hebrew alphabet, meaning the truth. So the universe card, being the Holy Shekinah, being the Mother Earth, we all call Earth a mother, that is the truth. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is my short representation of alchemy. And I, being a Freemason, especially a Knight Templar Mason, understand that this is just the process of alchemy. I mean, the Knight Templar originated in the time of King Solomon, protecting they were the Crusader Knights, supposedly, in the mythology, protecting the Christians on their pilgrimage to Jerusalem. But in reality, they would mingle with the Sufis. Through the Sufis, they learned the practice of alchemy. The Sufis kept the alchemical tradition alive from Asia in the trade. The Sufis took or brought alchemy to the West through the Knight Templar. That's why the King Philip the Fair accused Jacques de Molay, who was the chief of the Templars, or the Grand Master of the Templars, of blasphemy, because the King Philip the Fair of France said that they were worshiping Baphomet. Baphomet is just an alchemical symbol representing the balances of the elements. It's a goat head representing the prima materia because of the earth, which represents Capricorn. Then you got him posing, or it's not even a him because it represents both sexes. He's got an arm going up and an arm going down, representing the Hermetic philosophy as above, so below. And on his arm says solve et coagula, which means separate and recombine, which I just explained what that means. He also has both men and women genitalia, representing the prima materia, or the yin yang of both sexes coming together as one, which represents the prima materia, or the alchemical philosopher stuff. So that right there proves to me that the Templars knew about alchemy. They were practicing alchemy. They learned it from the Sufis over there in the Middle East, brought it to Western civilization. That's where a lot of these doctors, original doctors in America, even the Amish people nowadays, they just practice natural medicines. There's a place close to where I live in Indiana called Shipshawana. They got a place called the Nutritional Center right there in the middle of a cornfield, where you can go in there and get natural herbs and medicines. And then you can also pay $5 and get a blood sample, and they can give you a recommendation on what your body needs. These are practicing alchemists. The church, after killing off the Templars, said that this was all blasphemy because they wanted full control of the world. This is one reason I think that the Catholics are against Freemasonry. We offer a system of alchemy if one understands the true symbology and formulas within the initiations. One would understand how to create the Philosopher's Stone, especially within yourself. You can heal yourself. You can gain spiritual powers like strong intuition and telepathy. Sorry, and the most important thing of all, you can realize who you are. So the church decided that they wanted to control the world, so they started calling all of the natural healers witches and burning them at the stake, especially in Salem, Massachusetts, here in America. And also happening to this day, natural healers, there's doctors that have created cures for cancer. They are not legally allowed to practice those cures in America. Some can, but the FDA says, or the United Healthcare System says, that you have to go through the radiation before you can practice any of these natural cures. Radiation will kill you. There's been cases where people have died without cancer, with having cancer previously, and then they just died from the radiation with no cancer in their body. I've heard a story recently where an Amish guy made a natural balm, like a cream that you could rub all over yourself if you got any skin illnesses or ailments, and he labeled it that it cures cancer. Well, he's Amish, so he didn't have TV or the news or any kind of internet to find out that it's against the law in America that you cannot label anything to cure cancer. That would be illegal. He didn't know that because he's Amish. So he sold this at a farmer's market. Somebody turned him in. Some complete asshole turned him in. And then the next day or a few days later, the feds showed up at his farm, arrested him, and now he's in prison for like 60 some years. They said that he was considered a drug dealer too, because he was selling it in bulk at a farmer's market. So this shows you how much control this world has and how much it does not want us to be healthy Because if we understand ourselves, we have a healthy body, a healthy mind, as above, so below, then we could live beyond what they want. It seems like right now we are going through a crisis where they're trying to eliminate most of the population with this virus happening. I mean, if you have a great immune system, if you understand your body and you live a natural, healthy life, you would not need to worry about this virus.
Hey,
You would be
hey,
healthy
Rodney.
enough, and your mind would be.
I apologize for cutting in. We're staying away from that talk with that stuff.
Oh, okay.
Censorship
Sorry
is
about that.
rough. No, it's all good, man. That's why we just want to tell you censorship is rough, and we don't want to lose hours of content. So I'll be back in a little while to talk to you at the end. So keep going, bud.
But yeah, most of you here probably already know all of that stuff anyways in regards to censorship and control. One thing I wanted to do toward the end of this conversation was to kind of dispel a little bit of the misinformation around Freemasonry, because a lot of people have a bad idea of Freemasonry. With the access to the internet, we have access to any kind of information, be it true information or false information, and it's hard to tell which one is the true or false information. And that leads to a lot of bad thinking and miscommunication, misunderstanding. Well, there's a lot of people out there that think being a Freemason means that you run the world, that you're part of the Illuminati. Well, the Illuminati and Freemasonry is two separate entities, and the Illuminati mainly just represented illumination within oneself, being enlightened. Excuse me. And some of that philosophy also is within Freemasonry. I mean, you become enlightened through the process of initiation, which the process of initiation within Freemasonry is the same kind of initiation that all the ancient cultures practiced throughout time immemorial, even to this day. Even the Aboriginal tribes in Australia, they had a system of initiation, and all that represents is bringing a man to manhood, or going through a rebirth. I call life itself the death and resurrection show, because everything we do involves some sort of death and resurrection. And what these initiations do is it brings you through a process of death and resurrection. You first have to die in order to find out that you are immortal. It's better to die while you're still alive and live forever than to die without realizing who you really were and who you really are, and that is you're an eternal being. And if one does not realize that within this lifetime, that is why there is reincarnation. And I've been taught that there are evidence of reincarnation. Like a birthmark is supposedly supposed to represent if you possibly died in your previous life by being attacked in that specific area, and that birthmark is like a scar from your previous wound of your last life. And so the process of initiation is to prepare one while still living to face death straight on. You die, and then you are resurrected spiritually. In Freemasonry, we do that in regards to the philosophy of King Solomon and the architect of King Solomon's temple, Hiram Abiff. Hiram Abiff had the lost word, which the Freemasons were always on the constant search of this lost word. So what happened after or in the middle of building King Solomon's temple, Hiram Abiff, his architect, was approached by three ruffians. There's your number 3 again. Asked for the lost word. Hiram Abiff would not give the lost word, so he dies. He gets buried, and he gets found by King Solomon's men, pretty much, his journeymen. They find King Solomon's burial site. How they found his burial site was through some symbolism that the ancient Hebrews used to practice. They would put a sprig of acacia at the head of a friend's grave that had passed away. So it's kind of like the original tombstone. But the king, or Hiram Abiff, was buried, and the ruffians put a sprig of acacia at his gravesite in case they need to move the body. That's how the journeyman found him. So once they found him, they dug up his body and resurrected him. The sprig of acacia, which I wrote a paper on recently, and I'm giving a lecture tour right now. And if anyone listening or watching is a Freemason and part of the Masonic Society, which is a publishing group of Freemasonry, we have our own publication called the Masonic Journal. And here's the latest issue. My paper on the acacia was published in this latest issue, and I pretty much tell the symbology of the acacia plant in regards to immortality and death and rebirth. If one looks at the chemical analysis of the acacia plant, you can derive the alkaloid DMT. DMT was used in a lot of, if not most, of the ancient initiatory practices throughout the world, and even up to today, utilizing the symbolism even in Freemasonry. It was practiced more or used more in a physical sense, where certain teas were made using DMT taken by the neophyte, and he would have these hallucinations that would help him bring about these death sequences and help understand death itself through this whole initiatic process. Even the ancient Hebrews used to have this brew of DMT, and which makes sense because the acacia plant grows there in the arid, dry lands of the Middle East. And a lot of those desert people back in the day utilized that DMT for their initiation practice. To further that, if one understands the mind, especially through that alchemical process of the brain that I explained a little bit ago, the pineal gland excretes DMT. It's a natural substance that is created in your brain, and most of us know that through the dream state. That's why we get the vivid visions and hallucinations of the dream world. That is our firsthand viewpoint of DMT and experience. Most people don't realize, though, that DMT is created in your brain upon birth, as well as up to 2 minutes upon dying. So with that in mind, DMT, or the dream state, I think, is the vehicle to the other side, to the other realm. And through these initiatory processes, one begins to understand that if you dig deep into the symbology of these different techniques, you realize who you really are. You realize what your body's capable of. You start to understand a little bit beyond the veil. The veil starts to be lifted very subtly, little bit by little bit. And you start to realize that this is a constant death and resurrection cycle that we go through, the world goes through, the universe goes through, until the very last moment, where we all realize that we are one and there's no more need to be reborn.
We got a question here from the audience, Rodney.
Go right ahead.
It says, Rodney, is Jesus' resurrection a metaphor or reincarnation?
100%. Jesus' birth represents the whole death and resurrection show. Jesus, the symbology of Jesus shows in a physical way how our bodies are the lab, because I just described that. Like each character of the Bible, including Jesus, represents something within our body, and if we understand that whole process symbolically, even through the death story and resurrection story of Christ, we can understand what we're capable of. But it's also a physical sense. I mean, when our bodies do physically die, we will be born again if we need to be, and it's just a constant cycle. And I mean, it happens in every mythology. I mean, the Assyrian myths are the same way. I mean, the ancient Assyrian cults in Egypt would get the body of Osiris and put it back together through an initiatory process. And they would also utilize DMT because of the acacia tree right there. And same with Jesus. The whole process, the cross was made of acacia wood. It's a strong, durable wood. You can even go back further to that, to the burning bush of Moses. I'm pretty certain, and there are some also Jewish Hebrew scholars that say that Moses was taking DMT, because they used to, you have initiatory practices using a tea with DMT in it. The burning bush was an acacia tree, and so that was symbolic for the tea and the DMT that Moses was on, and he saw the vision of the burning bush and the visions of God and his messages from God. All that was communicating with the higher source through the hallucination using DMT. Every culture has done this in the past if they have an initiatory system. Also, in the Bible, it says that God told Moses to have his people use the acacia wood for the building of the tabernacle. This is prior to King Solomon's temple. And he was instructed to also tell the people to use it for the furniture, specifically the Ark of the Covenant, which there's strong Ark of the Covenant symbology within Masonry. And all that acacia wood, you can derive DMT from. And the Ark of the Covenant is where there was the mercy seat on there, and the presence of God was there. That just represents the mind dealing with hallucinations from DMT. So yes, that was the long way around the barn, but Christ and the Bible stories of Christ is symbolic for death and resurrection.
That's a great answer. One of the questions I have for you is, knowing that you're a Mason, and essentially there's secrets that you can't give out. While I know you know these specific secrets, and now writing your book, how difficult was it to navigate through that field in the sense of not kind of giving too much? Because I'm sure some of this alchemy that goes into it, there is a ton or further you could go, but probably only with Masons, correct?
Well, somewhat. In reality, which a lot of people a lot of Masons won't agree with this, but in reality, the bylaws state that we're just not allowed to give out the signs and symbols, or like the signs and tokens of the initiations, like the hand signs and passwords and whatnot. We can expose anything else.
That's pretty wild to know that. Not a lot of people know that. They think that there's this ultimate secretive type of society where you guys hold the keys to life, and you know what I mean? That's why I asked that question.
Honestly, we do hold the keys to life, but it's just another initiatory system. If you understand other initiatory systems, it's very similar. I've run into most Masons that I've talked to locally. They have no idea what the hell I'm talking about when it comes to all the symbology, because they think it's just a business meeting. Overall, at least in America, it seems like most of it, Masonry is a business meeting. But if you're intelligent enough and you can see behind the veil, you understand that it's a system of initiation. It has to do with life and death, and it boils down to pure alchemy.
So a lot of these people use it to just network, basically.
Oh yeah, yep. I met many people that just want to connect with their careers and whatnot.
Right, and in that aspect, doesn't it actually lose a sense of what the Masons represent in that aspect?
100%. and I'm trying to bring back the true philosophy of it all. That's why I'm going on this lecture tour and enlightening a lot of people. And so far, I'm gaining a lot of good vibes doing this. I'm gaining a lot of people that are now interested in true Masonic knowledge. They're trying to learn more and bring that to their lodges, and it's just building now. Like, I'm bringing back true esoteric philosophy where it remains stagnant and dead for a long time. It's now time for its rebirth.
Absolutely. You know, a lot of the chats that are out there with the other platforms that, you know, we can't just pull up the actual convos. They are resoundingly, they love what you're doing and they support you in that sense. And I support you too. You know, we've been in contact a few times through events and shows and things like that. And, you know, you're so thorough when it comes to that side of the alchemy that it's astonishing that people don't pick up sometimes what you're putting down. They get, not that they get confused, but you're really trying to give them that true sense of that Masonic feel. And it's a testament to the book you wrote and to the type of person that you are. And, you know, I commend you. I think it's incredible. I think it's absolutely incredible.
Thank you. I appreciate those kind words, my friend. I mean, events like this, they keep me going as well. They keep me motivated to continue my research. Right now, there's multiple emblems of esoteric philosophy strictly within the Master Mason degree. The acacia plant's one of them. And I'm trying to dig deep now into each one, and I'm going to write papers for each one and bring about this new age of enlightenment, because that's what the age of Aquarius is supposed to represent anyways.
Absolutely. Now, let me ask you this: since you are a Mason, do you feel that you, while researching, do you have extra resources or different resources that may be something that a regular researcher wouldn't be able to get, or something, you know, something
Nope,
along
not at
those
all.
lines?
I mean, I've went through Masonic research, and it's real stale. I mean, I have an occult background. I was in the Golden Dawn prior to joining Freemasonry, which is kind of backwards because the Golden Dawn came out of Freemasonry. Usually one's a Freemason, then they join the Golden Dawn, but I found Freemasonry through the Golden Dawn. But I learned a lot of good techniques there. I learned how to pick up on symbolism, and especially the studies of Carl Jung himself. You understand symbolism, and that's the true essence of communication, is through symbols. Symbols is pretty much, if everyone decides they don't know how to speak anymore, you can learn everything through symbology. And if you understand symbology and you see these esoteric emblems within Freemasonry, like I have, you know where to find the research, and it has nowhere near anything to do with Freemasonic education or research. I'm going through ancient sources, mainly sources in Egypt with the Osiris cult.
That's what I was going to ask. Is that, you know, I know that a lot of the different symbols that they use are Egyptian in nature, and
you could do that with the Bible. I mean, the Bible
absolutely.
itself, if you understand the symbology of the Bible is an alchemical textbook.
It truly is, and I remember I've heard you talk about that as well. And you know, it's funny how, not funny, but it's absolutely interesting how Masonic symbolism is very, very congruent with the Catholic faith and the Bible itself, and the King James version of that Bible. It's funny how a lot of it coincides, which means, when you get down to the point of it, that, you know, of course, Egypt is a place where it was first, I'm sure, but I'm sure Masons have gone back even, you know, pretty far as well. And it's astounding how, when you look at it as a whole, the similarities between it. And that's something I did on one of my presentations, not with Egypt, but with the Iroquois tribes, and also basically the Aboriginal tribes, and a lot of the different lineages. It's all linked from a common ancestry.
Oh, definitely. I've found out through research that the Aboriginal tribes might have been the first tribe that had these initiatory processes. And then we gathered all that information through them. I mean, they used the acacia plant to get DMT quite a bit in Australia. there's a huge population of acacia trees over there. And I know for a fact that they were utilizing that during their initiatory practices.
That's why we've got one more question, and we're going to wrap up because we have Gazi Masu in the back, and it's from the Paul Wallace channel, and it says, "Why did all of those children or all those people and kids die after seeing the ark or maybe touching it?"
Because it's a symbol of how powerful that source is. Because the Ark of the Covenant held the mercy seat, which is where the Spirit of God resided. And the ancient Hebrew people, they even thought that you couldn't even speak the name of God. I mean, I could, if I dig into that a little bit more, that would be getting into too much of the letting out the secrets. But there is something to the power of God where you can't be around it. You can't say the name because I'll give you a little hint.
Okay.
It's within yourself.
Say it one more time.
It's within you. That's why everything is about you becoming God. And you're already God. You just have to realize it. You have to die, though. You have to die, mainly kill off your current philosophy and your current belief system and believe true nature and true reality, which is you are God. Everything is God. God is mind. Mind is thought. I am thought.
That's epic. I made you say it again because I wanted people to really hear it. Really hear it. And
God is mind. I am thought. Or God is mind. Mind is thought. I am thought.
Excellent. Excellent. All right, Rodney, I'm going to give you like 2 minutes to just close up and say whatever you would like to say to the audience before we let you go.
I would just say eliminate the TV, eliminate the distraction, find out who you are through getting into different practices of meditation, start praying, start healing. Once you heal yourself, you heal the world. And that is how I will end it. So mote it be.
Amazing. Amazing. We just did that panel, and who could have thought it would have gotten better? And it sure did, Rodney. You killed it. You tore the house down, my friend. As always.
Thank you, brother.
Always.
Appreciate
Guys,
it.
Rodney McGilvery, he has his book out there. Rodney, what's your book called again?
It's called Seeking the Gold Within, an alchemical explanation of self, and you can get that at bookpatch.com/Rodney McGilvery. You can find me at academia.edu/Rodney McGilvery. I got a paper on the Pistis Sophia of the Gnostics, as well as a couple papers on alchemy there.
We're going to be putting it into the comments in just a few seconds after we finish up. And guys, definitely look into this book. Look into what he's talking about. The symbolism is there. Alchemy is life. Life is alchemy. It is what it is. The brain and the body, religion, and it all is connected. And that's ultimately what Rodney has shown us throughout this entire presentation. Everything is connected together. So with that, Rodney, we're going to bring in the next speaker. And bro, thank you so much. It's an honor and a privilege to see you again, my friend. And it was absolutely amazing.
Likewise, and thanks for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much, Rodney. Really appreciate it, brother. Appreciate your knowledge and the time that you've given us. And hopefully I can join you one of these days for that glass of scotch, because I was looking at what you were presenting. I was like, man, I want that glass of scotch.
Somebody asked too, they're like, is it good scotch? I was like, of course it's good scotch. You think he's just drinking it in a glass? If it was bad scotch, you'd be drinking it out of the bottle. Come on.
Glenlivet 15, my favorite.
There we go.
Right on.
You heard it here first, guys. I'm not sure he gives that secret out. That's one of those secrets that doesn't leave the house much, right, Rodney?
If I have too much, you got that
right. Thank you, Rodney. It was a pleasure, man.
Thank you.
I'll shoot you a message here in a bit, Rodney. And guys, keep an eye out for the book link in the comments. We will be putting that up shortly. So thank you very much, Rodney. And we'll bring our next speaker on. We are getting to the tail end here now, aren't we, Rob?
Mm-hmm.
It's the three of us here on the screen, and Gazi Masu, Stephen Cummins.
as we say in Japanese, gozaimasu, which is very, Japanese is so close to Maja language. Like the original Japanese was Maja as well. And there's still so much traces of Maja language still in Japanese today, even though things have been slightly sort of altered. But gozaimasu literally means it is so.
So, or it's almost like a "so be it" kind of like a esoteric meaning. Like it is so, as above, so below. It is so.
Yes.
So
it defines life in the present, in the now, because that is the realest you can get in the present now. Once you're in the present now,
hang on just 1 second. And just hold your thought, guys. Hold your thought.
It all exists in the present now, and that is it. It's so simple. That's it. Yeah, it is so.
So we are at the tail end, guys. Thank you very much for hanging tight with us for the last 5 days. That's pretty solid. And we've had some amazing speakers on here. Then we've gotten some wicked downloads, and it's going to take a little while to compress all that information and file it in the old dome so that we can go back to it and use it as a reference. So Gaz is our last speaker of the day, and he's going to lead us right into the Australia panel. And Gaz, if you'd like to stick around for our Aussie panel, you are more than welcome to. In fact,
it all comes back to Australia because it all came out of Australia.
Just hang one.
Yeah, sorry.
Just one second, Gaz, and then I'll give you the stage. I know you're excited, brother. So it's gonna be 1 second. So at 6 o'clock, we have our Australia panel happening, and that's going to be Paul Anthony Wallace, Stephen and Evan Strong, Salrita Antaria, Leah Capitelli. Hopefully we got Jerome Calabar joining us. And of course, we're going to have Gaz there at the panel as well. So Gaz was on a couple of days ago, and the information that he was giving us, we found that an hour just wasn't long enough because he really scratched the surface in just that 1 hour. So we thought that we'd bring him back today and do a final download with him and then off to the panel. And now he's going to give us the really the goods on what he was talking about on Monday. Maybe he'll just do a quick catch up on what he said. Why did I say Monday? On Thursday he'll or Friday.
It felt like the beginning of the week. It did.
Yeah,
it wasn't though.
You guys have been going hard. It's great.
Yeah, it was one of those days, and then we'll close off with Rodney. With Gaz. So what he's going to talk about today is the original language, the Magyar language, that was spoken in the super civilizations that have come and gone. But the effects of those super civilizations still remain in the form of language. Now, we think that we're speaking a new language like English or even Latin for that matter. Those are not new languages. Those languages have been borrowed from other languages, and mainly from the Magyar language, the original language, and Gaz is going to give us a download on that. So Gaz, I'm going to hand the stage over to you, brother. You have until 6 o'clock. It's 4:37 now, so that's pretty much an hour and a half to drop some knowledge, brother. So it's all yours.
Okay, thank you kindly, brother. I clearly sort of slowly and patiently went through, because you've got to define all the fundamental principles of everything, of like the foundations of everything, which if you don't get that right, everything that's on top becomes distorted. So the foundation stuff you have to get right. And the foundation stuff is actually very, very simple. It has to be simple, but within that simplicity where less is more, there are a lot of subtle little delicate sort of but vast sort of comprehensions that we have to get right that are so easy to miss. And you can spend lifetimes trying to find that last little subtle sort of masterstroke sort of, of the fine paintbrush to get the last sort of aspect to make it all solid and grounded and in place. Now, the last time I was talking about the Magyar language and the Bible and all that sort of stuff and how we came to the Kabbalah sort of situation. Now, And what I was going to say was, in the last one, I can't even remember what I said because I've been like yourselves, guys. I've just been through so much. I'm just busy all the time doing similar things to what you're doing. And I can't even remember a word of what I said, but it's all there on recording because I generally speak spontaneously in the moment all the time because that's how I live. And that's the original way. It's not thinking. It's not from the heart. It's from the soul. And that soul language birthright language got taken away from us when the tongues got confused, okay? Because what that did, it sort of disconnected us from our soul. And when we're disconnected from our soul, well, that's it, we're rudderless. We don't have that soul anchor or earth grounding, okay? Same thing. To basically ground all the other sort of creation mechanics, sequence sort of orders that happen after that, okay? Because if you've got a bit of technology and it's not properly earth grounded, well, it's just going to end up a dysfunctional, noisy piece of crap eventually. So like anything, it has to be grounded, okay? That's where less is more. It's like with the 9, you know, all the sort of Fibonacci Kabbalah or Fibonacci sort of mechanics, the mathematics in the matrix, it all adds up to the number 9, okay? The Tesla thing, 369, hold it. There's one little thing that they don't tell you with the Tesla free energy stuff that turns it from a dirty use of free energy into a clean, grounded, soul-anchored, clean, whole, free energy, okay? There's a difference between dirty use of clean energy and a clean use, okay? And the big difference is if you've got a 9, okay, what's a 9? Okay, we see the 9 keys used and stuff like that in Sumerian times with all the sound and stuff like that. But however, that 9 keys still have to be grounded. Otherwise, it's all Kabbalah sort of perversion and distortion, okay? So in order to make the 9 whole again, the 9 is the Phoenician symbol, I should say the distorted, it's not the original sort of Scythian Mudja sort of symbol. It was when basically the tribe of Dan got taken over and made all Jewish, okay? With the usual sort of pattern of the Satanists using the Jewish people as a veil and a front to hide all their activity behind. So the Jewish people get used just like everyone else except for the top ones that are associated with the Satanists, okay? So in order to basically ground that 9, okay, that 9 is actually a head symbol, okay? That's what it is. So when you look at a human, let's just take the analogy, take it back to the human body, which is the template, okay, of the omniverse itself. Once you know the human body, you know the whole universe, omniverse, sorry. It's that simple. So hence why you got to know yourself first and how your circuitry works. And then once you realize that, well, then you have to consciously, you know, turn your soul on again and connect it energetically to the greater sort of omniversal macrocosm of this sort of omniversal microcosm. It works like that. That's how life truly works. That's how you've got to approach it. And it's actually much simpler. And it's really easy to explain this to lay people, but academics, it's like they're sort of intellectually colonized with all this sort of complicated sort of language and stuff, matrix Kabbalah sort of language that literally keeps them going around in circles, you know, in a 2-stroke lawnmower, sort of noisy sort of feedback sort of engine of thinking. It doesn't allow enough sort of headroom to sort of feel the whole head with the whole body. So with that head, what's the point of having a head disconnected from its source? You need to ground it to the power source. So in the human body, how we basically ground the human head is by connecting it to our power source. And that's in our soul, in the gut. Now, the gut is the real brain, okay? This is a tyrant that gets in the way. This is dodgy, genetically altered sort of tech that's not as good as previous sort of bodies that we've had in the past, before Homo sapiens and stuff. And the first Homo sapien bodies, we actually had a much better head sort of thing going on before the second Homo sapiens came along after the flood. No one talks about this, okay? It went from 10 tribes to 13 tribes. They had the Levites, the Hebrews, and the Khazars. And they're all the sort of Draco-human hybrid tribes that they used to wash out all the first Homo sapien sides to basically blend them out into either pale or black. So they're all different colours, okay? So that's right. You are what you eat, because just in simple nutrition today, if you've got good gut health, then you've got good mental health. It's really quite simple and logical and down to earth. And that's how the fundamental principles has got to be. So in the Tesla 369 stuff, okay, to get free energy, you've got to ground that head, that 9, okay? You've got to make it whole again, okay? So how do we make it whole? We've got to add 1, 9 plus 1 equals what? 10, okay? So 10 is the only numerical digit, okay? Because originally in the Mudja language, we never had numerical digit numbers, okay? Because the numbers were already in the language. It was already in the natural math in the language, you know? It was in the symbols, you know, the words. So why do we need to copy again a whole new system of numbers? So literally, we used to call that algebra, okay? Which means pseudo pictures, false images. And this is where the English word algebra actually comes from. So hence, it's really important to know the original meanings of words, because the original Mudja language never lied. Why? Because it's a language of source itself, a language of source consciousness that delivers itself through the Mudja language. So all of the aspects of nature, infinite nature, can communicate with itself. It's really quite simple. So before we can have sort of sound and light and all the rest of it, we have to have a language communication so everything can all interconnect itself, like the circuitry, you know, the magnetic and electric energy can all sort of flow correctly, because that magnetic and electrical energy is the love of all creation. That's what the love is. That's the love that runs through it all. So you want to take it all back to a simple root. Yeah, indeed, there is only love. So that's how we get a clean use of free energy. We have to ground it, okay? We're back to the 10. Okay, let's look at symbolically the 10, why that is the only numerical digit number that you can actually work with, okay, to actually get how creation truly is, okay? There's always an equal sort of feminine amount, like you've got 5 fingers on your left hand, okay? And you've got 5 fingers on your right hand, okay? Now how that correlates, on your left hand, that's the feminine side, because the right side of your brain, that's your intuitive feminine side, controls the left side of your body. And vice versa, the left brain, which is the logical sort of, you know, the male sort of side that takes that abstract and brings it back down to logic, okay, as Dr. Phil Valentine correctly allays himself, okay, that's the right-hand side of the body. Now look at it simply. Look at your 2 hands. If you're looking at 9, how's that going to work? 4.5 fingers each hand? No, I don't think so. It's not existent, is it? Okay, so 5 female. That's my left hand at the moment, by the way. Okay, 5 male. Always equal in nature. So the female being the 0, the male being the 1. There's your 10. However, we've got to go one more step after that, okay? Because if we use 1 and 0, 1, 0, in separation, in what we call binary form, like is in computer code, okay, well, they become inorganic. They've always got to be symbiotic together. You can't have them working in separation. It's like, hence why writing computer code and stuff like that is just a constant fucking headache. You know, we could make computer code so much better if we used a center symbol that combined the both. So we get the 0 and the 1, because I'm male, I always put the feminine first. Chivalry does exist. It's always been existent, okay? And then we get that. Okay, how do we basically make the 0 and the 1 in the most basic sense to be combined together? Because when you're centered in the soul, in every sort of woman and man, when you're centered in the soul, right down here, like you see in my book, okay, that's the center line, okay? Right down from your crown, right down through your chakras, down your whole body, down to your feet, okay? Because you've got 3 extra chakras. we used to have tails as first Homo sapiens, okay? And that tail used to go to the ground to literally ground us, just like animals. It's like, look at all the animals still got tails. Where's ours? Okay, I'll go into that in a minute because that's another sort of story that takes a bit of explanation. And then we've got two other chakras down there as well. Well, they're always talking about the Achilles heels. They're giving us a big hint there, you know, in the old sort of Greek distorted legends. There's some truth in all that stuff if you look at it correctly. That why is it when you cut the Achilles heels, that's it, you're gone? Well, basically speaking, yet again, everything's been satanically inverted, okay? Yeah, vagus nerve, that's important, but I'll get to that. Now, the thing is that the head has got to have a little bit more respect for the rest of the body because that head wants to be a tyrant. We're programmed in the reptoid image, you know, to be of the same low-rank consciousness as, you know, the rubbish. I'm no longer going to call them Dracos. I'm no longer going to call them reptoids. I can call them mutants, whatever. But you know what the simple thing us mudgers used to call it? So there's no confusion or anything like that. What do we call it? Rubbish. And in particular, the decoration of the rubbish. Samatash. And that is what us early Britons, before we got colonised first by the Romans, then their German cousins, and then Vikings, and then Normans, Khazars. Today's English don't even know who the fuck they are anymore. But I know, thanks to Attila Flink and his work, he pointed out to me, this Swedish writer, okay? I'm going to get back to that centering symbol, but this is important, okay? He found this 1939 sort of book by a Swedish writer called Bogholm, Bogholm. I don't know if you can find it anymore, but I've actually got a copy of it. I can give it out to people. And the man basically was writing about the English language, stuff like that. Very interesting book. And then he put an example in this book and he wrote it in Old English, okay? And Attila comes up to me and he said, "Do you see this Old English? This is my language." Okay. And he said, "It's like I tell you with that Thames meaning, you know, Thames, like Thames River, you know. It really sounds in English like Temes, Thames. In Mudger, that's Tamash. That's a place where the Mudgers used to basically bury their royalty and cremate them on boats going down the river. So basically their soul goes back to nature again, back to the earth and everything like that in the right sort of way through the water. Because the water is something that it's always running. It's the Yara. It's like love. It's always coming, it's always going. Love's like a river. Okay, so he said to me, it's like Tamash, but he basically put the Old English word there, but he said the man was very smart and not give the translation, because if you give the translation, he'd probably get killed back then, okay, for giving that away. So he very cleverly put it there, and for anyone that was cluey enough linguistic-wise, he was leaving a clue for someone in the future to go, and Attila Flink, being the best linguist of our time, literally, as you'll come to know, as I describe this man's life more and his legacy, and if it wasn't for him, the information that I would be giving you now would be lost forever, okay? Now, the thing is, so that Samatash, he basically told me, this is what the Romans, the early Britons, you know, the English, it's what they call the Romans, the decoration of rubbish. And I was just in stitches and laughing on the floor. I was like, oh man, that's just so perfect, you know? So simple. So Mudgers had very simple, fundamental principle terms for everything. And then once you have those fundamental, simple principles, then you have many other aspects of the same meaning, okay? You have more sort of deeper, sort of unseen, sort of metaphysical meanings. Yeah, and I said deeper, because life starts at the roots, not at the top of the tree in the high frequencies. That's where they've all fooled you. Fooled all of us, okay? You've got to satanically uninvert everything. Just using basic, you know, reverse child psychology does the trick most of the time. It's great. And so, basically speaking, that is basically how we need to describe basically the Illuminati, the New World Order, all that sort of thing, because it's all connected to the rubbish. And it all connects back to Kabbalah, which is nothing more, as we call metaphysics. I don't think we should call it metaphysics. That's not really the right sort of term. I'll just leave it as the unseen sort of creation mechanics, that lead to the physical creation mechanics, but both are symbiotic. Like, we did not come from invisibility. And this fucking stupid story about, we got so addicted to our creations that we fell into this low density and became physical and blah, blah, blah. Fuck off! That's a whole heap of new cage shit. Yeah, big fucking square cover cage around your fucking soul. Get over it. And I mean that with all true, loving, fatherly, elderly sort of knowledge. Because the best thing that you can do, the highest, or I should say deepest, all of the above, omni form of love you can give to anyone, as you give to yourself first, so your inner child is not like screaming in trauma, okay? So your inner child is always looked after and healed, so hence you can grow up and still have the creativity of a child and still be an ethical adult. And that's the problem with the whole human race. They've kept us all as children that way. The only way you're going to ground yourself and grow up and keep the inner child inside is to heal it by giving it the gift of true knowledge so it can discern what is the truth. So the best gift you can give to anyone of love is true soul knowledge, because it all starts with the soul. Now, that gentleman that was on before, he was really good. And I caught the last bit of what he was saying. He was talking about the alchemy and stuff. Now, the alchemy is the last stage sort of thing before you get to the soul stage. And everything that he was saying was all correct right up until then. And unfortunately, in the North, it's been really, really difficult because all of this soul information and original Mudra information has been wiped out. Okay? But very luckily in Australia, in a few places here, they've actually got some of the best sources in the world of information that you can't get in the North anymore. And Attila Flink sort of plugged into that at the Mitchell Library in the special reading sort of archive room that's only usually reserved for indoctrinated academics. And he had to get permission. And he was recommended by the head of Sydney University. I'm not the head of languages, Professor Elkin at the time in the 60s. I think it was languages of history. And he basically had to go and get clearance from the Prime Minister, Robert Menzies at the time, to make sure that that was okay. Because this Elkin guy is going, well, this self-taught linguist is fucking, he's like light years ahead of where we're at. So basically, and what he's proved to me is like, well, hold it. How about we get this guy to go through some really decent sort of records and stuff like that to really investigate this properly. And then we can really sort of know what's sort of happening. And so he had access from the 60s, and he literally lived in that library right up until he died, until a bunch of fucking people and seagulls sort of seemingly chain jerked by Freemasons and secret societies, they're all basically running to the pot of gold first to try and steal all his work, okay, so they could have it for themselves. Yeah, he got put into a nursing home, and I was away overseas at the time. I had to be overseas. I had my own circumstances at the time. I had to clear out. It was a bit hot here. And when I came back, I was ringing him on the phone for 3 weeks. I'm thinking, why is he not there? Why is he not there? Where is he? And then I found out off a mate of mine, yeah, he died. Okay. And what had happened, I won't go into any names, but someone put him into a nursing home. Now, I knew what kept him alive was his ability to go to that library every day, because right up until he basically went up into that nursing home, he was finding new stuff all the time, more proof everywhere. Like, this man just scoured, went through everything. He just like read everything. It was incredible. So he basically, as soon as he was put in the nursing home and he couldn't get access to the library, that's it. Within a month, he was dead. You know, he just went, you know, they probably put him on psych drugs and this, that, and the other, and disconnected him. And he's having a hard enough time as it is. He had a pacemaker, the whole everything. Yeah, and this man was so tough and he kept so alive, and his love of this language is what kept him alive. So that's a tragedy what happened there, but all this information is coming out now, okay? And we've got a whole heap of proof. He had 50 years of accumulated proof in his attic. And all those bloody seagulls, you know, Masons and secret societies, they've all been swarming around so they can get it all for themselves. So I knew I had to learn this subject from my soul to make sure that I knew that I could deliver all this stuff and take it further than he did, because I've been getting into what we call metaphysics and the unseen sort of world, where this really is the language of the soul. That's where it all starts. And it's called metaphysics and stuff like that. And I've been studying all the right systems of shamanism and stuff like that for 20 years before I met Attila Flink. And then when he gave me the missing link of the Mudja stuff, I went, this is it. I knew it straight away. And so Attila used to think I was too crazy at times. He said, you should just write a simple book on the geography and the language and be done with it. He said, you try to work out everything. You're crazy, man. You know? He said, no one can work out everything. I said, Attila, it's all in there, mate. It's just, you know, people are, this birthright information, knowledge of the soul from the Magi, okay, who used to educate everybody in all the tribes and stuff like that to know how to read the soul, because in the ancient times, if you couldn't read the soul, you couldn't plug into nature, full stop. That's our connection to nature, to ourselves, the source consciousness, and the whole of nature. Take that away, and anyone can take us over and make us look like idiots. And that's what they've done for centuries. And when we get the soul information back and become sovereign and emancipated and free within our souls, that's it. The decoration of the rubbish is over. They know it. Because they've been literally alchemically pulling the rug from underneath us. No, alchemy is not in the higher things, it's underneath. It's from the finer sort of essences, like the isotopes and the this and the that, you know, in science, if that's the right sort of terms to be calling those things, because it gets even more micro than isotopes and stuff like that. But they don't give you all that fucking information. They say, it's not important, it's just little bit of that. Well, that little bit of that has the subtlest, finest, vast affectations on all life. And the only way you can pull the rug under them from the alchemical level is to go to the soul level. It's like anything. If you want to sort out a problem in life, you know, if you try to sort it out on the same realm or level, okay, I like to use realm because level indicates cut, like Kabbalah and separation. So fuck that off. And same with dimension. Realms is a better thing because life is all interconnected. There's no separation. There's just lots of sort of realms that just sort of, as a violin player friend of mine coined it really well years ago, it just sort of like, it just smears into the oneness. It just, I wouldn't say like a smear, but it just gradates, smooth. The Ishtan curves that balance the line and the circle. And now, how do we balance the 1 and the 0? Back to that again, into the center symbol. Well, there you go. There's the bottom of a canoe and the line down the rudder. There you go. It's like a canoe. You can go surf the Milky Way with it. Center symbol. You can flick from one realm to the other. Earth realm, sorry, your realm, Earth realm, Milky Way realm, Sun realm, if you want the whole omniversal realm, and so on. It's so easy. So we've got to sort of approach all of this from the soul mechanics. And every single person that's been talking on this talk right now has been describing all aspects of life. And it's great because it's all there in this 5-day talk, okay? But I'm here to basically establish the fundamental principles of literally where life starts and emanates up from the roots, okay? So if you want to be, well, if you are a roots frequency person, that's really what the high frequencies are. Because if you chop off the top of a tree, well, that's eventually going to grow back, isn't it? It's not a big sort of danger. But however, if you got root rot and you don't attend to it, well, what happens? The tree eventually withers and dies. So that's like priority number 1 at the roots. Now, to get to the roots. Now, are the roots on the ground level? No, it's underground. So what do you got to do when you're underground? You got to be able to see in the dark. You got to be able to see like one of your soul totem spirits, like an owl. The owl gives you clear vision, clear. vision in the dark. And then when you're in the sunshine, we have the Turul, which is the eagle of the sun. Okay? That gives us the vision of today, the clear vision in the day. And so we've got the daylight, and then we've got the nighttime light. And all the new age stuff that's just so polarized. You're saying negative, dark. Well, sorry, if you can't see in the dark, you're going to be an ignorant fool. It's stupid. And I mean stupid in the sense, the definition of stupid is an action of self-harm. If you can't see in the dark, that's an action of self-harm. So that's the thing. It's like, I'll compare it to sound production. In sound, you get to see the whole raw data wave. It's something that they can't censor. And I've been studying sound waves all my life in music production, because music production and being a musician and stuff got me to the end of kindergarten with regards to frequency and vibration and how all of that works. Got me to the end of kindergarten with regards to comprehending and understanding all life. And then I knew, well, I'm wasting my time in this sort of professional, satanically chain-jerk music industry, okay? I'm wasting my fucking time. I've learned all I need to learn. I've got more important things to do and work this stuff out. Far more important things to do. And yeah, I'll get back into my music. You know, we have music, stuff like that. And me, as a male, okay, when you look in music and the tree and all the parts up, right down from the bass to the very high treble, and all are equally important, okay? Just because I may be looking after the root stuff with a few others, it doesn't make us more important than anyone else, because everyone's got to have their unique aspect that they're in, and eventually we experience all aspects of life, because we're meant to have a long life to experience it all, so we can know all of the law, so then we can get our significant other and go off and be competent enough and ethically responsible enough adult while keeping the child really happy in the soul. So we're always creative, and we've got lots of vitality and energy and vivaciousness and passion for life, because that's about it. It's about keeping the love amongst the living. All that magnetic and electrical sort of flow and communication is delivered by the Mudja language on all sort of multi-realm levels, from sort of feeling all the way to all the rest of it, okay? Right up to sort of singing and speaking, whatever. Once upon a time, we didn't even need to speak. We only opened our mouths to sing, to basically heal song lines and do all work through that. And when I do that and I'm holding down the sub because I'm a male, I'm going like this. As simple as that. And if I hold that down, everyone else in their sort of harmonic rhythm, in their sort of parts, the baritones, the altos, the sopranos, and all the other bits in between, well, then that holds it all stable. So if that subtone is not there, because you've got the sub bass, and then you've got the bass, and you've got the baritone, if that's not there and it's not in tune, well, everything goes to crap. So it's a massive responsibility. So someone like me, I have to have my shit together. I've got no choice. You know, it's a big responsibility. However, that gives me like a rank in the sense of seniority as a facilitator when I've got my shit together. And the only way you got your shit together is if your consciousness is there. The consciousness decides, like Ishtan decides, in the sense of how this all works. In order to function and work this properly, you have to know the language of the soul and all life in order to do that. Okay, so everyone's got to do it. No exceptions, no ifs or buts, because once we all know the original law of the LORE, because the LAW is just one aspect of the LORE, well then we know how to be competent in life. And it's simple. Then we can most adequately look after Mother Nature, being sort of nature custodians from Earth of the whole omniverse. And why it's the whole omniverse is that if the physical sort of structures of fundamental principles of life, okay, are not sort of functioning properly, well, then everything else goes to shit. It's as simple as that. So life has always been. It never started just in invisible stuff. It's always been whole, physical, I should say, unseen and seen reality. Okay? And what these sort of decoration of the rubbish lot do is, here we are in what's called 3D Earth, but we're all missing all the other sort of omni-realm information in order to competently run things in 3D with the full knowledge of everything, so that all life can function perfectly as it was, and it will be, because it is so. Because we're already healed in the future, and all you have to do is be present enough in this very moment of now to literally be present enough to literally transcend the past, the present, and the future. You're all of it. And the way to do it, I've been looking for the simplest way to direct people towards centering, so it's not just one big sort of thinking sort of head fuck, okay? And all you have to do is literally breathe from your stomach and listen to it. Don't even think. That is the key.
Hey, guys.
Yep.
Hey, guys. I was wondering if you can actually lead us through a quick centering so that we can center ourselves and really align with everything that we've learned today and what we're about to learn.
Great call. And I'll do that right this very moment. That's what I'm leading to.
Brother.
This is the simplest way of doing it. And I only just really fully consolidated it only like a few days ago, maybe 4 days ago, because I had an experience that I've been to some very, very deep places within myself and all of reality. And how you do it is by becoming totally 100% present in your body and soul, because the body and the soul are the same thing. Whole body, whole soul. However, to basically start the engine, okay, we've got to turn it on from here. This is the on-off power switch. Now, isn't it funny how on all these games and things like that, they're hiding a centering symbol in plain sight. Look at the on-off switch. That's a centering symbol. That's based off a centering symbol. Hiding in plain sight as usual. Okay? So in order to turn that on, you can only do it yourself with your own consciousness. There's no shortcuts to it. Like, you're not going to get any guardian angels, sort of supposed sort of high frequency sort of angel beings and stuff like that are going to sort of pamper your ego and do this and self-adulate you so they can fucking manipulate you. Self-adulation is manipulation. It puts you off your guard to think, oh, yeah, I'm cool, I'm right. So why are you going like that? They go, watch this, get him now. You know, that's how they get the hooks into your heart. Because if you're rooted in your heart and you feel, man, your heart's the motor. That's a really important thing, just as everything else, right? But if you center yourself in your motor all the time, man, what's going to happen to your motor? Your motor's going to burn out. That's why people have heart attacks and things like that. It's just centering everything that they feel here. But if you center in your soul, that heart gets protected. And that heart only lets in those who can be trusted, who are telling the truth, to let it in. Because why it's so important to tell the truth is that this whole body circuitry does not work otherwise in the way that it was actually designed to. It's like you have to be true to yourself. And I'd been in my life, after I went through all my sort of satanic ritual abuse and the horrendous stuff that I went through as a child, I was all over the place for years. And I used to lie to myself and lie to others because I couldn't trust an adult or anyone. And that's what trauma does to people. And you can stay in that polarized victim state all your life because you can always find an excuse to be a victim. But however, you're not going to move forward. So you've got to get out of that polarized state. You're either polarized to one side or the other side, you know. And that's bipolarity. That's insanity. And it's like all the elites. That's exactly what they are. And yet they try and dump and project preemptive strike onto people like me, like I'm the fucking crazy one. Well, sorry, it's going to sound crazy to you because you made a beautiful original creation. We literally come from magic. And how the magic occurs is by becoming present in the moment of now. When you're present in the moment of now, your body literally turns into a magnet, an antenna that connects to all the primary elements everywhere. And now I'm going to basically show you all how to do that. And what you do, even while I'm sitting here, you can do it standing, you can do it anything. That's the whole point. You'll be able to do it any which way. You don't have to be stiff and rigid. Oh, do I have to do this, do that? No, just be loose as a goose. Just be free in your soul and your spirit. We're meant to be free in the soul and the spirit and live life to the fullest. We can be larrikins and everything like that, but we can still be ethical. That's the whole thing. Because once you know the truth, you don't want to self-sabotage life, because you can literally see into the future through simple cause and effect. Oh, if we do this action, then somewhere down the line, this is going to happen. That's seeing into the future, just through sheer natural science, logic. You don't need to be a psychic or a guru or anything to do that. And that's what our life is about, the Maja. We're really down-to-earth people. We've got a big sense of humour. We used to like to laugh a lot, cry a lot, everything, you know. That's life. But when we remain centred in our soul, we can stay stable enough to basically manage and do everything that we need to do. It's because life is so beautiful, and we come from a perfect creation. We didn't come from caveman. We didn't come from original sin. Well, that's them, again, dumping and projection their condition onto us, you know? It's just ridiculous. And so all you got to do is to reverse all the curses, just use basic reverse child psychology. Thank you, Wayne Anderson, you beautiful man. That's the way he coined it. I'd already worked it out myself. I said, well, they basically get the whole and then basically split it into duality, okay, like binary code, and then they reverse polarize the binary code. So they make the male the female and the female the male. And look at this whole fucking transhuman nightmare going on at the moment. And that's exactly indicative of that programming. And how does that happen on the physical level? Endocrine disruption, okay? That's another topic for another day. Okay, so to get fully present, now I've got a lot of different centering instructions for different various centering aspects. And I've spent the last 10 years exploring them all. From the center body pendulum to doing the basic sort of just connecting in any point from your earth, from the earth, from your realm, your omniversal microcosm realm being your body, which is the best technology there is, okay? Everything's modeled off art, bodies, and the bodies of animals in nature, okay? So why do we need to build external technology when we've got the best technology anyway? See, this problem is, if you build external technology that's so good and then it falls into the wrong hands, like what happened in Atlantean times as well, and what's happening again now in this sort of B-grade rerun of Atlantis, that's their whole New World Order plan. Well, let's take Atlantis and we'll just make it into a more distorted sort of thespian sort of Hollywood sort of B-grade sort of, you know, Truman Show in real life reality to distract them all, while we're basically constantly pimping their instincts for their energy to basically create and get them to create the future that we want. Now, we take control of our souls again. We stop them having the energy, and eventually what happens then? These disincarnate sort of idiots, these, you know, sort of chief of the rubbish decorators, okay? Well, then they starve, don't they? And what happens when they starve? It's like in a Game of Thrones sort of episode. I remember hearing, my soul sort of got me to remember, oh, yeah, it's like the old gods. It's like if nobody gives attention to them anymore, to those icons that they worship and stuff like that, and they're just gone, what happens? Everyone forgets about them, and they just simply fade away and vanish. And eventually in the future, there'll be no even memory of it. Because they're a fiction creation to start with. It's the whole sort of Draco sort of reptoid thing. They're disincarnate because they don't have a soul. Now, if you're disincarnate without a soul, you know what we do? That is the biggest abomination of nature there is. And if that's a fiction creation and it's out of control and it's just like a parasite vampire just eating all of nature, eating itself, that's what the snake eating its tail is all about. How long can a snake keep on eating its tail until it eventually self-implodes in its own self-inflicted, self-humiliated, sort of black sort of sinkhole that literally turns into this sort of inside-out sort of vortex, turning inside out on itself, that literally takes the snake takes itself down and everything else and all life with it. It's just the most selfish fucking act anyone could ever do. So we cut off their energy supply, and it's simple, and this is how we do it. Because that's what it's all about. It's all about energy. And once you know your energy, and once you know that this body, okay, what it's designed for, it's designed for omniversal nature, custodian work. So everything, all life could just be perfect magic, okay? Well, most of the rest after that is all the fucking distraction, isn't it? So let's get to work. We're going to breathe in through our stomach. And what we're going to do is that we're going to become totally present. Let's see if I can do it on video, okay? We're going to become totally present in the now, with 100% our body and soul symbiotically connected, energy connected. So to do that, there's one key that makes it easy to get there without having to go through every single level of Buddhism and all the rest of it in order to achieve this, because this is what these top Buddhists over in Tibet and China and stuff like that, these are the keys that they've been missing out on too. They spend all their lives disciplining themselves, doing their best, and I dare say some of them do get there and they work it out, but then they have to go off and hermit themselves, because basically if they get found out and everything, well, they just get taken down by the pervarchy, you know, by the rubbish. So they've got to set themselves up well. And there was one Western Lama, and he had a Bolivian mother, I think it was a German father. His name Lama Anagarika Govinda. He's a white guy. And he learned all aspects of Buddhism so fast, like all the Tibetan stuff, all the Shaolin stuff, you name it, Thailand stuff, the whole bloody lot. He checked it all out. He was smart. He was a system analyst. He checked out what was available at first. And then he realized, oh, we've got all these different forms of Buddhism, stuff like that. And it's like, okay, it must come back to an original source, like an original Buddha somewhere. It's the same with the whole Christ thing. They made a whole heap of pale skin and dark skin Christ, like theatre actors after the original one, okay? And it's the same with the original Buddha. They did exactly the same thing. There's all these different sort of Buddhas, light and dark after that, and everything in between. It's literally running a constant sort of theatre stage show distraction to basically keep humans sort of preoccupied with, while these people just mine this whole planet. Well, I shouldn't say these people, the rubbish, Dracos, that level, and also there is an Illuminati level that knows this as well, that hold it. We want to basically be the Dracos as well, you know, in the sense of, why should you just get everything? We're the humans. We're the ones that do it. So we're going to try and break free from you. And that's what the top of the Khazarians are trying to fucking do now. Okay? They've broken away from the other sort of Illuminati things and said, we're the fucking top dogs, because we're going to be just as equal as chain jerkers. Okay? And so how that's going to work out? Well, anyway, I've got to get back to basics here. So back to this. You've got to fill the body up with breath, okay? Now, before we can center with our whole bodies, we've got to start the engine and sort of warm it up for a while. It's just like when you start an engine in the car at a real cold morning. What happens to the engine if you start it real quick, it's a real cold day, you start revving the fuck out of it? It's going to fuck the engine. Okay. So when we do things in the old Mudja way, we take our time. Which when we take our time, we get things right. When we get those fundamental principles right, then everything is perfect. So that's a key critical moment times to pay attention and keep focused. Because one little mistake in this sort of part, everything else stuffs up. So, but we keep it simple. Simple as possible. So we warm the engine up first, okay? That's the stomach. a stomach is our belly because it's a bell to resonate sound through. And guess who got the best belly? Okay? Is it the male or the female? Pretty obvious choice as far as I'm concerned. Look how beautiful the female stomach is. Look at the shape of it, the roundness, everything. They're the ones that got more power than us males in this domain. And so my job is to give the knowledge back to the females so that they can get on with their job. And the knowledge that they need, soul knowledge, is in particular the water knowledge, because the love is all fluid and it starts with the water. And with the primary elements, sorry, I've got to explain this stuff. I will get into this, okay? But I've got to explain this stuff so this makes more sense, okay? Not sense as in monetary sense, but yeah, consciousness sense, because consciousness is the only real currency. And once you've got the right consciousness to drive the earth buffs or ship or stuff like that, then you'll be granted access. That's how it works. And until then, it just won't happen. And this is why these rubbish can't access this level. And they try to piggyback us to try and do it, to try and do their actions in the physical for them so they can remain disincarnate idiots. And the Star Wars Pooftus party in their fucking, that stupid astral fucking third eye fucking space that's a fake astral compared to the real astral through the fisheye. But it still affects what's going on up here. And that's another complicated equation. That's for another show, for another day. Okay, so the order of the elements, okay, it's got to be water. That's where the love is, the fluidity. But then that's got to have land as well, okay? So they're sort of like the primary sort of elements, okay? And then after that, okay, what happens next? Well, the water has actually got to have the air as well, you know, because the air carries the heat through the water and the atmosphere. Yeah, that's right. That's how the ancient knew it. Have a read on the chapter on the sun, on the cosmic forces of Mu, Volume 1 by Churchwood. Like, he was pretty much a, you know, chain jerk by the whole Masonic thing. But some of these information in some of those books was incredible. And that's why that book's the most expensive one to find and get anywhere, because that's got the most key information, especially that chapter on the sun. Because that described how the ancients knew the sun. And there's a whole realm of source in the sun itself with beings that are in the sun. They knew that back then. How stupid are we now? And not only that, they knew the sun was not thermally hot. What carries the heat from the sun's rays? Basically, we've got what's called the inner sun, okay, the smoky god as described by Olaf Janssen in his sort of journey through the centre of Earth with the Father. But is it actually the centre of the Earth or underneath the Earth body? Because it's not a ball, it's not straight either, it's a body. The flat Earth thing gets us in the right direction, finding out what this truly is. And that's what they knew. The rubbish knew this. They'll go, okay, we'll give them the flat earth psyop to give them some of the truth, to stir it all up, but yet another sort of polarization trick. Let's get the ballers, which is the feminine side, fighting with the flatters, the masculine. Okay, again, let's get feminine fighting against masculine. They won't even know because they're not even looking at these fundamental principles. And I saw this straight away. I'm just going, oh, heck, what a fucking shit fight. I already worked out it was a body before then. And I'm going, no. It's a body. You know why it's a body? All the longitudinal and latitudinal lines are like meridians. It's like in Chinese medicine, which all came from the Huns, okay? It's like it tells you all the energy lines and everything, where all the magnetic and electrical principles and the ether that goes through it. That's the clearness. And you know what? It's not just ether. It's got to be a feminine side to the ether as well. The ether is just the masculine aspect. Everything's got an equal feminine and masculine aspect. And guess what? The feminine aspect is, I posted it on Facebook years ago before they fucking kicked me off for life again. Banned me for life. You know, and stuck me full of fucking poisons, you know, to shut me up. But I'm back again already. Better than ever. Fuck you all. That's the rubbish. None of you guys, of course. So that feminine aspect of the ether, if you've got the ether making things in the clear vision, well, you need to basically make that ether illuminated in the dark. Now, what aspect's going to do that? What element in nature illuminates in the dark? Phosphorus. I remember when I was a little child, I saw this old Basil Rathbone movie, Sherlock Holmes. I think it was A Hound of the Baskervilles. And then I saw all of a sudden, in some sort of graveyard sort of scene in Scotland or something like that, I love those old Basil Rathbone sort of Sherlock Holmes movies. It's kind of the way that I've got the same approach to sort of, you know, this is a grand crime investigation of this grand deception that we've been put through. And this is how we've got to approach it. Because we've got to establish a people's court to take down all this corporate fucking bullshit franchise that's in the guise of a true sort of justice system, medical system, legal system, system of government. It's all fucking fraud and bullshit. And I know how to prove it. So that phosphorus is actually known as Ishton's phosphorus lighting. Because that clarity needs the phosphorus so everything just glows, even in the dark and the day. So life literally has this vibrancy, this omnipresent sort of vitality to it that's living and breathing, like every single component. I won't even call it a particle. That's, but you get what I mean. Okay? So when we're describing those sort of fine sort of essences within the seemingly nothingness, well, if you don't have that nothingness, well, it's like everything doesn't get to breathe and move and flow so fluidly that, like, in our original time, our atmosphere was that amazing because they didn't have all this 0 point energy, death energy, sucking out all the ether and the phosphorus lighting components out of the environment. Yeah, that's what 0 point energy is really about, death energy. So you've got to work out how to term that properly, because some people are trying to say, well, we're talking about soul-centered sort of energy, because the zero, they've turned yet again the feminine into a demonized thing, because that's what they do, this rubbish, because they want to be the women. I call them front bum wannabes. But there are all these males, male homosexuals, that are ruling this whole thing, and they want to be the female. And they even get the females to polarize towards the males to make them masculinized to go along with it. It's bloody ridiculous. Now, we look after the females first, because if we look after Mother Nature, it looks after us, just like it's that simple. But however, the female can't be a manipulating, polarized bitch and take advantage of it. And so this is how they're fucked up men and women. We've got to both have our shit together. We've got to be centered in our souls. So all of our soul totems, okay, soul totem spirits can merge as one love, one soul, when we're centered. If we're not centered, then all aspects of us are polarized and all over the shop, okay? It's that simple. So when we breathe from our diaphragm. Every singer and sort of brass instrument or woodwind player, wind instrument player that knows good technique knows this stuff. Because if you breathe in through your chest, it's too shallow. It's like a shallow nervous breath that can't sustain your talking, okay? But when you breathe and you talk from your diaphragm, it projects. And hence, with that nothingness I'm talking about, of the feminine aspect of the body, of the whole omniverse, where the masculine is actually the architectural structure, you know, that's holding the feminine all in place so it can ever expand and keep on going, okay? So with that nothingness, less is always more. If we can do the fundamentals always with less, then there's just so much more of life that can expansify from the roots. That's why less is always more. Because we can explain all the intricate sort of aspects and descriptions of life with a Mudger language right down to the finest tremor, the finest hum, okay? Finest unseen felt ripple. That language, this language can do it. This is the original language of the Uga Australian Dreamtime. And they're feeding it back to all the tribal peoples now, what's left over, as a colonized sort of history. And they're going to have a fake fucking Draco creator for their Luciferian one world religion. They're going to say, yeah, it did start all in Australia and started with Biami. Okay? Well, sorry, Biami is a Draco. He's not God. There's no such thing as God. God's not a good term because it's dog backwards. And what's a dog? That's a soul totem spirit aspect. It's not like all of creation. Fuck off. Like the term God and Goddess is used by the rubbish for programming icons, for worship icons. Why? To harvest our soul energy when we pray towards them. We give our energy away. Because why do we need to pray to a God and ask for everything when your connection's here? You don't need any middleman person. You don't need some fucking pedivore in the fucking Vatican who stole our mudger like fisheye hat that indicates the fisheye at your crown because he wants to be the only one that have the secret of the fisheye. You got to give that back, you fuckwit. You don't deserve it. You're not qualified. Game over. And it's not the dogon. They try to give a false controlled opposition to say it's the dogon out of Africa. Now, we're connected with the dogon as well. Okay? But they took a part of us, a part of the serious sort of thing, because they went and colonised all of that as well, because all of that is part of here as well. It's all interconnected. Like the whole omniverse is our whole home. But we've got to look after it from here. So we don't look after it from here, it all goes to crap. And they try to say that Earth is just some insignificant little thing in the whole sort of planetarian sort of 3D fucking astral, fake astral. And it's like they've been copying and pasting universes in that fake astral for ages since they had this Alep technology. Go and have a look at Flash Gordon football fight scene. It's the most pathetic B-grade fucking movie you've ever fucking come across. Yet they hide the biggest fucking secrets in the biggest load of junk you've ever seen. And they go, ha, 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 ha. I'll never find this. We can just cackle to ourselves until we destroy everything in ourselves. Isn't that a great idea? And then we get to win. This is how deluded they are. They think that when they're winning, they're actually winning. Yeah, we won. But in real reality, do the reverse child psychology and how true reality is, they're losing right from the start. Bunch of fucking losers. Losers in a game that we never should be forced to play in the first place, because life is no game to be fucked around with and played with as a stupid sport and amusement and stuff like that. Just like they're laughing in our faces with Avatar. They're laughing in our faces in that movie because that's who we were. That's just one of the aspects of nature, those blue-skinned people. Well, guess what? We had blue-skinned peoples in the first Homo sapiens here in Ugar, Australia, all done in the Kariong area. That was the first Garden of Eden for this particular Homo sapiens sort of form that we've lived through. There's other forms before that too. There's fucking Edens everywhere. Because this is the thing, every time they do a reset, a 9/11 disaster split timeline reset, because why? They've had time travel since 1913. Now, that might be really hard for people to believe. It is. But don't believe it. Know it. Because belief is guesswork. It's got lie in the middle of the word. We have a Mudger saying, it is not necessary to believe, but it is necessary to know. And that's natural science. And how do you know? You feel it so deep in your soul that you feel it within your whole body, from deep within your bones. You just know it's real. Because if you can't feel it, it's not real. Why? The brain. Oh, you think because you think it's so it's real? Does the brain feel itself, this current sort of downgraded model that they've sort of genetically fucked with and given us this noisy sort of two-stroke lawnmower sort of, projector sort of, projector engine with, a third eye sort of movie screen? That's downgraded technology, sorry. We've had much better than in the past. So in order to feel our whole head, when we breathe, we've got to shut up the thinking to leave some headroom for your creation flame. Once you ignite that engine and you warm it up enough, then it shines light up your tree, your body. Okay? And it's not obfuscated. The light doesn't get stopped by all this noisy sort of thinking, sort of folded circle, fake infinity, insanity feedback loop. And I've got to describe this as I keep going because I'm going to get to this, okay? This is all important stuff. What happens when you fold a circle? Here's a circle. Fold it. There's your fake infinity. You want to know what's a real infinity? Go and look at dandelion seed pollen. That's the perfect centre archetype. And that's why up the north they're having so much trouble working out what's the real stuff because it's still all here in Australia. Okay, in Ugar, I should say. Because just look at that. Notice that seed pollen, okay, and how the dandelion basically keeps on spreading seeds of new life, okay. I used to be fascinated with them as a child. And it was my centre telling me, you can't forget this, fucker. You got to remember this when you're older. Otherwise, we're fucked. And that's what my centre's been doing all my life. Telling me, you got to remember this. Got to remember this. Anything significant, I remember towards this is the work, the life's work that we're all doing to get back home. And it starts in the soul. The Rastafarians, they get it right. One love, one soul. It's that simple. So it all starts with the soul, and then it expands everywhere else. And everywhere else is equally important. And for the people that haven't got this information, it doesn't matter. You've got important stuff in other areas you've been looking at that we all need to know about. And there's plenty of people out there that have been deeper into those things than I have because I've been too busy working out, you know, I've been a system analyst going through all the systems because before I get into anything, I look at the whole structure of the matrix. It was the only good thing. I was good at mathematics in school. When it came to calculus and stuff like that, I went, this is all bullshit. This is fucked. Yeah, sure, it can help you make buildings and engineering and stuff like that. But look at it. It's like fucking adult. It's like architecture for making adult fucking cubby houses. For fuck off. Man, when we had so deep in our souls and we'd make love to our significant others, we could literally shape a whole tree to live in. That's how amazing our magic is. Now, how can the rubbish, the decoration of the rubbish, ever compare to that? But with your feeling and your intent, you can shape the whole world. Like, yeah, Obama was right when he says, be the change in the world that you want to see. Yeah, there's truth in that, but they're torturing you again because you don't have the soul tools to do it. If you don't have the fundamental principles, you can't do it. And they go, ha, 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 we got it with a bit of truth, but they're running around in circles again. Not anymore, fuckers. So, breathing. We breathe through our belly button because that's our umbilical cord to our mother. Just like you had that umbilical cord that was cut off at birth and stolen from you so that they could basically make money on the black market with stem cells and all the rest of it. Fuckers. If we kept our placentas from birth, like look at the shape of a placenta. Plenty of people have seen it on me. It's a real tree of life. It's got everything in it we need for life. So if we look after that placenta for life, that's our medicine for life. Simple. Then we don't need to go and parasite our fucking nature. And nature's happy to give us the things that we need anyway, if we look after it properly. It's like when you go up to a tree. I learned this off Hakim Bey. He had some great information years ago and they shut him down because he was coming out with too much good stuff. So I've studied all the black history, the white history, the yellow history, all of it. I've got to know all of it so I can see the right perspective. And he was basically saying, when we go up the bush, I think he was talking about somewhere in New York where there's you go out a bit and there's some sort of nature sort of forest, some sort of place, I don't know where. You say you go up to a plant, a tree like that, and you go up, you'd feel the plant first. And you just sort of center meditate. Because the thing is, when you're centering, you don't really need to meditate. Because when you're centered, you can close your eyes, you can go into deep spaces and all that sort of thing. But you can do it with your eyes open too. That's the whole thing. You've got to have daylight vision, clear vision, and nighttime vision all the time. You've got to see the whole spectrum of sound and light. With sound and light's the same thing. It's all frequency and vibration. So basically you know what to do from situation to situation that requires either daylight sort of knowledge or nighttime knowledge. in order to heal and fix the situation. And from moment to moment, day to day, that situation can have similarities, but it's always going to be different. So in that particular moment of now, you know what to do to basically, according to nature, basically correct the situation, and it's all good. You don't just call it good or bad. Don't call light good. Don't call dark bad, because that's not fair to the colour black. It's like the darkest cloud should be allowed to feel that way. Quote Lewis Taylor. Because you do have the right to feel sort of dark, light, whatever. But when you're centered in your soul, that's where you find your reason. That's where you find the real solutions, solutions, in the soul. Now look at it as in soul in Greek, S-O-L, that's the sun. Sun, solutions. Where's the sun pouring through in your body? Your solar plexus. It's telling you in its name. The solar plexus, the navel, the gut, the appendix, they're all important parts of the belly. It's your soul center. So we're warming up our engine. Breathing in through here. Our belly button, the bell button. Okay? Now, Ishtan, our grandmother, is the grandmother of our human family. She will never talk to you. She will never speak to you through the head or the heart or anything like that. The only thing she'll ever communicate is in the purest form of nature's language, in Mudja language, okay? And that is the soul language, and that is all feel, okay? So I've got a bit of a noisy sort of council truck out here at the moment, but we'll get through that. So she will communicate to you through your feel. But what you have to do, you have to listen. You have to listen to that feeling. Now, how do you do that? Okay? When I breathe in, listen to the sound of my breath. As I breathe in from here, from my diaphragm, I breathe the breath through my nose, through my lungs, down to my diaphragm first. And then once I fill up my stomach, I fill up my chest. And then your body gets full of air. Because to center properly and stuff, you've got to have lots of air flowing through your body. You've got the fluid already in there. You're mainly fluid anyway. That's why water's so important. Hence why the women are actually the water knowledge folk, you know. So we breathe in. Observe the sound. It's got a particular sound about it. You just see, the thing is with hearing, hearing's actually primal. However, there's two stages of hearing. If you're actually consciously listening to your hearing, that's when your hearing is primal and it's in the center as well. It becomes more of a primary sense with your feel sense. But if you don't know how to listen, hearing then becomes the fourth sense, okay? So that's the difference there. Because it goes like this. It's a gut, it's feel, and then you've got feel here after that, okay? But in the pure sense, it's feel, and smell, and taste, then hearing, and then sight. Sight is last. Why? Because if the soul's blind, you're not going to see a fucking thing anyway, even if you can see. Simple. So we have to make all of our our instincts conscious, every single one of them. We have to live firsthand, present in the moment, ourselves, from our senses, like animals. And we are animals, but we're ethical. It's a big difference. They try to make out, like animals, they've got no sense of fucking anything. You know what? The animals have been waiting for us to, you know, they're going, these humans, it's like, they've forgotten how to speak the language. We've been waiting for them to speak language for ages. Now, there's some people out there that worked out how to speak to animals. And the animals are grateful for that. But it'd be a lot easier for these people if they just knew straight away, oh, there's a simple language that you can't even write on paper. that you can connect with that and work out academically as we get back to this, because we're not going to get straight back from this to this straight away. We will once we know how to breathe properly. So that's the thing, most people don't know how to breathe. We're not even taught how to breathe. We're meant to all breathe from down here. And so we're going to have a graduated period from going from here back to here, okay? And it's no hurry for anyone. Everyone does it in their own time, because it's no hurry. The only reason why there's a hurry in life is because we've got to run around like fucking twits all week, taking, you know, bits of fucking paper money from A to B to C to D, and we're all running around like headless chickens doing that while they're laughing and they're just sucking it all up with a vacuum. Is that living? Is that life? Sorry, money is poverty of the soul. There's no two ways about it. Period. Point blank. So the only thing that makes us stress in our life is this economic slavery. The fact that we got deadlines for these fucking economic fucking slave masters, you know? That's right. That's right, Greg. Money is poverty of the soul, brother. You got it. And that's the truth. And you know what? I could have millions myself right now. But you know what? Without going into the details, if I take more money than I need, I'll lose my gift for doing what I do. It's as simple as that. I just will not be present enough, because I'll just be too worried about maintaining all this fucking fiction wealth. Like, the more wealth you got, the more fucking headache you got to do to maintain it as well. Unless you're really fucking organised in that sense and you can throw enough money, enough people to do it all for you. Oh, fuck that. I grew up with the richest fucking fuckwits around. I went to a rich private school here. And I couldn't understand all these rich people. They're the unhappiest, grumpiest people there is. And I worked it out really quickly, because they don't know how to do anything for themselves. They just throw money at every problem to get it done. And that's the thing about life. When you have a challenge, this is the shamanic sort of view to it. In every shit situation, you've got to look at the situation and go, okay, this is shit. But like, there's a positive out of this. There's a challenge. That if I can get through this challenge, wow, what greater knowledge we're all going to have if we can share these great challenges and getting through all this crap, because they've turned this world to shit. We've got no choice but to heal all this shit. They constantly wipe their asses and clean their fucking mess, regardless, because the mess has got to be cleaned up. And you know what? We love doing it, because that's how much we love our home. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to clean up everything. And we're going to use our bodies to do it, because that's what our bodies were designed for. And once we can do it all competently, then we can literally, it's like Max Egan says, we can change this world in a day. And this is how we do it. So once we all have access to the same soul knowledge, we all have equal access, every single human soul. That is when we have true free will. And until that happens, we are living under the illusion of free will. People think they've got the free will to work, do this, that, the other. Okay, yeah, you've got the free will to be a happy slave if you want. I went, fuck that. I'm going to fucking make this. I'm going to work to the beat of Ishtan. I usually say to my own drum, no, it's Ishtan's drum. Okay, I'm going to work to her sort of harmonic rhythm of nature that doesn't work in clock time. And this is how we do it through our breathing, okay? And I've organised my life so I can just literally be this way and just keeping one foot in matrix life enough and not seem too crazy and dealing with day-to-day stupidity, okay? So I can sort of be left alone just to do this sort of work and connect others doing this work, that they know they're here at this time for this work, and they've just been searching, okay, where's the main sort of creation mechanics that makes it all sort of go bang, fires it all up into action right here. Okay, so I've made my life so I can use all my time. I have all my time to myself in the way that I need to do it to get the job done. And that's it. And earning money all the time, that's just a fucking distraction. I told you. Once you know what your bodies are for and your energy, most of what comes after that's a fucking distraction. So I'll let everyone decide in their own time, in their own way, how they want to make their own transition back. Because everyone's got a different story. and how they came to be at this point right now. And when we join all of our stories together and intersect, where they all meet, we find the common truths, then we find our way back home. It's through the soul. We're not going to find our way back home through the genetic lines, because they're not telling us the truth about that either, because there's actually a wholesome soul genetic sort of component as well. Because what happens when they basically mix their sort of Draco-human hybrid tribes with original Mudger tribes, because they basically want to steal our blood and our genetics so they can be better and use it and have the royal right to you and all that sort of thing, which they don't, because you have to be qualified consciously to do that. It's not just having the blood. Even if you got the right bloodline, you know, I am of the right bloodline. But if I'm not conscious enough and competent enough to do it, well, I'm still not qualified to do it. That's how hardcore we are on that level. We're that thorough and competent.
Hey, guys.
Consistent. Yes.
Hey, brother. Just want to give you a heads up of about 5-10 minutes. We're going to start the panel. So just keep going. I'm just waiting for the panelists to show up. I just want to say people are just loving it, man. They just love your rawness and how you deliver the message, and there's no BS behind it. And they're absolutely digging it. They're digging it. And I've put your Facebook address out in the comments, so people are free to contact Gauze. I'm sure he'd love to hear from a truth seeker. Okay, go on, Gauze. Sorry to interrupt, buddy.
Well, that's the thing, because how this body works, I've got 10 minutes left. I can see if I can do the breathing at that time. Sorry I've taken so long, but I've got to explain all this stuff. It's fundamental stuff. And if I've got to come back another time and do more, like today I was going to explain how they confuse the tongues, the ultra secret Levite priest code book. And I left everyone on a cliffhanger on the last one, okay? If you go back and watch part 1 of my talk where I did the introduction, okay, that's important stuff too. And I said at the end of that this time that I was actually going to explain, because I know exactly how they did it, okay? And I can't do that in 10 minutes now, and I'm going to have to do it another time. But what I'm talking about now is far more important than that. I could basically decode that stuff for you later. I'm telling you the solutions now for all of us in how to use our energy and direct our energy, because once you're in your soul, you can direct that intention and energy, and you've got to have pure intention to do that. Absolute pure intention. That's why you can't lie. You can't lie to yourself about one aspect of yourself, because if you lie about that one aspect of yourself to yourself, then whether you're consciously or unconsciously, you're going to tell a lie to someone else to it. You may not mean to, but that's just the way the natural science and the creation mechanics actually work. It's quite simple. So I've had to spend my life perfecting myself in that sort of regard as well. As I said, I was a fucking mess when I was earlier. And you'll find all sorts of stories from people. Mate, they're the biggest stories about me all around Sydney from when I was younger in the music industry. And sometimes I'd hear one story start, okay, and then I'd hear that story about a year or two later in another area, and everyone's added their little fucking spin along the way, and it's gone from this story over here that was wrong in the first place by some fuckwit that just hated me anyway for the sake of hating me, or I just did something wrong, and they use that as I made one mistake and they jumped on me, because I've been one of these natural people all life. But because I'm natural, it makes people who are not sort of natural and have got an agenda, they feel uncomfortable about themselves being around people like me. And I'm sure a lot of you have experienced this out there too, especially the black sheep of the world, okay, of the families, because you end up in other bloodlines, in the wrong families, backwards and forwards, when the tribes are made in the essences, and they're not meant to mix until you've completed the whole journey in learning all of that aspect of life, and you're ready to learn the next aspect of life. And I can't go into that now, but that's getting to soul genetics and real genetics, and that's a lot, okay? But I'm just giving you the indication. That's how it works. So you can find people in my family bloodline that are soul-wise, they're not meant to be here. And then there's people from my family bloodline in Illuminati bloodlines, they're not meant to be there as well. And I recognize the energy of Mudger souls right across the world. That's why the Rastas have got it right. One love, one soul, because you'll meet people from your tribe everywhere. Doesn't matter. We're literally in these second Homo sapien, washed out for the most part, cartoon fucking skin suits. But yet, even in these cartoon skin suits, these bodies are still good enough to do this energy work. Once you get into the soul, because once you're in the soul, you can do anything. You can heal all these genetics back. And I'm just in kindergarten again on that final level of centering. It's taken me fucking over 10 years to get here. You know what? I'll simplify it all now through the breathing so we can all get there a lot quicker. So you all don't have to take 10 years. That's the whole point. Without being a point, because a point is something of harm. It's like the whole English language. It's full of terminology of cutting, pointing. Same with Hebrew. Sharp, rigid, brittle. No. It's not like nature. That's not like the curvaceous nature of Ishtan, how she balances the line and the circle together. So I'm going to breathe. We breathe in here. Our umbilical cord is connected to the grandmother Ishtan, okay? The Ish is the feminine aspect. The Ten is Tan, rather, Ishtan, okay? It's always equal, like everything in nature, feminine and masculine. And me being male, I put the female always first as a mark of respect. And if you're a female, you put the male first and the female second. So we have an equal love. We look after each other. It's quite simple. And that's how we do things. Okay, while we're in physical separation, because we need to be in physical separation in the physical. So when we bring them, the woman and the man together, the most magic creation actually happens in every sense, on every sort of aspect realm of life. You know, this stone has consciousness just as much as a plant, an animal, anything. And I learn more from this stone than almost anything. The stones, I find them better than gems and rubies and stuff because they're all mainly sort of secondary inorganic elements that store memory and stuff like that. You've got to clean the fuck out of them all the time. It's got a lot of rubbish from the past in them. And they can be programmed. They use this. The rubbish basically programs stuff through crystalline structures. That's why alchemy is a big trap. And I'll tell you why briefly, because the philosopher's stone, they're getting humans to think, oh, you're going to get to be a god. You're going to get to be ascended master. And this is how they do it. They get you to make a perfect crystalline body, okay? So a senior Draco can walk into it and give you all these fucking powers and make you think that, oh, this is how we get all our powers. And what they're doing is they're taking all your soul energy, and then when they give back to you about 10% of it with all this sort of woo-woo sort of stuff, oh, it feels so good. Yeah. It adulates me. It makes me feel like I'm God. Well, fuck that. You are a drop. And as that drop, some people are wise enough to realize you're already the whole ocean, and you have that whole strength of the ocean energetically connected from your soul. So you don't need to be a nervous, pensive, fear-driven, egoic, sort of stupid idiot out of insecurity to go, okay, to be big and strong and so no one can defeat me and I can just wipe out anyone in my way. Well, that's not intelligent. That's not strong. No. That's actually a coward, weakling bully. Okay? So what they do, I'm so insecure, I've got to be so tough, I've got to buff up at the gym and stuff like that. Yeah, all that sort of stuff. They basically suck the whole ocean into their drop to make it a big, uncontrollable, destructive tsunami that only does harm. Or you can choose to be the drop, or actually know that you're already the drop. And once you actualize yourself as the drop to be the whole ocean, you are the whole ocean. And through your center, and as we do it together, we can move the whole ocean. We can move the mountains. We can do everything. We can have music and drums and things like that, tone and sound to help us do it too. Or we can do it all from here. Depends how much of the law you want to get proficient with and competent with. But that's for everyone to decide themselves and do at their own pace, in their own way. That's the uniqueness of everybody. Okay? This rock, put it on my belly button. You know how much information this rock tells me? It's priceless. It's currency or I should say, consciousness is the only real currency. It's fluid, it flows, water. Okay, fluid intelligence. Okay, so when we're breathing, I'm going to breathe with this at the moment with Ishnan too. There's lots of different ways you can do this and improvise, and oh, it's fantastic. It's great. It's great to remember and discover all this stuff, simple stuff too. And I breathe in. As I breathe in, I said before, notice the sound as I breathe in. It's actually the sound of Ish. You know why it's Ish? If you're near the ocean, just think of a wave as it rolls back from the shore. The sound of it. It's like Ish. I'm just going, I can't say it as I'm going in at the moment, but it's the sound. Ish. And it rolls back. It forms a wave again. It doesn't have to be a big wave. You know what? The piddly waves, they're real powerful. Less is more. So even if you've got a gentle lapping wave against the shore, it rolls back. And then it goes. And as you breathe out again, it's like through the nose, it's better. There's your tongue, the masculine part that's bringing the water, the feminine, back into the shore. Again, to the land, which is mainly sort of a male structure. Even Mother Nature is everything. And there's an equal feminine, masculine aspect to nature. But while we're in the physical, the male's actually more of the physical sort of structure. It's the earth, it's the ground, it's holding it. Feminine and water, but we've got equal amounts in both. And I'll explain those creation mechanics more because it gets vast, but it's really simple. Once you've got it all down, you don't even have to think about it. Now, speaking of not thinking, once we get the engine warmed up here and we're breathing in, Ish, breathing out, and do this really relaxed and just go deeper and deeper into the feeling of doing it. And then as you also hear those waves against an ocean, if you're doing centering next to an ocean, it's perfect. And you can hear it in the distance because then you literally connect to the harmonic rhythm of Mother Nature by doing it. You literally set your body to that, not to a stupid clock. That's fiction. You're setting to the real sort of timeless time, just for lack of a better term for now, just for simple explanation. So you breathe deep and deep enough. Then at a certain point, the engine's warmed up, okay? Then what you want to do next is expansify that to the whole body and soul. It's the same symbiotic thing. The whole body is the whole soul. Same thing, physical and non-physical. Unseen, seen. And there's one problem. We've got to feel the whole head. Now, how do we feel the whole head? Because we can't actually feel the brain. Because this current model of brain, it's just like a really cheap, bad Pentium processor, as Paddy Brassard sort of nicely put it. And that's true. Yeah, so in order to sort of...
I just wanted to give you a 5 minutes heads up. We've got all the panelists that are coming into the room, so we'll start bringing them on here pretty quick.
Okay, I should be about 5 more minutes just to explain these instructions.
Okay,
they're really important. They'll be able to go away and start this work straight away because the next bit is the crux, okay? Now, to fill this whole body, we literally have to create enough headroom for our creation flame when it flames up and goes through our fisheye to illuminate the whole omniverse and not be obfuscated by all this fucking rat tat 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 from this cheap two-stroke lawnmower engine, you know? I'll start calling the rubbish team the lawnmower servicing department. They're pretty fucking useless, really. And so, lawnmower motor servicing department. And so, in order to shut this noisy fucking thing up, stop thinking. That's what makes it so noisy. When you're feeling this much and you want to expand into the whole body, that's when you go, stop thinking completely. Absolutely stop. Now, at first, do it in gradual stages. Do it for 10 seconds. Okay? I can do it for 10 seconds. And stop thinking and just feel, observe, listen. This has got to not be a tyrant. This has got to listen to that. Shut up, listen. This is the boss, mother. And that doesn't mean we're a matriarchal society. No, no, no. It's just that grandmother, you know, she's the one that gives us our motherly sort of nurturing love, the warm sun Ishtan energy. And we call the sun nut, okay? Not nap as in sleep. That's a satanically averted meaning in English. Now, as we sort of ready to fill up the whole body with light from the creation flame of the ether and the phosphorus lighting components, okay, equal masculine and feminine, we've got to create this headroom. It's like for a sound system. You've got to have a power amp that's really well tuned. And so everything else on top, the sound desk and all the other sort of, you know, valve amps and things like that that make all the good sound after it sound good. If you don't have a good tuned power amp, then you haven't left enough headroom up top so everything can work really well and pristine, perfect sound. Again, less is more, okay? So we need the headroom. How do we create the headroom? We stop thinking, okay? 10 seconds, stop thinking, great. So after 10 seconds, we stop thinking, we get our bodies to a certain level, portion into being present. After 30 seconds, we go a bit further. After a minute, we get closer. After 3 minutes, whoa, we're starting to get somewhere. Now we get to 10 minutes, whoa. That's where you have to experience this for yourself to know. Because you get to 10 minutes, I can only describe my experience to you as best as I can. When you get to about 10 minutes, where I'm at now, might be quicker for other people, might be, I don't know. I think I got there quicker than 10 minutes, but 10 minutes just seems like a good whole round number, you know, masculine and feminine, balanced. So you get to about 10 minutes and you become so present because what you've done, because you've shut the thinking up, you've allowed the headroom to literally feel from here and feel the whole of your head again. And to feel the whole of your head again without the brain getting in the way because it doesn't feel is to shut it up, stop thinking completely. Now, the Buddhists and stuff like that and Vipassana and stuff like that, they've been trying to do this for ages. They've been given the wrong techniques. If you focus here on the breath, that's in your fucking head. You spend 10 days up the Blue Mountains there, oh, that'll fucking send you nuts. No. Down here, that's it. One subtle difference will save you lifetimes of bother. Okay? So we're breathing in here, and then we get so present. You literally become so present that you literally become the present moment of now. You're literally connecting with the primal elements of everything. You're connecting with water, the earth, the air, the fire, and all the primary elements as well before it goes to secondary elements. You only want the primary ones. You connect with them before you connect with anything else. And then once you do that, you'll literally get to this point. I was like, days ago, I've done it before, but this was the most conscious, quickest way that I've ever done it. And I thought, I've got to tell everyone this because this is the simplest way to do it. And the key is to not think. Now, I was so present and one in the moment that I could literally transcend all time because I literally became the moment, just as you can too. I literally became the moment. And in that point, the past, the present, and the future were all one simultaneous experience. And I was so present enough to experience. Now, how did I get that present enough? I had to feel everything in my whole body. I had to feel light illuminate through my whole body, living and breathing body, not death cult fucking rubbish. Okay? So this is how we do it. Once you can feel your whole body, you'll become so present that you be in the moment. And then when you're in that moment, literally, I'm up. And literally, my center is running, operating me straight up. I'll literally go, okay, where do I need to face? Bang. South. Not north, south. That's where my body magnetically takes me. I'm pointing at it right now. I don't even need a compass because my center's telling me. It's literally, I've literally turned into an antenna and a magnet all at once. And I'm literally vibrating with all the elements. Okay? And you can do this too. This is what you're born to do. This is the meaning and purpose of life, to be a nature custodian from Earth of the whole omniverse. And when you become that present, in that moment, that's when magic happens. True, original magic, and the original magic that we are born of. And when you're in that moment, transcending the past, the present, and the future, all in the now. Because that's the thing. The future and the past, you can't, if you live too much in the future and the past, you're polarized. So to access all of it, you've got to be centered in the present now. And that's what it means when they're talking about you've got to be in the now. Life's only about now. But you've got to properly comprehend that in the way that I just explained it. Because when you're actually truly in the now like that, and you're feeling it with your whole body, not just your third fucking eye. Third eye's just for fucking coffin wankers. Sorry. That's what they do. So this is what it takes. And when we can all do this, we can change everything together. One soul. I should say one love, one soul. Okay? We change everything together like that. We can do it in a day. If every single soul in this world can do it. Now, we can't expect the mainstream straight away to get this, okay? Because they've been so plugged into the wrong matrix. This is the way you get out of the matrix, okay? And into the real nature. It's not even a matrix, it's just nature, Mother Nature. And so when we can all do this, now all of us who are all awake here, we can do this work. And you know what? We can get it all done ourselves for all of them as well until they eventually catch up. But we can do it all. Like every time that we have actually come back, and we've come back before in the past from these rubbish decorators, okay? And every time we've come back, it's only taken a comparative few of us to do the work. And we are that, this whole freedom movement, this freedom truth movement. We're all the ones here. We know this. We're looking for all the clues. We've got them all now. This whole conference, Omar, Rob, beautiful men. Thank you for bringing this all together and bringing all this information that we all need now, because every single part of it is important. And sure, there's a few mistakes along the way, and even I make a few. I don't make many, but we all make a few because there's always some little subtle little bit, masterstroke that, we just miss it. It's just a fine little essence, affect, that affects so much in life, affectation, that if you miss it, heck, there's one thing little wrong. So we help each other. We don't give each other shit about it. We just go, hey, brother, sister, it's like I've got a gift of love for you, true knowledge. And then as I give you true knowledge, all of a sudden that sparks something in your creation flame, and then you got some true knowledge from me to come back at me to say, hey, how about this? Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yes. Yes, thank you. So this is how
I say it all the time. My dots connect your dots. If there's dots that I have that are floating around, sometimes our two stories coming together finds that common dot ground, and it makes the greater picture seem that much easier to attain it.
Now, I actually didn't do it on camera, but I had to give the instructions. And you know what? I'll come back another time and do it live. I'll give myself that challenge. But I have to give the instructions. It's more important right now to give the instructions. And I can do classes with people, I can show other people to do this, So other people, all the leading people that have got bigger audiences than me can go off and show everyone else, because this is core roots information. And thank you so much, guys. And I think I'm pretty much tied up now. And next time when we find a moment, I'll have to go into how they confuse the tongues, okay? Because lastly, when they confuse the tongue and put us all into these crappy languages now, it literally, like when we all spoke Mudgee language before the confusion of the tongue started, like this soul language, our field language, was just as fluent as the brain language now. So they've just literally flipped everything. So we just got to take it back to here and use less of this and just relate ourselves back to here. But when you get in the deep moments of no thinking, that's when the magic happens. And when you get into that present moment, what you intend to be will be. That's how magic happens. But it can't be malign magic, because to get to that place, you cannot be an idiot. You cannot have maligned intentions, because the consciousness won't let you there. So for people who try to do this, Number one, it's what I had to do for myself first. I say this to myself first before I say it to anyone else. Get rid of all the bullshit out of your personality, the programming. Now, to deprogram, you go to the soul. Because if you try to deprogram in the brain, you'll be spending the rest of your life doing it on the same level, deprogramming as the problem. So you go to the level beneath to fix the problem that comes before it. Okay? So when you do it from the soul, you do it much quicker. So you get rid of all the bullshit in your personality, all the narcissism, the ego crap, all that sort of stuff that designs us to be in the rubbish image. Okay, you get rid of that. Then the next stage after that, you get rid of all forms of fear, especially psychological fear, because it's all an illusion. Like kaba, as I told you, it means under illusion or drug. That's the original meaning of kaba. That's how us smudgers knew it. And they took kaba to be a tube and this and all this wonderful sort of, fake sort of whole stuff. So Kabbalah is like a perversion of the original omniversal law, that which is delivered through the Mudger language. Okay? It's the communication of all nature. It can communicate to itself. So that's basically what they did when they created the confusion of the tongue. They created the Kabbalah, okay, to basically do that, to basically invert the original language and turn it into a heinous sort of stupid, destructive sort of language, which creates a whole sort of cartoon out of life that does it unconscionably, and it's a total desecration. And once everyone realises the amount of damage that these people have done, oh yeah, the emperor has got no clothes now. He's got nowhere to hide, okay? And we can send them to FEMA camp, right? Into pre-tard daycare supervision, 24/7, and they do not come out, okay? And so they learn the basics in life. You do not eat babies. You do not drink blood. You don't have ritual sacrifices. You don't kill people. You do no harm. And they will stay there for as long as it takes. That's what the FEMA camps are actually built for. Them. And we're going to put them in there. Because that needs to be done because they're babies that refuse to grow up. That's what it really comes down to. The spoiled brats that refuse to grow up. Even the Dracos. The whole everything. Yeah. So,
I kind of agree. I couldn't help myself there.
And you've got to laugh. You've got to take the piss out of it.
I know. It's
2 for 1. Yeah.
So,
you have to laugh. So you have to have fun and joy while we do this. Yeah.
Right on, brother.
So,
that's just so ridiculous.
The Kabbalah made our soul unconscious so they could literally alchemy, take a spy from below, because that's the meaning of alchemy in Mudger. Al means from below, and chem, C-H-E-M, comes from chem, K-E with a dash upon it, and M, which means to spy. So what it really should be, for chemistry, it should be chemistry. Chem actually means of organic material with specific reference to sulfur, because sulfur is the main organic element in all organic life, from our bodies to the plants to everything. So I'll leave you with that. Thank you so much.
Coolies, thank you very much, guys. Really appreciate it. And I really appreciate your download and all the information that you've shared. You've resonated with thousands of people right across the board, and I really appreciate that. So now what I'm going to do is, because people love you so much and because you have just so much to share, let's, how about we do like a full, a full day event,
like a 5-hour event,
with
just Gauze?
you, right? Just start in the morning, and all day long it's just you and I and Rob and whichever MC wants to join us. If you guys want to see that, let's toss that out into the comments. Let's toss that out into the comments, and let's see how many people want to see Gauze come in and spend 8 hours with us.
We'll give you a whole 12-hour block.
Incredible.
Go in.
Because you know what? All the language is in your soul. Every single one of you. The language of all life and everything is still in the soul. And in particular, if you center with your appendix, that's the real access to the Akashic records, because that appendix is energetically connected to everything. It's the same with the Earth appendix at Kutatuta in the middle of Central Australia, the original Babel site. But anyway, I'll save that for the 8-hour sort of rant.
Right on. Let's plan that, and let's see it in the comments, guys. Who wants to see Gauze come on? and give us just an incredible download. I'm so happy about just hearing that and just thinking about it, and like a kid in a candy store, really, because the information that you share is really it affects my energy. When you're speaking, it really, my Taurus seems to expand a little bit because I get this awareness. Not quite sure what's happening there, but I do appreciate it, and everybody across the board does that as well.
I've dropped a powder keg of sort of beauty here. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree.
Transmute all that yuckiness into beauty, because that's what I do. I've got so much anger and frustration from, I can't tell you. But my whole thing is I use that as a driving force to create beauty again. That's what it's all about. So, yeah.
Coolies, brother. Let's start the panel. Well, we're here, Rob. We did it. We did it. And
we made it.
It's been quite the ride for the last 5 days. What an incredible ride! I'm not seeing Greg Bornstein here, but hopefully he can show up here pretty quick. He might not be here, but we'll find out.
No, I'm here. Yes.
It's been like, wow, hey. My mind is it feels like this big, and just so much knowledge we just crammed into our brains in the last few days. 50 some odd speakers. Few unfortunately couldn't make it, but that's fine. It's just the way the universe wanted it, and here we are. And this is the final tally of it all. We brought these people on here because there's two things that are at play here. What's happening in North America, disclosure-wise, and what's happening in Australia. Now, the Australian government is apparently very conservative, and they like to hide things, and they like to admit things, and almost working at a CCCP level. And that's something that should concern us all, because as you've seen over the course of last several days, that there are some brilliant researchers down under in Australia, and their voices are being squashed. They're being threatened to being sent to prison. There's lots happening. So, we have given Australia a platform to come on here and express what's happening in Australia, archaeologically and UFO-wise, not what's happening over the last year, but, just in general, when it comes to disclosure, the reality of disclosure in Australia is really what I'm trying to get at. But before we begin, we're going to hand the stage over to Salrita, and Salrita is going to kick the panel off. So what we'll do is we'll go around the circle. We'll go Salrita, Stephen and Evan, Stephen again, Gaz, and then we'll jump over to Greg, Clarence, Rob, and then myself. And let's spend, like 5 minutes on your perception of disclosure, and we'll go around the room, and then we'll come back again for a second round. Then you can express, some more thoughts according to what you heard from the speakers. And then the third round, we'll come in and we'll close it out. So we'll spend 5 minutes each on each round. That cool, guys?
Yeah.
Right on. So let's do it with Salrita. So let me do up the...
Hi, thank you for having me back on, Omar and Rob and everyone else. So I thought it'd be lovely to start with just a quick light language blessing, and I have picked some cards to kind of look into the energy of what we're talking about. So I'll just start with that and do a little translation. So this is just to connect in with yourself and connecting in with Source and with the universe, and just taking a couple of conscious deep breaths into the body, letting everything go, letting everything relax and release. Iarnara rudrikana. Iashoyono yaratakayana ratakaya. Ialnara takayarnara sutu. Iwasoyonara takayarnara takara. Iashoyono yarataki. So basically what I was saying was, it's really about connecting back with that energy and that light of the creator and that light of the universe. And there's something that our hearts and our souls remember from being in that one-ment with source. And this also lines up with some of the cards that we've picked as well. So we've got the card of the Lovers. Now, this is that returning light coming in and impregnating on a physical level. So it's to literally take this light down from source, that connection that we have to God, to that universal consciousness, and to actually feel it coming in and impregnating in the body. So it's to be consciously connected, not just to our higher self, but beyond and above that. That sets us on this path of completion, which is Four of Wands. That helps to open up a new dimensional portal. This is that beginning of that new time, which leads to creating this other new, how do we say, anchoring of these higher dimensional frequencies on the earth. So what Stephen and Evan were talking about December 21st last year, and what we've kind of been leading up to for a very, very long time, we're really at that place now where we need to embody this light. We really need to anchor it, this etheric part of who we are on a deeper level, and a more, I guess, the part of us that exists in this plane of higher consciousness. It's time to really bring that into alignment with who we are and actually start living with that inside the body, rather than just living from this space of the mind. So we see that when we do this, we're on a path of completion to really anchor and open up this new paradigm, this new shift that we're going through. And we see that it also brings us back into this state of connection with the universe. We also see that we're creating almost like a little etheric dimension on earth. So I also feel that this represents, talking about our light bodies and different things too, it really is that shift, and we're kind of at the start and the middle of the shift, but it really is to hold that conscious light within us and to not let anything of darkness kind of impregnate the soul or incarnate on a body level. So we really have to be so super discerning in what we allow to come in to our consciousness, and what we allow to come into our diet, and what we allow to come in on a spiritual and soul level. So yeah, looking forward to this panel. Thanks, guys.
All right, that was fantastic. Thank you very much, Saul Rita. That was an amazing message, and really resonate with that. Thank you, really, thank you very much. And I'm sure everybody across the board has resonated with that. I just love that language. It it just really, it touches my essence almost. It's hard to say. Every time I hear it, it's it's amazing to me, and I'd love to learn and understand what that how I can learn the language and what it is and everything about it. It's absolutely beautiful. So let's talk about disclosure, guys. Here in North America, the American Senate just released a BS document claiming that that these are Russian and Chinese crafts that they're seeing in the sky, and the other 10% they don't know. What a crock of shit really is what they've given us. They think that we're stupid and that we're going to buy it. And unfortunately, many have bought it. That's the sad reality in it. But thankfully, we have the people who we've been waiting for, which is yourselves, to really give us a download and give us a real insight into what disclosure is, how is disclosure taking place in your country, and what you would like to see in the disclosure package. So let's start with Saul Rita, and then we'll jump over to Stephen and Evan, and then to Gauze if he comes back.
Yeah. So I guess for me, disclosure has been something that...
So I'm just sitting in the kitchen with coffee. I can still hear you all. I've just got to get coffee. It's just one of those things. I put the tuna pruriens in my coffee. Wait till I tell you what's in the ingredients of this coffee. You'll get the secret of how I go all day without eating.
So what disclosure means to me is, for me, that ET path, that ET journey has always been there since a young child. So it's always been a very personal thing. For anyone that does want to see any ET UFO disclosure stuff, I do have videos on my YouTube channel of crafts that I've filmed. A lot of these are organic crafts, and some of them are what we call like more biological. So they're like balls of light that you can see beings traveling in that look like pearls. So these were often described in ancient artworks in Renaissance period. There's many different pictures that depict, because a lot of the time what we see throughout history we draw, as Stephen and Evan would be able to talk about a lot more, I'm sure, when they answer the question too. So for me, it's really not waiting for something to be on MSM and to be disclosed, or for the government to disclose. And I think we can see the divide so much now with what is truth, and we're feeling it in our bodies, like what is really resonating. And I think we need to use the body more as a pendulum to see like what is real truth. And I know when I have this personal contact and have my ET experiences, and I just want to say it's not just like a physical level. Yes, you can wake up with very physical things. I've woken up with marks on my body several times since a young child, and that always seems to coordinate with experiences. So I've woken up with my clothes on a pile, like in a pile on the floor. I've woken up with things on back to front, and I've woken up to being standing next to my bed. Now, as a young child, not really having anyone to talk to about this, I was scared. So I think the biggest thing that we can do as a collective is have these conversations, have these dialogues, and normalize what it is to be an ET experiencer, and normalize what it is to be having contact with these multidimensional realities that exist simultaneously side by side with our own. Our bodies are really more of like a carbon-based physical density, but we still exist in a multitude. Just like our visual senses, we see that there's a spectrum, and there's also a spectrum within physical densities and realities. For me, I've always sort of, I guess, leaned more into that etheric side of things, and had different beings pop in and out through these dimensions, almost like, from behind a veil or like a curtain. So I think that it really is to know that disclosure is happening. We all have the opportunity to go outside, to look up in the stars, to set that intention with our hearts. Because a lot of the time when we're in that space of joy and we're in that space of heartfelt intention, this is when we see UFOs and crafts show up. Also, things like high vibe music are really good for helping to bring us into alignment with these kinds of UFOs and beings. One of the other things too is laughter, and that's where I found Goz's talk so fascinating. I learned some new terms today and some new swear words. But it's that with nature where you see UFOs and you see the beings show up. They don't want a boring show. They want to come in when we're in this light-hearted space, when we're having fun. And how lucky are we that we get to live and exist in a third dimensional reality, to see, hear, and feel in these dense physical forms, and to love in these physical forms. I think we're so blessed. And I think that I know and feel from like a lot of the other beings that look into this realm, we're really damn lucky to experience it on a physical level.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that was beautiful, Salrita. I totally agree. I will touch on what you said when I speak. Stephen and Evan, please go ahead.
Right. I'd just like to do a bit of a kind of Paul Hellyer died yesterday, so I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that he was definitely a figure of disclosure. So just wanted to pass on the condolences over that.
Evan, do you want to do a minute of silence for Rick Hillier?
Yeah, well, I think we probably should actually, because he was definitely a figure that stood out of the system, and in a system that doesn't like anyone questioning anything, and basically put his head on the chopping block.
And he came from mainstream. It's okay to come from the left-hand side and say things. He came out of mainstream and then alerted people from mainstream of the fact that there was a lie there. So yeah, he does count, doesn't he?
He really does.
That's a really brave soul. Yeah.
Yes. Yep. So maybe we just have a quick little 30 seconds or something of silence in honor of him, and yeah, then we'll get started. Yep.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hillier, for your service.
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about disclosure. And from my point of view, there was a lovely piece of disclosure on the ABC this morning when they were doing their COVID reports, which they do every day. Yeah, now I've got to make a point. The ABC is supposed to be the left-wing press of Australia. I've got to make that point before we start with what I saw today, which is, to me, what the disclosure is all about. They're never going to tell the truth. What I'm finding is you'll find the lies become so apparent that if you can't see them, you never will. And there's one that turned up today, which was really interesting. The ABC had on a financial reporter, and I was about to walk away because I thought, oh my God, I don't want to hear about money. And he started talking about the fact that in America, that Google, Apple, all of the main businesses are making the most obscene profits right now. And he started to talk about the fact, and I couldn't believe this was on, talked about the fact when they said, oh, things will change. He said, no, they won't. He said, they won't change. So much money at the moment. Why would they change it? And you could see the reporters panicking. And I'm sure there were things in the air of Richard Moorcroft, Richard, I forget his last name, telling him, for God's sake, do something. And all of a sudden, halfway through, he said, oh my God, we've got a report that Melbourne's COVID cases have gone up, and then broke into that. He then tried to come back to that, and he said, no, let's talk about the Commonwealth Bank and the profit they made, and then stopped him completely and threw him off. Now, what was interesting about that was just for a couple of seconds, the truth was on the ABC, which is not on anymore. And you could see the terror and the concern in the presenter's eyes. What can we do to stop this? We can't have him talking about the fact. He said that before COVID, their profit margin was 30% per year. Now it's 180. And in the end of it all, after they got rid of him, the woman then said, yes, but in the future, this will all be gone and we'll have a new world and it'll all be better. And I thought, no. He was telling you what the world's going to be like. And for me, there will never be a disclosure from mainstream. They are too locked into a dying system, and they'll hang on to it to the last possible moment. And I noticed today that the leader of America has determined that all people in all of the armed forces will be jabbed. In Australia, they've made it a priority, and our Prime Minister made a priority.
We can't talk about.
Oh, sorry, we can't. Right. Yes, that's right. All right. My point is this. The disclosure that you're looking for will be a continuation of lies, but the lies will become more apparent. The truth will become hidden, and the lies will become worse as they try and cover this up. And what this does is it gives every person a choice on where they go. They follow the people that lie to them, or they look for the truth. And that's the point in this. The point in this story, the way this change has taken place from December on at Uluru, is it's up to each individual to find their disclosure. This is the way this is going to happen. It will never be reliant on somebody leading us and telling us this is the way to follow, this is where we should walk. It's gone past that now. It's not now got to the stage where each person has got to make a decision about the fact that there now are two roads and you've got to choose one. And when I listen to people talking at one stage, the truth then being thrown off the TV station. I could see that. It was obvious. It was really obvious. And it's obvious to everybody at the moment. But whether we see it or not is another story. So the disclosure we're looking for is within us. It's not going to be on TV because it's just not turn up on TV. It's within us to make our own disclosure. And then what do we do with it? Well, good luck. You can go to the main TV stations and try it there, or maybe a newspaper and try it there. That won't happen. You can try and put it up on social media, but I nearly offended then. My apologies, Omar, for nearly transgressing and going to places where we can't talk anymore. So really what it comes down to now,
after Dawes, I think we can go anywhere.
is walking around and talking to people out there and telling people, no, it's not all like this. There's another way this could be done. There's a future at the end of this, because I can tell you now, since we did that presentation on the 21st of December, we have been banned. Our stuff's getting taken off everywhere, because now our message, which has nothing to do with the other part, gives people a different disclosure. There are two at the moment, and it's up to us to share with each other and to share with our family and our friends. That is the only way this is going to change.
Grassroots level.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've even used the soft disclosure for some mainstream friends because they need that kind of legitimacy of the Pentagon saying something. And I'm said, well, you know, I've taken it's a real soft disclosure, as you were saying, Omar, but it's made a few people change their mind a little bit, going, oh, you know, and then I'm like, well, check out Professor Mackey, check out the Rettelson forest incident, and it kind of can still open a door. But, I mean, it is a really soft, weak disclosure, and I tried to latch on as far hard as I could to that to just maybe change a few other people's minds.
It's like yolk soft.
Yeah.
An egg yolk is stronger, I think. Gauze, 5 minutes. What's about disclosure, my friend, in Australia, in the state of Australia with disclosure?
Well, okay, I looked at all this stuff years ago, and these guys are sort of keeping, like Stephen Evan, the rest of you guys are sort of keeping an eye on this. But I sort of knew a while ago that they had the fake alien invasion as one of their sort of go-to sort of get out of jail free cards if things get too heavy, and okay, let's just create some more distraction and stuff like that and just literally bring humanity down to its knees. Now, I knew a guy from 2008 right up to 2015. He was a prepper, and he told me, he said, I'm out of here, you know, like I'll be in the sticks. You'll be like a Yeti, a Sasquatch, basically hiding in the most extreme sort of parts of the world, because that's why they haven't rubbed them out, because they made them too smart. Why they've rubbed out a lot of other sort of forms that we've all lived through since, you know, until what we are now today. Now, he basically told me, I used to listen to him. He literally grew up in DARPA. He was made to grow up in DARPA. And then Donald Rumsfeld took him to Project Pegasus in 1972, personally. And then from Project Pegasus, he went to Montauk. And this dude was like a geek, like full-on computer programmer. He knew science, he knew shamanism. He was their best super soldier that they ever had in the early days. And he used to constantly sabotage their missions for the benefit of humanity. So when it came to the top sort of Rothschilds and Rockefellers, have a look at the meaning of rot in the Urban Dictionary, by the way, people, and you'll know what I mean. R-A-U-G-H-T. Sounds exactly like W-R-O-U-G-H-T to rip someone off. But you'll see where the true intrinsic meaning of rot actually comes from. It's not nice, but it's good for them. As in calling Rothschilds, because there used to be a Rothschilds before the Rothschilds. And that's another story I'll save for the 8-hour thing. Now, the whole alien invasion thing, this mate of mine, Dragon, his nickname is known as, they'll know, if they're watching right now, they'll know exactly who I'm talking about. And they used to love him and hate him because he used to be the top of the class, but at the same time, he used to be the top of the class for us as well. And he said to me back in about 10 years ago, I've even got it on a notepad here, I read through every now and then. He said, mate, when it hits 2020, that's the time when the shit hits the fan. You need to fucking do some serious stuff. And he was saying this to me 10 years ago, and bingo, 2020 arrives. He was right on the money. Now, he was made to be at this meeting, and he still didn't know why. There was this secret meeting in 1976. It was a big year for me too, with the big Illuminati Arcana Arcanorum Rite of Atlantis rituals, okay, which is the big who's who of the Illuminati zoo, where they programmed all the Illuminati children for today's leadership roles in all the political landscape, the entertainment media, music entertainment, even controlled opposition people in the freedom truth movement, because what they do is they ritualize them as children and then memory wipe them after the ritual, so they've got the programming for life, and not many of them break programming. Some do, some don't. So that's really what's going on. And he was made to be at this meeting in 76. He said he was made to be at this meeting with the top ET controllers of the world. And he said one of them was literally like this grandfather guy, like you see in the sort of Scott, you know, God in the sky sort of thing. He's some sort of like old sort of being from here or somewhere, who knows. And he said another one was like a female sort of Draco sort of like thing. And he said another one was a blue aquatic being. And then he said there was a magi there. There was a human. And I knew, hold it, he's not a magi. He's a Levite priest magi. They're very high up the rank, and they keep so secret. And they basically decided at this meeting back in 1976 that the trashing of Earth was a done deal back then. I'm sorry to inform you of all of that, but that was the top level plan back then. And he said, for some reason, they made me present at that meeting. I was picked out and basically made to be there. He was only 15 years old at the time. I think, yeah, he was born in 1961, a bit older than me, not much. And I just had to share that information to this audience right now because it's really important.
Yeah. You know, it's pretty crazy, Gauze, that you mentioned that. I wasn't aware of that because I did a presentation this morning on constitutional law and the covenants and international treaties which the Commonwealth governments are signatory to. And it's kind of weird because Canada had a constitution pretty much like the Magna Carta from 1867 until 1976. And it's oddly enough, in 1976, they came up with human rights, right? So I wonder what's going on there, that they would come up with human rights, but then on the other hand, decide to trash the earth, and they have been trashing the earth. So that's food for thought. I think that I'm going to research and look a little further into. Thank you, Leanne. Sorry. Now we just cruised through our Australian friends, and so now let's get a perception of what's happening in the United States. So we'll start with Leanne, jump over to Clarence, and then to Greg Bornstein, and then to Rob Yox. And then
assuming my
go ahead, Leanne. Is Leanne frozen?
tech doesn't dump me.
Okay, Leanne. Okay, we'll catch up with Leanne after Clarence. So, Clarence, go ahead, brother.
Well, first of all, thank you, Omar. I just wanted to say thank you to Stephen and Evan Strong for being one of our sponsors for this fantastic 5-day event. You know, it's always a blessing to have them along, you know, and be able to follow them and be with them, you know, to rub the elbow, so to speak. Fantastic. You know, what can I say? You know, in our last panel discussion we just had a little while ago. So Rita, I truly understand exactly where you're coming from. I too have had my experiences and stuff, and it's quite remarkable when you stop and think about it. You know, the life changes and that you go through and whatever. The thing is, mainly as far as disclosure goes, you know, I think back about a passage in the Bible that talks about the 144,000. And sometimes I wonder if this disclosure isn't just for the folks like us, and maybe it is only 144,000, and maybe it's not meant for the entire global, humanity. So maybe there are just chosen ones. I don't know the complete answer to that, but
145. Sorry, brother. I leave one off again. 144 adds up to 9. You've got to root it down to the power source again, add 1 to make 145. Just a little subtle thing there. Brother, please continue. Sorry.
Cool.
That's where they've sort of just fooled us by 1. Yeah.
All right. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. But that's my thought on that anyway. I just wanted to bring that up and, kind of put that out there.
Good stuff.
Go ahead,
How
carry
about
on.
you, Greg?
Oh man, I think the fact that
Greg, just want to hang on just one second. Let's let Clarence finish his thought.
Yes. Go ahead, Clarence.
I was pretty much done. I was just, I just wanted to put that thought out there. That's all. Other than
That was my fault.
Yeah, that's okay. Other than like what Evan and Steven said, we're not going to get disclosure by the governments, that's for sure. And the only way to get it is through what we're doing here and stuff like that. So for all the people out there that are watching and listening and want to get more information and stuff, just keep your eyes and ears open, and we'll guide you the best we can along the way. Ain't no doubt about that. So Godspeed to everybody. Thank you.
Thanks, Clarence. Greg Bornstein, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, first of all, to me, the fact that Gauze exists is the greatest disclosure I've had. I'm going, oh my gosh, what in the world? I did not know that this energy existed. I mean that with all the love in the world. There is a one of the posts in the chat said that when I asked the question, what's the number one thing that you've taken away? Someone said, I believe it was in Portal to Ascension, that it was that the people of Australia are so gifted. Philip White said the Australian people, they seem to be super awake and very knowledgeable. I think that's
it's either one or the other here. It's either like shit for brains through all the fluoride and all the rubbish, or it's the type of polar opposite, It's like poor old elder Steve over here, mate. He's been there for fucking years in his own way, It's like I can really empathise with his frustration, because he really is a remarkable. I present Steve Strong as a brilliant facilitator of knowledge.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
And he's an elder that we've got to pay attention to. Yeah, thank you, Steve.
Absolutely. I have been for 7 years now.
Yeah, I know. When you see a Stephen and Evan Strong and you listen to them and you sit down, how can you think that there isn't something going on here? That's the thing. I mean, I just I was sitting here throughout this entire thing and going, well, if I'm listening to everybody and putting on a skeptic brain, if I'm putting on a debunker brain, there's no way you would spend more than 12 hours a day explaining away everything than possibly accepting it as real. Because there's no way. And the thing I didn't realize about this early on was that, there's a stereotype in America that, and comedians joke about this all the time, that like, if you see a UFO, why is it always like a white guy who's a farmer in the South, always talking about you like, oh, I see something up there. But the thing is, this is happening to people all over the world, all generations, and it's been happening for hundreds and, as Clarence was saying, thousands and thousands and billions of years. There is nothing. I mean, this stuff, I am so early in my journey here, but I'm going to do all that I can to get this out there, because we need to challenge the existing consciousness of this planet. The idea that this is just some thing that, you know, some freak people in society think is happening is completely, there's just nothing, there's no excuse for that. There's no excuse with this much coming out. You know, we have to do all that we can. So I said it before in the chat earlier, the American panel earlier, everybody in the chat, don't be afraid of this. Talk about it. Part of this disclosure movement is making this a part of everyday conversation. You know, you can keep it inside. You can read the books. You can watch their documentaries coming out, whatever. But the point is, you have to make it part of your everyday narrative. That's the one way that, you know, you can defeat this. Why wait? You know, we see the headline, right? It's like, that's what happened in America. You saw the Pentagon on the New York Times, and all of a sudden this is the way we're programmed in society. New York Times puts out an article. Everybody goes, oh, because the New York Times put it out, now it's something that's okay to talk about. That is not the way this is going to work. We have to be in front of the conversation. We have to make it the conversation first, and it has been my pleasure to be on this panel on this day, and with everybody here in Australia, new friends, to make this conversation happen.
Beautiful, Greg, and that's a really great message. And when you were saying that, I was rolling through the Philodex in my mind, and I went to Dr. Joan yesterday, and Dr. Joan had an incredible message when she was saying that she was ashamed of who she was turning into, and had to come out and fight that, and let her real self come out, and you know, just conquer that fear. And I was saying that most of us live like that, and you know, that's what we have to do, is we have to conquer that fear that's been programmed into us. So thank you, Greg. That was a beautiful message.
Of course.
Yeah, that
thank
was
you.
wonderful.
Thank you.
Leanne, you're muted, honey.
Maybe.
There you go.
Yeah, maybe we'll see. Let's see if this dumps on me. You know, I am so personally, literally, every energy center in me is lit up. Like, I am vibrating at such a high rate. Like, I literally hear the speakers before they say what they're saying. I'm already hearing it. It's been a very, I don't even want to use the word surreal anymore, because I think what's surreal is the fuck nuts outside there doing their weird little shtick that they can't seem to fucking so pause. Like, I had a regression, and in the regression, I was just like, they just won't learn. Oh God. Okay, I'll go back. Okay. And like, it's ridiculous how, like, I understand now that I'm not the freak being annoyed with how slow talking is. Oh my God, no. Thoughts, faster than light. What is wrong with these people? Like, I don't know, like, what this place is like. And I knew as a child laying in bed, this is disclosure, 7 years old, asking, but why am I me? And then getting this nano flash of the Milky Way and stars and going, I have it. And then it going away. And then you just feeling sucker punched, like, don't leave me. What? Like, that's disclosure. That's disclosure. I know. I don't need a fucking PhD. I quit high school. I got a potty mouth. I'm aggressive. I get annoyed. I embrace that. That's part of being alive. That's a part of being infinite in a finite container. Like, we're here to learn. You can't. Yeah. It's consciousness is the currency. Consciousness is what they're trying to control. It's absurd. It's just so stupid. And like, how people just get so caught up in the minutiae and your side and my side and side and side. Like, you know, I'm glad people are waking up. I'm glad there are gauzes all over the place. Good gauze. Thank gauze. You know, seriously. Thank you. Like, what the fuck, man? Wake the
exactly.
fuck up, please.
If you're not going like that, there's something wrong with you.
No, wrong with me. I'm just a ranty.
No, I'm validating you. If you're not saying how
If
you're
you're not
saying
like
it,
this, there's something, you're dead. Like you're the walking dead, like a fucking bunch of zombies. Like, listen to this. I've literally locked myself in this 2,100 square foot apartment. I started thinking to myself things like, I shouldn't throw away apple seeds. I've now got like 10 apple plants. I've got a couple pears. I realized that I had to take my parrot feathers to go back and forth from the little peppers because I don't have bees in my house. So I have to be my own bee. Okay, what do I use? Oh, the birds, the feathers. Like, I'll just grab a feather and start tickling the plants like a crazy orchid woman. Okay. Like, now the flowers
it
aren't.
works.
Like, we can all do this. Like, I'm 15 stories up, but I'm still connecting to Gaia because I've got earth here. I've got seeds here. I've got sunlight. I've got the love that comes through me. The energy that, like, it's just, everybody's their own power. Like, we're all toroidal fields. The earth is a toroidal field. Why the fuck do you think we're not allowed to fly over the hole so that we don't see that she's a toroidal field in a live body? Like, because then we'll get it, and then they will have to go away. Bye, Felicia. Like, go, fuck off already. Enough. Basta. Ça suffit. J'en ai marre. It can't keep going. So, if I'm any indication of what's going on in America, like I grew up and saw that for the nanosecond. That's disclosure. And then I had to decide to squeeze myself into, I want to be an actress. Then I want to go get acting jobs. And then, like, I wasn't getting acting jobs. And I was getting really pissed off. And then, like, you know, but something in me, something higher in me is like, you don't want to send those messages. That's not why you're getting your acting jobs. Those messages fucking suck. And you don't want to be a party to that. So as much as your ego wants to, look at me, you're not doing it the right way. Dysfunctional relationships, 3 kids, like, and now I'm just in the last 2 years exploding open. Like, it took me having to squeeze myself into muggle and understand that just viscerally to be able to come out the other side and have the light in the darkness, finally the beacon that I am. We're all our own beacons. We're all our own shitholes. We're all our own everything. And you've got to embrace the totality of it or you're fragmented. Divine masculine, divine feminine. It's all here.
In the center, you're both. That's it. You're all of it.
Like, so what wake up, please wake up. Please, God.
Thank you, Lyanne. That's a great call to action to the world. Wake up, because we've been in the slumber just way too long. Let's hear from Rob Yox, our brother from another mother.
All right. So one of the things that everybody likes to do is I like to subscribe to that out of Africa, blessing the rains down in Africa. I didn't do that. I essentially signed on to the skulls out of Australia with the Strongs. You know what I mean? That's how we're gonna do it. You know what I mean? That's how it works. And I've been going around saying this to people, and they're like, "Wait a minute, what?" And then I back it up with the information that they have, and it changes the conversation. Like Greg was saying, it makes people step back and think. And what I did with this specific event was I tailored my presentation to show the people that I have been telling this to, this is what it is, which is why we went into the Iroquois, the creation story, and how they all manifested from a common ancestor. So I keep harping on this. To know where you came from is to know where you're going, is to know who you are, is to know your potential. There's so many avenues in which we need to figure out who are we, what are we doing, how do we activate whatever's inside of us, because we know there's more there than what we actually know at this particular moment. And what do we do to transcend this specific time period, because we know it's so dark. So what do? We fill up with intellectual speeches, knowledge, and we take those facts and we tailor what we believe is our creation to where we are at this very moment. And when we do that, we explore so many facets of the human consciousness, of human history, and all the potential that's within us. And, so many things resonate with me with this conference, the Yuga cycles. If you noticed, every time we were going through a presentation, when we got back on screen, I was just like, I have to say this, because I need to see if my peers feel the same way I do with listening to what I'm hearing. And it's been incredible. It's been incredible, and I am definitely going to have to watch everything over, because there's moments where I don't even remember I said something and I did, because we were right on to the next moment. It was so much going on, and it was so long that we're here now at that last moment, and I barely know where I am. It's been 5 days of no sleep. It's been so much information that my head has swelled to, beyond I can't even imagine. I went to get up to go swallow dinner real quick. I stubbed my toe. I broke it for sure. And then I dropped my vape and my coffee. I'm like, yeah, but I am still super grateful. I'm happy and I'm here. And this is what it is. And I would give all of that up to be right here again. I would do it all over again. There's nothing I would change. So that's my rant.
Awesome, Rob. I'm really sorry to hear about the toe.
It happens, bro. They're expendable. That's why I got 9 more. They could take that one.
As you guys might know, anyone that is aware of me, I did the same thing back in September last year. I stubbed my toe and I broke it, and exactly the same thing, bent in half, and I set it into place. And still to this day, it's still bruised, and it still hurts. But let's disclosure, right? So my idea.
I disclosed it. That's why I said it. I disclosed it.
Yeah.
My medical history.
Well, actually, when you actually feel with your whole body, you can actually move your whole body at once just to move one little thing back into place. I do this all the time. It'd freak fucking doctors and surgeons out like you would not believe, but this is what we're capable of doing once we're that present in the moment. Because when you become fully present, that's where magic happens. You can literally will anything to happen.
I just put down, grabbed it, and pulled it out and said, okay, we're back to normal. Looks good.
Yeah,
and just got right back up on it. There it goes. It hurt for a second, but then it went away.
My idea of disclosure, guys, is exactly what everyone has said, especially what Stephen has said. He's just so scholarly, and he told us that we're not going to get disclosure from the mainstream, and I knew that. Even when they put out the call for disclosure, and Rob and I were talking, and we're like, let's see what these guys have to do. But we'll create our own disclosure. So for me, what we've done here in the last 5 days is disclosure, and this is not soft disclosure, medium disclosure. This was like some pretty heavy stuff. We shared some pretty intense information on this conference. I was thinking when Gauze was talking, and I texted this to Rob, that when we began this event, the idea was for me to start the event with the Constitution law. But then, along the way, some things happened, and we ended up picking up Eleanor. And Eleanor came on, and she started off the conference, and she was talking about dark energy and dark entities and kind of what have you. And then when Gauze was speaking, I thought, hey, wow, it's pretty crazy that, we started off with Eleanor and we're completing with Gauze, and Gauze is showing us how to do what Eleanor had explained on day one. And he was the last speaker, she was the first speaker, and that's the universe at play. And there was a number of things that happened during this disclosure, and it was the universe at play here. And I remember saying to Rob that we blew the wind, and now we're just going to ride the wave with everyone else, and let's just see what happens. Guys, want to see what happened? I'll show you what happened.
This is epic.
Oh.
We did that.
Oh, yeah. It's working. Yeah. It's all working. Oh, yeah.
And in the first 4 days, 36,000 views per all the channels. So we've definitely hit a mark somewhere.
Yeah, to me, this is disclosure, guys. I can physically show it. We did this together. Not just the people on the panel, not just the speakers, everyone that's been involved across the world. We don't know how many people are watching us. We could be on those what's that called, Kudu or whatever, those TV channels that are
Roku?
happening. Yeah, we could be on there. Who knows? But the fact of the matter is that we did it all together across the world, and we shared love, and we shared a safe space together to share information. And along the way, there was some bumpy rides where we were intruded on by a few trolls, but it was nothing serious. They understood what was happening. Our energy was too strong, and they bailed. Right. And it was just the love that we all shared the last 5 days. And that is the result that I just showed of what we've done. Now, imagine if everyone was doing this across the world, what that effect would be. This disclosure, as I was saying earlier on our Consciousness American panel, that we need to connect with the earth. People run around and they say, oh, I hate people. I can't stand people. People are disgusting. But I love nature. I like walking in trees and I love animals, right? Isn't that a bit of an oxymoron? Because you are part of that nature. They've programmed you to detach from nature so that you see yourself separate from nature. Just like we've got this idea that Earth is separate from space. But guess what? Earth is in space. So we're part of that cosmic net. We need to come back to the grassroots. We need to breathe. We need to conscious breathe. We need to earth. We need to love. We need to love ourselves mostly, because a lot of people hate themselves. A lot of people are ashamed of themselves. A lot of people don't want to go outside. A lot of people don't have any friends. A lot of people have depression issues. A lot of people are just sad. That's because the avatar is damaged through all the programming, all the bad food, the negativity on TV. There's no positivity, there's no love, right? So we really need to begin to love ourselves, because once we begin to love ourselves, then we can begin to love everything around us, because then we can begin to see expressions of ourselves in everything else. It's a flower. That flower is an expression of me. There's a bird. That bird is an expression of me. Look, it's Evan. That's an expression of me. Right? There's that tree, that expression is me, and you'll love it. You'll want to go up and hug it, right? And that's what we need to do every single day, just for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, maybe daydream, sit back, smoke a joint, zone out for like 10 minutes, zone out for 10 minutes, and go somewhere, go to the ether. Download information from there. Tell the ether that you love the ether, because the ether will tell you that it loves you. That's the only thing that's missing in our lives. We look at these political leaders that get elected, and some are only around for like 4, 5, 6 years. Some make a career out of it because they're really good criminals, and they last for like 25, 30, 40 years. Right? But then they're not the authority. As I was saying this morning with Elizabeth Mountbatten, she's not authority. I don't remember swearing an oath to some queen. I wasn't born a citizen.
Truth is the only authority.
I wasn't born a citizen. I wasn't born a corporation. I wasn't born with debt tied to my ass to weigh me down like an anchor for 40 years. I was born a human being. And this is a human being experience that I'm having as a spiritual, as an infinite consciousness. Right? And that's been hijacked from us when we get squeezed through that sausage factory that we call school. Right? We're learning new and newer things every single day. And what we need to do is we need to apply that information to our lives and just not say, yeah, I'm going to do it, and then not do it because we're lazy. Most of us are. But it only takes a few minutes of effort every single day, and that's it. And then you'll notice the difference. Within a week, within 2 weeks, you'll feel that difference within you, inside you, in your center, in your belly button. You'll feel it. Right? And then you'll begin to love, and your depression will begin to lift. You don't need pharmaceutical pills. You don't need drugs from some guy wearing a white coat. He's a drug dealer, no better than a guy standing on a street corner. At least the guy that's standing on the street corner, you know what you're getting, right? The guy that's wearing a white lab coat, you don't know what you're getting from that guy, right? So I trust a guy on the street corner with a 9mm, more so than a guy with a pen wearing a white coat. Those guys are dangerous, and they've shown themselves to be dangerous. Look what happened with the opioid crisis here in North America. They did that purposely. What's happening now, they've done that all purposely. But we can overcome that because all we need is love. Look what I just showed you. And that's just 5 days of love. And that's it. Imagine if we can do that every day. That's my rant. So let's do our closing. And I'll start with my beautiful sister up in the top left corner, Salrita Enteria.
Thanks, Omar. I think that was so beautifully spoken from the heart. And I know that I mentioned this last conference, but just the change in the short time that I've known you and that transformation. And I just see you coming in and like fully occupying and filling up who you are as a soul existing in an avatar. And it's the most exquisite, beautiful thing to see. You're such a guiding light and example for what we can be on earth, and just the love and compassion that you bring, and the craziness of putting together an event for 5 days, you and Rob and Gray and everyone else that's been part of it and not sleeping. There's not many of us that can do that. So I just want to say thank you for giving us all a platform to be able to, to speak from the heart and to speak, all of the information that we've gathered over our collective lifetimes. So I don't think there's really too much more that I can say apart from a disclosure point of view. If I could pick like one documentary, it's not even a documentary, it's a series that's kind of close to disclosure from an ET point of view, or from like a contactee point of view, it would be to watch the series called Taken with Dakota Fanning, Steven Spielberg one. When I watched that, sorry, what was that?
I've seen it.
Yeah. So as an experiencer, it kind of explains the symbiotic relationship that we all have. So when, like Clarence said before, that he was resonating with the ET side of things and that he'd had experiences too, I could feel that in him even before he said that, because those of us that do experience these kinds of things, we do recognize each other. And that was the same with Evan and I before we even met in person. And, the more that we get to know each other, we find that we've had similar contact experiences and things that, we've never told other people. So it's really interesting to find out just how interconnected we are. And I think when we can have that dialogue and we can really drop the fear with being out there in that way, and in your hearts, who you can talk to about this kind of stuff, and who you maybe, see is awake and who, is in deep, deep slumber. So I just want to say thank you to everyone for being here. And I've really enjoyed the parts that I've got to see of people's presentations. And yeah, thank you guys for everything.
Thank you very much, Salrita. Thank you. Really appreciate you, sister, and love you very much. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stephen and Evan, please go ahead.
I'd like to start with a quote from Sir Arthur Keefe. 80 years ago, medicine was divided amongst 3 orders of specialists: physicians, surgeons, and midwives. Now there are more than 50 distinct special branches for the treatment of human ailments. In this aspect of life, it's ever-growing specialization, which frightens me. Applying this law to the New York Times, I tremble when I think what its readers will find on their doorsteps every Sunday morning. So he wrote that in 1933. 31, yes. So what I think we've done is he's scared that there's no broad vision. And an event like what we've been doing brings specialties together. And then we can see how the layers are connected and how different topics are the same topic. So in a way, we're providing a broad vision to how to view the world, which scared him because it was lacking, and it is lacking. So I'm just thankful to be part of a process where we can provide a broader vision to what's going on, because how does science, knowledge, philosophy progress without some sort of oversight, some sort of interconnection between the disciplines?
Oh, actually, that leads in what I was going to talk about. I want to talk about the oversight, the underlying motivation behind this change. And I've got to make the point that the rings, the rocks, the skulls, all the things we've got, didn't come to us by accident. They came to us by design. And I want to make the point, when we started this, I went down to South Australia and I was called down by the elders there, Kano in particular, and we were given ceremony. Now, I've got to make the point, this was not the normal ceremony the tourists get. This was 7 days staying there before it was given to me, and I had to hold certain objects in advance. And what was told to me is at the end of the ceremony, they came up and told me basically everything that's happened in the last 15 years. And it was interesting, at one stage, I remember an elder by the name of Peter Evans came up to me and said to me, "You do realise we travelled around the world in different ways other than spaceships, other than ships." And I knew what he was talking about. And I said, "Well, I'll never talk about that." And of course, soon after we started talking about it, what I've begun to realise is from the time we were called in to do this, there have been strings. It's not really us that's found everything. This was determined. The stuff that we found was determined by the original elders from way back. This is all. There are two groups that are running this, the Cabal and the group that we speak about, and we know them every day. But the group that we don't know about, that we should have to get to know again, are our Indigenous leaders. And I'm talking about, I don't care whether I'm talking about the Druids, I don't care if I'm talking about the Hopi or I'm talking about the Ramangeri. It is the same story. This change that's taking place, the two roads the Mayans speak of, what the Hopi speak of, and every other group speaks of, is part of our future. But you've got to remember one thing, they knew about this in advance. Our real leaders, our experts now don't wear coats. They wear feathers. They have holes in their jeans, and they're our Indigenous people. And in the future, it will be that way that reigns again. And that's what this is really all about. What we have now is, once again, we've been down this path before, many times before. We have a decaying, crumbling society that's falling apart at every possible level. And when it gets to the stage that when you walk outside each day, you're scared of the air you breathe and you're scared of the people you walk past, my comment is, I want to get off this boat. It's not working. It's sinking. So remember this, ladies and gentlemen. This is not a change that was imagined, as some people say, by New Agers and hippies. No, that's not the point. It's open to everyone, and it didn't come from the New Agers or the hippies. It came from the original custodians of the past, and they are the real keepers of our ancient civilization and culture. And what they're all saying is, whether it's the Hopi or Kano or ourselves or anyone else, we're all saying exactly the same thing. The change is upon us. But the beauty of this is, this time around, you're on your own. So the disclosure you're looking for, and I'll close with this, the Hopi said it brilliantly. He said, we are the ones we're waiting for. Well, what I would say to people is, come on, you're running out of time. The Hopi are waiting. The Indigenous people are waiting. The world is waiting. What are you going to do? It's your call. It's never ours.
That's a great point to pick up on. Yeah.
You are a total scholar, Steve. I don't know what to say about your brother. You should get a Nobel Peace Prize. You're just amazing.
Don't encourage him.
I don't worry, I've got the government sending me letters all the time, and I can assure you they're not offering me that. They are offering me accommodation for a long period of time. They've got to pay $1 million to get there.
So the government will just get you to fix all their problems and throw you back in the trash can. That's what they've done to me in secret projects for fucking years.
Go ahead, Gauze, with your thoughts. Sorry,
yeah,
Steve,
I'd just like to pick up on what Elder Steve was saying there, in the sense of the Hopi said it's very poignant, because Hopi are part of the Mudja tribe as well. Okay, they spoke the language, because if you're part of the original family through speaking the language, and we all spoke the language, so we're all the original family. They've just sort of cut and divided us up and sent our souls in sort of all directions. But the thing is, there's a deeper meaning as well. What Steve said is correct. We're the ones we're waiting for, but guess what? We're also our ancestors as well. Because our souls never die. It's only these bodies. Now, these bodies are designed to last for hundreds and thousands of years. And slowly over time, or what we know as time, this sort of fiction split timeline sort of regurgitation sort of stuff. Well, they've hacked us down from giants to what we are now. And they've literally had this strategized sort of gradualized plan to literally hack us down like cattle and keep us in farms, distracted with this sort of fiction life while they just milk our energy. And they've got a very clinical sort of way of doing that with no soul. They just want the data. Okay, this is what we're going to do to them this time. This is the new distortion. Okay, the old distortion we just had, yeah, get rid of that model, wipe them all out, even if it's our own kind. Okay, they even do that to their own kind as well. And then we move on to the new distortion. Then they do another 9/11 disaster reset event and wipeout like they're trying to do now. And it's not going to happen this time. The buck stops here. They're not going to get another reset. They're not going to split the timeline. Because what they do, they need to create a big disaster event to literally split the timeline in time. Because I'm going to sound crazy here, but I know this to be true. They've had time travel technology since 1913, the beginning of the Fed. And it all syncs up. Because that beginning of the Fed, beginning of fractional reserve banking, they knew they had a design system that would hyperinflate. That's why they only got a 99-year lease with the US government to run the actual Fed. Because they knew by then it's going to hyperinflate. So we've got a strategy to basically own everything by then. And look at it now. There's two companies, BlackRock and Vanguard. And they're all the elites. And they both own shares in the other. It's all privately listed under marine admiralty law. We're going to bust that open. I've written a document that basically says, that proves that Kabbalah is a perversion of the original omniversal law that bewitches the major language that delivers it all. It's all in the language, but you just got to know how to approach the language because there's certain words, core creation words, that just literally have different sort of lower to higher vowel soundings. And those dialect interchangeable vowels and consonants as well, that are other timbral aspects of creation, they are creation sequential orders. Just like I was talking about before. It starts with, like, just in the senses, okay? Starts with the soul, like the feel, and the smell, and the taste, and the hearing, okay? But the hearing's primary as well if we know how to listen, okay? That was the one sort of proviso on that, which if you don't listen, it becomes number 4 again, okay? And then sight, the last one. And they've hacked us through our sight because that's the most susceptible sense. So they thought, how do we hack them through the sight? Okay, let's give them this thing called the pineal gland that can do all this amazing stuff that's part of us already, but we're going to hack it down, okay? And we're going to turn it into a sort of a movie screen in the third eye instead of getting them to use their fish eye, which is the real astral. You get the full vibrating, pulsing, moving, flowing, living, breathing, every filament of life. That's filament's an adequate term to use for it. In the Mudgett language, it's an infinite language. Like there was this guy named Csaba Varga. He was an incredible Hungarian historian. I'm yet to read all his books, but I'm just like, I come across everything this guy writes, and he's just like, man, this guy knew it all. And there's writing all out in Hungarian, and I've written some of his articles, and he said in this document he was doing a critique on the English language and the connection with Mudgett language to that. He was saying the original Mudgett language, he was saying, had over 1 million words. And even then, you talk to another Hungarian in the know and they say, oh, there's more than that even because you can improvise with it. Because anything new, discovery that comes up that's better, well, we know how that sound blends and creates the new sound. Because everything's like sound and light. You know, light's just another aspect of that whole sort of spectrum in the sense of how magnetism and electricity through what we call love that flows from source, from the grandmother, and why the grandmother balances everything all in curves and not a father, because the grandmother loves all of her creations, even if the creations fuck up. She just loves so much, she can't stop loving. That's it. If she stops loving, that's it. There's no anything. So that's why it's a grandmother. But Ishtan herself, she makes sure that everything is equally. I don't use the word balance because balance is sort of going between something, you know, something that's not of creation, of a fiction creation that's been put into creation, fiction design, and something that's real. So we're ignoring that. We're going to what is real by into center, and then we take all that distortion and we literally turn it moment with our whole bodies. We can feel literally everything, stop this from thinking to at all. And then we hit that fully present zone. When you're present, that's when you're in this fluid, frictionless state. Like originally, I have memories back to Vilagtunga, okay, the ancient world of sea, before we were even on land. And we could be on land too. There wasn't even any forests. There were just giant mushrooms that literally used to fill the air, like the atmosphere, both in the sea and the air, with everything we need. We didn't need to eat. We did nothing. We were just like our energy capacity, and like we could shapeshift. We could do anything because we were so present in the moment. We could be absolutely anything we needed. But the thing was, because we knew the law, the LORE, it's like everything's perfect. But everything fell because of the first trauma, the first fall from grace, and how that came about. And I am at liberty to talk about that now, but that's going to be in the 8-hour talk. So I'm not going to start that now. So with disclosure, it's like we are literally our ancestors. We're the ones we're waiting for. And there's still ancestors there waiting to come back as well, because some of them chose to not come back. Because the thing is that when you make it out of here, when you die, they got this trap with the astral, right? This is important. And basically speaking, they got this fake sort of light. And you hear about people saying that about near-death experiences and stuff like that. They go to the light and some don't go to the light. And they got different sorts of levels of their stories and experiences. Well, the thing is that they got this astral purgatory of heaven and hell. It's a big fake sort of thing. And they suck you into that to go to that. So you get reprogrammed again when you reincarnate to do the bidding and the physical work. Because if it doesn't happen in the physical, it doesn't happen anywhere else. So these disincarnate beings basically want to program us through that sort of fake, astral heaven and hell to do their bidding and action work, for them in the physical, so they can just have it Star Wars, sort of thespian theatre shows, sort of, endocrine disrupted lunacy out in their fake astral. They've copied and pasted with this device called an LEP, okay, which is how the Khazars first got from Tiamat to here and crashed into Arizona Canyon about 9,000 years ago in the time of the Lord of the Rings, because Middle Earth is the Americas at that time. And those dwarves, those pesky little dwarves that are always chasing gold and building big fucking destructive machinery to get it, they're the ones today right in the centre of the earth with those big bore machines that are drilling out everything right down in the earth to take all this sort of soil and stuff and take it to their future split timelines. Now, what you've got to watch now on YouTube is they tell you all about it. You just got to work out the right one in the fiction, because when you can't come to a dead end in the fiction, and in the non-fiction section about finding out truthful information and how to decode it, you look in the fiction section and you'll eventually find it. And there's this series done by the Canadian Broadcasting Commission in 2004. It's called Charlie J. A mate of mine put me onto it back in the 2000s. He said, mate, I think you need to watch this. Thank you, Richard Hardiman. And he said, yeah, I think you need to watch this. You dig this. And I watched this, and, mate, this just hit me like, whoa. This hit me in the breadbasket like anything. It was like they literally had in this, there's this corporation called Vextel, okay? I think it's called Vextel. You'll see, yeah, or Vexcore. Like, what a name, Vexcore, okay? And they were the corporate system, like the ruling sort of ones right here. And there's they had three phases of Earth, okay?
Guys, I got to interrupt you, man. I'm pressed for time here. And
okay.
I don't want to go over my limit.
They've got to watch Charlie J, because this is the insane part in the sense of what they're trying to do. There's a gamma verse that's source and a beta verse that we're here at the moment. And then there's these future split timelines that they've created in the future that basically they base all their science fiction from the 50s onwards in. And that one's always dying and needing more energy from source and us to feed their fake creation, Star Wars. Okay, and what they're planning to do, this is the diabolical thing, is get rid of the Earth in between and join up the source sort of gamma-verse and the alpha-verse together to literally, we're just like a pure machine battery forever for their future split timeline rubbish that's eventually going to self-implode anyway at a certain phase down the track. So this is what they're planning to do. So if we don't do this work now, and you know what? It's already healed. I've already been to the future where it's healed. I've been to that present place. I've been to that magic. And we all need to go there now to do the backup. And the more of us that do it, it just reinforces it, and it'll happen quickly because it's already happening. I know that. I know that you can't know that. Yeah, it's already happening. It's already healed in the future. And if everyone, when they center, they hold that intention, okay, that it's already healed, it'll happen so much quicker. And the more we get present and learn how to do that, as I just showed you those basic instructions before, this is the solution. It's all about energy. And I'm showing you the instructions on how to do it in your own way once you've got these basic fundamentals, because everyone's got different aspects that'll just bring this all. I can't tell you how beautiful this is going to be. So thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate you, brother. Let's get a few minutes from Leanne, and then we will do our
Yeah. I literally, that was like a pure centered download, straight from my soul. That wasn't any from my brain. I don't know what I'm going to say next, and that's the way it works. Spontaneous, existing in love is the truth.
Thank you, brother. Leanne?
Well, I mean, I guess just to repeat or agree with Elder Stephen, seriously, I mean, it's just so arcane, all this stuff, and it becomes very boring. It's repeat these patterns of nonsense. It just has to, you have to take that fake grid that's been put over the grid and just be done with it now. It's just ça suffit. Ça suffit, basta. But you know, like really, just if every human being had gratitude, like the most responsible the most responsible response, I guess that's so redundant, to your breath is gratitude. Like it starts with a breath, it ends with a breath. In between each breath, there's the nothing. Like it's so simple. It's also bloody simple. And everybody in this 5 days has said something. And if you were to be able to just get a bird's eye view of the whole 5 days, it's all right there. Everybody said everything everybody needs to know to move forward in coherence, in heart coherence, in brain coherence, in love coherence, in just coherence with one another, you know? Like, I just, you know, we can heal our ancestral lines now because it's all the same thing. There is no future and past. It's all right now. So just move with your breath, be grateful for your breath, be grateful for every day and every opportunity to have a voice and speak and create a safe space to speak your truth, because your truth is the only truth, you know, really. It's not somebody else's truth, it's truth for you. People need to learn how to discern, and the only way to do that is to go inside. Really, truly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leanne. Really appreciate it. And everyone on the panel, thank you so much. Really appreciate your downloads and the information that you've shared with us on this panel. Thank you, Stephen and Evan. Thank you, Salrita. Thank you, Gauze. And thank you, Leanne. We've come to the end of our journey. So I will remove all the panelists and just keep the MCs on the screen. And we will do our closing ceremony. I guess, is it a ceremony or is it...
Not really. Just a little thing. You know, a little... Yep.
Guys, I want to just take a moment here. We were supposed to have Paul Anthony Wallace on the panel here with us today, but unfortunately there's just a lot of things going on around him, so he was not able to make it. But he did send a message in case that he didn't move or he didn't show up. So here is the message from Paul Anthony Wallace. He says, my grateful thanks to every speaker who has spoken and has joined in this amazing 5-day summit. Every field right now is experiencing an accelerated path of learning, making this a perfect moment to come together and listen to a whole spectrum of experiences and perspectives. Scholars, mystics, experiencers, historians, channelers, and seekers. Everyone has a voice and a contribution to enrich our whole understanding. That is how total disclosure comes, not from authorities taking on the roles as the Department of Truth 1984 style, but through the listening to one another with love and respect. I love the sense of community we have enjoyed over the last 5 days, and that is being built through the amazing collaboration of such wonderful and generous co hosts. Thank you again, and I am really looking forward to next time. Health and peace, everyone. So thank you very much, Paul Wallace. That was a beautiful, beautiful message, and I resonate
Yes,
with
very
that.
much so.
And, thank you for sending that forward. So, guys, this was an incredible conference for the last 5 days. We started this at 6 o'clock on a morning on Thursday, and it is now 7:44 p.m. Monday night. So this has been quite the marathon. We should all, get a gold medal for this one, because this one was just totally epic. And thank you to everyone who's participated, and thank you to all the co-hosts. Just let me just quickly go through the list of the beautiful people that we had that presented here at Total Disclosure. Let me bring up.
While you're finding the list, it's funny, you see people within the chat starting to get familiar with each other and talk and basically create friendships from a shared space over so many days. It's absolutely incredible. It's absolutely incredible. And this is also some of what we set out to do, was to bring the community together, and it's working, and you can see it within the chats, and it's amazing. It's amazing.
That is beautiful to see. It truly is. And there's a sense of community that has been built. It's always been around, Rob. This community. When we go to conferences that Neil Gore holds at Portal to Ascension, right? We see a lot of the familiar faces and a lot of new faces, right? So it's nice to see that this community is growing, and we have people that go around the circuit watching all of these conferences and learning and seeking the truth. And then you have new people that are coming on board and joining the bandwagon and opening up their mind and their third eye and beginning to ask questions and beginning to question this reality that we've been given. So, guys, thank you very much to Eleanor, Philip Kinsler, Dr. Rita Louise, Dr. Manu, Neil Gore, Nori Love, Mark Ferrantino, Augie Nost, Stephen Cummins, Renata Zach, Biddu Dev Misra, Aaron Fowler, Geraldine Orozco, Michael Cremo, Eric Hecker, John Shaughnessy, Mary Rodwell, George Mitrovic, Richard Patterson, Michael Feely, Norma Rasmussen, Ildi Budai, Constance Victoria Briggs, Stephen and Evan Strong, Leah Capitelli, Salrita Antaria, Oli Demigard, Paul Wallace, Mara Calvi, Sona Tandon, Dr. Reverend Joan of Angels, Dr. Smira Osmanovic, Brad Olson, Dr. J.J. Hertog, Dr. Desiree Hertog, Dr. Sasha Alex Lesson, Janet Kira Lesson, Alan Steinfeld, John Cadman, Rodney McGilvery. Thank you, everyone. That was beautiful. Thank you for all your disclosure. Thank you for all your information. Thank you for all the love. And thank you to everyone in the crowd in all of the platforms where we streamed. Thank you to Alan for allowing us to stream to New Realities.
Yep.
Neil Gore, Portal to Ascension.
Yep.
Stephen and Evan Strong to Forgotten Origin. Paul
Yep.
Wallace to the Paul Wallace channel.
Yep.
New Realities, I've mentioned that. To Deanne, to Frequency.
Yep.
Who else do we? I think I named them all. So
I just want to say thank you for the amazing questions, and you guys were there to help pick us up when we were a little drained in certain areas and couldn't think of anything. You guys were there to expand the conversation, and that is what we are doing here. That's what we're trying to do. So,
Yeah.
I just want to give. I'm eternally grateful to all of you, and like Omar always says, and his name says, a projection of you. I am you, you are me, and together we are the one. And the fact that we are the one means that we get to sit in these spaces and really create some great moments, and we get to have a lot of fun doing it too. So thank you, eternally grateful.
Thank you, Rob. Wonderful. Let's do closing remarks from Evan. Then we'll jump over to Clarence Mitchell, then to Greg Bornstein, and then to Rob, and then we'll bid yourselves a good night. You're muted, Evan.
Yeah. I just started talking and I went, what's not working? It's the mute. Yeah, no, it's been an amazing couple of days. Yeah, I'm just thankful to be part of it and to be part of such a great community of people. I mean, really, the strength in numbers, and I just feel my heart filling with just having so many, brothers and sisters from all around the world on the same path. There's a Gnostic quote that I love that basically it says that we're created in a certain way, but what we need to realize is that we were created higher than the gods that created us. So I think when we do this and when we join together, it's those kind of moments where we become wholly godly. So I'm just glad to feel that and to be a part of that process with everyone here. So yeah, it's been an honor to be involved with this. So thank you so much.
Right on, Evan. Let's just do a quick shameless plug for our alien ancestry. Can you?
Yeah. I can do that. Yeah. So we have that's our next one's coming up at the end of August. So that should be a couple of weeks from now.
28th, August 28th. Yeah.
Yeah, so that should be another good one. We've got Annie Minnie Mace that Dad and her are going to have a nice little conversation about all sorts of things. She's a wealth of knowledge. When I first went to go meet her, I walked out of there with a migraine. It was just like information overload. It's amazing. And then Tanya will do a bit of the Peru mummies and beings over there. So it'll be another good one. So I hope to see some of you there for that one. So yeah. So that's ouralienancestry.net. And there'll be links to some past ones there as well. So thank you.
Yeah, and also I just want to add that if you become a member of our alien ancestry, then you have access to all of the replays going back to 1 year ago to chapter 1. So that's actually a better deal. So yeah, instead of paying like $25, $26 for one session, you can pay $16 and have access to everything and become a member and get newsletters and updates and kind of what have you. There's a lot
worth
of
it.
Yeah, there's
so
a lot of good stuff that
the way to do it.
Thank you, Evan. Really appreciate your work, brother. Clarence?
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Omar. Thank you, Evan, for being here again. I'm just going to close this out myself by saying what I always say at the end of all my shows. Until we meet again, thank you all for watching and being with us. And by all means, keep your eyes to the skies. Thank you.
That's classic. Greg Bornstein.
You know what? I'm pretty speechless this time, actually. Yeah, Omar, what you said, your speech before when you were talking about just getting rid of the negativity in humanity. I mean, I think that's what again, it always amazes me how, you can talk about spacecraft, you can talk about patents that aren't revealed and agendas with evil families and aliens and all this stuff that is, all these things that seem right out there. I put that in quotes, but at the end, it all comes back to love. It always comes back to consciousness, and it always comes back to that this stuff isn't so far out there because it's a collective memory of when we were all really soulful beings and we cared about each other beyond these constructs that have been imposed on us. So yeah, it's amazing what I'm so with you that at the end of the day, you see a cashier and you engage with them for 5 seconds more than you would normally. You see someone on the street that's struggling, or you engage someone that looks like they're having a sad day, and you strike up a conversation with a stranger. Any little thing like that absolutely can raise the collective vibration of this planet, and is the step towards changing a consciousness that will allow us to experience this mythical life that is I believe much closer to all of us than we even realize. So I thank all of you for sharing this time. You've been more than lovely. Omar, Rob, thank you for putting this together. Thank all of you for all of the hosts, all the channels that have allowed us to stream this content. I truly have walked away feeling just better about my place on this planet because of an event like this, and I hope we can carry on this tradition beyond the conferences for centuries, millennia, and far across all the galaxies to come. Thank you all. Have a wonderful night.
Excellent. So I'm gonna do what I did the other night, and I'm gonna say, we have an obligation to not let things pass us by and basically forget our origins, right? We need to look outside of the cube and have conversations that bend, because when we have closer encounters with each other and other beings, we can use that knowledge and passion, and nothing will be off limits. Thank you all. I love you all, and I appreciate all of you, and I'm eternally grateful. Full Spectrum Universe, Rob Yox. That is my sign off.
Thank you very much, Rob. That was wonderful. And what more can be said that hasn't really been said? Besides, this was a massive success. We did it, and looking forward to working with you some more, and creating more events, and bringing some more awareness to the people. So with that being said, everyone, thank you very much. Wherever in the world you may be, love you very much. Tomorrow morning, when you're out having a coffee and you're in a lineup, buy somebody behind you a coffee and tell the teller to pass it forward. And hopefully that will create a chain of consciousness that will just carry on through the entire day and make people's day and make them happy, because one little piece of joy is better than no piece of joy. Maybe you'll enlighten somebody and help them that day and change their life forever because they experience a little bit of kindness, compassion, understanding, and love. My name is Omar. I'm a host here at Watchers Talk. Subscribe to the channel, hit that bell so you get notifications. Same with Full Spectrum Universe. Subscribe to our channels for more content such as this, and it will get better and better and better as we progress forward. I'm coming at you guys from British Columbia, Canada. Be safe out there, be well, and we'll see you next time.